Lin Jan is a medical student. He studies well. Everyone at the university knows him as a handsome, excellent student who recently received a good scholarship and dreams of becoming the best doctor. However, Lin himself suspects neurosis. A certain system appears in front of him, which only he can see. The hero suspects that a recent breakdown is to blame, so he needs to undergo a psychological test. However, the test results said that he was fine. A little later, the system reappeared in front of him. She suggested that Lin receive a certain gift, and the man agreed. Thus, he opened the teaching of medicine in this system. Lin understood that although the system had helped him achieve some victories, it would not help him become a better doctor. There were many factors that he needed to deal with on his own, such as competition among his peers, or a problem with patients. Honing his skills in medicine was a passion for Lin. However, he knew that he was still far from his goal of becoming the best doctor in the world. He needed to practice and work a lot to achieve what he wanted. It was an ordinary day. Lin was riding the subway to the university and was thinking about whether there was a method that could prove the existence of his system. Maybe he should just click on it and see for himself. However, this method did not inspire confidence in him. Lin believed only in science. He came to Manhwa Hospital to undergo an examination and prove that this system was just a figment of his imagination. Lin went through many tests and examinations and underwent tests, but everything was normal with his body. Now he had to return to the university to pick up the results of the mental test. On his way to the university, Lin met 108 people, but no one paid attention to his system. It was obvious to him that only he could see her. He suspected his recent breakdown and mental problems, so he definitely needed to get diagnosed. Lin knocked on the office where the test results were kept. A young girl with glasses looked out of the door. She was clearly unhappy with being disturbed. However, when she saw Lin, she immediately changed her anger to mercy and greeted him. The hero said that he was looking for the headman to borrow equipment. Then the girl let Lin inside the office and asked how his health was going. She heard that he went for a CT scan and MRI, so she decided to ask what was the matter. Lin said he was just writing a report, so he went there. The head woman said that she had already looked at the results of his tomography, and there were no problems with the hero's health. Lin tensed up. Everyone says he's fine, but he knows he's not. Then he drew attention to the girl's computer. Programs were installed there that could be used to diagnose schizophrenia. Looking at the test results, the girl said that Lin was fine. Then she decided to leave the equipment at his disposal and leave the office. When Lin was alone, he took the test results sheets. He decided to use the computer to do the calculations right away and see if he had any problems. He wondered what kind of gift package he would receive if it turned out that he was not sick. Soon, the calculations were ready. As it turned out, Lin was absolutely mentally healthy, and this means that his system is real. So he decided it was worth accepting the gift. As it turned out, the system gave him mastery in 6 methods of suturing. Lin considered this a rather meager reward, since suturing was just stitching. However, the system said that it could not give him another gift because it could only teach medical skills. Thus, she could only give Lin skill in suturing, but the hero did not really like such a gift. However, the hero conducted a Turing test on the system and was sure that it was not just any person sitting behind it. The system's responses were contrary to the man-machine rule. Lin decided that in this case, he was an example of a gift for suturing. He decided to practice on a banana peel. Lin felt that his hands were more dexterous than before. At the lectures, they said that the seams should be even, then there will be no new scars on the skin. When Lin touched the banana, he felt knowledge appear in his mind. He just moved his wrist, but the needle moved very smoothly. Soon, the seams were applied. The distance between them and the knots were the same. The work was done perfectly. Lin realized that the system had many gifts in store for him, and skill in suturing was just one of them. Soon, the day of internship for medical university students arrived. Lin stood in the company of his dorm neighbors, Charlie and Vincent. Vincent asked the hero why he was so taciturn today, and then Lin said that someone was coming here. They were the director of Manhwa Hospital, Dennis, and the famous hospital surgeon, Connor. Dennis said that this is the first day of internship for the students in the practice room, and what happens next is up to them. Lin, the head of the home clinic, noted that Manhwa's practice room should be more interesting than his home clinic. Dennis announced that Connor, the most famous and capable doctor in Manhwa, would be working with the students today. Connor said being a surgeon requires many skills, and one of the most important ones is suturing. Hearing this, Lin immediately perked up. Connor said students may now forget everything they were taught at university. In their surgical room, Every new doctor wants to try himself at the operating table. All this will be in the practice room. And to get there, students will need to stitch the tails of 10 white mice. The students were immediately excited. They were very excited, but still wanted to try their hand at suturing. Connor said that these mice have very thin tails, so the task will be incredibly difficult. To sew the tail, the blood needs to flow normally. It definitely cannot be done with one hand. However, this did not scare the students. They all wanted to try the operation themselves. Charlie was confident because they had already practiced stitching at university. Then Connor decided to choose one of the students, a boy named Chris. The student was seated in front of a microscope, and everything necessary for the operation was prepared. Connor chuckled. Chris was very tense. His hands were shaking. The doctor told him to work faster and finally insert the needle. Chris wasn't careful enough and ended up damaging a vessel in his tail. Connor chuckled again. Now the students realized that suturing was not such a simple thing. Lynn thought about it. The diameter of the blood vessel in the white rat's tail was 0.5 millimeter, and it was not as easy to work with as a banana peel. Connor asked who else wanted to try stitching the rat's tail. Without waiting for an answer, he pointed his finger at Lynn, calling him to him. Chris was depressed after the failure, and the other students didn't really expect Lynn to do better. Dennis said that Dr. Connor will demonstrate his skills to everyone. Students should pay attention to his methods. Soon, Lynn put on a mask and gloves and announced that he was ready to begin the operation. Connor said they usually cut it into 60 or 80 pieces, but today the situation is different, so there are fewer pieces. The doctor was going to use the simple and popular method of stitching. Lynn drew attention to the technique of execution after sewing the tail. You need to put a small suture. 6 loops will be enough to ensure normal blood circulation and eliminate bleeding. We also had to make sure that there were no cavities or scars left. Connor looked at the hero with suspicion. In his opinion, all the trainees think that theoretical knowledge will be enough for them, and they behave too proudly. He then asked Lynn if he knew what stitching method had just been demonstrated, and the hero answered, "It was an interrupted stitch." The doctor noted that this student was clearly a good student, and then asked him to go to the table to show everyone his skills. Lynn was at a loss whether the doctor had already demonstrated everything. He wanted to see something much more interesting. However, he also liked this turn of events, because he had never performed such an operation before a famous surgeon, and now he could not miss this chance. Connor carefully watched how Lynn worked. The needle went in well, and his hands did not tremble. Apparently, this was not the first time he had done something like this. There was no feeling that the needle was resisting. It seemed to be gliding across the ice, as if it was working in unison with Lynn's mind. As it turned out, the hero had just broken his record for stitching speed. Moreover, all the seams were perfectly even. Everything was much better than during his practice at the university. Lynn's fellow students looked at the sewn tail of the rat in surprise. They were surprised at how quickly the man completed the operation. Dennis couldn't believe his eyes. Lynn's stitching speed was faster than Dr. Connor's. Connor himself looked at the operating table in confusion. He did not believe that Lynn was able to cope so quickly. Even the microsurgeons who work in this province could not overtake him in sewing speed, and this young man was just a trainee. Then Lynn stood up from the table, took off his gloves, and announced that he had completed the operation, noting to himself that the masterful suture skills that the system had given him really did make the job easier. Connor looked nervously at the seams under the microscope. Everything was clean and beautiful. Perfect spacing, neat stitches. He didn't want to admit it. But Lynn's sewing was excellent. However, the doctor still did not believe in the reality of what was happening. Lynn simply could not reach such a level as an intern, and then Connor asked him what hospital he had practiced at. The hero replied that he just sometimes works at his home clinic. Connor assumed that he works in some large clinic. However, Lynn replied that the clinic was called Lower Kanavka. The doctor was shocked, because it was a very tiny establishment. He did not believe that Lynn could come out of there with such a masterful skill in suturing. Soon, Dennis approached the hero. He noted that Lin John's stitching skills were quite good, and then asked which department he would like to go to. The rest of the students were shocked, because many hospitals are very strict towards newcomers. Studying there is comparable to an apprentice in the Middle Ages. Most of them do not have the right to choose a department. But Lynn was given such a chance. The hero became thoughtful, and then he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was that same system. She gave Lynn a task, to suture 10 patients, and as a reward, he would receive the skill of intermittent suturing. Lin was surprised that the system could now give him tasks. However, the reward for such a task was quite good. This stitching method is very good, often used and very useful. Then the hero said that he wanted to go to the emergency room. Dennis noted to himself that this guy was really not an ordinary guy. Charlie and Vincent immediately ran up to their friend. They were quite surprised at how much Lin was taking a risk by choosing this department, because he could have chosen the hand surgery department. However, Lin thought it through the way he needed, because by entering the emergency department, he could complete the task in 10 days. Soon, Lin and several other students arrived at the hospital for an internship. The nurse told them that they were not allowed to leave, interact with patients, answer questions from patients and their families without permission, and several interns would stay in the living room. The woman brought the students to the nurse's office because she needed help with the arrivals. The girl frowned at the students and soon walked out the door, leaving them alone. She was busy and did not want these incompetents to cause her problems. The students were outraged that no one wanted to work with them. Everyone around them had no time for them. If they are unable to perform surgeries during their internship, they cannot hope to obtain a job in the medical field. Suddenly, a nurse from the emergency department of Manhwa Hospital, her name was Vanessa, ran into the room and asked which of the interns knew how to sew. The young people immediately jumped up from their seats, offering their candidacy. Each of them wanted to help the pretty nurse. Vanessa smiled nervously. These boys couldn't even control their emotions, let alone get stitches. She carefully examined everyone present, trying to figure out which of the guys was the most reserved. Among the crowd, she noticed Lin. He was the only one who looked calm, so the girl decided to choose him. On the way to the office, the girl said that the patient was about 40 to 50 years old. After a fall, a tree branch pierced his palm. Soon, Vanessa led Lin to a hospital bed where a patient was lying. A doctor was already working on him. It was an emergency room doctor. His name was Chandler. He glanced at Lin, noting that this guy looked very serious. The hero watched the doctor at work. Using anesthetics seems simple, but you need to be able to get to the right place, and this is not easy. And if you injure the nerves, the consequences will be very serious. Chandler asked Lin to wash the patient's wounds. If there are no foreign objects left in them, then after washing, you can begin to apply stitches. Lin noted how competently Chandler communicates with patients. He finally met a doctor who speaks well. Moreover, Lin had a task from the system, and he hoped that he would receive a more serious reward if he completed it correctly. Then the hero asked if he could start stitching. Chandler agreed, thinking to himself that it's not easy for young people these days. They constantly need help and support. This operation is quite simple. It involves facial treatment of the wound, and then everything is quite simple. However, in reality, everything goes wrong. Chandler decided to close his eyes while Lin dealt with the stitches. He wanted to rest, but he did not dare to go far, so that if something happened, he would help the intern. After a fairly short time, Lin heard the sound of the system, notifying that the first of 10 patients had received stitches, and then the hero decided to wake up Chandler so that the doctor could check his work. The man couldn't believe his ears at first. This intern couldn't do it that fast. He thought that Lin just did everything chaotically to demonstrate the speed of the work. However, when the doctor looked at the patient's hand, he was even more surprised. The suture was applied perfectly. Chandler worked in emergency medicine for many years and saw many surgeons. It was said that a ruptured aorta was repaired in 2 minutes by gifted people. But this guy's skill level was simply brilliant, as if he was the owner of some hospital who came to Yunhua on an exchange. The man was pulled from his thoughts by a nurse who walked up to the bed on shaking legs, asking Chandler for help. Stuttering with fear, she said that there was a sick person near the third bed. But judging by the girl's appearance, there was clearly something wrong with him. As it turned out, the patient was a large man with a broken head. His whole body was covered with tattoos, and he himself looked like a crime boss. A dozen of the same large, intimidating men with tattoos gathered around his bed. Chandler noted that the situation here was really difficult, and Lin thought that he might have another chance if the doctor allowed him to work with the patient. Chandler asked the men to make room near the bunk, but they did not intend to go far from their boss. Then the doctor and Lin approached the patient. Chandler decided to leave the matter in the hands of the intern and let him stitch the wound. He believed that if this guy had such enviable sewing skills, then he should be given a more difficult task. Lin was extremely pleased that he was given another patient. Again, he had the opportunity to cure a man with Dr. Chandler. Then he walked up to the man and asked him to turn sideways. The patient looked at him menacingly, saying that he had been to many hospitals in his life, and if Lin did poorly now, then everyone here would be in trouble. Despite the threats, the hero got to work, and the man decided to switch to Dr. Chandler, as his facial expression suddenly changed to one of extreme surprise. Before the man could say a word, the doctor said that his wound had already been stitched up. The patient was about to turn around to look at himself in the mirror when Lin grabbed his head and turned it straight because he still needed to check the quality of the stitches. The hero thought that when he was at school, he was always afraid to look at how his classmate was sewing up a banana. It was just terrible. Soon, the stitches on the patient's head were completely ready, and they looked just perfect. Chandler thought about it. The wound was stitched up while the patient was talking, and he didn't even notice it. The doctor had seen such an operation for the first time. Moreover, Lin used such a complex technique only for a wound on the head. Looking in the mirror, the patient exclaimed with happiness. This wound was stitched up faster than it was inflicted on him. Everything was stitched up smoothly and along the line. He asked Lin for his business card so that he could come to him again if something happened. But the hero said that he did not have a business card. Moreover, he still needed to bandage the patient. However, the man said that there was no need to bandage anything. Since the wound was already sewn up perfectly, he was very pleased with this guy and promised to come to him again. He headed towards the exit with his friends, intending to find new adventures on the street. The system notified Lin that the second of the 10 patients had already received his treatment. Apparently, the hero would soon complete his task. Meanwhile, one of the students, Reggie, was trying to get closer to Vanessa. The girl was not very happy with the man just messing around and following her, but the student insisted that he actually wanted to offer his help to Chandler. Vanessa said that the doctors had now been called away to give him a rest, since all the arriving patients wanted to see Lin. Soon they came to the treatment room. The same patient, for whom Lin had recently sewn up a head wound, brought his friend to the hospital. As it turned out, he had been wounded on his arm, on which his favorite unicorn tattoo was tattooed, and he wanted to ask the doctor to stitch up the wound and save the tattoo. He'd already had his tattoo ruined once by a botched restoration, so now the pony looked like a deer. But he still didn't want to lose his tattoo. Lin noted that now the wound is quite large, the muscle tissue is a little torn, but after he stitches it up, the tattoo will be a little disproportionate, but it will not be noticeable. At that moment, Reggie entered the office. He was surprised why people choose an ordinary intern as their doctor. The man immediately hurried to drive away the overly loud intern so that he would not interfere with the doctor's work. It didn't take Lin long to apply the stitches, and soon the patient could already see how neatly his wound was stitched up. The tattoo was completely preserved, and it seemed to look even better than before. Reggie was at a loss. He didn't understand where Lin learned to suture so well because he's just an intern. After all, he was sitting with Lin in the same waiting room. He thought that the hero was also just an intern, and now he understands that he has extensive experience in practicing at a medical school, but Lin confirmed that he was just an intern. The hero noted to himself that he was so concentrated that he almost let slip about his system and his gift for a beginner. Soon the system informed Lin that he had already helped 5 out of 10 patients. Apparently, he should complete the task today. By noon, Lin had indeed been able to help 10 patients. As a reward, he was given the interrupted vertical mattress suture technique, which is mainly used for suturing loose skin and is more suitable for urology. Lin was already eager to try out a new skill. The hero went to his home clinic where his parents worked. Linjan's father, Robert, asked his son why he still didn't wear a white coat, since he needed to become a doctor as soon as possible to get a certificate as a medical practitioner. As it turns out, Dr. Xiang's price has increased by another 50 yuan. This happens every month, and if Lin studies well, she will soon manage the family business. At that moment, Lin's mother, Tanya, came down to the first floor and asked why their son would have to take up the family business after an internship at Yunhua Hospital. She was dissatisfied because their son clearly became, after the first day of the internship, Robert hastened to justify himself that he was giving his son money, trying to find a job for him. He wanted only the best for him. Suddenly, the family heard a loud sound near the front door. There were 2 men. One of them had a seriously injured arm and needed medical attention. Soon, the patient was placed in a hospital bed. Other patients of the clinic gathered around her. They were worried about the condition of the man's hand. The patient, whose name was Zach, explained that the knife fell from the meat board directly onto his hand. His vision immediately blurred as soon as the man touched the knife, and he ended up losing too much blood. The doctor at the lower Kanavka clinic, Stanley, immediately volunteered to help him. After examining Zach's hand, he said that the wound was very serious, so he needed to go to the hospital urgently. Hearing this, Lin thought that the best doctor of this clinic should have taken care of the patient himself and not sent him to the hospital. This is a very low act for their meager clinic. Then the hero put on a white medical coat and offered Dr. Stanley his help. The system immediately gave him a task: to heal Zach's hand and get a satisfactory result, and as a reward, he will receive an ordinary treasure chest. Stanley grinned. Lin only started his internship yesterday. He was unlikely to be able to do anything to help a patient who had been bleeding for a long time. Then the doctor decided to call Edith, the only nurse at the Nizhnyaya Kanavka clinic, to help him. He asked the woman to give him hydrogen and peroxide. He was going to help Zach, but first the wound needed to be disinfected. Lin looked at the table where all his cutlery lay. This set was quite sufficient to satisfactorily cure the patient. Stanley looked incredulously as Lin washed his hands. Was he really going to do everything himself? The doctor said he was just going to disinfect Zach's arm to stop the bleeding. That would be enough. The cut was very simple but deep. The tendon could also be affected, so the patient had better go to the hospital. Lin stated that Zach's hand was only grazed and there was nothing serious about his wound. The rest of the patients agreed with the hero because Yunhua Hospital is almost 10 kilometers from here. Zach can only get worse by the time he gets there. Stanley said they were better off emphasizing reliability and stability. However, Lin insisted on his own. He prepared everything necessary to treat the patient. After disinfecting the wound, the anesthetic is not susceptible to secondary infection. The hero asked Edith to dilute the lidocaine and prepare more peroxide, hydrogen, and iodine. Stanley tried to stop Lin, but the hero had already begun to stitch up Zach's arm, so the other patients asked the doctor to be a little quieter. Lin thought, if his tendon was cut, his hand would be completely different and his grip would be weak in the future. He might not be able to do delicate work. Suturing a tendon might be a daunting task for the emergency department, but it's a piece of cake for a doctor in surgery. If he had gone to the hospital, he would have had a better stitch. However, he could have received average medical care at best, and Lin didn't have a system that did training 100 times a day for nothing. However, he believed in his abilities. He would definitely be able to reduce the likelihood of failure. Soon, the hero finished stitching. The stitches were just perfect. Stanley looked at Zach's hand in surprise. Even if the intern graduated from medical school and worked for 4 years in a hospital, he would never be able to do such a stitch. Is it really that good at teaching at Yunhua University? Lin began to bandage Zach's arm, and the man wondered how quickly his wound had been stitched up. At that moment, Robert approached the hospital bed. He said that with such abilities, Lin would be able to practice in their clinic without any problems. But the hero said that first he needed to complete his internship. Suddenly, Ian, Zach's son, rushed into the clinic. He looked extremely worried and tried to find his father. He asked why he went to such a small clinic with such a serious wound, but the man said that his wound was stitched up perfectly and now he feels great. However, Yang did not let up. He shouted that his father's earnings depended on his hand, and if everything went wrong with it, then Lin and his entire clinic would pay for it all his life. The hero said that Ian can take Zach to the hospital, but they should not forget about exercises to restore his arm. Then the man will have a better chance that his arm will work normally. Ian was unhappy that there was a chance that his father's arm would not recover, but Robert hastened to assure him that the chance was very low because Zach's wound was not serious and very simple. He asked the young man not to panic, but instead, he should get checked at the hospital, and after the examination, pay the medical costs if he does not see any problem. Yang snorted with displeasure, and then said that he was taking his father to the hospital for an examination. Lin looked after them. The system appeared in front of him, but his task was still considered unfulfilled. It seems that it will end only after examination in the hospital. Yang shouted after him that this clinic was simply terrible. They allowed an ordinary trainee to perform such a procedure. This was absolutely unacceptable, and if there were problems with his father's hand, he would not leave Lin behind. At that moment, a girl on a motorcycle drove up to the doors of the clinic. Hearing the name Lena Jana, she took off her helmet. Apparently, she came to the right clinic. She took a large box from her motorcycle and headed towards the hospital entrance. Robert opened the door. He said that the doctor was not there now, so if the girl needed first aid, then she should go to the hospital. Having examined the girl from head to toe, he asked why she had come. She stated that she was looking for Lin. And before Robert answered her anything, she said that she would only give him the fish. She said that Lin John cured her brother's wound, and he asked her to thank him with fish. Robert's eyes immediately lit up with interest. It turned out that his son was so good that he became a doctor just a few days ago and was already receiving gifts. Hearing an incomprehensible noise, Lin went downstairs to find out what was happening here. Robert said that this girl was sent by her brother, and the hero asked who her brother was and why she had come. The girl said her name was Layla, and her brother was the same man with the deer tattoo on his arm that Lin had helped a few days ago. Layla didn't expect the young doctor to be so cute, so she decided to cook salmon for him herself. Lin noted that the dish was excellent. The fish was much fresher and sweeter than what they usually buy. Layla said that all salmon is monopolized by their family and competes with imported goods in the local market. Then the girl offered to try the dish of Lin's mother, Tanya. The woman also noted the excellent taste of the fish. Then Layla asked if she was interested in her daughter-in-law, who cooked fish so well. Tanya and Robert were shocked by this proposal, but the girl said that she was just joking. In fact, she was not ready to get married yet. A few hours later, Jan and Zach returned to the Nizhnyaya Kanavka clinic. Robert asked what the hospital said after examining his hand. Zach said that he went to Yunhua Hospital for an examination. The doctor said that thanks to Lin and his excellent skills, his arm can function well, but his son made a terrible scene. So now they came here to ask for forgiveness. Layla asked Lin if these men really insulted him, but the hero said that everything was not entirely like that. The girl asked Lin to tell her if someone suddenly offended him, then she and her brother would take appropriate measures against these people. They are especially good at dealing with vile people. Lin looked at her blankly, but Layla asked him not to think too much about it. She then suddenly yelled at Ian and Zach, demanding an immediate apology from them for their behavior. Zach then asked his son to show Lin's family the silk flag they had made. The young man unwrapped the package, showing everyone a chic red flag with golden ruffles and embroidery. It talked about a magic hand that restores health. Robert noted that this is a great message and will be a good compliment to Lin. Next time, they can show this flag to those who think that Lin is still inexperienced. Tanya said that this gift is a good thing and they are very happy to receive it. They don't need any more apology. She asked her husband to bring fireworks because it is impossible to present a silk flag without a solemn atmosphere. Lin, meanwhile, received his treasure chest as a reward for completing the task of healing Zach's arm. Apparently, all the rewards that the system gave him were also visible exclusively to Lin. Having opened the chest, the hero took out a small flask. It was said that it was an energy serum. The next day, Lin headed to Yunhua Hospital with the rest of the students. They were put in the waiting room again. There weren't many patients in the hospital today. Soon, the system informed Lin that he had a new mission, which was that the hero needed to complete as many procedures as possible, and as a reward, he would receive a basic treasure chest for helping 10 patients. At that moment, a nurse ran into the office. She said that they had an important task. She needed Lena's help. Soon, the students were taken to the ambulance parking lot and were greeted by the director of the emergency department, Josh, who informed them that there had been an explosion at the plant, presumably caused by the boiler. Chandler said that Lin will come with him. He will instruct him in the process. Soon, ambulances with patients arrived, and they were immediately taken to intensive care. Every minute, more and more patients arrived and were sent to the emergency room. Josh asked to send one of the patients to the treatment room and left it to Chandler. The man asked Lin to disinfect the patient's wound and apply stitches. As soon as the hero arrived at the patient with a cut eyebrow, he immediately began to apply stitches. Vanessa asked Lin not to overexert himself, because they would still need his help later. Lin thought, today had been a very busy day since he arrived from Yunhua, and he guessed that this was not the end yet. Vanessa thought to herself that, as expected, Dr. Lin was different from those men who showed off a lot. Soon, another patient was brought into the office. Chandler realized that in such a situation, the ambulance would soon not bring them patients. One of the interns said that many patients were asking to be sent to Yunhua Hospital, but Lin said that he had already started treatment, but he doubted whether he could help the others. Chandler said that no one has the right to stop him if he wants to help patients. The man thought to himself that this is the only doctor who does not want to rest again. Then the decision was made to speed up in order to save as many patients as possible. The man had more than 10 wounds all over his leg, and of varying depths. Lin needed to use different disinfection methods. For longer wounds, he will use a simple suture. For superficial wounds, he will use a running suture. For large and deep wounds, he will use a cross suture, and for a wound under the knee, he will place a locking suture. Soon, Lin announced that he had already finished the work. Seeing Chandler's surprised look, the patient asked if something had happened to his stitches, but the doctor said that everything turned out fine. He even called Vanessa to take pictures of the man's stitches. This photo should have served as an excellent training material for the interns, since the work was truly done perfectly. The doctor turned to Lin, saying that he would soon be given another patient since he had already dealt with this. The hero asked if he sewed up this patient. He could probably sew up other people, but Chandler warned him against the guy looking for patients on his own. If he directly selects patients for surgical sutures, he will not be able to avoid the flow afterwards. Lin thought about it. The explosion has become a major public incident, and the patients do not need to be treated immediately. And besides, the families of the victims, several times the number of patients, will soon arrive. The doctors will be struggling with the worried families, which will slow down the pace of treatment. Then Chandler asked Lin to stay here, and he asked Vanessa to call a new patient. The girl asked if the hero had any requests, and Lin said that he would prefer patients who need to stitch wounds. Since these wounds can lead to tissue ruptures, it is better to choose patients who need to be healed quickly. Soon the nurse brought a new patient into the office, an adult woman with a wound on her arm. Lin immediately began treatment, the system informing him that this was the 4th of 10 patients he should help based on his assignment. After some time, the task was completed. Lin was able to provide assistance to 10 patients. He twice received an energy serum, which turned out to be very simple, apparently. This is some kind of thing for beginners. Soon Chandler called Lin again to stitch up another patient's wound. It was a man with a wound on his arm. The doctor said that Lin Zhan is a young expert in their department. He is the best at stitching. The patient could not believe that such a young man could do such a good job. But Lin said that he was ready to stitch up any wound, as if it were a head wound or something else. After some time, the mission was completed again. The hero was able to help 10 more patients. The emergency room was not too busy today, and Lin simply could not miss this opportunity. He not only needed to receive awards, but also to practice. The chief doctors and nurses worked with seriously injured patients and passed them on to young doctors. But this problem must be solved, because if there were no serious injuries to the main doctors and nurses, they would leave in a few hours. In other words, Lin only had a few hours to help someone else. Then he turned to Chandler, asking if he could take someone as his assistant. The doctor was surprised. He did not understand why this guy needed anyone's help. Lin explained. Dr. Chandler disinfected the wound and the hero stitched it up, meaning that they are faster when they work together than when they work separately. He thought if they found a person in charge of disinfection and a person in charge of bandaging, they would work much faster. Chandler stated that he simply wanted to help the inexperienced intern disinfect the wound. And Lin appreciated the help, but it would have been better if he had been given several interns to help him. The doctor grinned. Apparently, the hero wanted to give other students a chance, and then he asked him who he needed, men or women. Lin said it didn't matter. His classmates would suit him. Vanessa smiled. The number of patients today is much higher than usual. The interns at this time are dreaming that their time will come. Soon, Charlie and Vincent arrived in the office. They were glad that Lin decided to call them for help. Vincent asked how many bribes he paid to the doctor so that he could hire interns to help him. Lin replied that he didn't give him a penny. He just needed someone to disinfect and bandage. Then Charlie said that he would do the dressing. Since disinfection was too dirty for him, Vincent would do a better job of it. Soon, Vanessa brought another patient to the interns. Vincent, Lin, and Charlie were sitting at the table. They helped the sick in that order, and the hero asked the nurse to continue inviting patients to them. Vincent coped with his task quite quickly and referred patients to Lin for suturing. Patients noted that this large hospital had incredibly good service. The hero noted that both disinfection and bandaging were at the highest level. In the end, everything worked out even faster than he thought. And now all that was left was to just wait for Vanessa to bring them a new patient. Chandler watched the interns work from the side. He noted that Lin carefully thought through the smoothness of each seam. Soon, Vanessa entered the office. She pointed her finger at the door, where a crowd of people were already standing. These were the latest patients she brought for Dr. Lin. The hero immediately became inspired. He was going to take the chance to rule everything here while the main doctors and nurses were away. He was ready to help patients with minor injuries. Vanessa watched Lin and his work with a smile, noting that this young man was just a sweetheart. Soon, all the patients were provided with medical assistance. The nurse said that only patients with internal injuries remained. However, Charlie and Vincent were so inspired by the work that they were ready to serve other patients. However, Vanessa reported that there were no more patients left who needed stitches, so Lynn could go home. But the hero understood that he only needed 2 patients in order to complete the task of helping 40 people. So he said that he would sew up 2 more patients and then go home. Chandler said that Charlie and Vincent could go home. The young man suggested that the doctor eat together after a busy day at work, but the man said that he had not finished his work yet. Soon, Lynn was sent to the restroom to have lunch. His partners greedily licked their lips as they looked at the hero's food. It looked so good that they immediately wanted to try it, and Lynn happily agreed to share dinner with his comrades. At that moment, he received a call. As it turned out, it was Layla. The hero immediately began to think that perhaps with the help of this girl, he could finally complete his task. Lynn immediately asked if something had happened to her brother again, but Layla said that was not the case. Then he asked if something had happened to the girl herself. Layla was embarrassed, saying that they had wounded, but she would call Lynn a little later. The girl hung up and turned to one of her friends, Ashton, asking him about some nightclub. Soon they arrived at their destination. Ashton warned her not to interfere in the affairs of this club, but Layla said that she had no intention of doing so. A few moments later, a whole crowd of men poured out of the club doors. All of them were wounded. Layla smiled as she asked Ashton to choose the ones with minor injuries. She wanted to help Lynn, but she understood that he was just an intern and would not be able to cope with serious injuries. Soon, Layla arrived at the hospital along with the patients. She was very happy to see Lynn. Charlie and Vincent immediately began to smile at the girl, asking their boss Lynn to give them a few patients each. However, Layla had no intention of helping these strangers, so she yelled at them, ordering them to get back to their work and stay out of the way. Ashton said that he had already brought as many as 2 cars with patients, and then the girl asked him to stop, otherwise Lynn would get too tired. The hero decided not to hesitate and immediately began work. The treatment took several hours. After 10 hours or more, Chandler, Charlie, and Vincent were exhausted. If it weren't for the energy serum, Lynn would feel just as tired now, but this incredible thing with the taste of rice wine gives a very strong effect. He really wanted to sleep, but the desire to continue was stronger. The hero was confident that he would cope with this task. He needed to cure 49 more patients. Early in the morning, the chief doctors and nurses returned to the hospital. They discussed the fact that Lynn was able to cure more than 50 patients overnight and did not even go to bed. At that moment, Josh approached them. He shouted at the students, asking why don't they go and help their friend. However, the students responded that they wanted to help him, but all the patients insisted on being treated by Lynn. Josh walked into the office and frowned when he saw Chandler sleeping there, as well as Lynn, who was still working with patients. The hero didn't notice that Josh had walked inside, continuing to stitch up his 52nd patient. Josh thought, this guy has reliable and precise movements, standard and stable stitches. He has all the basic qualities of a good doctor, but even under such pressure, he calmly manages his pace, and for an intern, this is quality work. The man was thinking, trying to understand what his secret was. He had positioned the local anesthesia correctly. The cleaning of the wound was going well. The wounds were leveled out. It was a pretty good job. According to the medical record, the patient is not sick. He only has small injuries in different places. Depending on the depth of the injury and the morphology of the tissue, the sutures undergo various changes. It is almost impossible for the doctor to stitch the wound, like a notebook. Lin Jan worked for more than 10 hours, cured 50 patients, and still did not make a single mistake. Josh then contacted Dr. Chandler, asking him to review Lin's surgical notes and find out the patient's condition when the stitches needed to be removed. The man then approached the hero, asking him to come early tomorrow. He would allow him to perform operations all day. Lin was pleasantly surprised by the offer. It was a great opportunity to practice his skills. The rest of the students couldn't believe their ears. Would the intern really stand at the operating table? At that moment, the system informed the hero that he had completed the task of applying 50 stitches, and for this he was entitled to a medium treasure chest, which he decided to open when he came home. The system gave him a first-level skill book. According to the rank given by the system, the God level is the highest expression of skill. He even surpassed the boss level. In Lin's opinion, Yunhua was one of the top 3 hospitals in the city, and there were only a few doctors in the city who were considered masters in suturing. The hero wondered if perhaps he needed to raise his suturing technique to God level, But his instinct told him that boss level was only slightly behind God level, so it was better to improve other techniques from basic to perfect level. Lin decided to choose the basics of surgery. The second option was the basics of internal medicine, but the hero could only choose one thing. After making his choice, a list of skills available to him opened in front of him. As it turned out, these were all the basic surgical techniques. In theory, a surgeon who learns 6 operations is considered a wonderful surgeon. Ordinary doctors are usually unqualified in 1 or 2 areas, and a student should be good at everything at the time of graduation. Lin decided that the bleeding control skill would be the most useful for him, and as soon as he chose it, 4 more skills opened up for the hero, meaning that he could only choose one of 4 options. However, it was still a good gift. There was no good or bad medical method. There was only working and non-working, and since Lin was in the emergency room, he should choose something that could be used urgently. Thus, he acquired the skill of controlling bleeding with his bare hands. A hologram of internal organs appeared in front of him, and he wondered if he could squeeze his thumb and forefinger together to control the bleeding. At that moment, the hero realized that the effect of the energy capsule had ended. Now he felt all the fatigue, and the next moment he fell asleep. The next day, Lin needed to come to the hospital early at Josh's request, but time was almost running out, and the guy still wasn't there. The director looked around at those present, but Lin was not among them. At that moment, someone entered the department. It was a hero. Once Josh realized that everyone was assembled, he gathered everyone present and led them to the planning meeting. Soon they came to Lin's patient's room. Josh asked the hero to retell his card. Lin replied that the patient was a 19-year-old woman in good physical condition. The laceration on her elbow was acquired as a result of falling from the stairs, and the wound was treated surgically. The size of the wound rupture is very deep, and if you use a thick thread, it will leave a huge scar, which may affect the patient's life in the future. Instead, you should use a 0-size thread. Because the tension force is large, you should not do physical activity, and you should not bother your hand too much. Josh agreed with Lin's decision. However, there are many reasons for a scar to appear due to the patient's physical condition and the condition of the wound. So choosing a size 0 thread would not be appropriate. The patient's mother became worried, thinking that her daughter had serious problems with her arm. However, he told them not to panic and asked Lin to tell the women everything while he stitched them up. The hero said that while suturing, his main task is to pay attention to the angle and depth. When he inserts the needle into the skin, he must make sure that the part where the knot is tied sticks out after the suture, which then acts as a buffer before the formation of a scar. The needle must be inserted deeply into the thin edge of the wound, and one of the reasons is a skin defect. The knot should not be too tight to avoid poor circulation around the wound, which could delay healing if treated, and the stitches should be removed in a manner that reduces the chance of scar tissue forming. Josh turned to those present, asking them to learn everything that Lin just said. However, he did not allow them to put this method into practice. Josh said there are many ways to cover scars, long sleeves, tattoos, etc. However, as a doctor, he decided to say that the first thing is to get treatment. The patient cried, saying that she did not want to have scars or tattoos. John explained that Lin took this into account when he put the stitches, but only because he is experienced. However, if the skills of the others present are not up to par, they should not even dream of it. They first need to understand what needs to be done to accurately stitches before asking his permission. Josh then decided to give Lin a rest, but first he needed to bandage the patient. The girl thanked the doctor for taking good care of her wound. Then the system unlocked a new achievement: to receive the sincere gratitude of the patient, and as a gift he was entitled to a basic treasure chest. The hero asked the girl to change the bandages from time to time and make sure that she would not receive new injuries in the near future. If she removed the stitches in time, the scar would be less noticeable. The girl's mother asked if she could have her stitches removed at another hospital since their home was very far from here. Lin said that they could remove the stitches anywhere, as long as it was a hospital or clinic. However, the girl wanted Lin to remove her stitches. Then the hero said that she could come here, but he could not promise that he would be on duty at this time. The patient said that she would definitely wait until Dr. Lin's shift. The hero objected. She can't just wait for his shift. Timely removal of stitches will reduce the growth of scars. They can be removed much earlier, but they cannot be postponed. When the observatory was finished, John and the others went to the recovery room. One of the patients suddenly screamed. His relatives immediately called a doctor. The man asked the nurses to prepare a defibrillator. The girls inserted the device into the vein and prepared for the transfusion. John watched the process with Lynn, and the doctor asked the intern what medications should be administered. Lynn responded by administering epinephrine and lidocaine, followed by an injection of dextrose and an intravenous transfusion of lidocaine. The doctor did as the hero said. Resuscitation of the patient was in full swing. However, the doctor soon needed something else. Lynn noted that this was a standard rescue procedure, and the man's blood pressure soon returned to normal. Josh asked the hero why he chose lidocaine. Lynn replied that lidocaine has strong antiarrhythmic properties. Then he tried to remember even more information about this drug. In educational books, he read that it has antibacterial and protective properties. Josh said lidocaine is used in this emergency to prevent the inflammatory response. Lidocaine can effectively shorten the patient's hospitalization time. The man asked Lynn to read 2 research papers a day and then invited him along. The hero thought, this whole situation in the intensive care unit is too different from ordinary situations. He was terribly dizzy after just 2 hours of work. He really wanted to take the energy serum. Suddenly, one of the nurses said that the emergency department should get ready. Lynn and Josh looked at the girl in surprise. The man said that the hero would go to see the patient with him. Soon, they saw nurses transporting a patient in a hospital wheelchair. As it turned out, the patient was in a car accident. He had an open abdominal wound measuring 20 centimeters. Some parts of the intestines were exposed and actively bleeding. A sterile pad was used. The patient was urgently taken to the intensive care room. Josh reported that ribs 3 to 12 are clearly dislocated. The heart rate is 105, the bleeding is heavy, and we need to prepare for a blood transfusion. Lynn thought about it. The vital signs are fine, but the patient's condition is terrible. The patient's second-stage critical condition, and it is less dangerous than the previous one, who was in a coma. One of the doctors said that we need to take blood from a vein, a blood test for kidney function, blood type, electrolytes, and all this must be done before the blood transfusion. Josh asked to prepare a second venous access device, 500 milliliters of Ringer's solution, 10 milliliters of omeprazole, 10 milliliters of saline, and a single intravenous injection. The man said he would go talk to the patient's family members and invited Lynn to come with him. He said that in addition to excellent medical skills, communication with the patient's family is also very important. If Josh talks a lot, Lynn won't remember anything, so he should just observe and remember. Soon, the men entered the room where the victim's relatives were, and the patient's wife asked what her husband's condition was. Josh said that he was a responsible doctor, and he needed to ask the woman some questions about the patient's liver disease or chronic diseases. The woman replied that her husband is a government employee, he has an alcohol addiction, and also has problems in 3 levels: high blood sugar, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure. All 3 problems associated with obesity. While Josh was interviewing the woman, Lynn began to think that the director's questions were just a hoax. He knew that the patient was a civil servant and that he had no infectious diseases. However, some diseases are deliberately hidden by a person, so he continued to question the woman. Josh said that they were going to do a blood transfusion, so the patient's wife needed to sign a consent for the transfusion. The agreement and confirmation of transfer to the intensive care room arrived. Now she only needed to pay. The man told Lynn that he should always let patients' relatives sign an agreement to protect their interests. He also asked what the hero thought about their conversation. The man replied that the director should keep the pace of the conversation and be a little firmer. Josh said that it is important not to give patients unnecessary hopes. They do not need it, and the mission of doctors is to save patients. At this moment, one of the doctors approached the director. He said that the bleeding is not stopping. The patient was given an intramuscular injection of Reptilase, ice solution, and norepinephrine. They simplified the use of red blood cells and plasma of the same blood group, and also gave several injections of ethamsulate. The patient has a total of 1,400 milliliters of fluid. Josh went to the patient. He asked to prepare for emergency surgery, perform a laparotomy, and increase fluid replacement. Suddenly, the nurse announced that the patient was in a state of shock. At this moment, Lynn ran out of the office to wash his hands. One of the doctors, Clyde, was in the bathroom. He apologized, saying that while working at the rehab center, Lynn had to contact a lot of people. Then he said that the guy could wash his hands with disinfectant, but he shouldn't use it too often. Then Lynn said that he was preparing for surgery. Clyde could not believe his ears. He thought even in such a situation, this guy is calm, which is unusual for an intern. But how will he carry out the operation? Clyde snorted in displeasure. Everyone knew that Dr. Josh valued him, but no matter how valuable he would not be able to operate on someone who would soon go to another world. He would not be able to do whatever he wanted, simply because he was lucky with appearance. At that moment, Chandler approached Clyde. He said that Lynn had just started his internship. He understood the future. Clyde noted that he was lucky that Josh didn't drive him away on the first day. The man decided to see what Lynn decided to do with the patient, and as soon as he turned back, his face contorted in horror. The hero stuck his palm directly into the open wound on the patient's stomach. All the doctors and nurses standing around were in shock. The guy acted without surgical training? Was this really murder? Josh screamed, ordering Lynn to stop immediately. However, the hero did not pull out his hand. His divine level of manual skill allowed him to determine that the patient's lower glissons capsule was torn. It would be difficult to stitch it up. If the bleeding was not stopped, the man would lose too much blood. But suddenly Lynn managed to find the source of the bleeding. He grabbed the liver with 4 fingers and squeezed the bleeding point with his little finger. Everything was going well, but it was a matter of time. Josh looked at the intern in shock. He uses his hands to stop the bleeding, and yet the bleeding stopped. Dr. Dalton reported that the bleeding had indeed stopped. Lynn stopped it with his own hands. Josh was shocked. In such a hospital, few people reached such a level. How could an ordinary intern do this without experience? However, the safe bleeding technique can only temporarily stop it. Surgery is necessary. Josh ordered Lynn not to touch any other organs, and then called Chandler to complete the operation. Already arriving in the operating room, Lynn thought, he did not expect that his first experience in the operating room would be like this. An hour later, the operation was already nearing its end. Lynn observed the director's work from such a close distance, and it was a very valuable experience. As a result, the patient's condition was stabilized. Josh asked Lynn how he knew the bleeding point was in the Gleason's membrane. The hero explained, since the bleeding did not stop and the stomach was open mostly in the front, and there were no other problems such as hemothorax, he noticed the bleeding. But Lynn thought to himself that he did not think that he would reach the God level. His stock of knowledge increased. Like some muscles. Josh thought about it. This guy's technique, knowledge, and adaptability were at the level of first-class doctors. He used to think that Lynn was a simpleton, but he turned out to be a real genius. The director asked him where he learned such a technique, to which the hero replied that he learned it at his family's clinic, in Nizhnyaya Kanavka. Josh said that it was not far from their hospital. It was a community health center on the lower Kanavka alley. Usually this clinic sent patients to their department. The man had never noticed them practicing anything like that. When Lynn said that he learned about this from the attending physician, and then Clyde was surprised whether such a capable doctor was working in their clinic, and then asked his name, Lynn only replied that he had been studying this technique for a month. Clyde was unpleasantly surprised that he managed to learn this in just a month. But the hero replied that the main key to learning this technique is talent. Meanwhile, Josh continued to examine the patient. He noted that the condition of the liver was satisfactory. Clyde said the patient was very lucky. The director's stitches were amazing, and the patient clearly wouldn't have any problems with them in the future. Josh replied that he was unlucky. But Lynn stopped the bleeding perfectly. However, no matter how good his technique is, he must follow the rules. Even if he is confident that everything will work out, he still does not need to get involved in the process like this. Clyde chuckled to himself. He really wished the principal would put this kid in his place and make him learn the rules. Lynn agreed, saying rules should be followed as long as they comply with operating procedures. Clyde snorted in bewilderment. He didn't understand what Lynn was talking about. It seemed to him as if this upstart refused to follow the rules of administrative procedures. Josh explained that you should not touch the liver with your hands. Otherwise, you can easily provoke damage and cause complications in the intestines and liver. The technique Lynn used is very peculiar. The blood flow was smooth. Then he asked him where and with which finger he pressed to stop the bleeding. Lynn said that when he extended his hand, he found that the source was in a hard-to-reach place, so he used the inner pad of his little finger. Clyde looked at the dialogue between the men in bewilderment. He hoped that Josh would teach him a lesson, and now he himself was asking questions of this intern. The hero continued. He said that he grabbed the liver with only the phalanx of his finger and held it carefully so that it did not tear. The director thought that in order for the organ not to succumb to displacement, you need to press lightly with your finger and minimize secondary damage. The inflexibility of the little finger has bothered surgeons for hundreds of years. Even for an experienced doctor, it is difficult to do this. But this guy was truly talented, and therefore they can all learn from him. Then Josh called Lynn over, asking him to change his clothes and start covering his stomach. Clyde was shocked. This intern was just a trainee, and he had already been allowed to perform an abdominal closure. When he was his age, he was able to perform abdominal closure only after a year of certification. He still remembered the trembling all over his body and the dissatisfaction of the nurses. But this guy, being calm and intelligent, looked so good. Soon the operation was completed. All the bandages were in place. Lynn asked to give him the needle holder. The first thing he had to think about was how to sew up the deepest layer of the peritoneum, in which case there was no need to think about beauty. The next step is the anterior rectus sheath. This step is for ordinary people, but Lynn did not intend to do it, and the next step was subcutaneous and skin sutures, and this was more acceptable. Clyde waited for Lynn to finish his work. He was sure, no matter how calm this intern pretended to be, he still performed the abdominal closure on his first day. He would still have to make mistakes. After all, everyone makes them. However, as soon as the man lowered his gaze, he shuddered in surprise. The seam was perfect, moreover. Lynn finished it very quickly. Clyde was perplexed. He did not believe that this guy had only recently graduated from medical school. Josh then said that Clyde would mentor Lynn since he had so much free time to look at his stitches. Although the man agreed, he thought to himself that he could not teach this intern anything, since he, apparently, had been training on corpses since childhood. Suddenly, the same thought came to Clyde and Josh's mind. Lin John used the technique of stopping the bleeding with his bare hands and pinched the source with his little finger without any surgical area. Leaving the operating room, he needed to write a report and send it to the scientific center. However, Lin I was still an intern and did not understand the value of this operation. Then the director turned to the hero, asking him to write a dissertation on the topic of today's operation. When he asked if the guy knew how to write a dissertation, Lena was suddenly notified by the system. She set him a new task, to write a dissertation, and as a reward, he was entitled to a medium treasure chest. For the first time, the hero came across the middle chest and the divine level of controlling bleeding with bare hands. The middle chest was more interesting because there was always an energy serum inside the base one. Plus, he will be able to write his dissertation because he has memorized all the steps, so he won't even have to think too much. Josh said that he unfortunately didn't have time to teach Lynn all the basics of dissertation writing, so he assigned the job to Dr. Chandler. Having learned that the director himself asked Lynn to write a dissertation and also promised to list him as an author, the man noted that this intern was incredibly lucky. However, the hero did not understand what Chandler was getting at. The doctor then explained that their hospital was a provincial hospital and the director, Josh, played an important role in the emergency department. He has always been a member of the standing committee of the Jiangxi Provincial Emergency Medical Society, as well as a member of the committee of the Chinese Emergency Medicine Society, and he is a leading specialist in the city as well as a celebrity in the emergency department. He wanted Lynn to write the dissertation, an opportunity that many people dream of. However, the hero still did not really understand the significance of all this. Then Chandler decided to simply close the topic. The next day, Lynn returned to intensive care. Everyone around him looked at him strangely. One of the doctors tried to hide from his sight, thinking to himself that although he accepts Lynn for who he is, now everyone is afraid of him. No young man his age is capable of performing such a technique. This was his first consultation. But there must be a limit to his abilities. After all, he is just an intern, and if he slips up, no one can help him. Lin Zhan still didn't know the rules and was causing trouble, so they should have gone their separate ways. Josh asked who would take Lin to the recovery room today, but no one dared to answer. Then the director called the hero to go with him. A few hours later, Lin came to the patient's room. Several young guys in sports uniforms had already gathered there. They thanked Dr. Lin for saving their coach. They never thought that he would get into a car accident. The hero asked them to speak more quietly because the patient needed to rest. He also noted that he did not save him alone. Dr. Josh closely monitored the operation. However, the guys said that they saw everything themselves. If Lin had not pressed on their coach's organs, he would have bled to death and died. As it turns out, someone filmed Lin stopping the man's bleeding with his own hands. This video was on the city forum. It quickly gained popularity, and now Dr. Lin was on everyone's lips. The hero only chuckled vaguely, not knowing how to react to this. One of the guys said that Dr. Lin had all the celebrity package, good looks and great skills, and it would be illogical if he remained unpopular. However, Lin was not interested in all this. His goals were completely different, but he did not say it out loud. Then one of the guys said that some of them go to an esports club that is located in Yunhua. The hero immediately became interested since he played King of Glory while he was in school. The guys said that this year their club is focusing on the King of Glory, so they and the doctor can add each other as friends and play in their free time. Lin said that he has nothing to do right now, so he can play now. The guys played for 2 hours. The hero really liked how nicely he had a time, but now it was time for him to get back to work. He decided to find the same video in which he stopped the bleeding with his bare hands. The video collected a lot of comments. For the most part, people admired how the young man managed to save the man. But Lin noticed one long comment. The user, who identified himself as a doctor, said that this act was incredibly reckless, and it was impossible to stop the bleeding with bare hands without surgical equipment. There are only a few surgeons in the country who can do this, but none of them would dare to take such a risky step, because the slightest mistake could cause something irreparable, and the doctor in the video does not understand how much he is risking. The man said that if he were in charge of the hospital, he would immediately conduct a medical investigation. Lin thought. Because of the fame, Yunhua Hospital was the leading hospital in Jiangxi province. But provincial hospitals should not be underestimated. Those specialists are very influential in the medical field. The dissertation that Director Josh wanted Lin to write is not only of scientific value, and it is not just for training. Dissertations were powerful weapons in the medical society. It is used to introduce a doctor, explaining the actions of attacking others and repelling attacks. A dissertation is a surgeon's weapon. And in this case, a dissertation is a very urgent matter. Lin headed to the university to write his dissertation and was met by his fellow students. Charlie showed him a video of himself stopping the bleeding and asked where he learned the technique. He started asking him if he had touched the liver live. However, Lin did not want to answer these questions and sent Charlie to another audience. The hero headed to the bookshelves to find the necessary reference literature. Charlie realized that Lin would be doing something completely boring, so he decided to go and do his own thing. The hero sat in the library until late at night. He planned to work until the morning, so it was time to take the energy serum. In the morning, Lin came to the hospital with his work ready. Josh was surprised that he had not slept all night, because this could affect the quality of the dissertation. At that moment, Chandler approached the men and asked if he should give Lin a shift. Josh said that it would be unnecessary since he didn't sleep last night. It would be better to give him a shift tomorrow. Chandler said that the emergency doctor messed up his routine, and the endocrine system of his body clock is completely disrupted. No one dared to say that they can stay up late. But the director cherishes Lin and is willing to provide him with rest, because it is impossible to work 2 days in a row. So the hero was asked to come to work tomorrow evening. Taking a look at Lin's work, Josh said it was a pretty good sketch. He then looked at the section called Identifying Sources of Bleeding Without Surgical Equipment. This unexpected section not only ensures the legality of the operation, but also instantly improves the style of the document. Chandler was interested in this work because the director rarely praises anyone, so he wanted to look at it. At that moment, Clyde approached him and asked if Lin really wrote this dissertation himself. He said that his thesis presented an operation performed by the director, so he should include his name in it. Lin asked the man if he would like to include his name in this work too. Clyde said he didn't care if his name was on there. He was just worried about their department's chief surgeon, Director Josh. Josh intervened in the conversation. He said that the dissertation had not even been written, so there was no point in discussing it. Lin was a newbie, so there was no need to rush him. Also, the man asked Clyde to write the dissertation next month and send it to him, and Chandler should have rushed with writing articles. Then he told them that they were free and could go do useful things. Josh and Lin went on a round of patients. They came to a man whom the hero had recently stitched up. He said the 28-year-old patient was injured by a rebar at a construction site, and Lin disinfected and stitched the wound. Josh touched the patient's wound and asked how he felt, but the man felt nothing. The director said that this is good because when patients are given local anesthesia, they feel some pain for a week, and this means that the operation went well, which is very good. The man and his wife thanked the doctors for their help, and Lin received an alert from the system. He unlocked a new achievement thanks to the sincere gratitude of the patient. This was the second time this happened to him. Both cases were confirmed by Josh, so Lin decided to stick close to him and learn from him. He was given a chest as a gift. Lin decided to open it, expecting to receive a new portion of energy serum. However, the chest did not contain a serum. It was a chip that allowed the hero to learn new skills. This time it was the M-Tang technique, which is used for suturing tendons. Lin thought that the tendon was one of the many tissues in the hand. The most difficult thing to heal was the damaged tendon, on the other hand. Such an operation was the most difficult among other hand surgeries. And in addition, the system gave him amazing skills, forcing him to go to the hand surgery department. Josh looked past the pensive Lin and asked him why he wasn't happy when the patient praised him. Then he said that the guy should go to the break room with Chandler today. The director said that the doctor can leave non-critical situations to Lin, but he is not allowed to take everything upon himself like that time. 2 days later, the hero brought the finished dissertation to the director, saying that he completed it so quickly because the words seemed to come into his head on their own. Josh was skeptical, saying that the dissertation should not be underestimated. No matter the length, Lin should be serious while writing. However, as soon as the man looked at the work, his face immediately distorted in surprise. The work looked much more interesting than its rough version. Josh called over Dr. Lewis, an expert in research documents, and asked him to look at Lin's dissertation. Lewis noted that it turns out that Lin actually gained experience in controlling bleeding. It's just that the writing style is a little rough, and the English abstract is a little related to the norms of academic journals. The man thought to himself that the writing was lame. His writing style was good in some places and not so good in others, but he was still very jealous of how well the job was done. Josh confirmed that his style still needed corrections and the English abstract needed to be rewritten. And then he asked where Lin wanted to publish his work, but the hero said that he had not thought about publishing. However, the director insisted on publication and asked one of the assistants to show Lin the journal Chinese Reanimatology. He said that the publication fee is very high, about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. He asked Lin to write the application after a while, fill in the name of their hospital in the corresponding column, and request publication from the department. He then turned to Louis, reminding him that a few days ago they wanted to hold a consultation for victims of the factory explosion. They needed to inform the medical affairs department about Arnold from the provincial hospital. Louis was surprised. He recognized this name. Arnold was an expert from a provincial hospital, and he was not on good terms with director Josh. Josh said that in the comments that were left under the video with Lin, there are many experts giving objective assessments. Most of them are questionable, but Arnold behaved outrageously with his swearing. The director understood that he was the chief surgeon at the time, and Arnold was using Lin to get close to him, and the man needed to sort it out. Soon, the day of the outpatient consultation arrived. A man arrived at Yunhua Hospital. It was Arnold, an expert from Changshi Provincial Hospital. He said that he was thinking about holding another negotiation when he heard a call from their hospital, and even brought suitcases from his hospital, and now he suggested that Josh work together. The director thought to himself that this scoundrel was showing off too much, but did not show it. Soon they, together with Arnold and Lin, came to the office where many doctors had already gathered. Arnold suggested starting a discussion since everyone was already assembled. However, Josh stopped him as Director Luke from the People's Liberation Army General Hospital had not yet arrived. Arnold chuckled, saying that Josh treated the other directors like he was part of his extended family. A few seconds later, the office door opened and a plump, middle-aged man in a tracksuit walked inside. It was the same Luke. He apologized for being late. Josh prepared a chair for the man and invited him to sit, and then walked towards the head of the table. He plugged in the projector and prepared to start the meeting. The situation involved critical burns on 2 patients and was quite significant. However, everything was under control. Arnold thought to himself, since there are no critical cases, then there is nothing to brag about. Luke said they were still able to assign security to patients with 80% burns. Someone needed to be with them at all times, so he suggested delegating some manpower to do that. Josh and Luke said they left the matter in the hands of Dr. Oliver and Dr. Lewis. However, Luke said that in his experience, Lewis is too old to keep up with them. Josh wondered if the jokes were inappropriate, but the solution was quite reasonable for the patients. Luke said that a young doctor could handle the patient, and it would be better if he monitored him around the clock. They should have scheduled activities for a month and see if they could save both of them. Thinking that Luke had thought this through thoroughly, Josh agreed with the plan and promised to think about it later. He then let Lux go because he had a hard time getting here, and now they wanted to talk about a different situation. Suddenly, Luke saw a video on the screen where a young intern was controlling the bleeding, and even with his bare hands. Arnold couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really the same video? Luke was a little annoyed that the cameraman didn't come closer, because the content he saw was incredibly interesting, but it was filmed terribly. Josh said the video was taken by a patient on his phone, but if the men wanted quality footage, they could film it later. He also said that director Luis looked at Linu's dissertation, and this technique turned out to be real witchcraft. It is necessary for it to leak out to the masses. The hero stood up and gave a copy of his work to Arnold. The man noted that this doctor had become a real internet star, but he didn't like it. It seemed to him that he became popular only because of his good looks. Looking at the dissertation, he thought that most of what was written here was complete nonsense. The practical part was simply terrible. It was easy to find a lot of loopholes in it. Josh asked the man if he knew if the technique could be performed without surgical equipment, and if the dissertation gave a clear explanation. But Arnold did not understand what the man was getting at. The director then showed a comment that Arnold had written saying that this was the most reckless decision he had seen, and asked if he had seen anything like it. Arnold chuckled at how fiercely the man stood up for the intern. Then Josh shouted that they had an outpatient consultation today. They should learn from each other and solve problems, and now he wanted to solve this particular problem. He did not like those who baselessly accuse others, as well as those who use their status to oppress others. Even though Lin Zhan was an 18-year-old intern, Arnold could not abuse his powers because he was the head doctor and was higher in status. Arnold was confused, saying that Josh was now also blaming him for no reason and abusing his power. Then the director said that everyone had seen the dissertation, so he had every reason to blame Arnold, and he would even beat him up if he were younger. Luke tried to stop the men, saying that it was wrong to solve everything with violence. If they wanted to argue, then they should wait until the others finished reading the dissertation. Arnold cleared his throat, saying that he didn't say you couldn't control the bleeding that way. He said that he was wrong when he said about medical practice. All the doctors that day were irresponsible towards human life. The man stood up and started screaming, saying that there was too little time for research in the video, and even if there was no mistake, this does not mean that the doctors did everything right. Josh chuckled, saying that based on Arnold's reasoning, his abilities were no better than those of the intern. Moreover, it would be an honor for Arnold if he were put on the same level as Lin. Luke tried to calm the men down by offering to give the floor to the author of the dissertation. Arnold was sure that he was better than some intern. And then Josh gave Lin his word. The hero rose from his seat. He was not quite ready to speak, especially in such a situation. Arnold said he had a couple of questions about the thesis, wondering how confident Lin was that he would succeed in this operation, and whether he thought about the consequences if he failed. Hero said that if unsuccessful, the patient would face death or serious bleeding, both before and after the operation, as well as liver failure, ascites, biliary fistula, bleeding or rupture of the digestive tract. Thus, Lin confirmed that he knew about the consequences, but continued with the operation anyway. Arnold laughed because he had just received Lin's confession that he had violated medical rules. Then the hero said that in fact there was no accident. Everyone present in the office was shocked by this answer. Only Josh remained calm. He was pleased with Lin's answer and grinned contentedly. Arnold was really angry. He didn't want to let these two humiliate him, but he needed to calm down. He then asked Lin if he thought the failure of the operation would affect his future, given his high-level skills. Lin said that he had thought about it, and then Arnold asked why he was still doing such things. Who was giving him orders? Josh wondered if this scoundrel was digging a hole for himself. Then Lin said, "If you look at the situation from the other side, then his technique brought benefit to the patient, and that was the main thing." Arnold was shocked by this answer and clenched his teeth in anger. Luke chuckled, saying that Lin clearly thinks well with her own head. Rules are, of course, very important, but the most important thing is what decision they will make at the most critical moment of the operation, and what benefit they will bring to patients. If they guarantee compliance with the rules and refuse the best therapeutic plans, then it will be useless. Josh said that was exactly what he meant, because they were all from the emergency room. Honest men wouldn't do something so unreasonable. If they were lucky, they would have immediately found the source of the bleeding, but Josh did not succeed. If they were unlucky and did not stop the bleeding immediately, then one could only guess whether the patient would survive or not. They chose the best solution, and if they constantly follow the rules, then people will die every minute. Then Arnold shouted that if he ignored the rules, he would not remain a doctor for long. He pointed his finger at Lin, saying that if he made one more mistake, his career as a doctor would be over. However, to the surprise of everyone, the hero said that he did not agree with this. Doctors are like cells who try their best to play their role as much as possible. But in order to live, a person needs to lose some functions. Lin explained that it must be a cancer cell. Arnold screamed. It seemed to him that this child was just mocking him. Josh chuckled, calling the man an old fool who was trying to keep disgusting people at the top. He hoped that the administration would soon find out about his dirty dealings and his desire to grab a bigger piece himself. Through gritted teeth, Arnold said that he had to attend another meeting today. Josh said he hoped he wouldn't see him for a long time, but there was still something he wanted to say. The director said that the comment that Arnold left under the video should be deleted immediately, and he will post a report at the same time tomorrow. Leaving the office, Arnold thought that at the next meeting they would definitely go to the provinces, and then their battle would begin again. When he left, Josh suggested that the doctors end the meeting without further questions. After the consultation, Director Josh and Lewis went out to eat, so Blake, one of the interns, asked Lin to join them. However, Chandler immediately grabbed the hero by the hand and led him somewhere. When they were alone, the man said that he was worried because Lin didn't watch his tongue, and if he didn't stop, there would definitely be curious people. Then the hero asked if he had really said something wrong. Chandler explained that he shouldn't talk about the rules because they can't talk about these things. And as for the relationship with the doctor, Lin can discuss it with him in private, but he shouldn't bring up the topic without a reason. Deciding to close the topic on this, the man invited Lin to go on shift with him today. The hero was incredibly happy that a job was finally found for him. Being on duty is the most unpleasant part of working in a hospital, second only to arguing with patients. Usually the duty lasts for 24 hours, but the losers sit for all 36. It prevented doctors from getting rid of laziness, maintaining health, getting married, or getting married. Most doctors cannot avoid this, but there were exceptions. Lin was full of energy. It was his first time on duty, so he was very excited. Chandler said that doctors on their unit are divided into 3 rows. The first row consists of novice and inexperienced doctors. There are toilets, but no showers. The second row is mostly experienced doctors. Everything is the same here, only designed for 2. And the third row was designed for 1 person. It was the most comfortable. The bed linen is changed by nurses. Moreover, there will be no time to sleep on night duty. Emergency calls will not keep you waiting. Chandler said that if he could handle it, then they wouldn't have to wake up the second-line doctors, and it was also important not to disturb the third-line doctors. No matter who took over the case, no one canceled the swearing. It was also very important not to disturb the director. The man said that Lin would not work alone. He would only work when someone was watching him, and the hero realized that this meant that he would not be able to practice without a medical license. Soon, Lin arrived at the nurse's station. They had already heard that today he began his first night duty. All the girls were very happy to see the doctor and happily invited him to take a place at their table. They brought him a glass of water and did everything to make Lin feel comfortable. The young nurses noted that the doctor's skin was simply magnificent, but the hero said that he just uses homemade soap. Then the head nurse was forced to say that Lin could not stay here, but promised to inform him about the patients. The surveillance camera was also intended for nurses. There weren't many patients in the hospital right now, so Lin could sleep. The hero asked to call him if the patients had a tendon rupture. He needed to practice his new M-Tang technique. Then the hero said goodbye to the nurses and went to rest. The young girls looked after him. The young man clearly seemed special to them. When Lin arrived at his room, Dr. Lewis was already there. He said that the guy should sleep until someone wakes him up. In case of an accident, 7 people remained on duty today. With these thoughts, Lin went to bed. He was lucky to sleep the whole night because no one woke him up. And when the hero woke up, he found a note on the chest of drawers next to his bed, as well as some essentials. The nurse told him that she did not wake him up because there were no patients with tendon ruptures today, and also asked him to get more rest. Soon, Lin packed his things and returned to his family clinic in Nizhnyaya Kanavka. His father sat with the man, seeing his son. Robert said that business was good today, and not at all because of the flu outbreak. He said that someone from Upper Kanavka noted that their family had excellent skills and had come a long way to advise them. Moreover, the girl who gave them the carp yesterday said that it was a thank you gift. Lena's mother gave her a sun hat in return, and she really liked it. At this moment, Lin's phone rang. It was Layla. She worriedly asked why Lin was not in the hospital now. As it turned out, she brought a whole car of patients to the hospital, but the guy was not there. Robert thought about it. Since childhood, His son had often been showered with gifts from girls, but this was the first time he had heard of people giving him gifts. Layla asked what she should do now with all these patients. Robert immediately saw the benefit of this. Perhaps it would be possible to bring patients to their clinic. He asked Lynn to give him the phone number so that he could personally ask the girl what kind of problems those patients had. Layla said that mostly there are patients with injuries. Some have cut hands, some are coughing up blood, some are covered in bruises. Robert said they don't have blood transfusion equipment. They mostly do suturing for external injuries, and the girl said they all have external injuries. She promised that she would soon bring patients to their hospital. The man gave the phone to his son, assuring him that everything would be fine. Soon, a whole car with wounded men arrived at the clinic. Some of them were surprised that they were brought to such a small clinic, but Layla reminded them that her brother was stitched here. Then she turned towards the entrance, shouting to Lynn that she had arrived. The hero was playing a mobile game at that time and would not have even noticed the girl if not for his father. Layla said that there was a traffic jam on the road, so she was a little late. Then she leaned towards Lynn, telling him not to rush because the sick were already here and were not in danger. At that moment, wounded men entered the clinic. They were surprised because Layla asked them to hurry up, and now she even wants to send them back. The girl looked at them with displeasure, realizing that they had just ruined her brilliant plan. Lynn said he couldn't keep patients waiting. Then he gave the phone to Layla, asking her to finish the game for him. However, the girl did not know at all what to do. Lynn told her that there was nothing wrong with it, because he was also far from a professional in this game. When the hero left, the girl thought, this was Lynn's game, and if she loses, she will admit defeat. After a few moments, it dawned on the girl that right now she was holding Lynn's phone in her hands. Then she decided to just close the game and watch something more interesting. Meanwhile, Lynn came to the treatment room. He asked Dr. Stanley to help patients with bruises. He then asked the patients to go into the office one at a time to receive help. One of the patients asked if Lynn was really able to sew up the tattoo of the king, Layla's brother, and the hero answered in the affirmative. Then the man asked the hero to sew up his wound so that after recovery it would look like a huge scar. He wanted this scar to show what a strong and brutal man he is. Although it was an unusual request, Lynn complied with it. The man was very pleased with the result. Everything looked exactly the way he wanted. At this moment, Lynn's system sent a notification. He again received a reward for the patient's sincere gratitude. As it turned out, it worked even when there was no other doctor nearby. Soon, Ashton brought the girls with minor injuries, telling Layla that this was already the third car. Most of the people from the first car had already been cured. Nurse Edith asked the girl where she got these patients from. Layla said that they were drinking at a bar. Suddenly, she thought that Lynn might hear this and think something bad about her. But the hero was up to his neck in work and did not even pay attention to them. Soon, it was the turn of one of the girls. She had a wound on her shoulder. Stanley said that it could be sewn up with ordinary threads. However, the girl said that she already has one ugly scar and would not like to get a second one. Her shoulders are always exposed due to her profession, so she simply cannot have scars there. She needs a thinner thread. Stanley noted that size 0 thread would be very difficult to sew with because it is difficult to control and may have to be changed over and over again. The girl looked at the thread and said that it looked too thick for her. She would like an even thinner thread. Stanley and Edith were extremely surprised by this request, but Lynn said that there would be no problem with this. He asked Edith for the thinnest thread they had. Hers was size 50. Stanley wanted to stop him, being sure that Lynn would not be able to cope. But the hero promised that everything would be fine, regardless of the size of the thread. Soon the stitches were applied. The girl looked at herself in the mirror and she incredibly liked what she saw. The seam was almost invisible. And then she asked Lynn to stitch up her partner too. Robert was happy. The old patient brought a few more, and if this continues, soon their clinic will be filled with people, so they need to hire a part-time doctor. When Lin John is on duty at the hospital, the clinic will be open, and when the time comes, the news will be announced on the news or written in the newspapers. And then the lower Kanavka will become popular and all their efforts will pay off. On Monday morning, Lin returned to the hospital and was immediately greeted by a concerned nurse. She said that there was an accident on the highway, there were injuries, the helicopter was on its way. Dr. Josh asked to change clothes and start preparing for the operation. Lin immediately ran towards the operating room. He heard Dr. Clyde ask for the staff from the cardiology and cardiovascular surgery department. Lin noted that his voice sounded much more serious than usual. When the hero changed clothes, He was immediately called to operating room number 1. In the operating room, Clyde thought, they only have 2 novice doctors, and the configuration is terrible for patients with serious injuries. A novice can use a retractor at this level of surgery. In Clyde's opinion, Lin was an intern with excellent skills, but he was terribly managed. However, although he did not like Lin, he decided not to find fault with him. He wondered if he would feel uncomfortable if he stood behind him and watched. Then Clyde said that Lin would help. All those present, like the hero himself, were very surprised by this decision, but the hero did not object. Soon, 2 more patients were brought into the ward. The 15th was still conscious, and the 16th had a normal pupil reaction to light. His body, stomach, and limbs were wounded and bleeding. Apparently, his bleeding was not stopping. Clyde told the lab technicians to do blood tests and x-rays, an ultrasound, and move the CT scanner closer. The assistance of personnel from other departments is also needed. The situation is such that the patient cannot be transported, so the operation must be performed on the spot. Now the tourniquet on the legs needs to be cut. Lin thought about it. The operation is complicated, but if he studies each wound, maybe everything will work out. The patient will feel better if he uses his technique. Hero, ask the system who is the best in the world in this technique. As it turns out, it's Adam Fizz. He has a legendary level. Then Lin wondered what his level was. The system reported that it is ranked 126th in the world, 13th in China, 2nd in the province, and 1st in the city. At this time, Clyde was working with a patient. Everything looked like chicken blood. When he cut the tourniquet on his leg with scissors, blood immediately gushed from the patient's wound. Clyde asked Lin to immediately apply pressure to the pressure gauge. However, to his surprise, the hero immediately reached out with his hand to the patient's wound. He put his hand around her, and soon the bleeding stopped. Clyde looked at Lin in surprise. He had completely forgotten about this technique of his. The man said, "No matter how good his technique is, he shouldn't do that during surgery." Lin thought about it. Dr. Clyde is the head doctor, and he is an assistant, so he must adapt to him. When the hero let go of his hand, the doctor easily guessed his thoughts, and although Clyde did not like this guy, with his successful techniques, the operation would end faster. Then he suggested that Lin stitch the patient's entire arm. When the hero began, the man noted that the nurse was handing equipment to Lin faster than to him. Nurses are more familiar with medical methods than doctors. They understand what doctors need. However, when Lin asked for microscopic glasses, Clyde became alarmed and asked what the intern was going to do with them. Lin said the blood vessels are open and the tendon is sutured. Realizing that the guy was causing trouble under his watch, Clyde screamed, ordering him to stop because he only needed to treat the wound. Lin looked at him in confusion because the doctor asked him to sew up his hand. Clyde was indignant, saying that it did not matter, but the hero reported that the patient's arm did not work. The doctor shouted that he only asked Lin to treat the arm, not to sew up the tendons, so the arm was not working. He should stop all this immediately. However, Lin stood his ground. He had to at least finish. He was worried about the wounds. There were several bleeding wounds that did not need stitches for now. Lin promised to do his best to stitch the tendons without delay. Clyde was afraid of the delay, but he was even more worried that Lin John had broken the rules again. No matter whether the wound was stitched well or poorly, there would be big problems if the patient lost the functionality of his hands. Clyde approached Lina from behind and asked him to stop. The hero said that he was using the M-Tang technique, and if he stopped now, the tendon would be damaged. This answer made Clyde furious. This guy was clearly mocking him. Who was he to use the M-Tang technique? Lin asked why not try it, since the patient had a tendon rupture in the second zone. The human hand tendon has 5 zones. The second zone extends from the second joint to the front of the palm. It is the most difficult, meaning that almost no one can properly suture the tendon in zone 2. This happened when Tang Jinbo, a professor at Nantong University, began use the M-Tang technique. In addition, during self-testing, a good indicator, that is 70 to 80%, was achieved with the help of special equipment, not to mention technology. Clyde looked at Lin with displeasure. The chief doctor's powerful control over newcomers was based not only on rank, but also on the skill of responsibility. If the head doctor pointed out an error, then the newbie would have to do as he was told, and now Clyde could not do anything, which meant that he had no control over the operation. Lin said that Dr. Clyde couldn't come up with a better option, so he would continue. Everyone present looked at Lin in surprise. Had he really become the chief surgeon in the operation? Then Clyde asked to call Director Josh here. One of the doctors came out of the operating room and met Howie, the chief hand surgeon. He said that the M-Tang technique is used in the operating room. The men were shocked, because they thought that Director Pan was the only one who knew how to use this technique. He even went to Japan for in-depth study. Doctors learn from experienced people, learn all types of techniques. But practicing a new skill is very expensive for doctors, so not everyone can afford it. Doctors learn new techniques, but focus only on one. And in this hospital, the best in M-Tang technique. This is Director Pan. Then the doctor called Howie to perform the operation so that he could see that Director Pan was no longer the only one using this technique. Soon, Director Josh arrived in the operating room and asked what happened here. Clyde reported that Lynn was performing the operation without permission. Josh looked at the intern, who silently continued the operation, but confirmed Clyde's words. Josh asked the intern why he didn't follow the rules. Lynn replied that he didn't know it was illegal, but he had already sewn up the tendons. Everyone present in the operating room looked at the young man in surprise. Clyde was furious because this guy kept doing all sorts of tricks and the director was still encouraging him. When the doctor realized that the director did not pay attention to his words, he became even more angry. Josh said that the head surgeon was in complete control of the situation and that Lynn should tell him what he was going to do and get permission before performing any procedures, especially something like this. And Lynn said that he would do exactly that in the future. The director asked Lynn if he understood what he should do. The hero assumed that Josh was inviting him to become the chief surgeon. Clyde looked at what was happening in horror. This guy was going to displace him, but he wouldn't have known anything if he hadn't taught him. Then the doctor turned to Howie, a hand surgeon. He asked to see Cheyenne's director of operations. Josh paid attention to the men's conversation because Director Pan usually uses this technique. Howie said that the M-Tang technique is Director Pan's specialty. Director Cheyenne is not very good at it. Then Josh asked to give him magnifying glasses. Now it was important to know how well the operation was going, since he had never performed surgery on his hand. This was unfamiliar to him. However, the director immediately saw that the edges were neat, the seam was strong, and the damage was not that great. Then he asked Lynn to finish the operation. Clyde asked the director why he told the intern to continue, and Josh objected, not knowing what else he could tell him. Clyde wondered if Director Josh was in charge. It wouldn't matter what happened to the patient, but asked him if he could finish the arm surgery when Lynn finished her job. Josh said that if his man could do it, he wouldn't let anyone else do the surgery. Clyde was surprised by this answer. He forgot that Director Josh is the first in China to always stand up for rights. His values are based on expanding professionalization. At that time, expensive medicine was used to ensure the doctor's income, and the surgical department was always left without funds. Surgeons had no choice but to fight for the right to operate on patients. No one was against it. The goal of Chenxi Province's medical health reform is to provide good medical fees and reduce the price of medicines. Because of this, the cost of medicines in the province has become closer to the market price, and the cost of operations has increased 10 times. Looking at the operating table, Clyde thought, Lynn created a tense environment, but he can easily perform the vascular anastomosis. The choice of suture position is carefully thought out, and the blood vessels and nerves are also not affected. This kid's technique is very good. Principal Josh will never accept the fact that anyone in the department uses this technique for sewing. Josh watched carefully as Lynn performed the operation. He said that there were too many people in the operating room. He asked everyone who was not busy to leave. The director even escorted the anesthesiologist out of the office. The man knew that if the director raised his chin so high, it meant he was really serious. He immediately rose to his feet and headed towards the exit. When only trusted people remained in the office, Josh suggested taking a break. Now he intended to talk to Lynn. Clyde thought that the director should teach him a lesson. It didn't matter that his technique was good. Josh said Lynn acted on his own accord twice, but there are consequences. If he had been in another hospital and other doctors had seen all this, he could have immediately said goodbye to his educational certificate. Since Lynn broke the rules twice, Josh was forced to warn him. He said that his internship was ongoing, but its purpose was to practice, and therefore the guy should be punished for all offenses, and the hero replied that he could do it. Clyde thought that this intern was mocking the chief surgeon, for which he should be punished very severely. Josh said that their department was doing internships in the emergency department, and the director would make Lynn's internship period longer than the others. The hero had no objections to this. The director also said that he asked the nurse to look at the records for the last 3 months. The emergency department transferred about 30 patients with tendon injuries to the hand surgery department. This is equivalent to one case every 3 days. This is not a small figure. He asked Lin if he wanted to practice his technique there. The hero would like this, but he did not think it was possible. However, Josh said, if this operation is successful, then with the doctor's permission, Lin can do it. Surgery for tendon injuries can be big or small. If they do this, then they will need to write everything down. Then Clyde thought, the board of directors will start soon. He had always worried about this, but he forgot that the person under his supervision was using the M-Tang technique, just spit. Manhwa Surgical Hospital was very advanced. If the director was right, then their department would be able to use the M-Tang technique in emergency situations. If everything went well, this could be added to their results for the year. Their department had difficulty performing new techniques, but he believed that they would set a new record. Clyde looked at Lin hopefully, sincerely hoping that everything would work out for him, because now everything depended on him. Soon the hero completed the operation. Clyde immediately ran up to check the result. Josh also took a look at the result and reported that the job was done well. Everyone present looked in the direction of the director with slight surprise. The nurse smiled sweetly, saying that since the operation was over, we could go and rest. Josh left the operating room first, thinking that it was time for an opening for a deputy director. If Lin can pass this level, then everything will go smoothly from there. Josh then went to the 9th floor to greet Chief Medical Officer Vincent, who had traveled a long way to come here. Vincent, Associate Director of Hand Surgery, said he was not used to such a friendly version of Josh. Then the man said that he would like to invite him for a consultation. He offered him a drink, but Vincent said that he was embarrassed by such flattery, so he should immediately go to the patient's room. When the men arrived at the right place, Vincent said that the place looked like an observation room, but in fact, it was a room for preventing information leaks. If Director Jin or Director Pan saw this, they would probably be furious. Josh pretended not to notice his words and said that their hand surgery unit still had patients in their recovery room, so he offered to provide treatment to patients that Cheyenne did not want to accept, since it would be unreasonable to take them away. According to the rules, after transferring a patient to another department after receiving emergency care or basic treatment, specialized departments will consider patients who were difficult to treat or even died, and then many patients remained in the emergency department. This situation is called prevention, a disaster for other departments, but in the end, it made the patient weaker. Josh, Vincent, and Lin came to the patient, who was unconscious, and Clyde was standing by his bed. He said that the patient's name was Max. He was 42 years old. The man was injured in a car accident. He had a negative CT scan of the head, varying degrees of fracture and intra-abdominal hemorrhage in the cervical vertebrae and limbs. The first stage of the operation lasted 3 hours. The left tendon was damaged. There was M-Tang technique was used for stitching. Vincent thought to himself that all this had nothing to do with him. He guessed that it was all because of this young intern. Then Josh asked Lin to tell him step by step how he was able to stitch up this wound. Hiro said he first decided to secure the first loop knot 0.3 inches near the proximal dorsal hand tendon, inserted the trocar vertically through the hand tendon, and pulled the game 0.2 inches near the distal dorsum. Vincent looked at the patient's hand in amazement. Earlier, when he had seen the M-Tang method in action, statistics stated that it would increase the success rate of the operation by 10 to 20%, but the workload on doctors would more than double. However, Lin's words sounded like it was a very easy operation. Then he remembered that Josh had asked him to evaluate the operation and not listen to the lecture. Josh asked if he had any problems, but Vincent was quick to answer that everything was fine. Then the man asked him to just tell it like it is. There is no need to hide anything. In any case, the operation was delicate, carried out during a rescue operation, and now they are consulting with specialists from the hand surgery department to check if they missed anything. The patient's relatives thought that they were pleased that Max's life was saved, and now the doctors even decided to check the functioning of his arm. Vincent asked if the patient would be able to move his arm on his own. Max's wife said Dr. Lin had already asked the man to move his hand when he regained consciousness. They said he was able to move all 5 fingers. Vincent replied that in that case, everything is fine. However, this technique has some advantages. Clyde didn't understand why there was such a situation in the ward, because Vincent always scolded everyone, and now he praises Lin. The man asked Max to move his fingers. He was able to do it, and Vincent said that this indicates that the tendon was not damaged after the operation. Then the doctor asked Max to make a few more movements with his hand. The man succeeded. And then Vincent thought, in the prognosis of suturing the tendon of the hand. The most unpleasant stage is the fusion and rupture of the tendons. Lin Zhan did it well enough, so the prognosis is excellent. The women noticed that the doctor's expression had changed and asked how well his tendon was stitched up. They expected Max to at least be able to take care of himself. Then Vincent said that Max would definitely be able to lead an ordinary life. The man was happy about this outcome of events, but did not understand the reason for his joy, because it was not he who performed the operation, but an ordinary intern. He noted that Josh had brought him here specifically to show off, despite breaking the rules. Soon, other doctors came to the ward. They heard that someone else had mastered the M-Tang technique, and Director Vincent gave his assessment of this. The man gave Josh a hand function assessment form. They had to do it together and be thorough about it. Everyone present was surprised. There was an invoice on the paper for the operation. Usually it takes 16 weeks for the tendons to heal after the operation. In the first stage, the operation lasts 3 to 4 weeks. It usually takes 3 weeks to receive the invoice after the patient receives the assessment his condition. Vincent asked Lin if the M-Tang technique required the surgeon to suture the tendon. The hero replied that cutting the tendon would stimulate his speedy recovery. The doctors present immediately began discussing what had just happened. Director Vincent called Lin a doctor even though he was just an intern. At this point, the system sent the hero a notification that he had unlocked a new achievement, gaining fame, and thereby earning a basic treasure chest. He wondered how many achievements he could unlock, but the system did not give him an answer. Lin decided to open the chest. There was energy serum again. The man thought about it. In total, he used 8 energy serums and 1 bottle. He had 7 bottles left. Then he decided to ask who was the best in their hospital in the M-Tang technique, and the system called his name. In the evening, Lin returned to his home. He told his mother that he had no plans for today. Suddenly, Lin noticed that there was someone else in the room. A little boy. The hero knew him. It was Duncan from the 12th Spring Temple in the suburbs of Yunhua. Tanya patted the boy on the head, inviting him to stay with them for dinner. The family had a vegetarian dinner planned today. The woman asked what issue Duncan had come to see them about. The boy said that his master asked him to give them the ink. The abbot said that Mr. Lin would now be the chief of surgeons, so Duncan came to congratulate him. Lin patted him on the head, saying that he was still an ordinary intern. Duncan said that the abbot saw a video of Mr. Lin on the internet. He said that Mr. Lin had grown a lot and that he would definitely become the chief surgeon. Robert said that the abbot of Duncan seemed to be a smart man and the boys should listen to him well. Then the parents turned to Lin, asking when he would become chief surgeon. The hero said that it does not depend on him because he is still an intern, thinking to himself that his parents were exaggerating too much. 2 months had passed since that day. Lin was still working in the hospital. He didn't even notice how his hair had grown. One working day, Vanessa approached him. She said that the head nurse had sent her to Lin, and from today she would help him with tendon operations. She asked how many specific pieces of equipment Lin would need, but the hero did not have any specific wishes. Vanessa asked him to think carefully, because later it would be more difficult to get equipment that suits him if he didn't say so at the beginning. But Lin wanted to decide this after meeting with patients. The girl objected. The patients will arrive within 24 hours if Lin wants it. The hero was surprised that Director Josh had already found patients for him. Vanessa said that there are a lot of people here with tendon injuries and more are arriving every couple of days. If Lin wants to start work right away, she can call the emergency department and ask them to send a couple of patients with flexor tendon injuries. She can also ask the Director Josh send requests to local clinics, and if they are lucky, they will soon receive new patients. Then Lin asked who would assist him. To his surprise, Vanessa replied that Director Josh had taken over the job. She said that Dr. Lin's qualifications are not yet sufficient to carry out operations independently. So in all reports, it will be the director who is listed as the chief surgeon and Lin as the assistant. But during the operation, everything will be the other way around. Vanessa said that the director himself wanted to tell Lin about everything, so it was a secret. The hero thought about it because the director always has so much to do, and an assistant director sounds strange. Moreover, he needs a second assistant. At that moment, Josh approached Lin. He said that Dr. Larry would be the second assistant. He had just finished his internship. Larry looked at Lin and was quite surprised, not believing that the director wanted to make him an assistant intern. Josh decided to leave the men at this point. Lin thought to himself that the second assistant looked like an idiot. However, this does not matter since he will have to do practically nothing. An hour and a half later, Larry and Vanessa set out to find Lynn. He said he would be in the practice room. However, when they opened the doors, they were horrified as the entire room was covered with pig's hooves. Lynn said that he bought them himself. They are needed to practice flexor tendon surgery. They can try to work on them right now. Lynn cut the distal tendon horizontally at the metatarsophalangeal joint, which is a good analog of a flexor tendon injury at the second metatarsophalangeal joint. Larry watched him carefully, but he still didn't fully understand this suture technique. However, when Lynn showed everything, it became clear to Larry why the director asked him to be an assistant. He is a true professional. His technique is simply incredible. The hero explained that after they tie the knots, they should pay special attention to the fact that they need to secure the second loop in the knot of the first loop before making a vertical stitch again, and then they need to tie another knot at the very end of the tendon. Larry noted that Lynn was truly teaching him, and what would happen if he could master this technique. If he wants to prove himself in the operation, then he cannot simply rely on Dr. Lynn, because he is an outstanding doctor, which means that after his departure, Director Josh will be looking for someone who can replace him. Larry believed that this would be his finest hour. The day of the surgery soon arrived, and the first thing Larry noticed was that Lynn had used a basic suture on the patient so his assistant would understand. And now the hero started using the M-Tang technique. He asked Larry to watch this carefully and remember everything in detail. After a short time, Lynn announced the completion of the operation. The patient's relatives were standing near the office. Josh told them that the operation was successful. Larry said he learned a lot from Dr. Lynn today. He asked the hero what they would do next. Lynn asked an assistant to teach him how to write down medical papers. Larry was very surprised, because he had already forgotten that Lynn was still an intern. However, he was surprised that he had never written a medical document during his internship. The hero said that he instead disinfected, stitched, controlled the bleeding, and used the M-Tang. However, all these procedures had to be recorded in the medical record, but instead of Lynn, other interns did all this. Then Larry began teaching Lynn how to write medical records. Vanessa entered the office and said that the previous patient could already clench his fist a little. Larry was incredibly happy about this. He said that the man should go check on the patient. Vincent was already in the room. He said that the swelling had gone. The arm was recovering very well according to the standard. The patient can be discharged only when his flexion limit is less than 5 degrees, and when the strength of his arm is restored to 75% of the arm strength of a healthy person. But overall, everything is good. The patient's relatives thanked the doctor for the treatment, and the system gave Lynn a regular treasure chest. John invited Vincent to look at Lynn's results today. The man was surprised at how quickly he completed the operation. Then he said goodbye to everyone and went to examine the next patient. Josh asked Lynn to pay more attention to the previous patient. He would be responsible for the first and fifth beds within 2 days. If the patients recovered, then Josh would find others for the guy. He also said that they could have dinner at 7 p.m. Perhaps headmistress Jacqueline would join them. Lynn happily accepted the invitation. Soon the evening came. The business manager of the Changhua medical company, Selena, together with her partner, a medical representative named Huang, was heading towards the restaurant. She said that people so easily spread terrible rumors about the food in the departments, so you have to choose small, beautiful restaurants. You need take into account the details. The food should be good. Juan noted that the girl was not cheating on herself, but this time she was very nervous. Selena said that headmistress Jacqueline has a lot of power in Yunhua Hospital. They should benefit from it, but Huang needs to build a good relationship with her. Soon, the director of Yunhua Hospital, Jacqueline, arrived at the restaurant, followed by Josh and Lynn. Seeing the young man, Selena immediately blushed. She did not expect to see such a handsome man. Juan thought that with such a face and figure, he would undoubtedly be suitable for the role of a medical representative. Selena hurried up to Lynn, complimenting his appearance. She asked if he wanted to become a spokesperson for the medical industry. However, the girl immediately caught herself that she shouldn't get lost over such a trifle, because now the most important thing for her was work. So she hurried to greet the directors Josh and Jacqueline. The woman introduced Lena to Selena, saying that he was the chief M-Tang surgeon in Yunhai's emergency department. Selena shook the guy's hand, saying that from now on they would take care of each other. She then asked the guests to come to the table and talk in a more pleasant environment. Juan thought it was his time to show off and used his signature skill, a sunny smile. When everyone sat down at the table, Jacqueline said that they should order food for Dr. Lin first. Young people have good appetites, so they old people will eat modest dishes. Juan thought about it. Selena got him to accompany the director, but now she asks to accompany Dr. Lin, apparently. She is taking advantage of him. However, the man decided to keep his face because he is a medical representative. He wanted to offer Lin help in choosing dishes, but the hero asked the waitress to bring him only a glass of water. Juan was offended at being so blatantly ignored. When everyone's drinks were brought, Selena said that the torn tendons needed to be scanned using an MRI. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient if every patient had to be sent to the medical equipment building. In the future, when the MTANG technique program is launched, it will take very little to get in line. But for this, you need an MRI machine. Juan didn't understand why Selena was so straightforward. Because the prices for an MRI machine are very high, of course. There are both cheap and expensive models, even if they are domestically produced. The nominal price of imported superconducting magnet models is more than 10 or 15 million yuan. This colossus is worth more than a person. Seeing the mockery on her partner's face, Selena immediately ordered him in a whisper to put a smile on his face and create a normal atmosphere at the table. Jacqueline said that if they bought an MRI machine specifically for the MTANG technique, then newcomer Lin would become a real big shot in their hospital. Josh said if I'm going to buy one, I should choose their department. He's always wanted an MRI machine, and now they can't even do one MRI, which is too bad. Jacqueline grinned, saying that such things are not discussed at dinner. This is a trap that they set for the guests. So the man should forget about the expensive MRI machine. They should be content with only PET. Lin brought a bottle of wine to the director, saying that he was almost finished, so he would go on duty at the hospital. Jacqueline said that Josh can drink whatever he wants, but not too much because he is a surgeon. Huang wanted to raise a toast to the headmistress, but the woman interrupted him, saying that it was surprising that Lin Zhan performed his first operation using the MTANG technique in the emergency department of Yunhua Hospital. The hospital would definitely support him. However, they cannot buy an MRI machine and pay for a new operating room, but we can buy a suitable microscope. Unfortunately, the director of the hand surgery department also used the MTANG technique once. It was a complete failure. Otherwise, Jacqueline could have allocated part of her budget for the doctors to improve their equipment. Josh said that Dr. Lin and Department Deputy Pan have successfully used the MTANG technique, but the hospital is only testing the person who did the first case, which is unfair to their department. The man suggested postponing the purchase of an MRI machine and focusing on the MTANG technology project. Then the rest of the hospitals would invest a lot of money to win this race. Selena remembered how she was once told that developing new technology was like planting trees. When you plant a seed, it takes several years to grow into a tree, but first you have to wait for the one who sows the seeds. Jacqueline said that Dr. Lin is just like a gardener. Josh said that Lin is a doctor who grew up in their hospital and his technique runs in the family. Jacqueline suggested that we stop joking. She couldn't believe that there was anyone at all who passed on the MTANG technique by inheritance. Juan chuckled at how stupid that assumption was, once again incurring Selena's wrath. The girl apologized for her partner's words, asking the directors to continue their conversation. Josh said, as far as he knows, Deputy Director of their department Pan often invited MTANG technique experts to their hospital about 3 to 4 years ago. He was their assistant and memorized everything during the training process. Deputy Pan studied this technique for more than 4 years, but still went to Japan to study. He added that Lin is not such an eccentric. Headmistress Jacqueline can prove it, so shouldn't the money saved by Old Man Pan and young Lin do an MRI? At least it should be enough to set up an operating room and rehabilitation room. Selena said it was worth doing it immediately. These days, hiring a freelance surgeon is very expensive, with a minimum cost of 20 to 30,000 yuan, not to mention the need to organize transportation, accommodation, and seminars. Jacqueline replied that the situation with Old Man Pan was a little different. It's not that he only knew the MTANG technique. Jacqueline was in favor of a rehabilitation room, and also did not rule out the presence of an operating room. But the hospital cannot just take and re-equip the department for their sake. Josh said that he would soon bring up the topic of adding an operating room in the orthopedics department. He did not care at all about Pan's opinion, even if he was negative. Using the MTANG technique to rupture the tendon can be considered an advanced technique in the entire country and even the world. First, they need to come up with a plan. The man asked Jacqueline to come next year to see their result. The woman agreed and wished the men success. She invited Lin to drink another glass and call it a night. Juan said that he would take the remaining wine on the table for himself. He heard that headmistresses like to drink wine, so he took the bottle and drank it down. Jacqueline told Selena that she should get an MRI for the guy she brought with her. Meanwhile, something happened at the hospital. Larry was looking for Lin because he was on duty today. Vanessa said he's in the on-call room right now. Larry went there, saying that he had brought him a patient with a torn scrotum, just as Lin himself wanted. The hero immediately rose from his seat and walked toward the patient. At the moment, he was very interested in patients with testicular trauma. The system told Lin the recipe he should use to treat the patient. Soon, the hero came to the ward where the injured man was already lying. The senior doctor, Patrick, told him the man was in shock. He asked what information Lin could deduce from his appearance. Hero said that the tear on the right side of the scrotum exposes the testicle. Obvious contamination can be seen on the surface of the scrotum and soft tissue. The wound reaches the vaginal membrane, but it is not damaged. Patrick asked Lin to examine the patient and tell him what he planned to do with him. The hero said that there are no critical wounds, but there is a nonlinear wound, and it is definitely contaminated, and the guy was also worried about how exactly everything happened. Patrick said that he asked him on the street. He got injured while riding a skateboard. While doing various tricks, he jumped on a metal handrail and fell down. He landed on the railing and the skateboard flew away. He ended up driving over this handrail, and it wasn't even round. Lin decided that he should consider the possibility of tetanus and get a shot. The bleeding was not too serious. Then Lin tried to imagine what a normal testicle looked like. He would be able to find out if he was allowed to cut open a man's scrotum and check if it was normal. But this situation is quite atypical. Lin would not be able to immediately draw a conclusion as he was not familiar with its anatomical structure. Patrick said that if it's not normal, they might consider testicular torsion. At this point, the doctors were interrupted by a nurse who asked what medications they would administer. The patient was noticeably nervous because it was about his reproductive organ. So Patrick said that they should not quarrel with patients and asked Lin to explain to him what a seminal cord is. The hero said that the spermatic cord is a structure that holds the testicle in place and provides its nutrition. It contains arteries, veins, lymphatic vessels, nerves, and now they need to check if the cord is working correctly, and if there are problems with it, then you will have to have surgery. They may have to remove the testicle, in which case stitches won't even be needed. Patrick examined the patient, saying that there was no torsion. This position of the seed cord is quite rare. He asked Lin to continue treating and suturing the wound, and make sure that he did not touch the wound when treating it. The patient cried with grief, saying that his future was in the hands of Dr. Lin. The hero put on a medical cap and mask and prepared to sew up the wound. He had to be extremely careful for everything to go well. Lin decided to use an intermittent vertical seam technique. After a fairly short time, he reported that he had finished stitching. The system informed him of the completion of the task of treating patients, and as a reward, gave him proficiency in the cutting skill at a professional level. 2 days later, Patrick approached Lin and said that the patient had recovered quickly because Lin had performed an excellent operation. The man asked where the intern practiced. The hero replied that he trained in his family clinic. Patrick was surprised that Lin was able to learn this, because there are not so many patients with testicular rupture. And then the hero replied that he often used the limb-bear technique to sew the stomach of elderly people. At that moment, Larry entered the office and reported that the patient with the tumor in the 5th ward had recovered. Lin said goodbye to Patrick and headed out. Larry told him that the patient from the 5th room was recovering quite quickly, but that was not what they would talk about now. The fact is that Larry had not practiced with Dr. Lin for a long time. He could no longer wait for the next joint operation. However, the hero said that he has surgery tomorrow, so he needs to gain strength. Larry thought to himself, despite his enormous talent, Lin still has shortcomings, and if he has time to freshen up, then why not make a few cuts? The man thought, if suddenly the doctor does not want to practice cutting, it would be nice if he delegated the task to him. Larry grinned, confident that the time would come when Dr. Lin would come running to him. The next day, the scheduled surgery arrived. Josh reported that the patient was Li Xingguo, 21 years old. He had an open wound. The tendons of the index and middle fingers were torn. The deep tendons of the fingers and the shallow tendons of the middle finger were torn. The situation was complicated. However, Lin was confident that they could handle it. Josh thought this was the only patient they could find today. Lin noted that the wound site is known as the lumbrical muscle because the tendons in that area are too tightly pressed together. Both flexors are connected by narrow tendon sheaths. Strong adhesion is an ideal situation for restoring arm function. The fact that the flexor profundus was injured fingers and flexor superficialis means that they were very stressed, which further increases the likelihood of fusion. But this is not the problem. For a master in the MTAN technique, it is enough to deal with deep and shallow tendons at the same time. Lin was starting to tear his flexor tendon in zone 2 and needed a handle. Vanessa submitted it even before the hero finished his word. Apparently, she practices coordination very well. Josh watched carefully as Lin performed the operation. He wanted to help him, but still remained silent. He knew he couldn't always help him after all. He had to practice. He decided to let Larry make the cut himself. He had been training for 3 years. This child was doing very well after the operation, and he was also attentive to the patient's prognosis. Larry was surprised that the director was worried about him. He thought he was more worried about Lin's technique. He thought it would be better if Dr. Lin left the incision to him. However, he knew that he shouldn't expect to take Dr. Lin's work. Besides, the doctor had problems with incisions before, and yesterday he didn't practice them, so he won't do it. He has problems with incision technique. And he is bad in this area, which means the doctor will refuse him. However, Lin asked to tighten the skin. Larry couldn't believe his ears. The doctor didn't hesitate at all, as if he had thought about it in advance. Moreover, Lin chose a good position for the cut. Lin picked up the knife, preparing to begin the operation. Larry watched the doctor in amazement. The level of his incision was truly the work of a high-level doctor. But how did Dr. Lin, who only performed surgery twice, become a master in the blink of an eye? Josh asked Lin if he had practiced cutting. The hero answered in the affirmative. The director thought for a moment. He always knew that he was smart, but he didn't expect that his store of knowledge would be so vast. If someone told him that a person could become the best at cutting in just a few days, he would definitely shower that person with choice insults. However, he did not understand what happened to him. Maybe last time he did not give it his full strength. But as far as Josh remembered, last time his movements didn't look like he was faking it. Then Lin asked to remove the skin. Larry watched the doctor's hands carefully, feeling ashamed for his thoughts that Lin Zhan was arrogant, and also that he should have made the incision instead. He said that some ignorant people might think that Lin was using some kind of secret technique. However, John said that it doesn't matter what others think. He then asked Lin if he really buys pig feet to practice his skills. The hero said that he buys them from time to time. The director said it wouldn't do that because he was still an intern. An allowance of a few hundred yuan a month was not enough to buy pig feet. Lin does not have to pay for training materials out of his own pocket. Even though the emergency department cannot afford to build a practice room, they must act according to the circumstances and provide an environment in which their staff can improve their skills. One of the doctors present at the operation understood what the director was hinting at and took note of it. Josh continued by saying that Lin should apply for compensation for purchasing pig feet, and since he does not yet have a certificate of qualification as a doctor, he can do this even if he is the chief surgeon. The official reports will show the name Josh or Larry. The director promised the hero to translate the cost of the operation after it is transferred to his account, because Lin deserves to be paid for the work. Larry looked at Lin with enthusiasm, wanting to learn the M-Tang technique like him. Meanwhile, the operation continued for another 2.5 hours. After that, Lin announced its completion. Josh was extremely surprised that it took so little time. The hero said that he checked the medical equipment and can now return. Josh instructed Larry to monitor the patient's condition after anesthesia, and he headed out of the operating room. The man looked after Lin, dreaming of becoming like him, but first they needed to somehow get closer. Meanwhile, the hero went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. Chandler waited until he was free and was already starting to fall asleep. He said that he came to tell Lin about the division of money. He said that the director of the department would soon come to visit them, and how much he would pay Lin for the operation was up to him to decide. So the guy didn't have to worry about this. Director Josh was worried that there might be a misunderstanding due to the money being transferred to his card, so he asked Dr. Chandler to explain everything to Lin. The man said that their hospital meets the standards. The cost of the operation is determined by the Bureau and is not subject to change. The allocation is determined by the hospital and the second by their department. For example, Lin performed reconstructive surgery on the flexor tendons. It follows that the cost of the operation is 1,210 yuan in second-class hospitals and 1,344 yuan in third-rate hospitals. Their hospital is a specialized hospital, so they will receive 1,344 yuan. In addition, 210 yuan is added to the amount for each extra finger. The total cost of the operation today is 1,554 yuan, and the emergency department will receive 777 yuan, since the chief surgeons receive 2/3 of the cost of the operation, and Lin will receive 518 yuan. Thus, Lin receives 518 yuan every time he uses the M-Tang technique, but Chandler added that the amount he will receive does not only belong to him, but also to the senior department. Lin thought, if you perform 3 operations a day, you will get 15,000 yuan a month. Chandler decided that he was crazy. 20 operations a day is too much. The guy will simply die from overwork. No country can do 90 operations every 2 months. At that moment, the system sent Lin a notification with the next task. He needed to complete 10 operations using the M-Tang technique. The guy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. A little later, Josh brought several folders with documents for Lin. This is news from different regions of pharmaceutical sales representatives, former colleagues, subordinates, and associates after a month of waiting. Lin said he would pick them all up and also asked Josh to make sure they got here as soon as possible. The director said that he didn't need to worry about not having patients. He needed to select the patients he would prefer to treat today and other days. Josh didn't know much about the M-Tang technique, but primary wound closure should be more favorable for the patient. He noted that the suture was so perfect that the patient was able to perform passive arm movements in just 24 hours and achieve the desired result in all respects. He thought to himself that everyone who was sewn up by Lin recovered quite quickly. Lin thought about it. Now he could say that he had completely mastered the M-Tang technique at the master level. He said he didn't want to accumulate patients and hoped Josh could get all 5 of them for him today. The director thought that this kid was not the type who liked to tell jokes. He asked the hero why he didn't take 1 patient a day. It would be more professional. Then Lin said that he was not able to constantly operate. Josh wondered if Chandler had told him about the payment and that Lin had become so obsessed with money because he needed it. He offered the guy financial assistance, but Lin said that he did not need the money. The director said that the most important thing to do right now is to hone his skills. Lin shouldn't think about money and other useless things, but the hero didn't understand. Don't his skills depend on the number of operations? Josh asked him to choose 2 patients, so he would have priority. If Lin was in good condition after the first operation, then the man would allow him to treat the second patient after rest. Otherwise, he would transfer the patients to the hand surgery department. Lin agreed, and soon the patient was brought into the operating room. The hero said that Director Josh would come a little later, but for now they would begin the operation. 2 hours later, the director arrived at the operating room, apologizing for being late. Lin asked him if the second patient had arrived at the hospital. Josh said that he was already here, but he did not understand why the guy asked this question because only 2.5 hours had passed. Lin said that he had already completed the operation, but the director did not believe him. However, when he looked at the patient's hand with perfect stitches, he immediately took back his words. The man said the second patient was in the next operating room. Larry hugged Lin, saying that the director could rely on him. Meanwhile, the second operation began, and it was even faster than the first. The longer Larry worked with Dr. Lin, the more he learned. Soon, the hero announced that the operation was completed. Josh was shocked. This time, it took Lin less than 2 hours. When the men left the operating room, the director said that the next patient was on his way. If there was no traffic, he would be here soon. Lin's eyes lit up with joy, and he was ready to see his next patient. The operation soon began. Larry was quite tired as they performed their 3rd operation in a row for the first time. However, he was confident that if he followed Lin, he would be able to improve and challenge himself even more. Larry spent 7 hours operating on people without food, water, or toilet. But why wasn't the doctor tired after all these operations? Seeing the assistant's face, Lin asked Vanessa to help Larry and wipe his sweat. It was also difficult for her to carry out 3 operations in a row, but she tried to hold on. Lin asked to be patient a little longer. They would finish very soon. Soon, the 3rd operation was completed and everyone left the operating room. Larry asked Vanessa how she felt after having 3 surgeries in a row. The girl said that she was keeping up with the doctor perfectly and was not the least bit tired. Suddenly, Larry and Vanessa heard Dr. Lin talking to someone around the corner and decided to eavesdrop. It was Josh. He asked the guy why he had so much desire to operate. Even the director at his age did not want to perform so many operations in a row. As much as Lin would like to do a couple more surgeries, there are no more patients, so they will talk about it tomorrow. Lin agreed, but added that he would perform 5 surgeries tomorrow. Larry looked at the doctor in amazement. If he wants to perform 5 operations on him, then he needs to prepare something. Suddenly, he saw a nurse and another doctor approaching the men. They were trainee Dr. Marty and trainee nurse Cheryl. They brought the doctor fruits and special foods from another province. Lin examined the grocery bag. There were 2 salted fish, but the men did not know how to eat them. Marty explained that they just need to be stewed, although you can steam them with nuts or tomatoes, or with tofu, or with soybeans, and it will be even tastier if you eat the fish together with the pork stomach. Lin interrupted the man, asking what they wanted from him. Marty said he watched all the videos where Lin performed an operation using the M-Tang technique and decided to offer his help and assist him. Moreover, using this technique takes a lot of time, and Assistant Larry looks like a little more and he will die from exhaustion. The young man became incredibly angry. He could no longer remain silent. He flew around the corner, shouting that he was not tired at all, and then began to threaten Marty. Then Larry began to think. He caught himself thinking that he was jealous of Marty, and this was not good. The man decided to calm down, and then said that the doctor could take the salted fish back to his home and cook pork legs with it. This is his favorite dish. Then Josh decided to intervene. They didn't have time to quarrel since they had 5 surgeries to do tomorrow. The next day, Larry brought a whole pan of delicious food to the hospital. All the doctors immediately surrounded the guy, wanting to taste the most delicious treat. Larry said that he bought and cooked pig's feet, and suggested that Lin try them since they would have to perform as many as 5 operations. Chandler noted that the dish turned out simply wonderful. Larry said that cooking them is not at all difficult. After you boil them, you need to fish them out and strain the broth. The stew needs to be put in the refrigerator and stewed again after a few days. The broth can be used to cook meat again. It will be very tasty. No matter what meat you choose, it will still be great. You can also add pork ribs or mushrooms. Chandler asked the guy to come to him after lunch so that he could give him money for food. Soon, Larry was surrounded by a crowd of doctors. They asked him to prepare other delicious dishes for them. They decided to simply create a group on social networks where everyone could order what they wanted from Larry. The guy's eyes widened. Orders kept coming to him. Their conversation was interrupted by Lin because they had to prepare for the operation. Soon, everyone went to the operating room. The patient's condition was stable, so Lin began the operation after covering the patient with a surgical drape. He said that this patient had 3 injured fingers. This makes the operation much more difficult than the previous ones. Larry thought that Dr. Lin would be in terrible condition, but he was ready for anything today. The team was determined. They had to carry out 5 operations. The first operation went as usual. Time passed, and soon the 3rd operation was completed. And then Vanessa decided to see a doctor. She said that she had been operating for several days. Yesterday, she performed 3 more operations. This morning, 2 more. Her strength was running out. The girl wanted someone to replace her. Lin agreed, reflecting that although the work of a nurse is less grueling than the work of a general surgeon, it is much more, especially for operating room nurses. They need to be completely focused on the operation. It is a huge test for the body and mind. Vanessa added that the new nurse is not as familiar with the M-Tang technique, so they will have to slow down. They will not be able to perform the operation as quickly. Lin said he was aware of this and promised to slow down. Vanessa was sad when she realized that Dr. Lin saw her dark circles under her eyes. She promised herself that when she returned, she would immediately go to bed to get rid of the bags under her eyes, do a mask, apply some makeup, and go back to work. She was also worried that the doctor might fall asleep during the operation, but Lin said that would not happen. The hero thought, there are 2 more operations ahead. He must save his strength for the next one. Moreover, he has not heard Larry's voice for a long time. When the guy looked at the assistant, he saw that he was already asleep. Lin walked up to him and told him to rest if he was tired. Larry immediately opened his eyes, saying that he was not tired at all and was ready to carry out all 5 operations. However, Lin told him that in this condition he would not be able to perform 2 more operations. The hero said that the guy can sleep. He should set the alarm and come back a little later, Larry thought. When he was a student, he only needed 10 minutes of sleep to gain energy. Soon the alarm rang. Larry got up and went to prepare for the operation. When he arrived in the operating room, Dr. Lin was already working on a patient. The hero asked what delayed Larry, since all 5 operations had already been completed. As it turned out, Marty replaced him. Fury flashed in his eyes. Now he is here, and even though the operation is almost over, he must learn from the doctor's experience. At this time, nurses passed by the operating room. They were surprised that Dr. Lin was still operating. He had not left the office since the morning. One of the girls admired how much energy the doctor had. However, she soon realized that her words had been interpreted incorrectly and hurried to run away. Lin soon announced the completion of the operation. The system reported the completion of the mission and presented the hero with a basic treasure chest. The man was sure that there was an energy serum there again. However, instead there was another chip that granted him the diagnostic skill. The hero was pleasantly surprised by such a gift. After that, Lin left the hospital and called himself a taxi. A medical examination is an assessment of the patient's condition, in which the doctor checks touch, smell, sensitivity, hearing, and also performs percussion. A physical examination is one of the 4 basic diagnostic skills. The diagnosis is necessary for the doctor in order to understand whether the patient can be cured and the suspected disease can be prevented. Even those doctors who spend all their time in the operating room need basic diagnostic skills. While Lin was driving in the car, he decided to inquire what the rank of his medical examination skills was. The system reported that the medical examination skill Lin had mastered was rated 1,128th in Yunhua City. The rank would increase after completing 20 to 30 medical examinations. However, this was not considered a mission. It was necessary in order to gain experience. Then Lin decided to examine himself while he was still in the car. He began to touch his body parts one by one, and the system informed him about diseases found and not found. Soon, the hero checked his entire body. No diseases were found. The system said that medical examination is based on early diagnosis and early treatment. Subjective judgments cannot be applied. A scientific approach is mandatory. These are reasons for the interest of the patient and his family in particular, and the country and people in general. The taxi driver looked in bewilderment as Lin fingered himself in the back seat. Something was wrong with this guy. The man wanted to stop, but the hero asked him to drive a little further. Then the taxi driver lied that his tank was almost empty, so the guy would have to walk a little. Lin got out of the car and reached into his pocket to pay the taxi driver for the ride. However, the man did not wait for him to find the money and immediately drove away. Arriving home, Lin again decided to repeat the skills of independent medical examination. This examination skill should be considered masterful, because everything depends on its application in practice. Soon morning came. Lin was woken up by a phone call. It was a call from the hospital. They told him that all the beds were full. Today's operations had been postponed until tomorrow, so Lin could rest today. The hero decided that it would be better not just not to go to work, but to help his family with patience. He went downstairs and told his father that he was not working today, so he could help with a couple of examinations. Robert was surprised, because he had already invited Dr. Milton to the clinic. Soon, a car pulled up to the clinic. It was Dr. Milton. He works for supplies and specializes in suturing and cosmetic injections. He said he spoke to the doctor this morning on the phone. Behind him were today's patients. Dr. Felice and Zan came to help. Dr. Stanley said that today Lin would help them with the examinations, and Robert was indignant at this time. Inviting Dr. Milton cost 200 yuan a day. He wasted his money. The hero put on a white coat. He was very pleased that today there were so many patients on whom he could practice his examination skill. After being examined by Dr. Lin, the girls were scheduled to see Dr. Milton. Lin decided to ask the system if his examination skill had increased. As it turned out, it had become 1 level higher. The girls pulled Lin out of his thoughts. They also wanted to undergo a medical examination with the hero. Robert looked proudly at how his son was improving every day, because this meant that more and more residents of the city would come to them for inspection. Milton offered to replace Lin and inspect the girls, thinking that the guy was already tired from today. Hearing this, the girls immediately rushed to come up with ridiculous excuses and leave the clinic. Lin looked after them in bewilderment. The next day, the hero returned to the hospital. Early in the morning, he immediately went to the patient to conduct an examination and evaluate how he was recovering. The man was surprised that the examination was taking place so early. Lin said that he wanted to conduct a detailed medical examination. The hero said that the man has a lot of sedentary work and gastritis. Today, he will check the condition of his chest, abdominal cavity, head, and neck. The nurse noted that the doctor was too serious. The hero said that before this, there was no need to carry out examinations. But now that she appeared, he must carry them out. the girl objected, because Dr. Lin only rested once, and that was yesterday. He even came today a few hours earlier. At this rate, he will be very tired by dinner time, and he will have no time and energy left for his girlfriend. Then the hero said that he does not have a girlfriend. All his energy goes to operations. After the examination, Lin went to Larry's office, who told him that they had 3 patients today. Lin decided to take care of them, and then it would become clear whether new patients would come or not. At that moment, Marty approached the men and said that he would contact other hospitals, because the M-Tang technique works so well that many hospitals would be happy to redirect patients to their department. Lin said the more hospitals he called, the better. But Larry believed it was quality, not quantity, that mattered. Marty added that he recently saw a new issue of Chinese critical care medicine. Lena's name is on it. His work called Controlling Bleeding with Bare Hands Without Surgical Preparation by Precisely Applying Pressure. While suturing the Gleason's capsule was simply amazing. At this moment, the system informed the hero that he had completed the task of writing a dissertation, and he was given a medium treasure chest as a reward. Inside the chest was a chip that granted Lin the experience of dissecting 3,000 upper limbs. Lin thought, "This is the process of regional anatomical concealment. These monotonous, repetitive, uninteresting dissections have provided so much information. Performing a dissection of 3,000 upper limbs is only comparable to the ability to control bleeding with bare hands to perfection. This is the knowledge that doctors devote their entire lives to studying." Now, even when Lin just looks at his hands, the information that pops up in his brain becomes the ideal metacarpus, the ideal phalanx, the ideal thenar, the ideal hypothenar, the ideal lumbrical muscle, the ideal transverse palmar crease, the ideal distal wrist crease of the ideal human body. At that moment, Vanessa entered the office. She grinned, thinking that the doctor was doing palmistry. Then the hero replied that he was thinking about the anatomical diagram of the hand. The girl grinned. This guy was charming, but it was unrealistic to talk to him. Then she decided to offer her palm so that Lin could tell her fortune. The hero thought, looking only at his own hands, "You won't get much information. So why doesn't he look at someone else's and compare them with his hands?" The man peered at Vanessa's palm. The dorsal palmar fold was invisible. The metacarpus was pleasant to the touch, slightly smaller than usual, nothing special. While the nurse was worried about her and the doctor holding hands right now, Lin thought, compared to the experience of hiding 3,000 upper limbs, Vanessa's arm is not deformed. There is nothing special, so there is no point in studying it. Lin silently let go of her hand, sighing thoughtfully. Vanessa did not understand why he reacted this way. The hero said that he found that her little finger was shorter than usual, and assumed that the middle part was also petite. He carefully felt her hand and could notice that it was not quite standard from an anatomical point of view. Vanessa sighed resignedly. She clearly did not expect such an answer. Their conversation was interrupted by Larry. He said that the operating room was already ready. The patient had a laceration of one finger. Soon everyone arrived in the operating room. Now Lin will perform surgery to repair the finger. Everyone present was also ready. Lin began to analyze the situation. The skin on the patient's palm is rough, but towards the thenar it becomes thinner. The seal is at the intersection of the palm and the hypothenar. If you cut it and open the skin, you need to apply pressure sequentially. Hero noted that the experience of 3,000 dissections of the upper extremities had a huge effect on the operation. Larry noted that Lin made a wonderful cut. Suddenly, the operating room opened and Josh walked inside. He asked the doctors to continue working. He brought a few friends to show them Dr. Lin's skills. Behind the man stood Bernard, the director of the Changsha Province Maternal and Child Health Center. He didn't believe that this child actually performed the operation with the M-Tang technique in just 2 hours. Josh introduced the men to the Yunhua Hospital Emergency Department's M-Tang technique, the best method for suturing difficult areas. Lin worked for only a short time and then announced that the operation was completed. Everyone present was shocked. Then the director invited Bernard to watch the next operation. Marty reported that the patient had already arrived and was being prepared for surgery, which would take place in the second operating room. Josh asked if Lin wanted to do the surgery now or would he rest first. The hero said, "Since the patient in the second operating room has a laceration of one finger, it is worth operating on him now. It will take about half an hour." Bernard grinned. Apparently, Principal Josh had prepared a great show for them. Josh said they worked hard behind the scenes for such a top-notch performance. If Bernard takes a look at a few more surgeries, he will know the power of their emergency room. Soon the next operation began. The guests noted that the speed of Dr. Lin's hands was simply incredible. Bernard thought it was a joke at first, but he actually completed this operation in 30 minutes. The main difference between conventional tendon anastomosis and the M-Tang technique is the different suturing strength. The double Kessler suture loops. To apply it, you need to insert a thread from one part of the torn tendon and connect it to the other. The M-Tang technique is a 3-strand suture in order to avoid excessive damage to the tendon. The main emphasis is on how to pull out the 3 main strands of the suture. This technique requires 3 times less time than the Kessler stitching technique. But the complexity of the operation is 3 times higher. 30 minutes for one phalangeal stitching indicates the professionalism of the doctor. If an hour is spent on single phalanx stitching using the M-Tang technique, then the operation is completed quickly. Taking into account all the possible difficulties during the operation, it is quite logical to expect that the process will take 1.5 or even 2 hours. Before Bernard could finish his thought, Lynn asked Vanessa to check and count the bandages. Those present could not believe their eyes. Was the operation already completed? Bernard suggested that this was a fake doctor, and the nurses were just actors. Josh immediately became indignant, promising to eat the entire operating table if it turned out that this was a performance. Lin John reported that the operation was completed. He managed to complete it in 21 minutes. Then Bernard asked if the director had any more operations today. He still thought that the speed of this operation was just a coincidence. Josh visibly tensed as he looked at Lin. However, the hero assured him that he could continue and perform more operations. He left the rest of the stitching to Dr. Larry. Then Josh gathered everyone and led them to the 3rd operating room for the next operation. Lin soon performed several more operations. Bernard was in shock. To make a tendon incision, the doctor would need 20 to 30 minutes just to prepare, and Lin performed the whole operation during this time and didn't even raise an eyebrow. Something was clearly wrong here. When Lin took out the tendon, he placed it correctly and then adjusted its position. This was the most frightening thing. The man was soon informed that the operation was almost complete and it only took 10 minutes. Bernard suggested to Josh that he allow this brilliant doctor to take part in the conference. The director chuckled, asking if Lin was not qualified enough. Bernard shouted, "This technique is equipped with more than enough. It's just that there are a lot of pretty girl doctors at the conference, and Lin is an attractive guy. It's wrong to hide such a doctor in the operating room. Josh should show him to the whole world." Soon, the hero announced that the operation was completed. When Josh went outside, he thought about Bernard's words. It was decided that Lin needed to be transferred to a new degree. Thanks to Director Josh's visit, there were now plenty of patients. For Lin, this was an excellent opportunity to perform as many operations as possible. So it wasn't until 4 a.m. the next morning that the patients ran out. Larry was incredibly tired, and Marty was wondering what was wrong with Dr. Lin. The fact is that the hero was simply looking at the ceiling. The men decided that geniuses have their own quirks. But in fact, Lin was looking at the system notification. It reported the completion. To practice the M-Tang technique on 50 patients, as a reward, the hero received an energy serum. As he lowered his head, Marty decided to address him. He said that Director Josh wanted to bother Lin during the operation, but he asked him to tell him that after work, he needed to get a good night's sleep, get up early and get ready, go to the Wyndham Hotel before noon and wait for him there. The International Medical Conference of the Emergency Department of Yunhua Hospital, held in the Wyndham Department every year, has been developed and organized for several years. Now it is the Changsha Province Medical Conference. The poster showed all the emergency medicine doctors, including the emergency room doctor at Yunhua Hospital. This doctor has repeatedly performed operations using the M-Tang technique, and yet he is only an intern at Yunhua Hospital. One of the visitors took a photo of Lin and sent his photo to some girl, saying that this handsome man meets her high standards. Perhaps he can be lured to work at the Wyndham Hotel. This girl turned out to be Selena. She thought that this year the conference coincided with the announcement of the Emergency Medicine Center project. Every hospital wanted to participate. Since there are so many professional and large emergency departments of the Urgent Care Center, the bills of the Urgent Care Center should not decrease at the end, which means that there is an incredible opportunity for their company, which is why everything must be top-notch. Juan said that there were 160 people at the event, almost 30 of them occupying a position above the assistant director, and another 80 attending physicians. Selena thought that such numbers do not guarantee anything. They need to work hard to find real talents. At that moment, one of the workers approached the girl and said that they did not have enough brochures. Selena yelled at her and told her to get more pamphlets from the warehouse instead of messing around. But that wasn't the problem. As it turned out, there were no brochures in the warehouse. Many girls were extremely interested in the new doctor of Yunhua Hospital. They instantly sorted everything out. Selena was shocked. All 300 brochures were dismantled. This Dr. Lin turned out to be more effective than the entire advertising department. At that moment, Selena received a call from Bella, an oncologist from a provincial cancer hospital. She said that it was a great idea to organize a blind date. Selena listened to her friend in bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. Meanwhile, Juan arrived in the hall. He said that Director Josh would arrive in the afternoon. He was performing today and had a lot of things to do, and then offered Lin some snacks. However, Lin decided to choose what he liked. At that moment, Madeline approached the hero. She introduced herself as the head of the emergency department of a provincial children's hospital. She watched that video where Lin controlled the bleeding with his bare hands and would like to know where he learned this. The hero replied that he learned this at his family's clinic. Madeline suddenly began asking him strange questions like how many people were in his family. Then the woman called a young girl, Yasmin, over to her. She was her daughter. Lin Zhan was her age. Madeline asked the guy to share his experience with the girl. Yasmin graduated from Xiamen University this year. She's still very naive. She doesn't know whether to start working or go to graduate school. The other women looked with undisguised envy at how brazenly Madeline was trying to woo her daughter. Madeline held a leadership position in a children's hospital. Her husband is the director of a construction bureau. Her daughter is an incredibly beautiful graduate of a prestigious university, so she wanted to get such a profitable son-in-law. With such a son-in-law, her plan for life will be fulfilled. And then this young couple will have beautiful, obedient twins. The boy will become a politician or businessman, and the girl will do what she likes. It would be nice if she also married a doctor. That would be ideal. The woman was distracted from her thoughts by Layla, who seemed to come out of nowhere. Madeline immediately tensed. This scoundrel was seducing her future son-in-law right in front of her eyes. Layla walked unceremoniously towards Lin, pushing Yasmin aside. Madeline turned to the girl, asking which hospital she was from. Layla said that she came from Golden Deer Hospital, and then asked if this grandmother knew Lin. The woman pretended not to notice how she was called a grandmother, and then asked if paramedics were also participating in this conference. Layla immediately saw through Madeline. This old woman clearly wanted to get her out of here. In the fish store, the girl was always most irritated by these old ladies. However, she still had an ace up her sleeve. Madeline said that this is the Yunhua International Conference for Emergency Department Doctors, and Layla's company is an ambulance. Layla said that she knows that this is the Yunhua International Emergency Care Conference, and she also knows that their company is an ambulance company. However, they were the sponsors of this very conference. Layla was sure that she would not lose in this fight, especially when Lin was next to her. The hero, meanwhile, went to the table because he was very hungry. At that moment, a young brunette approached him. It was Rose. She liked Lin at first sight. She invited him to try dried pork, confident that the guy would definitely like this dish. At that moment, a red-haired girl, Bliss, approached them. She also really liked Lin. She asked if he wanted to give a speech today, because he had performed many operations on hard-to-reach areas of the arm. The hero said that he had such experience, but he would not give a speech. He came here for company with the head of his department. Bliss immediately noted that she had met with the head of the emergency department of Yunhua Hospital several times, and he was quite serious. Rose was very angry because this girl intruded into their conversation. Moreover, she was dressed like a schoolgirl. Bliss tried to stay close to Lin. She promised that she would ask her director to support Yunhua Hospital. The hero thanked her for her support. Then Rose decided to join the conversation. She said that their hospital received 3 places during the committee meeting. Bliss saw an expensive pendant on the girl's neck, and this really infuriated her. A real war broke out between the girls. Rose whispered that she was there first, but Bliss insisted that it didn't matter because there were no rules in love. While the girls were piercing each other with murderous glances, Lin finally decided to eat. Meanwhile, Madeline accepted her defeat, took Yasmin, and went with her to another part of the hall. Layla turned around, addressing Lin, but the guy was no longer there. She began to look for him with her eyes and became furious when she saw him in the company of 2 girls. As soon as she was a little distracted, All sorts of girls immediately began to hover around him, but Layla was not going to back down either. She crawled between Rose and Bliss to Lin, asking him why he didn't tell her where he went. The girls stared at the stranger with incomprehension. She spoke to the doctor very frivolously. Apparently they were close. Then Layla handed Lin a fork with a piece of the dish, intending to feed him. She smiled maliciously, turning to the girl. Victory was already in her pocket, because Lin chose the food offered to her. Rose and Bliss realized that they were now in the same boat. They needed to kick this upstart out of here. The girls attacked the guy, offering him a variety of dishes. Lin looked at everything that was happening in amazement, not knowing how to react. The hospital directors watched all this from the balcony, laughing cheerfully. Soon the evening came to an end, and a conference began in the hand surgery department of Yunhua Hospital. Manhwa, head of the hand surgery department at Yunhua Hospital, who returned unexpectedly, said that Professor Hashimoto had been studying the treatment of hard-to-reach areas of the hand for many years. He is usually very busy due to work and countless visits. It cost them a lot of effort to have him in the hospital, and he now hoped that they would have a lot to discuss and learn from each other over the next few days. The meeting was also attended by the head of the department, Jin Shi. Professor Hashimoto Shiro, a professor in the orthopedic department at Japan's Keio University Hospital, said that he had heard that there was a young doctor at the hospital who had performed dozens of operations using the M-Tang technique, and he wanted to know more about it. Jin said he could make arrangements if the man wanted to see the surgeries in the emergency room. Hashimoto said that it would be great. He would like to look at patients who have already undergone surgery, because the best way to understand surgery is to look at its results. Jin replied that the emergency department is independent of the hand surgery department. They have no right to interfere with their work, much less arrange a tour of the department's wards. Pan objected. Because a round of wards is not required, they could invite patients and examine them here in the hand surgery department. Jin asked Pan not to create unnecessary problems, but the man did not let up. He stated that he heard that some patients are recovering in their department, which is just ridiculous. If they have any problems, then the ER will have them too. Hashimoto said what Jin is doing is discrediting suturing the flexor tendon in a hard-to-reach area of the arm. Stitching the flexor tendons in a hard-to-reach area of the arm requires a lot of medical skill. The doctor must only concentrate on the operation for a few hours. In Japan, they have long discussions before such operations, but they perform dozens of operations without careful planning. The advancement of hand surgery in China is based on their number, and Hashimoto did not think this was correct. This approach does not contribute to the development of skill in this surgical field. If they have a strategy, they will not only reduce the workload of the medical staff, but also increase the success and efficiency of the operation. They should all work in this direction, and not just for the sake of performing operations. Jin said that the situation in China is different. They have many patients who need surgery. They cannot ignore them. But Hashimoto did not stop. He said that if there were many patients, the surgeon would have to remain calm and perform countless amputations on those whose severed fingers cannot be re-sewed, and sew up deep tendons. This would save medical resources and allow him to help those who need it most. For example, for smokers, it is better to have their fingers amputated rather than sewn up. The fact is that nicotine speeds up the speed of signals between the body and the brain. Nicotine will cause spasm of blood vessels and lead to tissue necrosis of the transplanted finger. Amputation and transplantation used to be taboo. But Jean was still shocked by such a statement. Pan said that the fact that they are treating people, saving their lives, means that they should give them a chance. If the patient agrees and meets the criteria for a transplant, then they should at least give him a chance. Hashimoto said that quitting smoking is hard, but it is much harder to get a patient to follow instructions. And then the man suggested changing the subject. He wanted to see M-Tang surgery performed on a hard-to-reach area of the arm in the emergency department of a Chinese hospital. The men headed to the ward where Lin's patients were lying, for the treatment of whom he used this technique. Hashimoto examined the hands of each of them. He then stated that at least half of patients will not be able to fully regain hand function. Jin tried to calm the agitated patients, and Pan asked the Japanese how he came to such a conclusion without conducting a single test. Hashimoto said the tests won't change anything, but doctors may try to convince him with the test results. Pan wanted to attack the impudent Japanese, but Jin stopped him. He said that this was not the first time Pan had been involved in this and knew very well how doctors from departments in different countries interact with each other. He had to restrain his emotions. He then looked at Hashimoto and thought, Based on the motionless state of the hand, they can determine what stage the patient is at. Moreover, based on the recent performance, this is a replacement for the conventional test. In other words, this Hashimoto hero is a very unusual person. The man said that bilateral relations in China are the main trend now. If they follow the main trends in the world, by increasing the number of amputations, they can increase the satisfaction of their patients. Pan shouted, "For a patient to have body parts is as important as being able to use them. There is something more important than the functionality of a body part. Besides, just because the number of their amputations is small does not mean that their success is small." Hashimoto replied that the doctor's energy is limited, and instead of spending 6 hours to perform 2 unsuccessful flexor tendon surgeries, he could spend 4 hours to successfully suture 1 flexor tendon, and then he asked if all the patients here had been operated on that young doctor. Pan said there are currently 2 patients in the recovery room from the emergency department and the rest from the hand surgery department. Then Hashimoto decided to demonstrate his pickiness and guess which of the patients came from the emergency department. Although he is a doctor, he is also a renowned medical detective thanks to his accurate intuition. Hashimoto pointed his finger at the 2 patients, saying that these 2 should be removed first. The man had heard that an expert whose skills were comparable to Pan's had performed operations and guessed that it was department head Jin Shi. Hearing this, the men chuckled. Hashimoto looked at them in surprise. Had he made a mistake? Jin explained that these 2 were Lin Zhan's patients from the emergency room. These were the patients the young doctor had operated on when he was the head surgeon, and he would be happy to hear the Japanese doctor's praise. Hashimoto was upset about his miss. He needed to push himself and become first again. So he asked Pan to test patients with a simple test to determine hand function. This is a method invented by the Japanese Kaneko Tsubasa. It is used to assess the movement of the patient's upper limbs. It includes 10 movements and allows a detailed assessment of hand motor skills. Seeing that all the patients had complete motor control and scores above excellent, Hashimoto cursed in anger. Meanwhile, Principal Josh was giving a speech at the conference. Chandler noted that this year their department head is final and simplest. He said that Lin's girls fans helped him a lot. The man then looked at his phone and said that they needed to wait until the director finished his speech, and then said that when Principal Pan returned, he brought with him a Japanese professor who wanted to annoy them. The men soon returned to the hospital. They were met by Jin, Pan, and Hashimoto. Noticing Lin, the Japanese wondered if this was the same young chief surgeon of the emergency department. He couldn't believe that he had the same skill level as Jin and Pan. He urgently needed to visit this guy. Then the man asked, "Is this the same Dr. Lin Zhan who owns the Mtang technique?" Hashimoto approached Larry thinking that this was Lin. However, Jin told him not to play the guessing game and pointed to the real Dr. Lin. Hashimoto was shocked. He was a doctor with good medical skills and a pretty face, the kind he usually only appears in TV series. But how did he manage to meet such a person in real life? Usually, all famous doctors, especially such handsome ones, turn out to be fake because they only care about fame and its advantages. A handsome doctor appears in the hospital who treats wonderfully. He immediately attracts the attention of patients. For example, a patient will first think of the Mayo Clinic. Those with heart problems will go to the Cleveland Clinic. Those diagnosed with cancer will go to MD Anderson Cancer Center. But what should a hospital in China do if it wants a famous doctor? It is impossible to rely on a doctor's medical skills alone. But how good can a Chinese doctor's skills be? But if a doctor looks like a model and has basic medical skills, he may well become a well-known doctor at the regional level. And information on social networks determines the reputation of Yunhua hospitals, making it the best in the region. Hashimoto looked at Pan angrily. Did he really want to use him? For the past few months, he has been pretending to hate Yunhua Hospital and trying to charm him for his own benefit. He eventually meets a young famous doctor in Yunhua who immediately wins him over. And then, surprisingly, they have the opportunity to gradually increase the popularity of this celebrity. Then Hashimoto approached Lin and said, if possible, he would like to see Dr. Lin perform an operation using the Mtang technique. The man chuckled to himself, thinking that he had taken the guy by surprise. The technique was very complex. Everything would depend only on how the doctor performed the operation. Pan thought that this Hashimoto was too suspicious, but he did not want to take the side of this boy from the emergency room. He then approached Josh, asking if they could arrange for the surgery to take place so Hashimoto could observe. Seeing the irritation on Josh's face, Jin intervened in the conversation, saying that he too would like to see Dr. Lin perform an operation using the MTANG technique. Pan explained that Dr. Hashimoto has a very busy schedule. If the operation is carried out as quickly as possible, it will be much easier for them to organize their day. Mr. Hashimoto still needs to visit the provincial hospital. Moreover, it is said that Dr. Lin performs several operations like him only finds so much time. Then Hashimoto took a deep breath, bowed, and said that he would be very glad if the men could organize an operation so that he could observe Lin's work. Josh wondered if they could refuse him, but that probably wouldn't be the best decision right now. Hashimoto was right. Their hospital would very soon acquire its own famous doctor. The only thing Josh was afraid of was that Lin, due to his inexperience, would screw up, because he would probably worry, being under the close supervision of an experienced doctor. The man then said that the Japanese would have to wait while they organized an operation for Lin. Chandler realized that Josh was worried, so he said that they also had a bunch of videos from previous surgeries in case there were no patients. Josh immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying that they actually had a lot of video footage. Soon, the men went to the conference room to watch the recording of the operation. Larry demonstrated surgery on a patient with a single phalangeal laceration, the same one that Hashimoto had recently tested. Based on the statistics in the video, it was clear to everyone that the surgeon was in complete control of what was happening. Suddenly, the man noticed a nurse in the video. He immediately noted that she was very beautiful, unlike the Japanese ones. But as soon as he noticed that the girl in the video laughed, he immediately screamed, because at that moment the operation was going on, and she was chatting about something with the surgeon. Lin explained that the girl just wanted to wipe his forehead. Hashimoto blushed. In this action, he saw something more intimate than wiping his forehead. By evening, only Hashimoto and Pan remained in the conference room. The Japanese was indignant. Pan had already been watching recordings of operations for several hours in a row. Then the man shouted that he must continue. He must definitely find Lin's shortcomings. Pan spent the entire night reviewing the operation records. As an expert studying the MTANG technique, he could guess 70 to 80% of Lin's actions. Closing the incision is a precaution. The best thing to do is to choose stitching. There are so many nuances that doctors they don't see without mastering the MTANG technique. This Lin John is almost always good, and even if he accidentally finds new problems, he can make new calculations to solve them. Every time he encounters difficulties, this kid only gets better. If Pan didn't have the video, he wouldn't have believed that anyone could learn so quickly and effectively. Although he didn't want to admit it, he wasn't as good as Lin. There is an American proverb: if someone looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, then most likely it is a duck. If the doctor's skills during the operation turned out to be better than yours, his judgment was more correct than yours, and his forecasts were more accurate than yours, then he is a better doctor than you. Previously, Pan was the only one who owned the MTANG technicians, but now it is obvious that Lin John is held in high esteem by everyone. Pan returned from Japan in a hurry because he was afraid that he would take his place, but still he was late. The man then said he wanted to stay in the country for a little while longer and asked Hashimoto to delay his return. He accepted this request because he would also be nervous if he were in such a situation. Panicked people often make the wrong decisions. Hashimoto theorized that Pan wanted to stay in the hospital to compete with Lin. Pan said he wanted to stay, and instead of grabbing patients later, it would be better to do it much earlier. But Hashimoto disagreed with him. Pan could clearly see that he was inferior to Lin in predictions when it came to stitching the flexor tendons, in which case there was no point in staying. Lin would simply leave him behind. The best thing Pan can do is take advantage of training opportunities to help him improve his technique. He must learn new methods, and then return to China. Use his absolute superiority to ultimately crush Lin. Meanwhile, 2 patients arrived at the hospital with finger wounds. Chandler sighed. If they had arrived earlier, old Pan would have seen Lin's operation in person. Over the next 3 days, Hashimoto Shiro and Manhwa joined the Taiwanese joint transplant operation at Changshi Orthopedic Hospital, where they received universal approval. Although Pan operated as Hashimoto's first assistant, there were still some things that were inaccessible to him. But now he is recognized by the leaders of the National Health and Family Planning System of Changshi Province. The man understood that it was important to build relationships, and given that Lin Zhan only knows how to operate using the MTANG technique, he is just a good specialist. Pan will allow him to remain at the top for a few more days. The man then announced that tomorrow he would go to Japan to continue his studies. He was sure that upon arrival he would be greeted by a whole bunch of patients. His colleagues were sure that they would not survive his graduation and departure. Pan then asked how many flexor tendon suturing operations Lin had already performed. Everyone fell silent, and then one of the men said that approximately 24 operations had been performed. Pan was shocked. It turns out that he performed at least 6 operations a day. In Pan's understanding, a good chief surgeon performs 3 operations a day. If he operates 4 times a day, then he is already putting in much more effort. 5 operations a day are perceived by Pan solely as work for wear and tear, and in the end, it turned out that he was not afraid Lin's mastery of technology and the speed of his development. Then the man jumped up and called everyone into the operating room to watch Lin's work. Soon the man arrived in the operating room. Lin's technique was now even better than in the video. The coherence of the medical team working with him has also improved. Lin John is the most furious in the emergency department. If Pan doesn't do anything, he will lose as soon as he relaxes even for a moment. Soon, Chief Pan went to Japan for half a month for further training. And in the emergency department, there were not enough rooms for all the patients. Lin continued to practice his technique, and the number of operations per day increased to 5. However, for all missions, he was given only energy serum, so the hero considered the system a little unreasonable. However, he was already tired from so many operations and decided to play a little on the phone. At that moment, Vanessa walked past him. She felt sorry that Lin was sitting on the floor from fatigue. The girl asked if everything was okay with him, because he had been operating tirelessly all this time. Larry noted that he worked shifts with Marty, but even so, they could barely stand. Lin ran from one operating room to another. He didn't even have time to eat. Even if there was any delay, Lin would immediately start wailing. Vanessa continued to look at Lin. He looked so exhausted that she wanted to feed him soup. At this moment, the system sent the hero an alert with a new mission. He needed to cure 2 patients using the technique of stopping bleeding with his bare hands. Lin chuckled. This system was becoming more and more interesting. And now that he had a new mission, he was ready to begin operations again. Vanessa said that if he left the game he was just playing now, he would lose. Then Lin handed her his phone, inviting her to play for him. Meanwhile, the hero headed to the register. He asked the nurses to inform him if patients suddenly arrived at the hospital with blood loss. Judging by the description of the task, the blood loss should be less than 1.5 liters, and if a person loses that much blood, then he will definitely come to the hospital. However, 2 hours passed, but Lin still did not find anyone on whom he could use the technique of stopping the bleeding with his bare hands. At that moment, Chandler approached him. The hero said that he was waiting for some operations. However, the doctor told him to stop waiting. He had some interesting cases, and he could use Lin's help. The doctor had patients with very unusual injuries, but then the cases became more and more surprising. There was one more operation, the most difficult of all. Dr. Chandler advised Lin that CPR was needed for a patient suffering from heat stroke because other medications had failed and the man had not been breathing for about 3 minutes. As it turned out, sometimes patients died, even if Lin John was involved in their rescue. Deaths in the emergency department are the hardest to accept, but for the hero, this was the first such experience. Chandler tried to calm Lin down, realizing that this was his first case of a patient dying. The man asked him not to think about it too much. Death is a common occurrence. Doctors here simply open and close doors. If they manage to close the door leading to death, then they are lucky, but they cannot barricade the entrance to the next world. Lin continued to stand his ground. He was sure that if Chandler had performed resuscitation instead of him, then everything would have been different. Then the man said, "The patient was dying when he was brought in. His heart rate was rising for more than 7 minutes, so even if he survived, which was a 1 in a million chance, he would still be in a state of a vegetable. Even if he came out from a coma, which is even less likely, his life would be the same. He would not be able to live normally." He said that Lin did the resuscitation correctly. Chandler would have done everything the same, so nothing would have changed. Moreover, the manager Josh always says that you have to get rid of the disease if you want to save someone's life. He says this because many lives will not be saved. Then Chandler hugged Lin and suggested that he go to the Shao family restaurant after work and have a little drink before bed. In the evening, the street food district was always crowded with people to hang out before going to bed. However, this time something terrible was about to happen, because among the vacationers there was a man with a knife. He decided that since he was destined to die today, it would be nice to take a few more lives with him. Soon, Chandler and Lin arrived at the Xiao family's restaurant. They were met by a man with an unhealthy skin color. He immediately recognized Chandler's voice. He had already missed the doctor. The man said that he was very busy and then decided to introduce his partner Lin, a young and promising doctor. Xiao gave the hero a discount card as a gift and then seated the guests at a free table. Chandler ordered a large portion of food from the man, and Xiao went to the kitchen to quickly serve the men. When he left, Lin noted that he looked sick. Then Chandler said that Xiao was indeed their patient. Xiao was born with a gastric septal defect, one of the most common congenital heart diseases. When he was in elementary school, he competed in the long jump and broke his ankle when he landed poorly. Once he got into a fight, and as a result, he had to have his kidney removed. Perhaps he was the first person to have a kidney removed in the nephrology department. When the rheumatology department was created, he was immediately diagnosed with acute compound rheumatism. After installing an MRI machine, he was diagnosed with a tumor, but fortunately, it turned out to be benign. Moreover, he survived appendicitis, vascular endoprosthesis, arteriosclerosis, liver cysts, and gallstones. Old Xiao is a model patient of Yunhua hospitals. Even though he has suffered an unimaginable number of illnesses, he continues to smile and does not lower his head. When he gets sick, he goes to the hospital, and after treatment, he continues to work as if nothing had happened. Soon Xiao brought the men their beef dish. The men had just begun to eat when suddenly screams were heard from the street. People ran away and called for help. A man with a knife tried to attack everyone who got in his way. A policeman rushed to stop him and ordered the man to put down the knife. However, the criminal instead plunged the blade straight into the policeman's stomach. The man fell to the ground, bleeding, and the attacker ran away, hoping to escape the crime scene. Lin and Chandler immediately ran out of the hospital. They tried to help the man. In a hoarse voice, the policeman said that there was another wounded man. This was a teenage boy. Chandler said he would help him, and Lin stayed with the policeman. He asked Xiao for something with a high alcohol concentration, but the man said that it would not help, but he had iodophor. He, as a person who gets sick very often, had a huge first aid kit with all possible medicines. Lin noted that Xiao's strange physiology came in handy for them. The hero noted that the wound is located in the abdominal cavity, which makes it difficult to see. This needs to be dealt with immediately. Emergency department doctors use a lot of things when they cannot understand the specifics in order to avoid infection. The same plan is followed by ordinary people who have no training for such situations. Internal bleeding is not only difficult to control, but it is also very dangerous, because it can cause secondary injuries. The wounded can only pray for their absence. But for Lin, everything is a little easier. The policeman wanted to say something to Lin, but could not make up his mind. Apparently, he was embarrassed that such a young guy was saving him. Xiao then said that this was Dr. Lin, Dr. Chandler's colleague, a doctor in the emergency department of Yunhua Hospital, so the man had nothing to worry about. Hearing the familiar name of the hospital, the policeman asked to be taken to Yunhua. Xiao said that even if he was there, he would still be treated by Doctors Lin and Chandler, so they would just waste time. But the man stood his ground. It seemed to him that Dr. Lin was simply examining his wound, and he needed the help of medical practitioners. The hero thought about it. He suspected a ruptured spleen, and it could no longer be postponed. Then he inserted his palm into the man's wound, intending to stop the bleeding. The policeman screamed in incredible pain. Everyone around was shocked by what Lin was doing. As it turned out, the hero pressed on the sprout of the spleen to stop the bleeding. Soon, everyone noticed that the bleeding of the wound had indeed stopped. Xiao noted that Dr. Lin was incredible. At that moment, someone from the crowd ran up to the men. He said Dr. Chandler said he couldn't diagnose the bleeding. He needed to open the stomach. He also said he needed Dr. Lin to stop the bleeding. Lin said that he would help him right away and asked Xiao to find a car to transport the people and him along with the patient. Those present were shocked. Would they really not even call an ambulance? Then Xiao brought a vegetable cart for Lin. That's all he could find. The hero said that they had little time. They urgently needed to accommodate the patient. Passers-by helped them, and the wounded policeman was placed on a cart. Lin's hands confidently controlled the bleeding, despite the shaking of the cart. But he understood that Chandler could not do the same. He needed help. Meanwhile, Chandler tried to save the young boy who had already lost consciousness. The man was screaming. He urgently needed either an ambulance or Lin Zhan. The victim quietly said that there was no need to fuss so much because it was just a stab wound. People survived with more terrible injuries. he himself would get to the hospital, and there they would help him. Chandler understood that he would not last long. He had lost a lot of blood. It was necessary to somehow brighten up his last minutes. Meanwhile, the man with the scratch was indignant. He also wanted to get help, and the doctor was still busy with this wounded man. Chandler said that he saw the injuries of the others, and this boy's injury was the most serious of all. If he let him go, he would get even worse. Soon the boy began to delirium. The doctor was afraid that he was about to die. Then Chandler asked to give him a knife, 2 bottles of elite alcohol, and 2 towels. Soon the man brought the doctor everything he needed. Chandler thought about it. Now everything was very bad. He didn't know how to stop the bleeding. Now only laparotomy could help him. If he makes an incision in the abdominal cavity, he will break the law. But if the parents of this boy are adequate, then there will be no problems. But otherwise, they will skin him alive. The man swore at himself. He shouldn't have thought about all these formalities because he was a doctor and he had little time left. Then Chandler said that he needed to treat the wound and asked him to open a bottle of wine for him. The man opened a bottle that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, but now it didn't matter at all because a person's life was at stake. Chandler took the bottle and poured it on the boy's wound, but he needed another bottle. The doctor prepared to hide the abdominal cavity and extended the knife to the victim. At that moment, Lin came running to him. He asked to give him wine so that he could treat his hands. Chandler was incredibly happy to see the guy and immediately put the knife away. Soon, the victims were laid on the ground. Lin poured iodophor onto the teenage boy's wound. The hero disinfected his hands and then examined his wound. His liver was damaged and he had suffered a lot of blood loss. Lin then picked up a knife, preparing to operate on the boy. Passers-by filmed everything on their phones. They admired the fact that doctors were performing an operation in such conditions. The next moment, Lin launched a quick, accurate strike, needing to make a cut. If it is not possible to operate directly on the spot with both hands, then such an incision will be enough, and stitching will be more convenient. But Lin had only one hand free. He simply did not have enough time. However, he was going to figure out the rest as he went along. Now he only needed to do the necessary manipulations, and he began to widen the wound. Chandler washed Lin's hands with the remaining alcohol, and Lin inserted his free palm into the boy's wound. The man was horrified. He thought that Lin had widened the wound to see where the bleeding was going, and he reached there with his hand to control the blood loss with his bare hands. Passers-by filmed everything on their phones, admiring the hero's incredible abilities. Chandler was perplexed. Such wounds are usually deeper, therefore the incision should be smaller. But deeper, Lin is trying to control the bleeding with his bare hands. But how will he operate? The hero noted that it was difficult to look for the liver with one hand in this position. However, he soon groped for it, and then the victim screamed sharply in pain. Passers-by immediately rushed towards the boy to keep him in one place. Chandler noted that Lin was sweating, as if he had been caught in the rain. It was impossible to expect anything else, because it was very labor-intensive work. The man said that the ambulance was on its way and the wait would not be long. Lin thought, no matter how well his skill is developed now, he can only estimate the blood loss and reduce it slightly. He needs equipment, and the sooner the better. Then passers-by said that there were traffic jams on the streets now and the ambulance would take a very long time. Lin shouted, asking who had the car. They urgently needed to go to the hospital, otherwise the victims would not survive. One of the passers-by said that she had a car, and soon the victims were loaded into it. The wounded were taken to the hospital, and there Lin handed them over to the reliable hands of doctors. He wanted to perform a laparotomy, but he did not have the strength. He was not able to even raise his arms, let alone the operation. Now even the energy serum did not help him. He would be useless in the operating room. Then the hero washed himself, put on his jacket, and headed towards the exit. He said that he would take the day off tomorrow. The nurse wished him a good rest. Lin then thought about it. He didn't want to keep the patients waiting, and that he should still come tomorrow. The woman immediately objected to him. The guy needed rest. Today, he already saved 2 patients without any equipment. But if he continues to bother himself like this, he's unlikely to be able to last long. The other nurses agreed with the woman, saying that the doctor was too hard-working and needed rest. The head nurse said that Lin's shift the day after tomorrow is still valid, so tomorrow he better stay home and rest, and one of the nurses, Olivia, will also help him the day after tomorrow. The girl handed Lin traditional Roman chamomile tea with citrus oils, which helps him sleep. Lin soon returned to his home clinic. The parents were incredibly happy to see their son at home. They had already heard that Lin saved people today and were very proud of him. Robert even called all the neighbors. Tanya said that her son deserves a gift in the form of 2 new cars. The hero thought that his parents were more happy about this incident than he was. He was too tired to experience any emotions. Lin's mother did not push and sent the guy to his room so that he could rest properly. The hero took a shower and sat down on his bed. The system informed him of the completed task. The hero opened his gift, a basic treasure chest, expecting to receive another serum. However, this time the system gave him mastery of MRY reading and analysis skills. As soon as Lin touched the chip, he felt new knowledge filling his brain. With his early understanding of the anatomy of the upper limb, the information he could read increased greatly. Even when scanning, he could see that the magnetic field of his brachial plexus was uneven. He could see high and low contrast. The hero realized that he could clearly understand the structure of any problem. It was as if he had seen the light. He thought that the directors would definitely ask him where he learned this, but he was too tired to think about it for too long, so he fell asleep. In the morning, Lin was woken up by his mother. The guy was so tired that he didn't want to get out of bed at all. Soon, the parents led the hero to the garage, where there was a car covered with a cloth. Robert said that even though this car was used, Lin should follow all the rules for its use. The man then removed the cloth from the car, saying that this black car is quite good. Lin then said that it was a red car, and what's more, it didn't look used at all. Robert was embarrassed, apparently. He placed it in the wrong garage. It was Tanya's car, because she was uncomfortable without personal transport. The parents told Lin that his car was right outside the door, and they jumped into the red car to try it out. The hero went to the door and immediately saw a black car there. He smiled. She really wasn't bad. The next day, Lin arrived at the hospital in a new car, noting that it worked quite well for a used one. The nurses were surprised that Lin arrived in his car. They took several photos and sent them to the general chat, where all Lin's fans gathered. Arriving at the reception, the hero asked to assign him 5 operations for today. The nurses immediately began to talk to each other. They were surprised that Lin was taking on such a large number of operations. They also noted that he got a car at such a young age, which means his family is rich and comes from a good background. Vanessa overheard the girls' conversation. She was clearly unhappy that the other girls were talking about Lena as if they were dating him. Vanessa knew that Lin was working today, so she was extremely attentive. The girl came out to the nurses and invited them to organize some kind of event and spend time together. While the girls were discussing a place they should visit, Vanessa looked after Lin, hoping that she would be lucky enough to spend more time with him today. After some time, the girl came to the doctor's office, but Marty asked her not to make noise because Lin was busy. The hero studied the images. After carefully examining the patient's MRI, he realized that it showed the external characteristics of all tendons and even the internal state of the tendons. He saw a 3-dimensional image of each tendon. It looked very clear, and in this way he could come up with better outcomes for the operations. Lin soon went to the operating room. He said the patient needed to have an incision made on the side, which was quite unusual. Marty decided to keep up with Dr. Lin and read a lot of information about M-Tang, and although there are similar cases and practices, it was not the same. He noted out loud that this direction of the cut was quite unusual. Lin explained that based on the MRI, the force would be greater if the suture was placed in the palmar area. Marty thought that the doctor today is strange. He's a very disciplined surgeon, and his operations are carried out in stages according to the method. But today, his style has changed a little. Then Lin made another side cut. Marty was afraid. What if something goes wrong? Hero noted that everything is exactly the same as on the MRI. The palmar tendon is really weak and shows signs of rupture. MRI makes the exposed skin look great, just like a normal surgery. The surgery takes a long time, and the prognosis for safe suturing will be slightly different. Vanessa noted that the doctor began to operate better. Marty realized that everything was very clear. He just needed to look more closely. Lin said practice will greatly improve skills. He thought that before he did not understand what an MRI was. He could only imagine the patient's condition based on the description received in the medical department, and made a decision after making the incision. Now everything is different. He became at the level of a master. It is much easier to draw up surgical plans. Marty said that he was almost finished, and then he would hand over the case to Dr. Larry. Suddenly, Vanessa asked if Lin could give them a ride when she was done. The fact is that he and his colleagues want to go to Haida Lao to eat stew. It is not so far from the clinic, and it is too difficult to catch a taxi during the day. The hero agreed. and the girl was incredibly happy about it. After work, Vanessa changed clothes the fastest to go with Lynn and the other doctors to the restaurant. Suddenly, one of the nurses came into the locker room and said that they had surgery in the emergency room and Dr. Lynn couldn't leave, so he apologized to the girl. Tears immediately filled Vanessa's eyes. Her plans to charm the handsome prince failed. Lynn also planned to devote the next day to work, because he was an intern and therefore had to work hard. Soon the time came for new operations. The hero began to work even more diligently. He noted that the tendon rupture was consistent with the MRI findings. As a result, Lynn performed several operations in a row. All tendons were perfectly sutured. Marty noted that over time, Dr. Lynn would accumulate amazing surgical experience. When everyone left the operating room, Vanessa announced that they had completed all the work for the day. Then the hero said that he should go to examine patients. Now that he has had the experience of cutting his arm and limbs, the operation time has been shortened. And since it is now sufficient, Lynn has to do the rounds himself after all. Surgery for a tendon injury is important, but rehabilitation is also necessary. One of the patients said that he wanted to show the doctor something. He picked up the berries and began to juggle them, thanking Lena for the excellent operation. Soon the system informed him of another sincere thank you from the patient. Lynn noted that the previous sincere thank you was received after the director came on stage with a statement. Now you can get it yourself, and the patients were always grateful to Lynn for the operation. The guy thought to himself, patients recover and are discharged during rounds. Apparently, he missed several hundred. It seems that the previous hospital transfer practice for him was a little frivolous. One of the patients contacted the hero, saying that he had his arm function tested and it was amazing. He could now lift 10-kilogram boxes. Lynn said his arm looked good, so the man would be discharged soon. Then other patients began to approach the doctor. They wanted Lynn to examine them too. The nurse tried to stop such a large influx of patients, saying that they should trust Dr. Lynn, because the stitches he put in were widely accepted in the hospital. Then the girl gave the men a photo of a stitch from a previous patient in the recovery room and said that they should understand that it is a rarity. The patients looked at the photo with horror. The difference was really too great. But Lynn's stitches were beautiful. Lynn noted that he really just doesn't like the curved seams, the complicated angles, and the way the seams are placed differently. Suddenly, the system notified the hero about new achievements. Apparently, they are accumulating. Then Lynn decided that he should stock up on additional chests. The next day, Lynn also performed all the necessary operations, and when there were no patients left, he decided to go to the rehabilitation room. Larry wondered why the doctor was visiting this room for the second day in a row. Vanessa began to suspect that he was visiting some nurse. Meanwhile, Lynn had already headed to the right place, thinking that perhaps his patient would recover today. One of the nurses was surprised to see the guy here again. She thought he just liked receiving praise from patients and then decided that this would be a great chance to try and charm Lynn. The girl then held the doctor's workup and shouted that Dr. Lynn's suturing technique was widely known in their hospital, so if patients had any problems in the future, they should contact Dr. Lynn. Suddenly, one of the patients decided to ask why her stitches were different from others. The nurse said that the position of yours is a little unfortunate, but Dr. Lynn is very good at what he does. One part of the wound runs along the lines of the palm, and the other crosses between the fingers, and the part where the stitch crosses looks just great, like a woman drew it eyeliner. The stitch is very good. Dr. Lynn chose a thin thread. The woman was pleased with this answer. The other patients also noted the doctor's high professionalism, and then Lynn smiled. The nurse was very happy that she lifted the spirits of both the doctor and the patients. At this point, the system informed Lynn of a bunch of new commendations, each of which was worth a basic treasure chest. Not counting those from yesterday, there should be 10 of them. Then Lynn decided to find a deserted place to open all the chests. With these thoughts, he left the office. Soon, the nurse finished talking to the patients, and now intended to talk to her Prince Charming. However, when she turned around, she realized that he was no longer there. When Lynn found himself alone, he thought, he used the M-Tang technique 100 times to get 10 chests. He was in the recovery room for 2 days in a row, and there were 10 chests. In other words, if he wants more chests, more stitches need to be put in. If you think about it in this direction, it is not that difficult. Then the hero decided to open all the chests. Inside, there was a lot of energy serum as well as a chip. He gave Lynn mastery of microscopic paraneural anastomosis. The hero was distracted from his thoughts by Larry, who entered the office. He reported that a patient arrived to them. A woman, 31 years old, fell and injured her palm with a hard object. Lynn immediately noted that the problem was with the ulnar nerve. Larry was surprised. Was the doctor really starting to pay attention to nerve damage? The man replied that it was really his fault. Then Lynn thought about it. He learned a new method that is perfect for this operation, and in total he needs to perform it 3 times. The M-Tang technique was a fixed surgical method without any unnecessary steps. But now perineural anastomosis has appeared. In essence, it is the same as building a bridge. Only there are a lot of details to consider, so he needs to start practicing. The hero asked the assistant to prepare everything for the operation. Lynn was soon ready to begin flexor tendon surgery with ulnar nerve anastomosis. Larry noted that boss Lynn always pays great attention to the cut, but now he made just a huge cut. It seems that this operation is much more complicated than the previous ones. The larger the incision made by the surgeon, the more difficult the operation will be. Lynn does everything carefully. There are 3 types of nerve anastomosis: epineurium anastomosis, perineurium anastomosis, and simultaneous epineurium and perineurium anastomosis. Epineurium anastomosis is widely used, and perineurium anastomosis is quite difficult to perform. Despite the fact that doctors could often perform an anastomosis of the perineurium with the naked eye, this is completely impossible. Without a microscope, it is impossible to see anything. Not only that, it is impossible to see how the 10-0 thread moves. This is the most difficult operation for Lynn. Larry couldn't even tell if everything was going well. He did not understand at all what was happening now and what he should do. Lynn noted that the perineurium is indeed very durable, just like the skin on a pig's thigh. Then Larry thought, Lynn has enough time to talk, which means that he is in complete control of the operation. And even though this is their most difficult operation, everything is going smoothly. Lynn applied his new skill, and overall the operation went well. Soon he announced that he had finished stitching. Lynn then said that he would leave the rest to the assistants and walk towards the exit. Larry thought that there was very little work left, and he had a lot to learn from his boss. After the operation, Lynn went to the office for a drink. Chandler was surprised that he had already finished. Lynn said, "If the nerve recovers well, the result will be good." Chandler decided to leave him since the guy was confident in his success. Later, Director Josh would ask him about it. Dr. Chandler and Director Josh became interested in Lynn's operations not only because of the 3 types of anastomoses, but because the perineurium proved to be the most difficult. Previously, operations were performed only on the tendon in the first zone, and each time they encountered patients with an associated injury or fracture, the emergency department directly refused this because no one at the hospital was capable of performing the most difficult anastomosis. Patients could receive treatment outside the province, or the director of hand surgery could provide them with assistance. If they were not satisfied with these options, they could refuse the nerve anastomosis and simply ask for the wounds to be sutured. And for more complex situations, there was amputation if the doctor could perform the anastomosis. Then the volume and level of the operation increases. Doctors who were able to perform anastomosis of nerves and tendons become 1 step higher than those who can only perform anastomosis of tendons. Soon, Josh ran into the office and happily asked if Lynn had really performed the perineural anastomosis. The hero answered in the affirmative. Then Josh grabbed his hand and dragged him out of the office, intending to look at the patient with him. The rest of those present in the office accompanied the men with surprised glances. The patient slowly came to, and when she opened her eyes, several doctors and a nurse were standing over her. The woman chuckled displeasedly. Josh was perplexed by this reaction. The nurse asked the woman, whose name was Louise, what was wrong with her. Then the woman screamed that she wanted to be transferred to another ward. Everyone present was perplexed, but the nurse promised to find out what the problem was. She asked why Louise wanted to transfer. The woman replied that she could not stand the green color of the walls in this ward. Among the 5 main elements, the element of wood stands out more for her, so she cannot wear green clothes. The woman was sure that she would not be able to recover in a room with green walls and would not be discharged from here. Josh and Lynn looked at each other. At first they thought there were problems with the department's equipment. But was it really all about the color green? Josh smiled at Louise, saying they had green walls in every room. Then the woman said that it wouldn't be difficult for them to repaint a couple of walls. She liked the pink color best. Josh was already starting to light up with irritation, casting angry glances at the woman. Having calmed down, He asked Lin to perform an electromyography on the patient and analyze the recovery of the ulnar nerve. At this moment, the man wondered, had Lin Zhan failed? Soon, Louise was taken for examination and was met by a woman who said that she would now take care of everything herself. It was Alicia, an electromyography specialist in the neurology department. Larry asked if she needed help, but the woman asked everyone to wait outside. Lin mentioned that the patient had some peculiarities, but Alicia did not let him finish. She said she had seen a lot of patients, so she wouldn't see anything new here. Then Louise asked her if her nerves were recovering. Alicia said they hadn't tested it yet, but for now the woman needed to lie still. Then Louise screamed. She thought that the doctor was lying to her. She said that she asked her family this, but they did not answer anything. They were all hiding something from her. Suddenly, Alicia noticed a strange element of clothing on the woman. Louise said that she made this clothing herself. The old people said that the fabric should be red to resemble something pleasant, but its 5 main elements are pink, so Louise made the embroidery pink. The woman screamed again. She asked how long the doctor would test her nerves, and if she had problems with her head, she would simply jump off the roof so as not to cause problems for her family. After that, Alicia immediately left the office, asking Lin and Larry for help. An hour later, everyone arrived in the room, including the director Josh. Alicia said that she checked the patient. The test results were excellent. As it turned out, Dr. Lin was right. The woman would be able to begin early rehabilitation. Then Josh suggested that the hero take a short walk. He said that now Lin can perform such operations, but another doctor objected because that patient had just recovered. It was too early to make such decisions. Josh stated that patients often require fusion of damaged nerves. As far as he knows, in Jiangxi province, it is possible to suture flexor tendons on your own. There are only a few doctors who practice paraneural anastomosis. In a regular hospital, those who could do flexor tendon sutures, nerve anastomoses, and even orthopedic bone surgery had to do finger replantation all day long. Many of them were able to perform nerve anastomosis alone, but most of them specialized in the neurosurgery department. They had to perform many cranial surgeries. They usually work all night. Many patients with flexor tendon ruptures combined with nerve damage are treated only with good techniques and proper paraneural anastomosis. The prognosis is largely dependent on themselves. Typically, large hospitals ask patients about amputation. But once Lin is checked for neurological damage, they will move closer to being the largest emergency center. The doctor said that he did not mind, but the recovery period for patients with flexor tendon injuries is too long, and the recovery period for nerves is even longer. They do not have enough rooms. Then Josh ordered to increase their number. The man said that there are many patients with damaged nerves, and they will not let Lin overwork. Young people do not need to rush. Josh objected. Everyone needs to take care of their health. If you add up the data on nerve damage, the number of operations will not increase. At that moment, the director received a call and was told that the boss's daughter had been burned. The man asked to tell the team to get ready. The doctor objected that the girl should have gone to the hospital since she got a burn, but Josh replied that she burned her leg while pouring water. Soon, Josh and Lin arrived in the ward, and Chief Hao was already there with his daughter. Hao was the head of the health system. He apologized for such urgency, but his daughter Barbara had a problem. The man wanted to ask Dr. Lin to hospitalize the girl, but Josh said that he did not specialize in burns. Barbara said she didn't care. She just wanted to take a photo with Dr. Lin. Lin said in a whisper that this girl didn't look hurt at all. However, Josh said that she was the boss's daughter, so she had to do as she asked. Lin began to treat Barbara's leg, and she filmed his every action on her phone. The girl took photographs with the doctor in the background, as if she did not care about her leg at all. Then Lin said that he had completed all the basic procedures, so he would return a little later. Barbara was upset. She wanted the doctor to stay with her in case she got sick. The nurse said that Dr. Lin had other patients, but she was ready to help the girl at any time. Barbara turned away from the woman, starting to write on social networks that she had met the most handsome doctor in the hospital. The next day, the girl left the ward on crutches. In her hands was a cup of tea with milk. She bought it especially for Dr. Lin. However, contrary to her expectations, the hero said that he did not want to drink tea with milk today and promised to return the girl's money for the glass. Barbara was extremely unhappy because the doctor did not drink the tea, so she did not need the money. Lin said that Nurse Marissa bought them lunch recently, so he was simply repeating her kind gesture. Barbara noticeably tensed. This same Marissa was now standing right in front of her. She seemed much sweeter and more attractive to the patient. Then the girl angrily clutched the glass of tea. She said that she had come here because Lin had an enemy. She knew that Director Pan and Dr. Lin used the M-Tang technique and even competed with each other. Barbara reported that Pan will soon complete his studies, and it is rumored that another Japanese with a doctorate will return with him, and then he will work in this hospital. However, Lin replied that the number of patients who require the M-Tang technique is much greater than one can imagine, and he and Pan are not in competition with each other. Barbara tried to object, because Pan is the deputy chief physician and Lin is just an intern. Patients will definitely choose the deputy chief physician instead of the intern. The hero assured her that their current patient coverage is huge. If Deputy Director Pan does not complete all the operations, he will transfer the remaining ones to him. Some patients are sent to other provinces or for amputation. So it's good that Deputy Director Pan is returning from training, not to mention that the number of patients who need certain surgery is increasing. Barbara continued to stand her ground. She was confident that a Japanese man with a doctorate would definitely be good at using the M-Tang technique. Lin thought, this Japanese will not be as formidable as Shiro Hashimoto. They must work efficiently, operate on an average of 1 finger per hour if they succeed. Then we will lose 18 healthy fingers every day. But a doctorate holder from the famous Keio University Hospital operates on 1 finger for about 30 minutes. If Deputy Pan invites another team to perform the operation for more than 10 hours, he can complete 20 or even 30 finger suturing operations. No matter how extensive the number of patients in Yunhai Hospital was, 60 to 70 fingers would be healthy. In other words, Lin would not have done anything anyway. Then the hero thanked Barbara for notifying him and said goodbye to her. When Lin arrived at the operating room, he announced that he would increase the number of operations starting tomorrow. He asked Larry to call Marty and they would start the surgery at 3 a.m. and add a couple more hours to their shifts. Thus, Lin John will operate with Larry and Vanessa, and on the second with Marty and Marisa. Soon, Lin had collected 20 more chests, and he gained the skills of a specialist in cutting. Thus, he had excellent command of the whole 7 techniques. The system reported that his M-Tang technique was ranked first in Yunhua City, first in Jiangxi Province, and 78th in China. For every 200 to 300 operations, Lin moved 1 rank higher, so he needed to try even harder. Soon, Pan arrived in Yunhua, and with him Hayato Ida, a medical doctor from Keio University in Japan. He would be an exchange student in Yunhua for 2 to 3 years. The guy immediately noted that the air here was quite dirty. Pan frowned. Yunhua is not far from the sea. The air here can't be bad, and then said that if Hayato was always in surgery, he would always wear a mask, but he would still have to breathe this air for 3 years. The guy said that he would rather stay in the operating room. His respiratory system had not yet adapted to the local air. Then Pan said that for his own safety, he should go to the operating room now. The man thought, surgery in Japan is carried out in the field, but the results of intensive training are quite good, and now it's time to show his achievements to his colleagues, no matter what anyone says, and the doctors in the operating room are like on a battlefield. The hospital prepared a whole celebration for the return of Director Pan. However, the man said that they could prepare some patients for him instead. Eugene, one of the best doctors in the hand department, grinned, saying that the director was right as always. Pan asked the man to show Hayato the hospital. Eugene told the student that their department's operating room is one of the first-class operating rooms in Asia. In addition, Yunhua Hospital has a floor where several departments share operating rooms. Usually the wards are overcrowded, but this only shows how respected their hospital is. Pan explained that the recovery room is the most important component of the department. Suddenly, the man noticed that there were too many people in this room. Eugene explained that they were all from the emergency department. All of these patients were operated on by Lin John some time ago. Pan said that he was quite good at using M-Tang techniques, but he was still an intern, only capable of performing complex operations. Then he asked how many operations a day Lin performed. When he left, the number was 5 or so. However, Eugene said that things have changed now. Pan remembered that in the emergency room they were starting to perform a nerve anastomosis, in which case Lin would easily die of exhaustion if he performed a flexor tendon suturing nerve anastomosis. At the time, Eugene said Lin now averages 8 to 10 surgeries a day. Hayato couldn't believe his ears. No doctor can perform 10 operations without rest. Pan's face darkened. He decided that tomorrow he and Lin would definitely fight, and this guy would either have to reduce the number of operations or fade into the background. Soon, Hayato and Pan organized a consultation. It lasted 10 minutes and cost 500 yuan. People noted that Director Pan and Dr. Ida are amazing, and the treatment is better than in other hospitals. They are experts in their field. Pan asked Hayato if he was convinced of the effectiveness of joint consultation, but the student was unhappy. They would not succeed with so many patients. Pan thought that the student was going to perform about 200 to 300 operations in China, but Hayato said that there would be inpatient consultations and meetings. If we go in this direction, then the operations will be less than 150, and his goal is to perform 600 operations in 3 years. The man frowned. In China, 600 surgeries is not that big of a deal. They handpick patients and do the surgeries they like, and the ones they don't like, leave Lena because Pan wants to be known as a legend, and then go to Beijing and Shanghai. And since he and Ida will be going hand in hand for the next 3 years, he better get as many surgeries done as possible if he wants the terms to stay in place. Hayato was very happy about this offer and promised to begin the operation soon. Soon, the guy arrived at the operating room. There were operations on the flexor tendon. At this level, it is a rare, serious operation for him. He must take it seriously. After some time, the operation was completed. Hayato thanked everyone for their work. Pan was happy. Ida used the M-Tang technique, and the result was excellent. Dr. Sid sighed tiredly. The operation was planned to be completed in 4 hours, but it was unexpectedly delayed for another half hour. Then Hayato approached the man, asking if he could get an assistant for the next operation. Sid exhaled in defeat but still agreed. Ida was very happy and went to the next operation. Sid thought about it. He likes Lin Zhan better. He could do 2 operations in an hour and also receive large fees for 10 operations a day. Pan said they will work overtime until they run out of patients. Suddenly, the man heard the nurses whispering to each other. They said that performing operations every 4 hours was tiring. These surgeons were far from Lin. Pan and Hayato carried out operations all night, and in the morning, Eugene asked them how it went. The director could not guarantee anything, but he was confident in himself. Ida said that Director Pan did a good job. The guy was amazed at how quickly he stitched. He did a very good job. Eugene then whispered that Lin Zhan had done more than the director. The fact is that he was still working and did not even intend to stop. Pan became furious and decided to pay him a visit. Meanwhile, Lin's operation was in full swing. Larry asked him why they were doing this every day. The hero said that he would not be able to work when the number of patients decreased. Larry was perplexed, because the number of patients, on the contrary, was increasing. The number of outpatients has increased. Yesterday, he received a call from the hand surgery department asking if they could accept a patient with a tendon injury and a nerve rupture. Larry also heard that Director Pan does not perform many surgeries. Lin asked why the number was increasing then. Larry explained. Due to the reputation of Keio University Hospital, many patients from other provinces came here just to get a diagnosis from the Japanese. They do not have the time to perform so many surgeries. Then the hero said that he wanted to take over all the patients whom they did not have time to treat. At that moment, Pan and Hayato entered the operating room. Vanessa heard that Director Pan heard that Lin was still working, so he came to check the situation. Pan thought that Lin looked like he was just starting out, and yet he was working with the M-Tang technique. The director thought about it. He remembered the times when Lin's stitches were much better than his. But this time, everything is different. The technique he uses cannot be achieved in a lifetime even by the best doctors. It seems that Lin has become more experienced. Then Pan decided to write an SMS to Eugene. He asked how many transactions Lin had performed in total. The answer struck him to the core. During this short period of time, Lin Zhan performed 482 operations. Pan remembered Hayato's words that he was going to perform 600 operations in 3 years. And now he could not understand how Lin was able to perform so many operations in this time. Through these operations, he acquired a lot of knowledge about the anatomy of the hand. Lin soon reported that the peroneural anastomosis was complete, and they needed to continue healing the flexor tendon of the middle finger. Pan asked Hayato what he thought of Lin. The guy replied that his skills are identical to those of leading doctors in Asia. He's much better than Ida. Pan then shouted, Lin now prioritizes quality and beauty. Patients who go to the hospital with an arm injury will definitely prefer their department. After all, they are professional orthopedists, and their experience plays a huge role. And surgeons like Lin Zhan, who are fixated on one thing, develop very slowly. Hayato squeezed the man's hand, saying that he agreed with him. The president of the hospital once did the same thing, and then the man realized that this was a sign of success. He would not let Lin surpass him. At that moment, Eugene ran up to the director and said that his sister had called. There was a fight at a construction site. They say that someone cut off Dr. Pan's son-in-law's hand. His right hand was seriously injured, and he had almost reached their hospital. The man cursed. His son-in-law's small company finally began to make a profit after 10 years. Moreover, he is a designer. If his hand stops functioning, he will not be able to work. Then he ordered Eugene to think about how to get Lin to operate on his son-in-law, but he should not mention his name to him. He should find a way to control the operation on his behalf. Eugene went to Chandler. He said that the patient was his relative. He started working at a construction site, and it so happened that a collector came there. Chandler said the patient was generally stable with minor blood loss and a cut on his fingers as the main issue, and he asked if the patient should be transferred directly to hand surgery. Eugene said he didn't mean that. He was hoping the patient, Justin, would be treated in the ER. The surgical ward is very busy today. There are 2 special patients in line, and it would be unethical to do so. But if they don't, if they do, the treatment will be delayed. The man replied, "If you send him to Director Pan, the treatment effect will definitely be better. And if you leave the patient in the emergency room, Lin Zhan will be the only one who can operate on him. But it is worth considering that he is still young, so he has little experience." Eugene said that he had already thought about everything. If Chandler allowed, he would like to be present in the operating room. The man soon arrived at the operating room. Director Pan often stayed with his son-in-law when his wife kicked him out, so they have an exceptionally good relationship. He is afraid of his decision, which could negatively affect the operation, so he left it to Lin. The hero said that they will begin the operation any minute. Eugene noted that Lin's team works smoothly. He did not see any signs that they were performing 10 operations a day. The chief surgeon is careful. Accuracy and caution are the basics when performing complex operations. Suddenly, Eugene saw Lin had just pulled out a tendon from a patient. It was as if he had pulled out a piece of fatty meat from a braised pork bun with chopsticks. However, Eugene should not be surprised by the tendon being pulled out because it is later repaired. Soon Lin announced that the first tendon was ready. He only needed 2 minutes. Usually it takes 20 minutes, but he only needed 2 minutes. Suddenly the hero said that he could see almost nothing. He asked Marissa to wipe the sweat from his forehead. To the surprise of everyone, Lin said that he did not feel very well. Everyone present was dumbfounded, especially Eugene. He was worried that something would happen to the doctor during the operation, and then Pan's son-in-law would be finished. Someone suggested that Lin was poisoned by the pork trotters that Larry had prepared, but the man replied that he personally buys them in the morning at the Donghu market. No matter how tired he is, he always removes everything that is inside so that the stew becomes clean. Lin said that he hadn't eaten much and that this might have led to low blood sugar, so Marisa suggested the doctor drink dextrose. The operation continued. Lin asked to widen the surgical field, perform suction, and apply pressure on the gauze. Eugene cursed. It was a disgusting and annoying process, and they were all so calm. If the operation goes smoothly, the first and second assistants help the chief surgeon, but when there are any difficulties, they become punching bags. Still, the punching bag plays an important role. This is the most important point for maintaining safety in the operating room. Lin said there was something wrong with the needle and asked for a smaller thread. Eugene realized that the chief surgeon was back to normal. Lin did a great job running the operation with Larry and Marisa helping him out. Eugene noted that his posture had changed. Now he could say that he was quite highly qualified. The man took a closer look at what the doctor was doing. He saw a paraneural anastomosis. Eugene heard that he could only perform the M-Tang technique. He did not know that Lin was also well-versed in applying a paraneural suture. The more he thought about his seam, the more it seemed interesting to him, and at the same time terrifying. A few minutes ago, Lin was playing around, but immediately became responsible. He is young and smart. Was it really just because it was his son-in-law that Deputy Director Pan asked Lin to carry out this operation? Soon Lin announced that his work was finished and invited Larry to continue. Eugene tried to stop him. He wanted Lin to complete the operation himself. He said that his relative was a businessman, so he really needed a healthy hand. The hero agreed and asked if Eugene wanted him to make a small or large scar. After the operation, Larry went to investigate, looking at Dr. Pan's previous performance. He thought that something was wrong here. At that moment, Eugene approached him. He said that the rehabilitation room was under strict surveillance and you couldn't just enter it. Larry offered the man 2 pig's trotters in exchange for information, but Eugene said he went to the bathroom and didn't see anything. Soon, Larry walked inside the room where the newly operated patient, Justin, lay. He asked where Pan was now. Justin thought he was operating on him. Then Larry asked if he knew the department's deputy director, Pan. Justin said that he was his wife's younger brother and asked that both he and his wife be invited here. Larry said he would ask someone to send Justin to a regular ward. As soon as he left the office, he decided to call Principal Josh to tell him something interesting. After some time, Director Pan's sister, Patricia, arrived at the hospital. She was unhappy. Her husband was stitched up only 12 hours ago. He definitely needs to do rehabilitation exercises, and she also doubted the reliability of the doctor who operated on Justin. Pan asked her to remain silent. He asked the woman not to mention his name in this department. The man understood that if Lin was not a good surgeon, he would have to operate on him himself, he did not want to admit. But this brat is clearly better than him. Patricia screamed. Her husband, he did not sleep yesterday because of terrible pain. He got up for rehabilitation today before dawn. Pan replied that if you start rehabilitation now, there may be bad consequences. The chief surgeon understands this better than him. Justin suggested listening to his doctor. Pan left the office. Josh and Lin were already waiting for him at the door. The director asked if he was visiting his relatives here. Pan had to answer that he was really here because of a relative. Josh replied that he was fine. He then called Lin to go check on the patients with him. The hero went to Justin. Patricia began to bombard the guy with questions. She was wondering if her husband would be able to function with his hand like an ordinary person. Lin replied that the problem of tendon fusion has been largely solved, but restoring full function to a seriously injured arm is quite difficult. Justin was confused, because some patients have a similar situation, and everything is fine with them. Hero explained that it is quite easy to get an excellent grade. Most of his patients receive excellent grades after recovery, a total of 98%. Under normal conditions, even if a patient receives an excellent score, this does not mean that his hand has recovered. It means that the patient is able to perform simple tasks and take care of himself. For example, he will not be able to move heavy objects, and tactility of the fingers may also not be restored. Justin then asked if he could write, eat, shower, and use a computer, and Lin said that if the rehabilitation was successful, the man would be able to do all of this. Justin and Patricia were very pleased with this answer and thanked the doctor for the operation. Soon, the system informed Lin that he had received another sincere thank you from the patient. There were 2 new skills in the chest: osteopathic manipulation and cervical manipulation. They were related to massage, and Lin really wanted to try it out. Osteopathic massage technique is the most commonly used non-surgical treatment for cervical spondylosis. Orthopedic manipulation of the tendons is performed by pressing, rubbing, pressing, pulling, kneading, tapping. Blows, rolling, and pushing relax the muscles. When combined with the sagittal plane isometric relaxation technique, the clinical treatment effect will be so powerful that it will be more than 95%. Larry looked in bewilderment as Lin stretched his neck and shoulders. At that moment, Josh entered the office and said that he had wonderful news. He said that they do not have enough space in the rehabilitation room. Tomorrow, a health inspection team will be organized by city government personnel. Josh fought for a position for Lin. The hero became interested in what they would do. The director said that they were going to a sanatorium for veterans to carry out medical examinations for the elderly. They could have a good rest in a pleasant team. However, Lin was not particularly impressed by this prospect. Josh was very angry because he was fighting for a place for him, so he had to go. The next day, Lin and Chandler went to the Central Beach Resort. The man said he was tired after the medical examination. The hero noted that the structure of Dr. Chandler's cervical vertebrae has changed. Massage will not help him. The man saw Lin reaching out to him and asked what he was doing. However, the hero did not notice anything. He simply decided to silently use his skills in manipulating the cervical spine. At first, Chandler screamed in surprise, and then he realized that it was very relaxing. This pain had been tormenting him for 2 months, but now it was gone. Lin explained that this is a masterful manipulation of the cervical spine. Chandler couldn't hold back his words of admiration. In his eyes, Lin was the best in Yunhua. At that moment, one of the sanatorium nurses came into the office. She said that her cervical vertebrae were not in order and asked Lin to look at them. The hero sat the girl on a chair and began to knead her neck. The girl liked the massage so much that she could not hold back a satisfied sigh. The stiffness in her cervical region disappeared in an instant. After that, a whole line of visitors and sanatorium workers lined up to see Lin. Everyone wanted to get a magical massage. At that moment, the director of the sanatorium, Tony, entered the room. He was dissatisfied with what was happening here. One of the patients said that Master Lin gives a really cool massage. She suggested that the director try it too. Tony was perplexed. The patients in their hospital were quite weak. The treatment was focused on rest, and this was an unclear type of treatment. The man did not want to hear anything. These people were breaking the rules in his sanatorium. Then Chandler and the nurse joined the conversation. They also suggested that Tony get a massage from Lin. Then the man agreed. As soon as Tony sat down on the chair, the hero's hand touched his neck, and then the man felt something strange. He felt like he was sitting with his family on a comfortable sofa. Tony could barely contain his contented sighs. The sensations were so good. Soon Lin finished. He said that the director had bone hyperplasia on the vertebrae, that is, nothing unusual. Tony said that the hero really had good technique. He allowed him to massage patients if they did not make noise. All the visitors to the sanatorium immediately ran to Dr. Lin, so Chandler was forced to force them to stand in line. Among the visitors was a green-eyed girl. She thought that she could finally find such a precious young man in such a place. She couldn't wait to take it for herself. Soon the girls came to go to Lin. Chandler showed her where to go, but she didn't even look at the man. Lin looked over his shoulder at the girl and asked her to sit down. The woman introduced herself as Lana, an agent for the Blue Star Entertainment Company, and asked if Lin had ever wanted to become famous. However, the hero ignored her. He gave the girl some ointment and asked her to apply it to her neck and shoulders. Lana wondered if he really didn't answer, relying on his handsome face, but she decided to sit down. She said that Lin looks great. With skin like that, he doesn't need to wear makeup, just a little foundation, blush, powder, highlighter, and eyeshadow, and he'll look perfect on stage. Chandler looked at the woman in bewilderment. She was clearly trying to fool the great doctor. Lana wanted to ask Lin about what programs he watches, but the hero answered in monosyllables and disinterestedly. The girl realized that it would be difficult to persuade him, so she decided to move on to Plan B. Lin noted that the girl was trembling, as if her cervical vertebrae hurt. He then began the massage, using masterful manipulation of the cervical spine. The hero was sure that Lana was suffering from spondylotic radiculopathy. She must be working in one position. Lana soon realized that Dr. Lin had created such a comfortable environment that she forgot about Plan B. Then she said that she had never seen anything like it. The doctor's technique was simply mesmerizing. Then Chandler intervened in the conversation. He said that this was a great reason to Lin remained a doctor. Lana continued. She said that they organized a concert tour the day after tomorrow and gave Lin tickets for front row seats. She then left the office, asking Lin to be sure to attend the concert. Looking at the tickets, the hero noted that Mariabella was the star his mother had previously listened to. 2 days later, Lin came to Manhwa Stadium with his mother. Tanya never thought that she would ever be able to attend Mariabella's live concert. The security guards at the entrance checked their tickets and let them inside, informing them that VIP guests had arrived. Tanya said that if she had known about the concert earlier, she would have brought Robert here. Lin and the material were preparing to take their places when suddenly they were called out. It was Lana, she greeted Lin and his mother. The hero was surprised that the girl was waiting for him. Lana said that she herself called him. She then leaned towards him and whispered that if the doctor joined the Blue Star Company, she would guarantee that he would become popular as Mariabella in about 2 years. Suddenly, one of the guards approached Lana. He said that Mariabella and her dancers had convulsions during the warm-up. The girl didn't know what to do. The concert was about to start any minute, and then an idea came into her head. She asked if Lin could use her massage technique during cramps. The hero answered in the affirmative. Soon, Lana led the doctor into the dressing room where the dancers were sitting. Mariabella and her dancer Sheila grunted in pain and rubbed their legs. Lin said he would have to massage the entire leg. Then Lana pulled the guy forward. First, it was necessary to cure Mariabella, and then deal with the dancers. However, Lin did not go after the girl. He said that he would cure them all. It's not too difficult. It would be nice if Lana sat them together and let him do the massage at the same time. It was unusual for Lana to see this. Lin really didn't divide people into celebrities and ordinary citizens. The girls were seated on a chair, and their eyes immediately turned to the handsome doctor. Lin did not waste time and immediately began the massage. Lana watched the guy with admiration. He had a look of high responsibility, love for his work, and a natural healer. It seems that no matter how much she tries to persuade him, she will not be able to make a star out of him, so she should give up this idea. Soon Lin finished. The girls thanked him for his help. The cramps went away. Their legs no longer hurt. Then Lana finally decided to abandon Lin and give him the opportunity to do what he liked. At this moment, the system gave the hero a new gift. Moreover, she herself opened the chest without Lin's permission. Inside was a reward for replanting the finger, which seemed very generous to Lin. At that moment, a man ran into the dressing room. He said that a man had fallen outside. His whole face was covered in blood. Lana was forced to ask Lin to help them once again. Everyone ran out, but the hero was perplexed because such a big concert was taking place here, and there was no doctor here. The workers said that they brought in a doctor with quite a lot of medical history, but he couldn't even stop the bleeding. After hearing about the big medical story, Lin immediately thought of Xiao, the owner of the restaurant they went to recently. When he ran to the victim, it turned out that it was indeed Boss Xiao. The man smiled when he saw a familiar face. However, Lin asked him to remain silent. First, he needed to stop his bleeding. Xiao smiled, saying that Lin is a very good doctor. Then he stood up and said that he already felt good. He would like to go to the concert because the tickets were very expensive. Lin was surprised because the man had looked worse since their last meeting. The hero knelt down and touched Xiao's stomach to conduct an abdominal examination. He then said that he shouldn't go to the concert today because he might have internal bleeding. Lin wouldn't be able to operate on the man without a scalpel, so they would go to the hospital now. Soon, Boss Xiao was sent to the Yunhua operating room. Lin had already put on his white robe when Josh suddenly grabbed his hand. He told Lin to take rest for the next few days. They had other reliable doctors in the hospital. Lin replied that he just wanted to perform the operation. Josh stood his ground because he forced the guy to take a rest, because now he had reached the perineural anastomosis. Most people think that he is just a godsend for surgery. In the end, they talked and decided that Lin would do the replantation of the fingers, and he was sent to rest so that Josh had time to find the right patient for him. The hero smiled and said that he had thought about it. Then Josh asked Lin to listen to him and rest, and when he found the patient, they would work together again. At that moment, Vincent ran up to the men. He was pleasantly surprised to see Lin here because he wanted to call him here himself. Josh guessed, apparently, the hand surgery department needed help. Vincent said that the situation is urgent. The patient is a child. 8 of his fingers are completely torn off and they need to be restored. But the problem is that all the elite doctors are in the provinces or abroad. Lin thought about it. It will take 4 hours for each finger. It will take 32 hours to perform the operation. Moreover, the time to replant the fingers should not exceed 25 hours. While the doctor is performing the operation, it is recommended to cut the limb. Vincent said the plan is to open 4 groups at a time to collaborate on finger plantation. If Lin agrees, he will suture the tendons and perform perineural and non-oral anastomoses. Josh was confident that the hero would do it. Lin changed his clothes and thought that he did not have time to study the replantation of fingers to perfection. The first test would be in hellish mode, but it was very exciting, and he liked it. Soon the men arrived in the operating room. Josh said that Lin would take care of the sutures and anastomosis, and the rest should remain orderly and proceed according to plan. The hero decided to look at the MRI and X-ray. He soon came to the conclusion that he fully understood the condition of the nerve and finger. But the most difficult part remained. All the doctors were nervous. Someone made an incision in the wrong place. Josh called Lin over. The hero asked to put on all the necessary items for the operation. He was ready to save the child. During the operation, Marty was very nervous. Lin tried to calm him down. He needed to keep working as they began to treat the wound. Phelis, a junior doctor from the hand surgery department, was present at the operation and needed time to mentally prepare. He asked the 2nd and 4th groups to report on their progress. The junior hand surgeon, Howard, was finishing the wound. Lin was in Group 4, finishing up the bones and getting ready for internal fixation. Phelis was shocked. Lin-John worked much faster than he thought. They were still treating the wound, and he had already finished. The man praised everyone for their excellent work and asked them to continue. Thus, the operation continued. All the doctors worked tirelessly. For Lin, everything was completely familiar, and after a fairly short time, he announced that he would allow the assistants to stitch up the skin. Everyone was extremely shocked by the speed of the doctor's work. Marty felt like he was back in the emergency department. Phelis was amazed. He had just completed the anastomosis of the blood vessels. All that remained was to put stitches in Lena, apparently. He was good not only at processing and restoring bones. Their boss usually spends 20 minutes on stitches, but this kid from the emergency room has already done everything and is ahead of everyone else. This is not right. One of the doctors asked Phelis why no one was checking Lynn from the fourth group. Marty shook with fear. He felt the man's gaze on him. However, Lynn asked him not to be distracted during the operation, and then asked Phelis how he could help. The man understood that now was not the time to sort things out. The other two groups needed help. They had only reached halfway, and the most important part, the blood vessel anastomosis, was still not completed, as well as the neural anastomosis, which caused even more problems. They would need at least an hour or more to complete. The patient is only 5 years old, and if they want him to be able to use all of his fingers normally, they must consider that every second counts. Lynn does not lose to other doctors. Moreover, he is better than them. He cannot be stopped. Phelis then asked him to continue with the left ring finger. The hero asked to bring him an MRI scan of this finger. Lynn looked at the picture carefully. The stitches, blood vessels, and nerves match the last finger, but the fingers are broken in the middle. The bone needs to be shortened. The shortening of the finger bone will be about 0.5 centimeters shorter than normal. Marty soon reported that he had completed the stitches. Lynn then asked him to perform surgery on the ring finger of his left hand. The hero adjusted the position of the microscope and began further work. Soon they, together with Marty, announced their readiness. The ring finger was ready. Everyone present looked at the guy in amazement, not believing that he had already managed it. Josh sighed and asked the men if they could continue. Lynn said he was ready to work more. Vincent said he would keep the thumb on his left hand, which was assigned to Dr. Phelis. The man prayed to himself, "Speed doesn't mean anything, the main thing is quality." Lynn thought after the operation of 2 fingers, he adapted, and now he can fully use his techniques. He asked Marty to finish treating his finger. The hero thought that he wouldn't be tired if he hadn't used the M-Tang technique 3 times. But today, he was a little tired, and the finger transplantation was not finished yet. Marty noted that he had never seen Dr. Lin tired during surgery, but today, apparently, everything was more complicated. The hero understood that the operation was important, and therefore decided to take the energy serum. Marty noticed that Lin's energy seemed to be restored. It even seemed to him as if flames were swirling around him. Meanwhile, Felice just started with the middle finger of his right hand. However, he was curious about what Lin Zhan was doing. As expected, he couldn't see the details, but he saw his calm expression, well-trained movements, and the absence of problems, which means the operation was going well. The operating process looks like an elegant dance. Soon, Lin announced that he was going to perform a neural anastomosis and also need to do a skin graft. Phelis asked the guy to come help him as soon as he finished his procedures. When the man returned to his business, he thought, "This operation seems easy because of Lin." Meanwhile, half an hour had passed. Phelis felt that he had already lost his former strength, since he could not even finish 2 fingers. Then he asked Lin to go and sew up the artery. The hero thinks he can analyze how much time he spent to try to increase the speed of the process. The replantation of the severed finger went perfectly, and soon the artery was ready. The whole team looked at the doctor with admiration. After some time, Lin announced the completion of the operation. The system opened up several new achievements for the hero. All of them were associated with praise from colleagues. Lin himself was very satisfied with this operation. When it was all over, the hero walked along the corridors of the hospital and suddenly met Josh, who for some reason had not left yet. The man asked why Lin's mother didn't come home when a big star was waiting for him. The hero was surprised. He couldn't believe that his mother had been waiting for him all this time. Soon, Lin and Josh went outside. As soon as the hero saw his mother, he asked why she waited in the office when she arrived. However, Tanya was too busy talking to some people. Lin looked at his mother in bewilderment. Apparently, she had arranged something for him, but without his permission. Tanya screamed in surprise. She did not notice that her son had come here. Lana and Mariabella stood in front of Tanya. The girl asked why Lin never came to the concert. The hero said that he is a doctor. His patients are his priority, and he will not change his profession to that of an artist. Then Lana said that it was not she who wanted to find Lin, it was Mariabella's desire. The fact is that the girl wanted to ask for a second massage for her neck. Seeing the confusion on her son's face, Tanya pulled him towards her, smiling tightly. She asked to spend 20 minutes and help the girl with her neck. It was important. And then Lin agreed. He said goodbye to Josh. Tanya thanked the director for his cordiality and asked him to come visit them more often. Josh waved after them, thinking that he was glad that he didn't get any problems from this big star in the end. Then the man thought, because with such success, and even with successful operations, it would be possible to gain enormous popularity. The next morning, Lynn went to meet Mariabella after returning to work in the middle of the night, having only slept for a couple of hours. The nurses asked why Lynn came after working so hard, but the hero wanted to check on the patient. Then one of the girls remembered that the head nurse asked to convey something to the doctor. The girl said that Lynn didn't have to go to work today. The boss asked him to go to the conference room. At that moment, another nurse ran up to them. She was looking for Lynn, and as soon as she saw him, she immediately called Justin here. The man stood with a gift bag in his hands. He said that he had been looking for a doctor throughout the hospital for quite a long time. As it turned out, the MRI showed that the suture was only 0.1 millimeter. Dr. Lin's suture turned out just fine. The hero did not understand why the man was holding a package in his hands, and Justin explained that he had bought a gift for the doctor. Then the nurse reminded Lynn that the manager was waiting for him in the conference room right now. The hero headed there with Justin and Patricia. Everyone inside was preparing for filming. Willow, the reporter, commented that this all seemed like the start of a good story. In her opinion, Dr. Lynn was not easy. The girl introduced herself to the doctor, saying that she came here for an interview. At that moment, Vincent approached Lynn. He said that they wanted to make a report about the operation they carried out the other day. Willow realized that Lynn didn't have the necessary interview skills, so she put the men in the right spots in front of the camera to make them look good. When everything looked great, the girl turned on the camera and prepared for the interview. The other doctors were a little jealous. They also wanted to get into the newspapers and interviews. Willow asked Justin to clean the gift crayfish and give them to Dr. Lynn, so the theme of the relationship between the patient would be much more meaningful and realistic. The hero was perplexed. In his opinion, this was too much. Vincent was a little indignant. Lynn looked like he didn't want to take part in all this. But this was all needed for the hand surgery department, so they needed to agree on cooperation. The man told the guy that all this was needed for their hospital. Meanwhile, Justin managed to take a crayfish from the bag, which he was very happy about. Willow was busy filming and loved the scene where the patient feeds the doctor. At that moment, a doctor rushed into the office and said that things were bad. The old smoker Peter, whose finger had been transplanted, had worsened blood circulation. Vincent was already preparing for the amputation, but Lynn said that there was no need to rush. They all needed to go to the operating room. Fortunately for Willow, she managed to make a good report, so she did not object to the doctors leaving. Instead, the girl followed them. Vincent asked her where she was going to film her material. Willow asked if she could go to the observation room. The doctor said that outsiders are not allowed there. Then, in a whisper, he added that if the girl wanted to film Lynn, she would have to ask permission from the nurse at the counter or find Larry's doctor. Willow immediately went to the reception desk where Larry had just left. The reporter showed the nurse her ID and said that she came here for exclusive material with Dr. Lynn. The nurse said that she did not know the doctor very well, but the girl could find his good friend Layla in the garage. Willow is interested in this girl. Does Lynn really have a secret relationship with her? At this time, Layla was directing the ambulances in the parking lot. They urgently needed to prepare for the next vehicle. At that moment, Willow approached her. She showed her her ID and said that she came here for an exclusive interview with Dr. Lynn. She asked Layla the question of how Dr. Lynn, while remaining an intern, was able to become an iron rod for the entire hospital. And in the girl's opinion, the answer was simple. This guy was a genius. Willow was surprised by such a short answer. Everyone here was somewhat mysterious. Layla then put her arm around the reporter's shoulder and said that when she first met Lynn, he was treating her brother. Sometime later, the girl told the story from beginning to end. Willow could not believe that the doctor had such a huge impact on this hospital, and did not think that this story was worth publishing. The reporter decided that she should still find Dr. Larry and return to the hospital. The man was sitting in one of the offices. He asked what Willow would like to know about Lena. The girl asked him to tell everything he knew about the doctor. Larry said that Dr. Lynn from their department is the person who does what none of them can do. He works hard and spends so much time on operations that Larry once brought a diaper into the operating room so as not to have to go to the toilet one more time. At that moment, one of the doctors came into the office and asked Larry to get ready. Dr. Lynn was tired after his finger replantation surgery, and the doctor wanted Larry to do similar surgeries with him. The man was perplexed because Marty usually specializes in this, and he works with the ambulance. The doctor explained that Marty was now in the hand unit, so Larry was the only one who could help Dr. Lin. While the man put on clothes for the operation, Willow thought that she had found a material that she could sell, but she needed to wait for Lin. Meanwhile, Vincent talked with the patient's relatives. He invited them to go into the ward and take care of the patient. He told Lin that he could do without amputation, and he would call him when they had similar operations. Willow filmed everything that was happening. She was sure that Dr. Lin was the core of this hospital, and this was very valuable material. Soon, Larry arrived on the scene. Lin asked him if he was ready to perform finger replantation with him. The man said that the M-Tang technique was very complex. A huge amount of time had passed since their last joint operation, so he was only glad of this. Then Lin said that they would do 50 operations to begin with. He noted to himself that since the patient's family thanked them, the system gave him a new mission. He received a skill book, and now he needs to perform 50 finger replantation operations. It was the first time he had seen such a task, but he could no longer wait for the reward in the form of a medium treasure chest. A day has passed since then, and Lin and Larry's shift has come to an end. The man was very grateful to the doctor for teaching him a new technique. However, Lin stopped him and asked him to be quiet. Willow was in the office. For some reason, she remained in the hospital, falling asleep on the sofa. Josh was sitting across the table from her. He was also sleeping, but he opened his eyes as soon as he heard footsteps in the room. He immediately jumped out of his chair and stated that he had been waiting for Lin. Since Marty was no longer with them, the man found a new assistant for Lin, an outstanding doctor, Unity. Then the man carefully woke up the petite girl sitting next to him, who was also sleeping. It was the same Unity. She greeted Dr. Lin and said that she specialized in colorectal surgery. She studied at Tunzi Medical College. The men looked at the girl in bewilderment. Was this their new assistant, and also a pro in colorectal surgery? Unity was embarrassed by such intense gazes and immediately became embarrassed. Josh was surprised. He didn't know that she specialized in this type of surgery. Lin and Larry were even more surprised. Did Josh really not know who he brought? Unity said when she was a student, she specialized in emergency medicine, but at the moment she is more interested in colorectal surgery. She studied similar problems when she was in college. She even wrote a paper on the study of behavior analysis of female students. Then Josh asked the girl if the lecturer allowed her to finish her studies. They talked a little more among themselves, and then decided to say goodbye. Lin asked what they should do with the sleeping reporter. Josh said she wouldn't sleep long because she had to clean up soon. Then he picked up a whole mountain of folders and went about his business. The next day, it was necessary to begin the next operations, but Larry was haunted by the question of what Unity got when she carried out the tests in her dissertation. The girl explained that 44% of the students were sick with colorectal diseases. Among them, 70% had hemorrhoids. Basically, half of them had anal cryptitis and constipation. Further studies showed that some had an anal fistula and polyp of the membrane. In conclusion, it is worth noting that exercise, breakfast, water, junk food, and fasting have a huge impact on the development of colorectal diseases. The university has toilets with showers, but female students, unfortunately, are not used to washing their anus after bowel movements. Soon, Lin announced the start of the operation. He said that Larry would be the first assistant and Unity the second. Then the girl asked the doctor to wait 1 minute. The men looked at her in bewilderment, and then she said that they were working on a bruise. If the soft tissue injuries are severe, it will be very difficult to successfully perform replantation. And even if the patient recovers, it will be very difficult for the patient to regain the functionality of the fingers. Larry noted that this girl was very knowledgeable. Lin said that the patient and his family were pressing for replantation, and then asked if Unity had been in the orthopedic ward. The girl said that she had read about it and also often met them in her department, but then she was most focused on foot bruises. Common leg bruises occur due to industrial or construction accidents. Therefore, while treating the patient, they must understand how the accident occurred. They will know the mechanism of injury, paying attention to the condition of the patient, namely, the area of injury. First, they need to palpate the pulse of the main artery of the back of the leg. Initial treatment includes debridement, drainage, micromanometer, facial depression, and antibiotics to prevent infection. A pressure of 4 megapascals is critical as it can lead to muscle and nerve necrosis as well as secondary fibrosis. Larry was surprised how clearly the girl explained everything. She's almost like Boss Lin. Also doesn't show her weakness in front of others. The girl said that's all she knows. Lin thought about it. Although he has an ideal level, even his knowledge is not equal to Unity's knowledge. She catches on quickly. It will be quite easy to cooperate with her. Then he asked her if she had performed finger replantation before, but the girl answered in the negative. The hero said that she should take the tongs and get started. While the operation was going on, Unity said that Dr. Lin had loosened the tourniquet, which meant that he had closed the arteries. But now it would be more logical to look at the veins. Lin noted that this girl was capable of a lot and asked her to wet her hands. To prevent the blood vessels from drying out due to prolonged exposure, they should be moistened with a heparin saline solution. However, Unity spilled the liquid past her hands. Larry barely managed to cover Lin's glasses. As soon as the girl saw the empty cup, tears appeared in her eyes. Larry was perplexed. Unity acted like she was in some kind of movie. The girl sobbed, continually asking her to forgive her for her clumsiness. Larry asked her to be a little more careful next time. Lin also asked Unity to pour some liquid again. The girl began to water the desired area, but did not do it fast enough, and then suddenly poured out the entire cup with all her might. She cried again, apologizing for her actions. Larry noted that this girl was not good with her hands. Suddenly, Lin noticed that there was blood on her gloves. There are strict requirements, especially on the details, and the main one is not to have blood on the clothes, as it can easily stick to the thread. The girl wondered where it came from, because she didn't touch anything. Lin asked Unity to change his gloves and get a new pair of tweezers. The girl knew that tweezers were used to hold blood vessels. They were made uneven and with small ends. This prevents damage to blood vessels and other fragile tissues, because otherwise it could cause pressure even with minimal damage. And now Lin asked her to hold the blood vessel with tweezers. Unity aimed the forceps, trying to hold the artery, but it didn't work. Lin said not to use extra force or grip too loosely. Unity was surprised. It turns out that this does not require additional strength. When the girl succeeded, the hero immediately sewed up the artery and ordered her to proceed to the next one. Unity was surprised by the speed of the doctor's work and therefore was not going to relax. Lin then suggested starting a perineural anastomosis. Unity said the effect of perineural anastomosis is much better than epidural anastomosis, but it also takes longer and is not typically used for finger replantation. When performing perineural anastomosis, it is very easy to choose the wrong method. The girl thought that epidural anastomosis would be more suitable here. When it comes to finger replantation, the price-quality ratio will be low. Everyone present looked at the girl in bewilderment, thinking that she had just said some nonsense. The girl continued, "The ulnar nerve is much easier to suture compared to the nerve of a severed finger. It takes little time, and the level of difficulty is lower. It is impossible to suture the nerves of a severed finger in the same time as the ulnar nerve. So perineural anastomosis was not the best solution." Suddenly, Lin announced that he had finished stitching. Unity looked at him in surprise, not believing that he had already completed such a complex operation. Lin didn't answer. He just instructed Lin to stitch up the skin and went out. Larry said he didn't even think Unity would turn out like this. Her personality doesn't match her appearance. He explained that Dr. Lin is the best, extremely professional and amazing when it comes to anastomoses, and the girl explained the theory instructively all the time. Unity tried to explain that she didn't mean it, but it didn't matter. Compared to other doctors, it's easier to participate in operations with Lin, and since everyone here is in groups, the girl should know something. Unity thought that there was a special taboo against Dr. Lin. Then Larry explained that this is 10,000 times more terrible than any taboo, because when Dr. Lin begins the operation, he cannot stop. Larry soon reported that he was done with the stitches. Unity was glad. This was her first time as an assistant, so she would be able to build a good resume. Larry said that she needed to rest before the operation. She still doesn't know Boss Lin completely. He also said that she shouldn't write everything down. It's better to develop muscle memory. At that moment, a nurse burst into the office and said that Dr. Lin was waiting for Doctors Larry and Unity in the second operating room. The girl was surprised, because the operation was supposed to start an hour later. Then she began to understand Larry's words. Boss Lin is not a novice, and just because he is a professional does not mean that he has many operations. It literally means that he carries out operation after operation. Soon, the doctors headed to the second operating room. Lin said that Dr. Vincent asked them to come urgently. They have just received a patient who is missing his right thumb. He planned to reconstruct his toe from his big toe. Unity said that the thumb is responsible for 40% of handwork. Without the thumb, a person will not be able to do many everyday things. like holding a cup, writing, and fishing. When restoring the thumb, it is necessary to restore the functions of grasping and holding. Restoring a finger is considered a genius operation, but is Dr. Lin capable of such a thing? The hero said that Dr. Vincent gave him important instructions for this operation, and Unity had to research similar things in medical school. Larry thought about it. Theoretical operations cannot do such a huge job. Besides, this is also the first time for Dr. Lin. Unity said that the second big toe is the best option for recovery. Lin added that the patient is a worker. His hands are larger than ordinary people, but unexpectedly, his feet are small, size 36 or 37. Thus, according to the hero, the right toe is most suitable, so the task was to amputate the right toe. He asked Larry and Unity to treat the patient, but the girl again missed the tweezers and did everything wrong. Lin asked the nurse to bring all the Kirschner needle sizes and all the suture options. Larry asked why the boss wouldn't let Unity do the treatment. Then the hero called the girl over, asked her to wash her hands and take care of the equipment. Larry soon concluded that the processing was complete. Lin then announced the start of a finger transplant operation. When the toe was separated, he asked what Unity thought about the operation. The girl said that the patient's big toe was deformed. Based on the MRI data, it would be better to perform arthrolysis and then osteotomy. Larry was dissatisfied. The boss continues to ask people who do a poor job with processing and suction, and even increase the complexity of the procedures than he thinks. Lin thought to himself, even though the difficulty had increased, everything was fine, and then asked him to loosen the soft tissue around his big toe. Soon the doctor completed the stitching and asked to prepare to connect the blood vessels. Unity was delighted. Lin's operation does not match her knowledge from books. She must participate even if the result is bad. An hour later, the recovery of the big toe of the right foot was completed. Unity asked what the doctor's next operation was. She wanted to follow him. The hero was surprised. This girl had a very strong desire to work. Unity said that she is well aware that her skills are very poor and it does not reflect well on Dr. Lina. But even if she does nothing, she believes that she can figure it out and record the surgical procedures. Lin replied that it was easier said than done. Brief reports usually require colorful descriptions, extensive research, and careful discussion. Reports are not at all easy to write. He stated that the girl could write to him and teach him whenever she wanted, and could always join his operations. However, Larry needs to practice more with Dr. Unity and also spend time working on his pig's leg suturing technique. After work, Larry practiced with Unity, and when new patients arrived, he returned to the operating room and worked on Lin's team. A few days later, everything was ready. Lin performed 15 finger transplants. The gift from the system felt a little different from the intermediate reward before, but the hero hoped that the energy serum could not fall out in the intermediate reward. Lin didn't mean that it was bad, but if the blue test tube is equal to 10 or 100 serums, it means he won't be able to sleep for the next 6 months. Inside the chest was another flask, but this time it was an unusual elixir that increased all the hero's skills for 2 hours. The system meant all the skills that existed in the medical world, and skills with perfect levels would be upgraded to legendary levels. Lin wanted to use the elixir right now, wondering what the effect would be. However, he then exhaled and thought that he might need it in the future, so it would be better not to use it for now. Meanwhile, the operations were over for today, so Lin went to rest. The next day, the hero went to the receptionist to ask if there were any operations for him that day. The nurse said that not only for today, but for the next few days, Principal Josh had cleared his schedule. Lin objected. He knew that operations might be suspended, but he talked to the director before and knows that the recovery period after a finger transplant is long and there are many possible complications. But the director has already applied for new patients, and shouldn't it have been approved within 2 days? At that moment, Josh himself walked up to the front desk. He was happy to see Lin, and then said that there was a big difference between the expected situation and the actual situation. Seeing that there were already too many patients gathered in the corridor, he asked to give him a couple more days. He would do everything so that Lin could operate again. The nurses replied that Dr. Josh spoiled Lin so much and the guy deserved it. Larry heard that they had no operations for the next few days and suggested that they rest. Unity was unhappy. She was just beginning to understand everything, and this break would ruin everything. Lin then said that the assistants could rest, but they had to take daily tests. While Larry was happy, Unity was very sad. She was sure that all the results of her practice would simply evaporate. At that moment, Chandler came into the office. He suggested that Lin have a little fun since he had no operations. He asked how good the hero is at abdominal surgery. Lin said she could do sutures, but she didn't know anything about special surgical techniques or how to use a laparoscope. Chandler chuckled, yet he was able to find something that the guy didn't know. However, this was an opportunity for him to learn something new. The operation had not yet been scheduled, but in Yunhua there is always a patient, so the men headed to the reception desk. There they met a young guy along with his mother. Chandler said that the boy was not doing well. The woman screamed. Her son was fine at home, but now he is in critical condition. Chandler said nothing was clear yet and asked the resident to walk the patient to the doctor's office. He then called Lin with him. Apparently, the patient was suffering from severe abdominal pain. Another woman was soon brought in by ambulance. Her daughter said that her mother had appendicitis surgery at Yunhua Hospital last week, but now she felt unwell. At the beginning, she had regular bowel movements, but then she stopped. No one paid attention to this because she used to have mild constipation. Chandler said that her abdominal sounds are difficult to hear. The doctors will do a CT scan and look at the results. After that, they will do a regular X-ray. They suspect a blockage in the intestines. It can lead to serious consequences, but she needs to pass all the tests first. This is similar to age-related intestinal obstruction, so it may not be easy, but regardless of the situation, surgery is necessary. The man said that Lin could be the main assistant, and then the hero said that he should call someone since it was an intestinal obstruction. It was Unity. Upon hearing the diagnosis, she immediately ran to the men. She specialized in colorectal surgery, so Chandler was going to give her the opportunity to show off her skills. Lin was surprised. Had the man really not seen her work before? Chandler growled sullenly that Lin had simply never seen intestinal surgery. It was soon decided that the patient should undergo stenting. The examination results showed that the woman had intestinal stenosis, a narrowing of the outlet of the stomach, as a result of which the normal movement of food from the stomach into the duodenum is disrupted. Chandler handed masks to everyone. This was one of the most dangerous types of intestinal obstruction. Soon, everyone went to the operating room. Whether Unity would be the second assistant would be decided after the incision was made. It turned out that the patient had not had a bowel movement for several days. She was a 64-year-old woman. She managed to eat 2 large bowls in one sitting. Her family was very proud of her. When Chandler made the cut, it became clear to everyone why he asked everyone to wear masks. He said there was 2 news, good and bad. Lin preferred to hear the good one first. Then Chandler said that the situation was very easy. But the bad news was that if they didn't get advice from the general surgery department, they would have to do it themselves. Unity didn't understand why this was bad news, so Lin asked her if she knew what to do in such a situation. The girl replied that it was necessary to remove excrement in the proximal intestine. Chandler confirmed her words. The patient has not cleaned it for a week. There may even be previous feces that were not completely removed during defecation. Then Lin realized what Dr. Chandler was thinking when he invited Unity to perform the operation. To the surprise of everyone, the girl was only glad that she had to perform such a procedure. Chandler initially thought she didn't understand that she was going to have to remove feces from a woman's intestines. However, Unity knew what she was in for. She had read a special research document. When they remove excrement, different areas become infected, so for this procedure they use special plastic bags, which are used to create surgical gloves. Then insert another plastic bag into the intestines, before with which the end of the intestine is tied. So they push the material from the intestines into a plastic bag, and if there is too much space, they replace it with another one. Then Chandler said that Unity should follow this procedure. The girl was very happy. She finally felt like a boss. Soon she began the procedure. More and more packages fell onto the nurse's tray. The girl was horrified by their number. Unity reported that these are only digested portions. There will be even more packages to come. Soon the girl said that she was now in the lower part, and then she would move to the upper part and clean everything there. Time passed, and Unity was still carrying out this fetid procedure, completely immersed in the process. Chandler was angry. The patient's stomach had been open for long enough. The girl should have calmed down because this was an operation, not a research work. The man understood that they needed to consult with the general department or simply be transferred to the department. If they were surgeons, they would be used for what was happening right in front of him. Soon, Unity completed the procedure, and then the entire operation was completed. Everyone immediately hurried to leave the operating room and finally take a breath of fresh air. Chandler noted that nurses and assistants are just a bunch of weaklings. They can't even resist Grandma. Lynn was surprised. He didn't understand what was good about this ability. The man thought, this child refuses to work with them. He remembered his school days. Every summer he went to the dissection room for self-development. There were a lot of corpses there, but they didn't stop him. And now young people are too sensitive. Unity was surprised. Then the man said that many students used to use corpses to get rid of the heat in the summer in the office. Compared to what Unity just did, it was still flowers. Unity said that they simply did not find anything interesting in that lesson. Research in the colorectal field is very important. The girl remembered how she went to the affiliated hospital to observe the operation. The patient she encountered turned out to have a fecal lump. That is, this is the group, which cannot be removed by defecation. Chandler stated that he knew what that meant. The girl wanted to continue and tell more about this incident. However, the man stopped her. He no longer wanted to talk about feces. Unity apologized. She got too carried away and forgot that there are people who don't like what she's interested in. Chandler replied that everything was fine. Most people don't like what doctors like, and that's normal. When everyone left the operating room, Unity thanked Lynn for allowing her to participate in this operation. The hero said that everything is fine as long as she is interested. Then everyone decided to rest after a very exhausting operation. Unity decided to buy pig's trotters for Dr. Chandler and eat them with him. When the man was sure that the girl had rinsed her hands before choosing food, he sat down and thanked her for the treat. He also invited Lynn to try the trotters with them. The hero's face turned pale and he declared that he did not want to eat. He said he didn't like some of the ingredients. When everyone had finished eating, Chandler called Lynn with him to wait for the next patient. It was said that the patient had appendicitis, and the man knew that the guys had never removed an appendix before. The nurse brought the patient on a gurney. Chandler immediately began the examination. The pulse was unclear. The man suspected that it was the appendix. He said that he would do a scan. It was necessary to clearly diagnose the patient's condition. In any case, other symptoms would appear, and now they should go back and wait in the operating room. Soon the scan results were ready. The nurse gave the folder to the doctor. Chandler examined the pictures, but could not find the appendix. Lynn noticed that the doctor was doing poorly and decided to help using his MRI analysis skill. The system told the man that the patient had an intestinal obstruction and not an appendix at all. Unity moved closer as soon as she heard the diagnosis. The men exchanged glances and then decided to invite the girl to begin the operation. Unity was incredibly happy. It seemed to her that God had blessed her today. After some time, the next day arrived. Charlie, Lynn's classmate, was cleaning the hallways. New interns would be arriving soon, so he needed to work harder and keep an eye on them as much as possible. He and Lynn studied together. Charlie didn't achieve anything, and he became a professional. The guy decided to work harder to catch up with him soon. Charlie was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice how he accidentally ran into Larry. The guy hastened to apologize. The doctor immediately realized that he was a trainee. Suddenly, Larry took Charlie by the hand and dragged him with him, saying that now he will do everything as he says, and then they will do something else. While the doctor was walking down the corridor, his patients came out to him to say hello and tell him about their well-being. Charlie was pleasantly surprised. He never thought this would happen to him. He finally met patients in real life, and it turned out to be much more interesting than described in textbooks. Larry soon became exhausted. It was very difficult for him to examine so many patients. But Larry was very happy. He had never seen patients, and when he met Larry, he finally met them. Larry realized that he should not miss such a chance, and led the guy further, saying that after the inspection, they still had things to do. Soon, the doctor brought the guy into the office where there were boxes with pork and chicken legs. He said Larry needed to wash and clean them and then trim their nails. The guy asked if they needed pork trotters and chicken legs for him. Larry said he would find out if he stayed in the hospital longer, and he also asked the guy to take a microscope while he plucked and trimmed the nails. Charlie immediately became motivated. This was his first major assignment at the hospital. 3 hours later, he had cleaned all the paws. Larry returned to the office and was pleased with the work the intern had done. While the doctor was thinking about how else he could use this boy, Charlie asked if he knew his classmate, Lynn John. Suddenly, Larry felt like he was in trouble. He asked the intern in surprise if he really knew Dr. Lynn. Charlie said that they had known each other for a long time and they got along very well at university. Then Larry told him to stop cutting the chicken's toenails. The intern was perplexed because he wasn't done yet. He became upset, thinking that it was all because he was working too slowly. Larry hastened to justify himself. He said that he did not want to force him to do this. He just had an important patient, but now he is free. Charlie did not let up. It seemed to him that the doctor no longer needed him. Many doctors did not like the fact that interns were perceived as toys. The chief doctors understood this even more. The interns could not even be allowed near them. This was the only way for the interns to acquire at least some then knowledge, working and developing intelligence. Charlie knew he couldn't live without the experience of being a resident doctor, so he couldn't let Dr. Larry drive him away. The guy began to clean his paws again and said that he would not leave until he finished. Larry didn't know what to do, because this was Lin's friend. Moreover, he wasn't sure that he had the right to use interns at all. He never thought that his path would be to be a teacher to a trainee. He stopped Charlie again, saying that he no longer needed anything from him. But the guy did not let up. He asked Larry to take a walk while he finished his work. The doctor was very embarrassed. He had never met such charming girls before. Larry exhaled tiredly and asked what Charlie most wanted to learn. The intern was happy. He was finally getting to know the real life of an intern and decided to take this chance. Then he said that he had never been in an operating room, but he really wanted to perform the operation. Larry thought since he is the boss's friend, he should take care of him. But if he gets into trouble, then it will be bad for him. The doctor said that Charlie should start treating the wounds first, since he had never performed surgery. Later, there will be trauma patients, the intern will take care of them, and Larry will ask for an isolated cabin for him. The doctor asked the nurse to bring the patients here. He then explained to the guy that in their department, patients are distributed according to the severity of the damage caused. Level 1 patients are near death, and Level 2 patients with critical injuries are treated in the recovery room. Level 3 and 4 patients with minor injuries. Then he asked the trainee if he knew what the 3rd and 4th levels meant. Charlie knew that Level 3 patients needed an ambulance. Larry added that Level 4 patients did not require an ambulance. They were moved to the outpatient department. The intern asked if such patients should be moved to the outpatient department. The doctor replied, if anyone asked him, he would say that this is private information. But relying on the good doctor-patient relationship, they should be sent to the outpatient department if they swear. Then let them wait their turn. They will still have to be treated, so Charlie better not create unnecessary problems. The intern listened to the doctor in fascination, noting that he was too kind to him. However, he understood that the only people who care for no reason are rapists and thieves, and all this confused him. Suddenly, a nurse entered the office and said that a patient had arrived. Larry asked me to keep it for him. He asked Charlie to observe his further actions and remember them. When the doctor began to treat the patient's wound, Charlie was horrified. At the university, they were shown something completely different. Larry explained that the corpses in the anatomy room are in formaldehyde for a very long time, and their patient is still fresh. As soon as Charlie heard this, he immediately vomited. Larry managed to push him away at the last second so that he would not accidentally contaminate the patient and his wound. When it was all over, the intern apologized for what had happened. It turned out that he had hemophobia, a fear of blood, and this meant that he would not be able to operate. Charlie got angry. He wanted to operate because surgeons were considered the coolest doctors, and he saw a lot of blood at the university and did not feel bad. Larry asked him how he felt when he saw the blood. Charlie explained that he was just disgusted. He saw a lot of blood. He was in the medical research department during his internship and helped draw blood from patients. Then he did not feel anything. Besides, when he studied with Lin, he was one of some who sorted the bones. Larry suggested that today was just an accident. Perhaps the guy had not rested for a long time. He should have taken a break and come back tomorrow. The next day, Charlie came to the hospital again. He waited for Larry to hand him the tray, but he still didn't show up. Suddenly, the guy noticed a familiar figure on his side. It was Lin John. Charlie couldn't get through to his fellow student, and Lin said he was in the operating room. Unity and Vanessa were perplexed. This guy was acting too frivolously with the doctor. Charlie was glad to find Lin at work. He said that he had already been to different departments many times, did a lot of different things to see how operations were carried out. The hero realized that his friend wanted to see the operation, and then asked another doctor to refer him to a patient from the hand surgery department who needed the M-Tang technique. Soon, Charlie found himself in the operating room, his eyes immediately lighting up with interest. Lin gave instructions to his assistants, and the intern watched carefully, still in pleasant shock at finally being here. The hero announced the start of the operation and made the first cut. Charlie watched the operation very carefully at first, but as soon as the patient's skin began to tighten, He suddenly felt beads of sweat running down his face. Vanessa noticed in time that the guy felt bad. She pushed him away from the operating table so his vomit wouldn't get on the patient or the doctor. Lin calmly asked to call the cleaners, and then continued the operation. Vanessa screamed at Charlie. This guy thought of coming to surgery with hemophobia, so now he has to clean everything up here. When the operation was over, Lin went out to his friend. He was in a terrible moral state. He did not know what to do. In the future, he would not be able to operate. He would not be able to feel the whole atmosphere of the hospital. The hero said that Charlie vomited because he saw dry muscles and tendons. He needs to concentrate on the operation itself, and only this way he can get used to it. The guy didn't know if he could even close the wound. Lin offered him an osteopathic massage, however. Charlie wasn't sure about that either. He was afraid that at this rate he would soon be kicked out of the hospital, and he wanted to be as happy as Lin. Then the hero said that he would introduce his fellow student to Dr. Unity. Soon the hero brought Charlie to the girl, explaining that he was in a slightly special situation and asked Unity to take care of him. The girl was intrigued by this particular case. Her eyes lit up with interest. Suddenly a doctor entered the office and said that Director Josh was calling Lin. Unity said the doctor could go and she would take care of Charlie. When Lin went out into the corridor, he saw Josh and Larry. The guy was holding a phone. There was a video of a report that was recently filmed in their hospital. It made the daily news, which was quite popular on television. Josh confided that their department was not the only one paying. The hand surgery department also contributed some money. He explained that these articles were intended for a large audience, so they were required to pay. Lin suggested making a new branch since they had so much money. Josh grinned, thinking that this kid was only thinking about operations, and then said that very soon they would be making a new department. Then he entered the office where Vincent was waiting for him. The man noted that Josh seemed puzzled by something. The director asked to dispense with formalities because Vincent is not really worried about him. Soon, Lin entered the office and asked if Dr. Vincent needed anything. The man replied that the guy had done a good job. His operation was a huge success and was even featured on the news. Then he invited Lin to become his assistant in some things. Vincent decided to tell him in confidence that we were talking about freelance surgeons. Lin knew that they fly to other hospitals to perform surgeries. These doctors are renowned experts in their field and the best in their region. Logically, there are two reasons why a hospital would hire such a surgeon. Either the hospital wants to improve their skills with his help, or they simply need help due to the serious condition of the patient. But whatever the reason, it cannot be said that he was hired skill-based. If we take the first option, the hospital needs a surgeon with a high reputation. This can motivate other doctors or establish a long-term relationship between the hospital and the surgeon. And the second reason is that the patient will know who is treating him and trust him completely. Lin said that he knows that Vincent wants to help him, but within the competitiveness of the market, he is not yet someone outstanding. Compared to the doctors in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, Lin has no advantage at all. The director thought about it. Lin is not afraid of difficult tasks. He's afraid of the doctor who will work with him. Then everything will be as simple as shelling pears. The man said that the hospital actually invited him, and since he had been to several places, he was tired, so he and Lin could go together. The operation is not complicated. Just 2-finger replantation. The payment will be 10,000 yuan. He already has the tickets bought it, so they could split the payment. Lin asked why they didn't call someone close since the operation was simple, and Vincent replied that the patient was sent to Yiyuan County Hospital. It would take 5 hours to get there, but if they took the high-speed rail line, it would take them less than 2 hours. They would go straight and be back in time for dinner. The hero was worried that he was not licensed to do such things, but the man said that the most important thing was to be polite to the other doctors. Soon, the men arrived at the right place. Killian, the director of the orthopedic department of Yiyuan Hospital, was already waiting for them. Together with him, other doctors and nurses came out to meet the men. They wanted to see Lin in person. He was so young and already a specialist. He looked great despite the fact that he works tirelessly. Vincent said that Dr. Lin is an expert in finger replantation and has performed more than 100 operations as chief surgeon, with a total of 300 operations. The director explained to the hero that good doctors, and especially good surgeons, must be actors. There was a rule of 10,000 hours. After 10,000 hours in the operating room, doctors suddenly grow old, and others become freaks. Killian was surprised. Lin was so young and handsome, with a good medical history. Vincent said that Lin Zhan has recently carried out simultaneous replantation of 3 or 4 fingers. The results are excellent. He has made a lot of effort to invite him here. Lin then asked if they needed to consult first. Then Killian smiled and led the men inside, and it was true that they had business matters to deal with first. Soon the consultation began, and for half an hour, Vincent explained the situation to the doctors at Yiyuan Hospital. He said that lately it seems to him that finger replantation surgeries are identical. The men smiled and agreed with the director. He then said that the plan remained the same, but Dr. Lin had something to add of his own. None of the doctors expected this young guy to say anything sensible. Then Lin stood up and said that the patient's blood vessel was dislocated. Perhaps he had a rupture of the venous arch of the spinal cord. During the operation, an incision should be made and repaired. All the men present were shocked. This guy not only has great looks, he's also an excellent doctor. Killian was shocked. This vessel is not the most important in the context of finger replantation. How did this guy know that it was torn? If he is capable of this, then his resume is not a fake. He can even become higher than Vincent's boss. Then Killian decided to ask Lin how he realized this. The hero said that there are clear signs of rupture of the venous arch of the spinal cord. They should not waste time chatting while the patient's condition is deteriorating. And as for the operation plan, if they deal with the venous arch of the spinal cord, they will either make an incision and sew it up, or they can't help but sew up. Then the doctors realized that they wouldn't be able to pull this off. They couldn't even read an MRI, and this guy was saying things that were completely incomprehensible to them. Vincent said Dr. Lin is excellent at reading MRIs, so it wouldn't interfere with their plan. Then Killian replied that he would not allow Lin to be the second assistant. He would make him the main one in this operation. Then he sent the men to change clothes and go to the operating room. In the locker room, Vincent whispered to Lin that there would be fewer of them than usual, so they needed to be careful and more diligent. Lin thought about it. This is the so-called low-risk multi-vessel repair plan. The core of replantation is blood circulation. If the blood circulation worked normally, the other finger could be saved. Blood is the main energy supplier to the muscles. Without it, the muscles suffer from necrosis. However, connecting multiple vessels means that the surgeon must either extend or maintain operating time. Replanting one finger is much easier, but when it comes to more than 2 fingers, the surgeon must calculate the time spent on connecting the other fingers. Everything is planned to the smallest detail, even rest. Soon, all the doctors arrived in the operating room. Killian was ready to begin. Lin and Vincent showed perfect teamwork. The director commented that he was so comfortable with Lin during the operation, as if someone was giving him a foot massage and singing him tea. He felt like he was at a marathon, as if thousands of people were supporting him. There was a cool breeze and calmness, a relaxing feeling of the weight of the bottle in his hands, and ahead of him was the finish line and glory. All the other doctors were shocked. They had never seen anything like this. This kid doesn't kiss other people's asses. It's his ass that gets kissed. He has excellent skills. He's the only one in the world who performs operations with such ease. After 2 hours, Vincent said that he was tired and suggested that Lin switch positions. Killian was shocked. Had the specialist really accepted patronage? Dr. Lin would be working in Boss Wang's place, and if this practice failed, the hospital would be held responsible and they would have to pay financial compensation. Vincent shouldn't let Dean practice, but what purpose does he serve by giving his place to this guy? He decided that it was not worth asking the boss this question. He would rather ask Lin himself. He approached the guy and asked what he was going to do. Then the hero said that he had no strategy. Killian then asked what he knew about this patient. Instead, Lin turned to the nurse and asked to pour a heparin solution into the vessel. He then explained to Killian that the patient's blood vessels were now slightly fixed. He would carefully stitch him up. Killian thought that Vincent should have predicted that such vessels would be difficult to sew up, and yet he refused his position, which means he was not confident in himself and gave the job to Lin. This means that Dr. Lin is much better and stronger than Vincent, and he is the real boss in their hospital. Killian was so shocked that he was speechless. Vincent understood that he called Lin here to test his abilities. He said that the guy began to sew up the arteries much faster, and then said that it was worth putting 4 more stitches. This patient has the blood vessels of a 70-year-old man. If Vincent had to sew the blood vessels, he would do a great job, but it would take quite a lot of time and effort. The operation could last an hour or even more. If Lin accepts the challenge, he will not have to sew up old blood vessels. Killian silently watched Lin work. It seemed to him as if this guy had grown extra arms. Soon the hero said that he had finished stitching, and now he could sew up the nerves. Vincent said he would leave it to him even if the outcome was not successful. Killian stood in bewilderment, not fully understanding that the operation was already over. Then Lin asked him if he wanted to sew up the skin. The man noted that Dr. Lin was a good team player, and since he couldn't understand what the men were talking about, he would have to move lower so that he wouldn't get into trouble later. When Killian looked into the microscope, he was stunned with surprise. The blood vessel was in place. There was an excellent nerve anastomosis and an excellent position of the broken hand. The operation was really over. All he had to do was stitch up the skin. Surgeons from large hospitals do not always get the opportunity to sew up the skin, so the man agreed to do it. Soon the stitching was completed and the operation was completed. Killian hastened to apologize to Chief Vincent and Dr. Lin for the inconvenience caused. When everyone left the operating room, he caught up with Vincent and invited him to eat together. The man thought about it. Usually everyone leaves immediately after the operation. If they stayed, then they will perform a second operation. Usually only the chief doctors can perform 3 operations at a time. The doctors from the hand surgery department could not do this, and he probably wants to delay him, to ask questions. Then Vincent suggested that Lin should all eat together and then go home. When the men arrived at the cafeteria, Killian asked if they thought the patient would get an excellent grade on the test. Vincent decided to ask what Lin thought about this. The hero said that there are chances of getting an excellent grade, but they are not high. You can count on a good grade, and there is also a chance of developing necrosis of the fingers. Killian was shocked. He thought everything would be fine since Lin was such a good surgeon. He deceived Vincent by turning down his position as chief surgeon. Vincent asked Lin if it was because he didn't use the machine. The hero said that everything was normal. Only the quality of the patient's blood vessels and nerves is very poor. They should check it based on the elderly patient after finger replantation. Vincent tensed. He didn't know that the patient had bad blood vessels. It would be problematic if the operation failed. While he was thinking about the fact that he had not completed this operation, Killian decided that he would invite Vincent to take the place of the chief surgeon. A few more seconds passed. Killian calmed down. This problem no longer seemed so big, and he decided to plan his further actions. He asked Lin what grade he thought the patient would receive, and he thought to himself that excellent and good grades were satisfactory results. If the score is lower, there will be many consequences. The functionality of this finger will be little better than amputation. It can be said that the finger will not function at all. In other words, when the patient went to a famous doctor, it meant that the patient hoped to be cured. This is not just a passing level. If the surgeon falls short, the patient doesn't agree, and their hospital doesn't accept that. Killian also decided to ask what the likelihood of necrosis was, but Lin simply ate his food in silence. The man began to get angry. He wanted Lin to stop and answer his question. The operation could fail, and at this time he was eating calmly. Then Lin said that the chance of getting an excellent grade is 90%. Killian was perplexed, because he had just said that the score would be low and necrosis could also develop. Lin explained that he didn't say exactly, but the probability of a good assessment is relatively high. Besides, the probability of necrosis is almost always high. No one would be surprised if the old man had it. And didn't they want to be a little modest when explaining the situation to the patient's family? Vincent grinned. The guy had taken him by surprise at first, but now he understood what he meant. Killian was surprised. It turns out that the operation was not a failure, and the probability of necrosis is only 10%. Lin was worried that the patient's family would be inspired by unrealistic promises. Then Killian finally understood everything and thanked the doctor. Vincent said that at their hospital, Lin's patients receive an excellent rating 95% of the time. Killian laughed and asked to bring Dr. Lin with him next time. It would be a great privilege for their hospital. Their doctors would learn from him. Meanwhile, the nurses at Manhwa Hospital were wondering where Lin Zhan had gone. Someone said that the doctor went home and returned to perform the operation. Then Vanessa said that she saw him in the same group with his classmate. It was Yiyuan Hospital, but the nurses were unhappy that Lin was in the background in this photo. They decided to take normal photos of him so that the other nurses would admit defeat and stop pestering him. The next day, Lin returned to the hospital and was immediately greeted by a crowd of nurses. They asked Lin to take a photo with him, but the hero was not very interested in this, but still looked into the camera. He asked if there were any patients today with missing fingers. Vanessa reported that the worker lost 2 fingers in an accident and will arrive at the hospital soon. He comes from the city, His family has already arrived at the hospital. They were a woman and a little girl. As soon as the woman saw Dean, she asked if her husband had arrived yet and who would perform the operation on him. Vanessa said that the ambulance was still on the way. Then the woman introduced herself as Helena, the victim's wife. Lynn greeted her back and said that he had not seen the patient yet, so he did not know the whole situation. Helena began to cry. She wanted to tell the man their story. Her husband, Victor, works hard for the family. Her father died 2 years ago due to cancer, and with his death, he left them a huge debt. Victor's father also died of cancer, and unfortunately, he also had debts. So Victor began to work day and night to pay off his debts. Even when he is resting, he works. Her husband helps their family a lot. He's not afraid of difficult and hard work. And now he has lost his fingers. So Helena is left with a little daughter without a hard-working husband and money. Lynn thought that their story was indeed very sad. If the patient is not cured, it will be very difficult for their family. Lynn then asked everyone to prepare and conduct an MRI scan as soon as the patient arrived. The system informed the hero about a new mission. He needed to make perfect stitching in order to receive a medium treasure chest as a reward. Soon, Larry reported that the patient had arrived at the hospital. Lynn sent the man to prepare for surgery. Soon, Vanessa announced that the MRI was ready. Lynn looked at the picture and thought about what seam is considered ideal. It is impossible not to leave a seam. No one even paid attention to this, since it is impossible. People are not able to restore a finger to perfection. After all, they are not transformers. From an aesthetic point of view, it is impossible to create a perfect seam. Lynn decided to call a spade a spade. He hoped that he would succeed with the help of the serum. All you have to do is perform the operation perfectly. This potion levels up to legendary, so it's not worth wasting. When Lynn arrived in the operating room, Larry said that he had gathered all the best doctors. Everyone was ready to start. The hero said that the patient is a worker. It is very important to successfully complete the operation. Everything needs to be done at the highest level. They will also conduct a short consultation before the operation. Everyone present was horrified. If Dr. Lin wants to conduct a consultation, then the operation is very complicated. Lin tried to calm them down. He said that he just wanted everything to be at the highest level. The doctors decided to take another look at the MRI results. Lin noted that the wound is not complicated. The modification is small. In the past, surgeons often made mistakes and were not strong enough. They were careless. He could use the best medical materials and equipment, thereby possibly increasing the chances of perfect surgery. Soon, all possible preparations were completed. Lin decided to finally begin the perfect replantation of the fingers. Suddenly, the hero felt as if he had missed something. The hero asked Vanessa to call pharmaceutical sales representative Juan from his phone. As soon as the girl dialed his number, the man immediately asked what happened to Dr. Lin. The hero said that he needed the best materials and instruments for microsurgery, in particular for finger replantation, and he needed them right now. Huang said that Changxi Medical Company provides the best materials and instruments for microsurgery. Then Lin said that he didn't care about the price. He wanted the best materials and equipment within an hour. Juan said that there would be no problem with this. If Lin wants to try it right now, he can recommend Medtronic. They have a fairly wide variety of materials and instruments, and the price is low. However, Lin did not have time to understand this. He said that he was performing an operation right now. Juan immediately jumped up from his seat and ran to get the equipment. However, Lin had one problem. He had no money at all, and from such words, Juan stumbled and fell to the floor. After that, he stood up, sighed, and said that it was no problem. He would arrive in an hour. After that, Vanessa hung up. The job was done. Lin was glad that he remembered this in time. The so-called perfect suture does not only happen in surgical procedures. Medical equipment and materials are very important for efficient operation. The main problem is their cost faced by the patient's family. Although the patient does not decide anything, but all of these are absolutely necessary for the operation. Companies were at an absolute disadvantage when selling drugs or medical equipment, but the huge capital allowed them to promote products. When a company promotes a new product, it gives doctors a lot of concessions. This is a common occurrence for doctors. Vanessa asked if they could continue, and at that moment someone came into the operating room. One of the nurses said that equipment and instruments had already been delivered and were free. Juan said that he would deliver in an hour, but not even 20 minutes had passed, and he was already here, which means there would be no more problems with finger replantation. And then Lin began the operation. Helena and her daughter were sitting near the operating room. The woman cried without stopping. She didn't know what to do if Victor remained disabled. Then he wouldn't be able to work, and they wouldn't be able to pay off the debt. She was very worried about her family. Soon rumors will spread throughout the village. It will be good if they only come for her and her husband. But what if because of debts they will do something to their daughter? After some time, the doors to the operating room opened. The patient was taken out and the operation was completed. Helena immediately ran up to Lynn to ask how it went. At that moment, Josh approached them and said that everything went great. Both Lynn and Helena were surprised to see the director here. Josh smiled broadly and said that he saw everything. The operation was successful. Helena couldn't believe her ears. She asked if everything was okay with her husband's fingers. Josh repeated that everything went great. Now they need to concentrate on rehabilitation. If it goes well, then Victor will be able to work. Helena cried with happiness. Thanking the director, she asked her daughter to bow to the man as a sign of gratitude. Josh said that there is no need for this. They are just saving lives, and now they need to give the patient a rest. Helena said goodbye to the director and headed out with her daughter. Josh told Larry that Lynn was too worried about the patient. He even thought they were related. But Larry said that the doctor was more worried about the dire financial situation. The director said that if the patient understands the costs, then everything is fine. Besides, he can use trial products. How could he use so many products at one time? Larry understood what the director was worried about. He was afraid that Lynn might use imported equipment. Then he said that the doctor was not yet used to it, and Larry could not yet say whether he preferred domestic or imported equipment. Josh said he didn't have to get used to it, or he wouldn't be able to fully recoup the costs. The director also said that this patient needs more attention. They should see how he feels after the procedures. Larry didn't understand why he had to tell Lynn about the consequences. Now they would have to worry about being hated. If he were in Lynn's place, he would not say anything about money. Larry was annoyed. He didn't even touch this equipment, but all the questions were asked to him. Only Lynn used the products and made decisions, and he turned out to be extreme. Soon the man went to the patient's room, where Unity was already there. She was checking the patients using the book, checking all the smallest details, such as the color of the fingers and the amount of blood. Larry didn't understand why she was checking patients so aggressively. She had already walked through many rooms. When the girl noticed Larry, she said that it was his turn. The guy laughed it off, saying that he was just stopping by to see how things were going. Unity said she wanted to write a research paper comparing imported products. Larry saw the girl writing papers, and her latest work was published in an English magazine. Unity said that she did not need to publish in an English magazine, a Chinese one would do. Then Larry realized that he was the only one who should write a research paper to become an attending physician, and he had not done anything yet. A week later, an announcement came from the emergency department that academician Tobias and his colleagues from the Chinese Academy of Engineering would visit Yunhua Hospital. Suddenly, all the main departments were doing this. An academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering is the highest level a Chinese doctor can climb to. Jacqueline spoke at the conference. She said that achieving this goal is very difficult, but they still hope that the academician will help them in improving the reputation of their hospital. Josh understood, simply put, anyone who shows up with this academician will become a popular doctor in the hospital. If he enlists the support of an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, he will be able to fulfill the dream of creating a large emergency department. Their department is worthy of it. When the day of the academician's visit arrived, Clyde got up early in the morning to wash all the tables in the office. The academician arrived that morning and met with all the heads of departments, visited the hand surgery department, the oncology department, then the orthopedic department, surgery, and will soon visit them too. The man thought that he should start performing operations at 9 o'clock. On the one hand, this is good. On the other hand, it is bad, because his lunch will be postponed, which means that he will not have the opportunity to meet this gorgeous academician. Then Clyde decided to turn to Dr. Chandler for help. He asked if it was possible to distribute the operations for today and tomorrow. The man lied that he had problems with his back and was unable to carry out 2 operations at a time. Then Chandler said that in that case, tomorrow Clyde would take 4 of his shifts. Clyde asked to be allowed to meet with the academician since the doctor did not want it. But Chandler asked him to stop bargaining. Some people agree, even when he offers 5 shifts. As it turned out, only doctors and chief physicians were allowed to meet with the academician. Others were busy with other things. At this moment, Lynn was making a round of patients. There was already a nurse inside the room. She told the patient that keeping his fingers comfortable is the most important thing. It is very important not to panic and not to smoke. When the girl saw Lynn, she said that he did a great job. Helena and her daughter thanked the doctor for saving Victor. Lin said that it was just his job, and then decided to look at the patient's fingers. At that moment, a man approached him and said that the restoration was going very well. The man said that it would be better if they showed him the material, so Lin asked the nurse to bring it here. When the girl brought the pictures, the man began to examine them in surprise. He asked Lin to tell him how he performed the operation as the chief surgeon. At that moment, Josh came into the office and asked why boss Tobias was still here. They had been waiting for him for a long time. The hero was surprised. Was this really the same academician Tobias? The academic said he had heard that the emergency department was starting to practice finger replantation surgery, and he would like to see it. Josh was glad that Tobias noticed them. But Clyde was unhappy. It seemed to him that the man was spending too much time on this department. Everyone around said that Lin's progress in finger replantation operations was simply excellent. Clyde chuckled dissatisfiedly. He was sure that there were simply no suitable patients today. In fact, he was also quite good at orthopedic operations. When everyone gathered in the conference room, Tobias was shown materials on the operations. The man noted that the operation performed 7 days ago looked great. The patient's fingers were recovering quite well. He would like to hear how it all went. Josh asked Lin to tell him how it all happened. The hero said that he spent more time than usual. The patient turned out to have severe vascular thrombosis. Josh noted that this kid does not know most surgical techniques, but there are many excellent professionals around him. If he makes a mistake, he will immediately receive advice, and everything will be fine. Lin Jian talked with academician Tobias for more than 10 minutes, as the man found out that it was a routine finger replantation operation. So, thanks to his capable hands and excellent skills, the hero did a quality job. Josh thought to himself that Lin was just an angel. He would go far. He then looked at Tobias. He looked incredibly pleased. Josh then said that Lin Jian is the core of their hospital. Of course, his skills are top-notch. Tobias said that his skills are too good. Then he asked if it was true that they had so many patients in their department. Josh said that is true. There are more and more patients, so they are planning to expand. After applying for more rooms, they were out of luck because there were only nice hospitals left. The project has just started, and based on their statistics, patients stay 40 to 50 days. Tobias thought, these patients need a long period of time for rehabilitation, but basically all large hospitals want success and popularity. He said these guys had an advantage because the emergency department is the only one where patients have to stay for a long time. With such skills and advantages, problems can be solved for free. He then told Lin that they had one patient, he had suffered a sports injury. They did not go to the head surgeon because the operation needed someone more qualified, so he decided to suggest that Lin give it a try. The hero and Josh looked at the man in bewilderment, not knowing what to answer. At this point, the system informed Lin that the task of creating a perfect seam had been completed and gave him a medium treasure chest. Josh began to think that it was better to ask questions like this as clearly as possible. Then he asked Tobias to tell us more about the operation. The man said that the operation plan is almost ready. They just need a chief surgeon. Josh sighed. Lin had never participated in something like this. He doubted whether the guy would be able to adapt. Then Tobias said that it's easy to adapt. The whole problem is in skills. He heard about the M-Tang technique that Lin used. Their Center for Orthopedic and Sports Medicine is preparing to perform operations on tendons, and the man suggested that the hero try it. Josh was surprised. Tobias knows about Lin's technique. It's just a miracle that he went to their department in the first place. However, the hero said that he only worked with the tendons in his arms. Tobias said that the guy has a good foundation. If he increases the intensity of his training, then a few months will be enough to adapt to leg operations. He will be quite comfortable in his scientific research institute. They have a lot of patients and excellent equipment. Then Josh understood everything. Tobias was openly trying to lure Lin to himself. Yunhua Hospital is considered the best in Jiangxi province, but it is still far from the whole country. They have many patients. But in the center of Tobias, there are even more. Josh could only hope that Lin would not give in to temptation. Then the hero said that he liked to practice in Yunhua. Here he felt comfortable, familiar, and accustomed, so he did not want to leave anywhere. At this moment, the system gave Lin a new skill, the technique of suturing the Achilles tendon at an ideal level. For a second, the hero felt new data being introduced into his brain. He felt that he had learned the technique of suturing the Achilles tendon. Tobias continued. He said that their center practices some of the most advanced technology in the country. Their surgery is always in demand, so only famous athletes visit them. Lin could come to them for several months. The hero said that he is capable of repairing the Achilles tendon. They don't need him as the chief surgeon, he will practice in Yunhua, and he needs Tobias's help. He asked to provide him with patients with various types of Achilles tendon ruptures. The doctors present in the office were perplexed. This guy dared to just make a deal with such a great man. He became so confident in such a short time. It seemed to them that this kid didn't know the rules at all. How could he be so irresponsible? And why was he so memorable to this academician? Tobias suggested that Lin first visit his institute, and then he could decide where it would be more convenient for him to practice. Josh was seriously excited. Lin was being offered something that everyone in their hospital dreams of. However, the hero only shook his head negatively. Josh was touched to the core. Lin chose him no matter what. The man said that it was better for Lin not to go. He should take someone with him. Josh pointed to Larry. He would follow Lin to Shanghai and coordinate everything with him. The man was incredibly surprised that he was chosen. Tobias said their original plan was to find a professional doctor. Josh said that they would cover all expenses for Larry, and after a short pause, Tobias agreed. All the doctors present were pleasantly shocked. Lin Zhan was a professional, which means that soon their department will be on the first page of all magazines. Tobias asked to settle all matters before leaving. They will fly to Shanghai the day after tomorrow. Josh said Lin could go and not worry about her family. In the evening, when Lin was packing his things, Tanya gave him instructions on how he should eat and what to do in emergency situations. And although the hero said that he was no longer a child, the woman said that for her he would always remain a baby. Before the trip, it was better for him to rest well and get enough sleep. She suggested that Robert take his son there, but the man began to explain all the intricacies, which is why a small argument ensued between the couple. After some time, Lin and Larry flew to Shanghai, where they were met by a certain man. It was Samuel, a student at the Jew Institute with excellent skills, and he greeted the men and said that the teacher had asked him to meet them. Samuel introduced the doctors to the famous Fuan Stadium in Shanghai, where their national football, basketball, badminton, and baseball teams like to train, and their research institute is also responsible for sports health. He also said that he could get the autograph of his favorite athlete Lin, but the hero refused. Samuel said that if the doctors stayed longer, they would see that popular athletes were people just like them. When they were free, they gave autographs to students, and then he pointed his finger at the main player of their badminton team. Lin noted that the man looked healthy. Samuel said that he was always healthy, and it would be better not to jinx him. Lin wondered why he needed to look at him if he was already healthy. The man asked the doctors to rest first. The hero objected. He can rest at any time, but he was not sent here to rest. Larry supported Samuel, because if the doctor wants to do a great job, he must first rest. This is far from Yunhua. Lin nevertheless agreed to rest, but even after a few days, he did not see any work for himself. And meanwhile, Larry was busy jogging in a large stadium. Then the hero could not stand it. They had been resting for a very long time. He asked Larry to go to the institute and ask about the surgery schedule, or he would do it himself. Larry said that they were sent here for further training. Even if they don't do anything, they will still be qualified doctors. Everything will be fine. Lin looked at his comrade gloomily. He had not had operations for a long time, and he could not stand it. Soon, Larry went to the reception to ask Samuel when they would start the operation, because they only had 2 days to rest. They had only arrived for 4 days, and if the doctors did not hurry up, Boss Lin would have to return to Yunhua. Suddenly, Dr. Roland, a surgeon at the research center, approached the man. He was outraged by such arrogance, because Lin Zhan was just an intern, not a boss. Samuel wanted to stop the man, but he pushed him away. Roland had nothing to hide. In recent days, he had spent more time on research than on clinical practice. Larry tensed, his fists clenched with anger. He was ready to defend the honor of Dr. Lin. Samuel asked the doctor if he had watched the video that he sent him 2 days ago. Roland said that he had glanced at it briefly, as he expected. It turned out to be completely uninteresting. Samuel reported that the teacher thought that Lin Zhan would perform the operation. Roland said that this is absurd. Lenny does not need a normal Achilles tendon. He just needs to run 100 to 200 meters. Lin's plan is very dangerous, and Roland does not agree with it, since it is a big risk. He admitted that this trainee's technique was really good, but he had never done leg surgery. Then Samuel realized that the doctor had already seen everything, which means he must have known about Lin's incredible success. Larry said that finger replantation is his first microsurgery, and it will only get easier from there. The success of his boss is no joke. Samuel added that Lin was appointed as a teacher, and they cannot guarantee when he will return back. Dr. Roland should just tell Lin about the operations. The man had no choice but to agree. Lin soon arrived at the building and asked where the operating room was. Roland decided that he would now test his abilities, because now this guy was not at all in Yunhua. Lin froze for a second, not knowing what to answer. Roland thought he was scared. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking that the director allowed him to choose whatever he wanted, but the number was limited to 1 or 2 cases. But it turns out he could choose anything, and that was great news. Then he asked if everyone was ready for the operation, and Roland panicked. He didn't expect Lin to behave like that. The hero thought about it. Since everything here is new to him, he must first adapt to every aspect and create stability. Then he asked to give him the simplest medical case. Roland thought it was a good choice. The man suggested doing a test before surgery. Their goal is an excellent score, and a good score is a shame. Their center wants doctors to perform operations according to the standard. Then these operations are criticized. Roland did not want them to use any habits, and he does not have to explain anything during the operation. However, Lin did not listen to his speech. He was immersed in analysis. Roland continued. He said that when they reach a certain level, they become the chief surgeon. If they are incompetent, it is his right to replace them whenever he wants. When this happens, they have no right to be indignant, because everything is based only on facts. Samuel asked Lin why he was silent. The hero replied that he had nothing to say. Larry thought about it. The boss never speaks when he does something, but he needs him to explain what he means. Then Larry said that Dr. Lin agrees with what Dr. Roland says. His opinion is based on using standard principles and striving for excellence. Replacing people is fair. Samuel wondered if Lin had done this on purpose. He couldn't believe that he didn't understand that these difficulties were especially for him. The hero said that everything is fine as long as he can carry out operations. Roland was going to see how he would handle the first operation. He said that today they will perform surgery to repair the Achilles tendon. The patient is a 38-year-old woman. She has a ruptured Achilles tendon. The study shows that she has several ruptures. First, they will do an examination and then make a surgical plan. Lin was very happy that after a few days he would finally be able to work. Soon the operation began. The men began to work. Roland carefully watched Lin's movements. There was nothing unusual in them. The hero did all the procedures even before Roland asked him. All the nurses worked very quickly with him. Lin worked so carefully and confidently. For Roland, it was strange. He could not do anything about it. Before the operation began, and now he didn't even think about scolding anyone. He had a strange feeling. The operation was going faster than usual. When the doctor just started thinking about something, Lin was already finishing it. The pace was too fast for Roland. He couldn't keep up when he was performing surgeries. He liked the feeling of completion and achieving something. He expected that the operation would seem difficult for Lin and that he would make a mistake. The chief surgeon's authority in relation to young doctors was to improve the mistakes made by the trainees. The intern from the small-town hospital had never performed leg surgery, and soon it was time for the next stage. The man wondered if Lin would make a mistake. He said it was time to stitch up the patient. Roland thought about doing this procedure. He needed an assistant, and now he wanted to see what Lin would do. He carefully watched his position. It seemed that he was about to pinch the tendon. Then the man decided to change the operation plan. Then this child would definitely make a mistake due to incomplete adaptation. He really wanted to see the mistake and scold him, but then he could put the patient's life at risk. Then Roland told Lin to take out the tendon. The hero did as he was asked, thinking to himself that Dr. Roland was using a modified Kessler method. The man couldn't believe his eyes. Everything was going well. Then he took out a tendon stripper and asked Lin if he knew what it was. The hero said what kind of item it was, and also that he had already used it. Then Roland handed the guy the tool and told him to use it. Lin took the stripper in his hands and used it on the tendon. Roland was seriously surprised. Even if this guy read 4 or 5 pages about this procedure, it basically takes a few minutes to fully understand. And he does this. Lin soon reported that he had finished dismantling the tendon. Roland noted that the result was not bad, and then asked for thread size 20. Now it's time to suture the Achilles tendon. In orthopedic and sports departments, keeping up with the chief surgeon but predicting future moves is relatively normal. But now Roland wanted to see if he could predict his next move. It feels like he is in a marathon. No matter how hard he tries, he will always run behind, and Lin will bring him bread. It feels like he's never had such a stable operation before. Roland couldn't believe it. Couldn't he really break Lin? The man continued. He deliberately made the operation more difficult for the guy, but he was the only one who was tired in the end. When they were prepared and talked through every step of the chief surgeon, he must always be ahead and pay attention to detail. Any chief surgeon would fall in love with this feeling. Soon the operation was completed. Roland noted that Lin's stitches were perfect, much better than those applied by the man himself. Apparently all his hard work at this center has gone to waste right now, but the work was very high quality. Then the man suddenly realized that this was all not true. The operation was so successful only because of their excellent cooperation. Soon, Roland announced the end of the operation and left the office, colliding with Samuel at the door. The guy said that the operation was recorded on video. He would send copies of it to Lin and academician Tobias. In the evening, Lin went to the training ground to get some fresh air. This was his first operation to suture the Achilles tendon. As it turned out, the same technique could be used. Compared to a simple tendon, the Achilles tendon is much thicker. The Achilles tendon can be sutured without the help of a microscope, with the naked eye. The Achilles tendon is subject to enormous stress, especially when running. The main problem with repairing the tendon is that it must bear a lot of weight. This is a rather complicated operation, especially for ordinary people. If you follow the doctor's instructions, everything will be fine. But athletes are a completely different case. Athletes did not strive for a normal life. The better the flight, the more he pushed his body to the limit. Lin's level is impeccable, so he can handle it. But if it comes to the best athletes, he's not sure that this will be enough. Experience and training are needed. At that moment, the hero received a call and was told that academician Tobias had returned. So he needed to come. They would draw up an operation plan together. Larry informed him that he would be the head doctor, then their problems would finally evaporate. However, Lin wondered why they suddenly had problems. They traveled 1,000 miles, all the way from Yunhua to Shanghai. No one knew them, and they had to go through a lot of hardships. Larry didn't cook stew for several days. Then he asked Lin to bring him a robe. It's located at the nurse's station. Larry went there, but they turned him away. They said they didn't have his size. At this moment, a nurse came out of the office. Lin asked if they had gowns. The girl immediately rushed for the robe and handed it to the doctor. She was very glad to do him a favor. When everything was ready, the men went to the right place. Tobias was already waiting for them. He got ready to start, since everyone was already assembled. The man said that the patient is 32 years old, unmarried, works as a traffic warden, was injured a few hours ago, his right heel is swollen, hence he cannot move it. Terrible pain, he is unconscious, does not suffer from any memory loss. He doesn't feel nauseous, doesn't feel like vomiting. His breathing is fine, no heart problems, no urinary tract infection. He then introduced Lena to Terrence, a popular orthopedist who graduated from Shanghai Fudan University Medical College. Tobias also said that he gave him the right to stop Lin's operation. He wanted to ask if the guy agreed with this, but the hero was perplexed. Would he really be the chief surgeon? The academician said that this is what he planned. Terrence wanted to show Lin the patient's medical history and the results of his tests, but the hero said that he wanted to check everything himself since he would be conducting the operation. He said that he would look at the transcript of the MRI images himself. Lin thought, each specialist interprets MRI images differently depending on his specialty. The level of analysis of the hero's MRI should be no worse than that of others, especially since there are only images of the limbs. Lin is responsible for this operation and does not want to make any mistakes. Terrence doubted that this guy could read MRI scans, but he decided to give him a chance. Lin thought about it. He hadn't seen that many pictures since he first started using this skill. Then he decided to use his MRI analysis skills. He found out that the injury was somewhere between the first and second levels. Surgery was only needed for the Achilles tendon. A standard connecting suture could be applied. Terrence was shocked. Everything he said was absolutely correct. His plan would be perfect for the upcoming operation. The director was right. Dr. Lin is indeed very unusual. Then Tobias said that today, Dr. Terrence would be Lin's main assistant. The hero called Larry along with him. They needed to change clothes for the operation. Terrence looked after the young doctor in surprise. Tobias grinned. He really is completely confident in himself. Then the academician said that he would go to the observation room and he would leave today's operation to the men. The doctors were discussing the news that Lin Zhan would be the leading surgeon today. Apparently, new blood is needed for development. Talent is, of course, valuable, but trained skills are no less important. Then one of the men offered to go watch his work from the observation room. Roland followed the men, wondering if Lin could pass another headmaster test. Meanwhile, preparations for the operation were underway in the operating room. Nurses helped Lin put on the operating suit. They carefully checked the doctor's list of instruments and clarified all the details with him. The doctors watching the operation were shocked. They had never seen nurses so kind. Roland wondered if this was also part of Lin's skills. Soon, Terrence asked the hero where they should start. The hero said that first he needed to draw surgical lines. Larry was wondering if there were any differences between the lines. The hero explained that the black line is the cut line, and the white one shows the torn tendons. Terrence thought about it. Now he understood why Lin didn't want to look at the MRI report and looked at all the images himself. He wouldn't have been able to get this information from the report. Now the man understood that he had underestimated the guy. He was simply amazing. Lin noticed that Larry was still confused and Dr. Terrence was sweating. He needed to explain everything and calm the men down. He said that in the MRI images he noticed a high signal intensity in the tendon area. This tendon is harder and irregular. This is characteristic of injuries. This can be seen in the second MRI image with this signal. The tendon rupture becomes obvious. Now that everything should have become clear to the assistants, Lin decided to begin the operation and made an incision. Terrence was surprised. The cut was made too quickly, and meanwhile, the hero's first big case began. It took Terrence a few more seconds to simply understand that the operation had begun. Larry understood that the doctor was not used to such a rhythm. The boss was a typical solo surgeon. Usually he already has a detailed plan for all his operations. Sometimes when the assistants couldn't cope or were distracted, the boss didn't say a word and did all the work himself. Of course, Larry was the second assistant. He is better suited to Lin's style. Then the hero said that it was necessary to apply a through stitch. This is a modified Kessler method, recently used by Dr. Terrence to quickly stitch the wound. The man understood that he should have read the MRI report. Then he would have been able to assess the correctness of the location. Now he would not be able to follow all of Lin's actions. He couldn't disgrace himself. He needed to work together with Dr. Lin. It all starts with the simplest seam, a through one. The doctors were closely monitoring the operation from the observation room. They thought their screen had frozen. But Roland knew that it wasn't freezing. That was exactly what made Lin so terrifying. The man even used this modified Kessler method to scare Lin, but he never expected that he could repeat it. Soon, the hero asked to prepare 10-0 surgical silk threads. Terrence was scared. Although these surgical threads are considered thick, they are still 3 times thinner than 4-0 threads, which Lin had not used before. But why did he decide to use them now? Lin explained that the tear areas are not even enough. If they use 4-0 thread, then after removing the stitches, there will be defects. If all the thin threads are used on only one of the segments, then there will be a lot of stress on it. However, if they scatter the threads over the entire area, the voltage will be distributed much better. Although all tendons are elastic, the Achilles tendon is the most flexible. This flexibility is very difficult during surgery, when the surgeon tries to put a suture and the Achilles tendon simply gives in and stretches. But when the operation is completed, this tendon can return to its previous elasticity, and at the same time, over time, it will begin to pull on the seams even more. But there is a fairly simple solution. Threads of different thicknesses should complement the strength of the tendon, thus ensuring that the tendon will be strained evenly. Such a detailed and ingenious explanation shocked everyone. At that moment, Tobias entered the observation room and asked what was happening here. The men began to say that everyone saw those uneven ends on the patient's wound. There is so much blood there, you can't even see the place of the cut. You can only see the ends of the hair on the skin, but that's the maximum. Tobias suggested that the doctor is completely guided by MRI images. If you look at the location of the vessels, then this is possible, but then everything is much more complicated. Roland tisked displeasedly. This is already something incredible. What he meant was that Lin did everything very quickly. His vision simply couldn't be better than theirs. But even if he could see the jagged ends, how could he know which threads he would need to use? Tobias said that if they didn't fully understand his actions, then they should just ask him. For educational purposes, of course. Then the man turned on the microphone and asked Lin how he determined the structure of the ends of the break and what kind of threads he would need. The hero replied that he simply felt it when he took out the tendon. Tobias chuckled. Was this guy really relying on his feelings during the operation? Lin then said that he constantly massaged people's tendons, fascia, and muscles. He could roughly estimate the muscle tension with his hands. It shouldn't be much different. Terrence thought the guy was joking, but Lin was serious. The man understood that if this was true, then it was simply incredible. Then Lin asked for a 3-0 thread. Terrence was worried. When he himself performed operations on the Achilles tendon, he also relied on his feelings. And now, as he watched Dr. Lin work, it seemed to him that he was doing everything right. Suddenly, Roland took over the microphone and shouted that Lin must remember his duties, so he needs to stop the operation right now. Then Terrence turned to the man. He told him to just watch and learn. Roland was furious at such an impudent answer, and the operation, meanwhile, continued. Terrence realized that without their influence, he would not have seen Lin's real talent. This man was simply amazing. Suddenly, the man became interested in something. The suture on the tendon sheath is so flat and does not bleed. Has Lin always used such sutures? Or is it just an accident? The hero thought that even though he has the level of a master in the application technique, appositional sutures are not the best option. But when it came to the Achilles tendon, he had a head start, so he replied that he always does this. The doctor thought that Dr. Lin was very straightforward. Then Terrence decided to be honest with the man and asked how he practiced to learn it. Lin replied that he practiced on bananas. Terrence couldn't believe his ears. Was it really true? Larry thought that Lin was difficult to understand, but he had more outstanding skills. Soon, Lin reported that all the stitches were done. He asked his assistants to prepare the plaster. Then Terrence thought that something was wrong here. Why did he, the doctor, behave like a student and think that putting a cast on is a reward? The men in the observation room watched with admiration as the operation was completed. Dr. Lin was incredible. He is a true example for the next generations. Tobias asked Roland what he thought about Dr. Lin's work. Did it exceed his expectations? The man was angry. At the most crucial moment, Farley's treatment should not be transferred to another, but he could not lie in front of everyone. The man then said that he needed to watch several operations, but Tobias said that Farley's operation had to be done as soon as possible. They could not watch the operations forever. Roland thought that Farley would also want to see his chief surgeon at work. It would be worth calling him here, Tobias agreed. It was decided to call the man here. Soon, a man in a wheelchair arrived in the office. It was Farley, the star athlete. Roland greeted the man and introduced Dr. Lin to him, then said that they needed to talk. He said that Dr. Lin was specially invited by the director to their research center to become the athlete's surgeon, and even today, he did an excellent job with the operation. Farley said that he was pleased to meet the doctor, and Lin responded in kind. Then Roland said that he was Farley's attending physician. He should have said that Lin's operation today was excellent. But the complexity of Farley's operation is completely different. It is much more complex. The athlete decided to say directly that he is afraid of getting new tendon ruptures. So at the slightest doubt, he will ask to change the doctor. After all, this could be very dangerous for him. Roland hoped that Lin would perform several more operations identical to today's so that they could make a final decision. And if Lin met their standards, he would become Farley's surgeon. But if he did not, they would be forced to consider other options. Farley liked this idea. Roland said that they would like to observe Lin's operating style to be completely sure of the results of his operations. So it would be better if he performed about 10 operations. Lin replied that he could start now when the patients arrive. Roland was surprised, but still said that he would organize it right now. But Lin needed an hour and a half. He wanted to have a snack. Roland tried to stop him, because Lin still needed to know the specific requirements for permission to carry out Farley's operation. However, Lin replied that he did not want this. It doesn't matter to him. It was academician Tobias who invited him to take the place of the chief surgeon for this operation. But if the patient does not agree to the operation, then he is not going to force him. After all, he is not his attending physician. Roland was shocked. It seemed to him that Lin did not understand that he would need to perform 10 more operations before he was allowed into Farley. Lin replied that everything was fine. He could handle even more than 10 operations. Farley thought about it. After injuring his leg, he went to many doctors, but no one was as indifferent as this guy. Roland once again asked the hero if he really agreed to any operations. The guy answered in the affirmative. Then the man shouted, "If the news that Lin will perform Farley's surgery leaks out, everyone will immediately want to be treated by them. If the hero really wants to be an athlete's doctor, he should think more about his work." Lin said that was stupid. They wouldn't have enough beds anyway. The hospital can perform 3 to 5 finger transplants every day, but he rarely does 5 operations in a day. But patients need a recovery time of about 40 days, and the hospital has about 70 beds, possibly 100 if they are brought in from other departments. Roland was shocked to hear about 3 operations per day, but Tobias explained to him that at Yunhua Hospital, Dr. Lin could perform an average of 10 to 12 finger transplants per day. Now it became clear to Roland why there weren't enough hospital beds. He was angry. The director shouldn't lie to him, but he also worked as a surgeon, and performing 10 operations a day is too much. Not a single normal doctor would agree to this. Anyone would simply die from this amount of work. An ordinary microsurgeon will need 2 hours to operate on one finger, but a person is not a machine. With each operation, the surgeon will get more and more tired, and the transplantation begins to take even more time. Transplanting 7 fingers in one operation is already a test for any microsurgeon. And transplanting 10 or 12 fingers is something impossible. Roland then asked Lin why he joined their research institute. Hiro said that he wanted to watch the development of the Orthopedic and Sports Medical Center and understand their method of performing surgery. Roland sighed tiredly. They spent them like all normal people, but did not say it out loud. Farley then asked how long it would take for Lin to start. The hero decided to ask what Dr. Roland thought about this, since he himself did not care about it. The man asked him to make sure that he had carried out all the operations, and with that, everything was decided. Soon night fell. Farley dreamed of Lin saying that he didn't care about the operation. The man woke up in a cold sweat. This was an operation on his leg, and he definitely didn't care about it. At the Sports Medicine Center, Dr. Roland fulfilled all his wishes, even the completely meaningless ones. They even updated the room to suit him. But Lin was different. Farley had never thought about it before, but no clinic, even the best in the world, could simply return him to the stadium. These are just half measures. A year of rehabilitation and an Achilles tendon that will work for a maximum of 6 months, or short-term recovery, and a tendon that will work for no more than 3 months before a new injury. Farley didn't want this, so he decided to meet with Dr. Lin. Morning soon arrived, and Roland was enjoying his breakfast at the rehab center. Then one of the doctors told him that Lin John had already performed 6 operations on the Achilles tendon. It was rumored that he spent the whole night on this. Hearing this, Roland stood up and walked away from the dining room. He couldn't believe that this guy hadn't stopped operating since yesterday. He felt like he was being bullied. The man opened the doors to the observation room where the doctors had already gathered. They watched Lin's operation. They were very interested in watching him work, since everyone said that it was normal for him to operate on patients at 3 in the morning. Roland was furious. All the nurses should be mad at him by now, but instead, they gave him a nurse's hat with bunnies on it. He wondered when Lin was going to finish and how many patients he had. His colleagues explained to him that he was putting all incoming patients on a waiting list. Apparently, he was going to operate on them all. Roland was shocked. He asked him to carry out 10 operations, and this guy was going to carry out all of them in one go. The doctors reported that Lin's assistant was already so tired that he simply could not move, so other workers decided to help him. Meanwhile, Lin worked tirelessly on patients. He thought that before he came to Shanghai, he could only perform 1 to 2 operations a day. There were too few patients, but now there was so much work that he could do at once, and it was incredible. At that moment, a nurse entered the observation room and said that Farley was waiting for Roland in the office. When the man came into the office, the patient, Tobias, and Terrence were already there. Farley said that Lin worked all night and he watched him. He wanted him to perform his operation. Roland asked him not to rush. If he decides everything so quickly, a lot of rumors will spread. But Farley said he didn't care. He wanted Dr. Lin to operate on him. A day later, before Farley's operation, his fans gathered in front of the clinic. They tried to provide moral support. Some were against the man being treated here, even though this center is one of the best sports medicine institutions in the country. But there are a lot of hospitals abroad that are much better than him. Health is too important. Farley should not take risks, even if from someone's reputation depends on it. Harry, the bespectacled man watching the fans from the hospital, thought Farley should have warned them first. They could discuss everything and make it pre-release in the news, but it could be worse. They just need to give a couple of interviews and they can turn the situation in their favor. Farley asked if Dr. Lin was ready and when they could start the operation. Roland said that there was no problem with that. The clinic was already ready, but they still needed to confirm all the details with the man's sports team. Harry said that everything was happening too fast. They should inform the team leaders. Farley thought that they knew that he was in Dr. Tobias's clinic, but the man explained that they still had to report every action to them. Because Farley is one of the main members of the team, everything rests on him, so it is logical that they need to notify his team about all the details of the treatment. Farley said that he could choose his own doctor. He did not need anyone's permission. Then he asked when Dr. Lin would come to see them. Roland said that he was still in surgery. He had already called him twice. Harry was surprised. Farley's operation was about to begin, and the doctor was performing other operations. Roland decided not to argue. Tobias would come here soon and explain everything to them. An hour later, there was a knock on the office door. It was Tobias. He said that Dr. Lin is still in surgery. So many new patients have arrived today. But the doctor remembers Farley's situation. He wants to prepare everything for him in the best possible way. And for this today, he's going to carry out everything operations at a time. The athlete said that after so many days of waiting, he could wait a little longer. Tobias added that if they want to carry out the operation according to all the rules, then they need to prepare for everything. For example, Farley will have to eat a special diet the day before the operation. This can reduce the danger during the operation. The man decided to ask what the percentage of successful recovery was for his operation. If Dr. Lin performed it, Tobias asked him a counter question. Did Farley want to continue playing sports, or did he decide to quit everything? The athlete thought for a moment. He himself did not know what to answer. He was distracted from his thoughts by the shouts of people from the street who came to support Farley. Tobias continued, if Farley is going to quit the sport, then they can use a standard recovery plan. Then they can ensure that the risk of re-tearing the tendon will be below 30%, regardless of who performs the operation, after which the man will return to full health. But if he wants to continue his career, then the usual recovery will not suit him. Farley understood this. He simply could not calm down. At that moment, Lin entered the office. Farley smiled at the doctor and asked if he would operate on him in these clothes. The hero noted that the athlete is in a good mood today. The man said he still wanted Lin as his surgeon. He also said that he understands and accepts all the risks associated with this decision. When the hero received full consent, he decided to check the patient's leg using his skill. At this moment, information began to seep into his consciousness, and data about Farley became available to him. Then he said that everything was normal and the patient could be sent to the operating room. Harry was shocked. Could the operation really begin right now? Because the head of the team was not here yet? There were so many fans on the street. Farley had to meet them, moreover. The man's family came here to get him clean clothes. Lin said that he is completely ready to perform the operation now. He will finish in 2 hours. At this moment, the system sent a new mission for the hero, according to which he must gain recognition and restore Farley's Achilles tendon to its original state. He is entitled to 1 reward for every 5% of the restoration of the Achilles tendon. Soon the doctors and the patient arrived in the operating room, and Lin asked to begin administering anesthesia. However, something went wrong. After administering the anesthesia, Farley heard someone asking a certain Daylon to get up and take his medications, and then he fell asleep. Tobias and the nurse chuckled as they looked at the patient. Soon everything was ready. The doctors began the operation. Lin made the cut. Terrence was shocked. He did it so quickly, as if he was competing with someone in the speed of execution. When the patient's skin was pulled back, he thought it looked like the goat slaughter in his hometown. When doctors got to the tendon, Tobias noted that the ends of the tear converged like a puzzle. Terrence was horrified. It was not good. The form was very difficult. Among all types of ruptures, this was one of the most difficult. The man asked Tobias what they should do next. The academician continued to work together with Lin. They performed all the actions simultaneously. Terrence looked at the piece of severed tendon. If this were a common situation, then such uneven ends would be fine. Some might even use them as a basis for strengthening the suture. But now the patient is Farley, an athlete whose Achilles tendon strain cannot be compared with normal people. After a standard operation, his tendon simply will not be able to bear this load. Now his tendon was a centimeter shorter than it was. Then the anesthesiologist asked if the man would be able to run at all after this. Tobias said if they do everything right, there shouldn't be a problem. Doctors and nurses carefully watched the operation in the observation room. They did not understand what was happening, apparently. Something happened during the operation, and the doctors decided to act according to the original plan. The fact is that Dr. Tobias's original plan is to maintain the blood supply to make sure the tendon is intact. The circulation of the medial side of the Achilles tendon occurs through the posterior tibial artery. Then it divides into 3 or 4 small arteries that cannot be seen with the naked eye, and the vessels on the sides of the tendon are also not much different from this. The only difference is that there the blood supply occurs on the back of the fibula, and you need to avoid touching any of these veins. There are about 8 small vessels and many different arteries, and Dr. Tobias hopes that they can bypass all of these vessels to keep the Achilles tendon as safe as possible. If everything works out, then the likelihood of a complete recovery will be much greater, and the period will be shorter. This will reduce all undesirable consequences from open surgery to a minimum. But this is impossible even after 10 years of practice. It is impossible not to touch any of these vessels during such an operation. It is impossible even if you use something like the Da Vinci operating system to mark all the actions. With a real incision, this will still not help. And the location of the vessels in each person is quite individual. It is difficult to bypass them. One of the doctors remembered how the director said that work on the vascular system will take place at the very end. But if they accidentally touch too much, nothing will work. Theoretically, small vessels perform a compensatory function, even if they are cut. After a while, the body will restore blood supply through new vessels. But Dr. Tobias believes that such a recovery will be too long, and the operation itself is not of such high quality. In the case of Farley, the operation is performed on the Achilles tendon, the part of the human body with the poorest blood supply. It is simply impossible to hope for a high-quality recovery under open surgery in such a place. Doctors are not magicians. While doctors argued in the observation room, in the operating room, Lin finished straightening his Achilles tendon. Now their task was to sew the tendon together, so they had to begin their difficult work. Terence said it was almost impossible, but Lin replied that if we talk about working on vessels, it is very similar to this. They started practicing on rat tails immediately after arriving in Yunhua. But the difficulty of transplanting a finger is higher because transplanting all 7 fingers requires a lot of work on the circulatory system. But even this complexity simply cannot compare with the work on the vessels around the Achilles tendon. Dr. Tobias's plan was to reconstruct all the actions during the operation on each side of the tendon. He wanted to make sure that all the vessels would be restored. Even if they failed to restore a couple of vessels, the effect of the operation will be significant. However, Lin was determined to do everything to preserve all the vessels. He hasn't worked at full capacity for a long time. The man asked the nurse to change the thread to a thinner one. Previously, he only had to work with 2 or 3 important blood vessels, but now he could work with a full circulatory system. It felt like he was given the most important part in a finger transplant operation. This feeling was very refreshing. Tobias asked Lin to make sure that homeostasis was achieved, and he wondered to himself whether the guy was really planning to completely restore the circulatory system. He asked the hero to select several of the most important vessels for stable functioning, but Lin said that he wanted to make a spare channel for the blood supply. They planned to restore 30 to 40% of the circulatory system, but they can bypass a lot of small vessels. This will greatly help in restoring the blood supply. Tobias was surprised. This kid doesn't even try to follow the plan. Apparently, he is trying to improve it. It's good that he's so confident in himself, but he shouldn't go too far. Then the man gave the go-ahead, but Lin must make sure of the quality of his work. The likelihood of vascular spasm is still too high, and the only useful vessel is a working vessel. Lin wondered. The reason why patients who underwent minimally invasive Achilles tendon repair surgery recovered and were discharged faster is because the vascular system near the Achilles tendon is intact. As long as the Achilles tendon is sutured and the adhesion is good, it can recover to its original condition. In fact, the plan was to turn Farley's Achilles tendon repair into surgery to repair the Achilles tendon and the blood vessels around it. But that's 10 times more complicated. Tobias was confident in Lena, but was still very worried. Roland was dissatisfied. In his opinion, the director does not really believe in this plan. Not a single doctor would believe in it. A dispute ensued between the doctors again. Some agreed with the man, while others thought he was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. One of the doctors said that this operation was not planned by Lin. He was just a performer, nothing more. One of the doctors was extremely surprised by this statement. Lin's skills are incredible and his talent is simply incomparable. He's a first-class surgeon, and the man wanted to try his best to reach his level as soon as possible. However, no one could argue with the fact that the doctor works very quickly. Terrence thought, this plan included maintaining the functioning of the vasculature and at the same time reducing the time of the operation itself. This means that the main surgeon must work not only with high speed, but also with high precision. Before that, he flew all over the world to find the right surgeon. Operations of this level are fast and accurate. They cannot be performed by ordinary 30-year-old doctors from some local clinic. They have too little experience for this. It turned out that doctors all over the world are about the same, perhaps only a little better. Terrence managed to meet with many famous surgeons, but they refused an operation that was planned by another doctor, especially since they already had enough of their work, and they did not need money. The director really made the right choice by choosing Dr. Lin. The hero said that if they finish this part, the vascular system will be ready. He has made the first of 2 vascular channels. He still has to make the second. Suddenly, Lin felt a strange feeling. He asked Terrence to check the vessels while he changed his gloves and washed his hands. The doctor looked after Lin, noting to himself that he paid so much attention to detail. The hero thought about it. He only recently read research and therefore understands how much attention this operation requires. The feeling he got when touching the forceps indicates that the gloves are worn out. Studies show that when heart surgery takes less than 3 hours, gloves break in 30% of cases, and during 5-hour operations, they break in 65% of cases. Also, if you do not wash your hands during this time, a huge amount of bacteria will collect on your hands, which can lead to undesirable consequences if the gloves break. Many hospitals want their assistant surgeons to change gloves every 4 hours. But there are those clinics that require changing gloves every hour and a half, and they must avoid all possible risks. Soon, Lin returned. Terrence reported that he checked everything. The vessels were working perfectly. Apparently, everything went quite well. Then Lin decided to remove the clamp and take a look at them. He saw that the blood was flowing well and the stitches were holding well. Larry, along with the rest of the doctors, were quick to praise Lin for a job well done. The system reported that the level has increased. The tendon can recover by about 75%. For an operation of such complexity, this is very good. And if the recovery and all procedures are carried out correctly, then this percentage will be even higher. But for Farley's load level, even this may not be enough. Then Lin said that they needed to make another vascular channel. Everyone present was shocked. Terrence tried to stop him. The work done was enough. They can finish the operation earlier. It will be even better for Farley's body. He understood that if the operation was completed so early, then one could say that it was successful. But if he continued and made another vascular canal, the result could be disastrous. Lin was not sure if this was enough. The capacity of these vessels can be compared to the blood circulation in 2 fingers. Tobias wondered, in theory, if they continued to increase the strength of the tendon, it could make a difference in dealing with problems with the bones and muscles around them. It was like an army. A standard amount of supplies can ensure survival, but only an excess amount allows you to go on the attack. Lin said they need to make sure there is enough blood circulation as their top priority, so if doctors are worried about complications, they can take care of that later. At first, all the doctors were shocked by this statement, but Tobias announced that the operation was continuing. When the hero received consent, he immediately began to implement his plan. Lin asked to wipe off his sweat, but the nurse noticed that he wasn't even sweating. However, she realized that it was Lin's hair that had come out from under his cap and was tickling his face. All the observing doctors were amazed. They didn't think that Dr. Lin was so stubborn. He even argued with Tobias. He didn't doubt himself at all. Then one of the doctors said that Lin was currently adding a second vascular canal. The men thought to themselves that they would sit on this procedure until the next day, and Lin dealt with everything so quickly. The hero was worried about something. Sweat appeared on his forehead every now and then. This had never happened before. Suddenly, the system informed him of an alarm. The mission completion level was falling percentage by percentage. Lin then asked to check the patient's physiological status. Terrence looked at the screen and said everything was normal. The patient was fine. At first, Lin couldn't believe his ears and looked at the data on the screen himself. Everything was really fine with the indicators, but he had a bad feeling. Lin wondered if he could stop the operation right now to keep the regenerative ability of the Achilles tendon at a higher level. Restoring 70% of its function would not allow the treatment to undergo high-intensity training, but it would be more than enough for everyday life. Lin could still change the plan to which Tobias compiled, but he has other goals. But Farley did not want a conservative operation. Otherwise, he would not have waited so long for it. Changing the original plan would mean that Lin had succumbed to panic, and there was no evidence that other plans would be more effective. Then the hero said that they should continue. High-level Achilles tendon repair or finger replantation, it doesn't matter. With his experience points, the most important thing is restoring blood circulation. Since there is not enough information, he will have to rely only on his theoretical knowledge. Farley wants to return to the big sport. Lin could not let his dreams go up in smoke. Meanwhile, the function of the Achilles tendon has decreased to 55%. You can forget about intense training and competitions. Farley will experience problems even in everyday life. For a sports center for medicine and orthopedics, such a result is simply a mockery. Then the hero decided to check the patient's indicator again. When Terrence said that everything was fine, Lin thought, statistics do not prove anything. In situations where the system cannot identify the problem, he could only trust his own judgment. Postponing the operation by 1 or 2 hours could not greatly affect the result. The only possible mistake could be that the alternative vascular channel that Lin created caused harm to the patient. Since he has to guess, he's pretty sure it's all down to the side effects of the vascular canal. Soon, Lin declared that the vascular canal was complete. At this point, the system stated that the mission progress was increasing. Farley's Achilles tendon was seriously injured, and the part that had to be cut off was indeed the size of a thumb. Before the tendon in this condition with so many old injuries, restoration of function to 85% would be an incredible success. If you look at the table of vascular capacity, then 85% is excellent. But even so, there will still be a risk of re-rupture under excessive loads. But Farley will at least be able to return to the world of big-time sports. 85% is not the final result. The completion status is still rising, so it is time to end this operation. Lin said that the second blood channel was ready, it was time to apply stitches. Terrence looked at the guy in surprise. He didn't seem to be worried at all. The hero replied that he felt that everything would be fine. He would stitch himself. Soon the suture was completed. All that remained was to bandage the patient's leg. The hero then asked what Dr. Tobias's professional opinion was. At this point, Terrence asked Lin how he was feeling. The hero replied that he felt as if he had just received an award. The doctors in the observation room watched the end of the operation in amazement. The nurse talked about everything that was happening in a chat dedicated to Lin. Soon after the operation, Tobias approached Lin. He asked him not to relax. He would later write a report to the director of the sports bureau. Lin replied that if it was not soon, he would prefer to perform another operation. Terrence was shocked. After such a complex operation, was he really ready to work again? Farley's fans were still standing outside the hospital windows. Everyone was wondering how the operation went. At that moment, a black car drove up to the group of people. Journalists present at the fan meeting noted that this was a car from the sports bureau. Soon, Roland went to the car to meet those who had arrived. As it turned out, it was the bureau administrator Malcolm and the bureau general director Vince. They were looking for Farley. Roland reported that he was inside in his room. Soon the men were in Farley's room. The patient was lying unconscious on his bed. Vince immediately screamed, asking what was wrong with him. Tobias replied that the operation was successful. They expect Tobias to begin training after rest in 3 to 4 months. Vince asked to wake up the man. He was interested in what he would say. Malcolm leaned down and began shaking Farley as hard as he could, trying to wake him up. Tobias immediately pushed him away. The anesthetics had not yet cleared from the patient's blood. He would not be able to talk normally. And even if the anesthesia wore off, he still had to rest. It was better for them to talk outside. Vince looked at Farley with displeasure and still agreed to leave their chambers. The men went to a more comfortable office. Malcolm asked why Professor Tobias undertook to operate on Farley without informing them. The man said that the athlete stayed in their hospital for so many days. The media knew about it. The bureau should have known too. They did not make a secret of it. Malcolm didn't like Tobias being a fuss. They had to wait for the bureau to agree to the operation, and the fact that they were doing it now was ruining all their long-term plans, and they also wanted the surgeon in charge to explain himself to them. Terrence said that he is now operating. He wants to finish all the operations scheduled for today. Vince was extremely annoyed, but agreed to wait. He asked Malcolm to call some reporters and an expert he knew. Half an hour later, reporter Kevin and the bureau's expert Hank arrived at the hospital. At that moment, Lin entered the office. As soon as Kevin saw the surgeon, his eyes immediately lit up. He saw the ideal model in this guy and immediately began to photograph him. But Hank was less positive. He didn't like that the surgeon was such a young man. In their business, everyone who wants to be called an expert and climb the career ladder must look down on others. So the man approached Lin and asked if he had operated on Farley. Tobias introduced Lena to the men, the heads of the sports bureau, CEO Vince and Director Malcolm, as well as expert Hank and reporter Kevin. While Kevin admired Lin, Hank said that he was analyzing and evaluating all types of medical interventions for the sports bureau, so he would like the doctor to describe the details of the operation. The hero decided to ask if this was really necessary. Hank shouted, "Of course this is necessary for them, since they want to evaluate his work from all sides. Lin should know that Farley is one of the most important athletes of their bureau. He is a sports star that the whole country is rooting for. Information about his physical condition should be available to them at any time." Lin said that the man could ask academician Tobias about the patient's condition after the operation. Hank insisted that if they had to ask academician Tobias, they would have done so, but they had questions regarding the operation that the doctor should answer. Lin asked Tobias if this was appropriate. The man replied, "Since Mr. Hank wants to know all the details, then it is worth enlightening him." The man then asked why Farley needed surgery in the first place. The hero was perplexed why the man was asking him about this. Hank's patience is running out. Lin is the chief surgeon. Does he really want to say that he doesn't know why Farley went under the knife? Then the hero said that, in his opinion, Farley decided to intervene due to a ruptured Achilles tendon. If Hank is interested in why he wanted this operation, it is better to ask him himself. It has nothing to do with medicine. Kevin chuckled at how well the young doctor put the expert on edge. Then Hank shouted, saying that if Lin covered up Farley, he would only lose the trust of the bureau and their cooperation would end there. The man thought, "Many young doctors like Lin want to raise their prestige and become famous by operating on athletes. They use athletes to gain connections and increase their income." Lin thought, "The most preferred target for Achilles tendon repair surgery are athletes, but the main target audience is still ordinary people." At the same time, the total number of athletes who suffered from Achilles tendon rupture is approaching zero, despite the fact that the need for reconstructive operations on it is still high. Thus, it is impossible to operate on an athlete at full strength without first earning a reputation among ordinary people. He is not training in Shanghai and does not intend to make a career as a sports doctor. Hank was losing his temper. This guy has been silent for so long, what does he think he is? Terrence intervened in the conversation. He said that his cooperation with the Bureau was very fruitful, and in the case of Farley, the operation also went smoothly. Hank once again asked Lin to describe the course of the operation in detail. Then Lin replied that he acted according to a plan developed by academician Tobias. It is a technique for repairing the Achilles tendon. Using a lateral near midline incision, they accessed it. Hank screamed. He wanted to hear about the difference between his plan and the classic Achilles tendon repair technique. Lin then said that they had recreated the vasculature on Farley's tendon. He showed the man in the picture the places where they made the shunts. Hank was amazed. He did not understand why they decided to take such a dangerous path. Malcolm and Vince were also surprised. They wondered if it was really that dangerous, and why Farley didn't need resuscitation. Terrence said that their plan was really risky, but the result was good. So far, the operation has been worth it. Hank replied, "Even so, none of the doctors could guarantee that Farley would get better after the intervention. Obviously, he believed that the doctors should not have used such dangerous methods." Lin replied that it was indeed a risky operation for Hank, but from their point of view, such a risk was appropriate. Hank screamed. This whole operation was one big risk. The hero decided to ask the man if he was an expert in Achilles tendon repair techniques. After all, if he's not a specialist in this field, then what is the reason for his interest? Hank couldn't believe his ears. Was this guy really challenging him? Lin said that a complex and risky operation that can be done successfully is an interesting operation. Its algorithm seems risky to Hank because he does not know how to perform it. That is why he feels that success is impossible. It is absolutely normal to have such thoughts. Then Hank shouted, "He has been working as a sports bureau consultant for 10 years. He doesn't need to be an expert to be privy to the operation plans." Lin chuckled. It really wasn't necessary. He knows that there are many people in the world who were not lucky enough to become doctors, much less surgeons. Hank could not learn to operate, so he switched to another medical specialty. This is a good opportunity for career growth. so he does not need to be shy. Hank was furious. He wanted the administration, doctors, and medical representatives to lick his shoes to gain favor, and this guy is talking about embarrassment. Lin explained that to become a good surgeon requires a lot of luck. It is said that even some famous scientists, having realized their inability to operate or face difficulties in developing skills, changed professions to forensic scientists, therapists, researchers, or rehabilitation specialists, and achieved success in this field. At this moment, Hank felt that Lin had grabbed him by the quick, and he had nothing to answer. Vince didn't understand what Hank was doing. Couldn't he really talk to the young doctor? Then he decided to ask Tobias himself. He wondered when Farley would recover and to what extent he would recover. Tobias said the surgery went very well and the chance of recovery is very good. But Vince was interested in the exact level of his recovery. The man understood that local competitions meant nothing, but Farley would only be able to participate in international races if he could train again. Tobias decided to find out what Lin thought about this. The system informed the hero that the mission progress was 91%. Then he said that we could hope for a good result, but he could not say anything. Vince said that his words meant nothing. He needed to let Hank do a full examination. However, Tobias objected to him. Even if they examined him now, they would not be able to draw any conclusions. While the men exchanged angry glances, Lin said that he had 2 more surgeries scheduled, so he wanted to go and take care of business. Hank didn't calm down. He insisted that they needed to find out what was going on with Farley before they left. Then Lin offered to show the men a video of the operation. Soon a projector was brought into the room, and the men were able to follow the progress of the operation. Hank asked why the cut was C-shaped. Tobias said this was necessary to speed up healing. The next shot infuriated Hank as he saw the doctors cutting out a huge piece of Farley's tendon. Tobias said that the torn fragments had become thinner and could not be used, which would only delay healing, not to mention possible inflammation. He also said that suturing the vessels took a long time. They were very thin, and 8 times the resolution on the microscope was used for them. Suddenly, Hank noticed that the shunt was made very carefully. Lin's posture during the operation was confident, and his movements were fast. For such a surgeon, such a plan was really not bad. Then he asked if the method of continuous blood supply really worked. Terrence said Farley's blood supply was now excellent, and his temperature and other parameters were normal. Hank could only admit that it was very good, apparently. Farley had a chance to become completely healthy. Lin then asked if he could go to his operations already. Tobias smiled and set the young doctor down. Kevin looked after him. Did this guy really like operating that much? After the hero left, Tobias asked if the gentleman reporters would like to collect material for an interview and look into the demonstration room to see Dr. Lin in action. Soon, the men came to the observation room to watch Lin's work. He performed the operation as gracefully as if he was playing the piano. Tobias said that if Hank had any questions for Dr. Lin, he could press the red button and ask them. Then he asked if the hospital had any other patients with Achilles tendon ruptures who could be brought here for surgery. Lin said that they were done with Farley and now they had to return to Yunhua. If there were no more Achilles tendon rupture patients left for today, then he didn't know if he would have a chance to practice again. Tobias was a little surprised by Lin's words about his departure. When the men went their separate ways, the academic asked Terrence to contact other hospitals and find more patients with Achilles tendon ruptures for Lin. They needed to find at least a couple of people. Tobias was leaving for Beijing tomorrow for a conference, so Terrence would have to hold Lin in his place. They couldn't wait for another injured athlete to show up. By then, Lin would no longer be here. The man thought about it. That plan was originally created only for Farley, and he thought that it would be difficult to carry it out. But Lin managed it and got a good result. And while the guy was busy with operations, the man could think through his plan in more detail. If he can turn it into a full-fledged surgical technique and call it the Tugni Achilles tendon repair technique, or simply the Tugni technique, that would be just great, and it would also be wonderful to give a couple of lectures at several universities on a book called Surgical Strategy and Selective Techniques, Tunya Restoration Technique. Then Tobias asked Terrence to look after Lin and make sure that he stays. He can't be released to Yunhua so easily. He must remain in working order, let him operate, but not to harm himself. Terrence said Lin wants to have surgery to replant the finger. However, Tobias said to only deal with Achilles tendon ruptures. He doesn't need all those fingers. If the plan can be proven to be effective in treating athletes, Lin can make a ton of money. There are still reporters sitting here who want to interview him. Lin doesn't want to talk to them anymore. Terrence needs to find a way to get him a meeting. He needs to tell that this way they will attract more patients he needs. Terrence liked this plan. It was sure to work. The next day, Lin came to Terrence's office. He asked how many patients he would get in exchange for one interview. The man said that he would need to give 5 interviews. For each of them, he would give Lin 5 patients. The fee for them would be charged to the leading surgeon, so that he would receive the same amount of money as he would have received in Yunhua. The hero said that he would allow them to do one more additional interview, and after each one, he would go to operate at least 4 times. Terrence said that in this case, he would go to arrange the first 2 meetings so that Lin would have time to prepare. The hero said that there would be 8 surgeries. Then they would need a break in the middle. He would need 1 anesthetist for each surgery. But at some point, he would need to be replaced. They needed a minimum of 2 teams of nurses or 5 nurses rotating in a circle. When the doctors and nurses heard the number of operations they would have to perform today, they immediately felt sick. Larry's eyes were already watering from fatigue and the desire to sleep. He told Lin that they had not had such intense shifts for a long time. He was not used to this. He wanted to eat. The hero let him go. He himself was going to perform 1 more operation, and then he and Larry would meet in the cafeteria. All the doctors and nurses who had been on the long shift were very happy to finally have something to eat. Soon, Terrence and Lin arrived in the dining room. Larry was busy preparing his favorite dish, stew. Terrence did not understand what was happening here. Then Lin explained to him that Larry was preparing a stew that he was used to eating in Yunhua. The man hastened to scold the doctors and nurses, because they will not be able to operate on a full stomach. They will be sick after eating pork ribs when they cut the muscles. Then the doctors unanimously declared that they would die for Dr. Lin as long as they had this wonderful meat. Terrence exhaled tiredly and leaned against the wall. There was no fixing these guys. Soon, Lin returned to operations. He did not notice that he had already collected 20 chests. Then he decided to open them all at once. Among the pile of energy serums, there was a chip with a master-level skill in the microscopic technique of epineural anastomosis. Lin told Larry that tomorrow morning they would need to meet in the resident's room. The man thought that he had heard it, and the doctor meant the day after tomorrow, because they spent the whole day doing operations. He needed rest. The hero understood that Larry and the nurses did not have energy serum, which is why they were so exhausted. Therefore, he agreed to take a break, because patients are not endless either. When Lin returned to his room, he found out that in all of Shanghai, there were only 2 patients with Achilles tendon ruptures per day. If you add patients from neighboring cities and counties, he will be able to operate on approximately 20 to 33% of fresh ruptures per day. For a city that has dozens of level 3 hospitals, this is clearly not enough. As it turned out, Lin slept right until noon. When he woke up, he headed to the hospital where Terrence was waiting for him. He said Lin worked all day yesterday and the man was worried that he might overwork himself. Then the hero smiled and said that he was not tired at all. Terrence said that they had received a notification from the accounting department. The money for the transactions had been credited to Lin's account in accordance with the rules of their center. 9 Achilles tendons would be approximately 1,000 yuan. But that was even a lot. Lin said that he had not received any notice, and now he would like to talk about the interview. But Terrence said that he had a sensitive situation. The hero asked if this was due to the debt in the form of patients whom he did not operate on yesterday. Terrence said that Lin was unlucky today, but Lin didn't let him finish. He said that in that case, he would book a ticket to Yunhua and fly out tonight, and finally, he would like to conduct an informal round of patients. Terrence hurried to stop the guy, but the hero did not understand what he should do here. The man thought. He saw many doctors who reasoned logically. Usually they asked for a raise in salary or a TV subscription, good food, good drinks, and good service. Some even demanded awards and publications, and usually they all left with nothing. But this, he hasn't met the doctor yet. It's not just what he's asking for. He's demanding more patience. But his threats are meaningless. The man stood up from his chair and said that today he could give Lin 5 new cases of Achilles tendon rupture. This is the limit of his capabilities. Lin agreed, saying that if there are no more Achilles tendon patients left, a man can look for those with fingers or flexor tendon injuries without necessarily being so limited. Terrence promised to make calls, and thus the work in the operating room was in full swing from morning to night. Lin said another operation has been completed. Larry asked why he had so little energy in comparison. Lin chuckled and said that there were no more patients left, so they needed to go on rounds. The men climbed to the 15th floor, and suddenly Larry heard strange sounds coming from the room. He told Lin that it was suspicious because there was no one in that room. When the men opened the door, they saw a bunch of people in the room. They were drinking and having fun. Farley was behind them, Harry standing next to him. Lin said they showed up for rounds. Farley said that his friends came to see him. They had been fooling around all this time, so they were late, all because they had not seen each other for a long time. The system informed Lin that the mission was completed by 91%. The hero was surprised that in just a few days the progress of recovery had increased by only 1%. It seems that neither surgery nor care can affect this. The hero said that an MRI needed to be done to clarify Farley's condition. The man got worried, because Dr. Terrence said that his recovery was going like clockwork. Why then did he need an MRI? Lin said the man is recovering faster than usual, and if things continue at the same rate, he will soon be able to return to high-intensity training. However, Harry shouted that this was not the answer. At the time, Lin said he expected the recovery rate to be higher, so he wanted to get an MRI to know what was going on. Farley screamed because Dr. Lin had just told him that he was recovering faster than usual. The hero replied that the recovery progress was good, but he expected more. It should be excellent. Farley exhaled, apparently due to the fact that he had not rested properly the last couple of days. The athlete's guests immediately tensed up. It seemed to them as if the man didn't want to celebrate with them at all. Lin replied that they, as doctors, just want to provide qualified medical care and peace to the patient. First, they will do an MRI, and then they will draw conclusions. Then Farley shouted to his friends to listen to the doctor and turn off the music. Soon, when the rounds were completed, Lin was going to head to Terrence to beg for more patience. Soon, the men came to the room of one of the patients. She had to go for surgery soon, but she decided to eat. Larry hastened to say that she should not eat before the operation. The patient was a discus thrower from the Beijing City team. Her name was Susan. She said that she was just enjoying the aroma of the fruit, and she also asked Dr. Lin to examine her for other injuries. She said that she constantly feels discomfort in her neck, and the doctor says it's all cervical spondylosis. Then the hero offered to stretch the woman's neck. He realized that Susan often had to use her neck to throw the discus. After 3 minutes, the girl felt that her neck was completely fine, and now she was absolutely sure that Dr. Lin could handle her tendon. She said that for the national games next year, she needs to be like a cucumber. If she does not receive any awards, she will have to quit the sport. But she didn't want to leave. She couldn't return to her hometown. She was already old and wouldn't be able to get married. Susan even suggested that they just cut off her leg so that she could at least get to the Paralympic Games. Lin said that the woman's Achilles tendon was only torn, so the damage was not too serious, and thanks to their strategy, she would only need 4 months to recover. If there are no problems, they will perform the operation tomorrow morning. The next day, Susan was brought into the operating room. According to Terrence, Lin made the opening incision too long. The hero said that the edges of the woman's tendon are a little nervous. It will be safer if they increase the access a little. The men saw that the tendon was not completely torn. Everything was in order. Lin stated that the Achilles tendon must be cut first. Terrence wanted to help him, but the hero said he would do it himself. He remembered the previous location of the vessels, so he could touch them as rarely as possible while cutting the tendon. Most of the vessels that were damaged last time could be saved. He could reduce the complexity of reconstructing the vasculature by avoiding small vessels. So this time he would create a vasculature of similar complexity, but with more vessels. Terrence was surprised whether this guy really memorized the location of all the vessels on purpose. Lin said that was impossible. He only remembered the ones that surround the Achilles tendon. After some time, the hero announced the end of the operation. He said the woman's progress would be better than Farley's. All the doctors were incredibly happy with such a good prognosis. Then Tobias thought, 2 consecutive uses of the plan ended in victory. This would significantly increase Lin's value. But would he want to stay? 2 days passed from that moment. Larry asked Lin how he was not afraid to promise them that the woman would definitely recover. The hero replied that there were no problems with the operation. The prognosis also does not inspire fear. If the rehabilitation goes well, she will definitely be healthy. Since no problems are expected, it's time for them to pack their things and prepare to leave. Larry said that he took tickets for 9 p.m. They would arrive home at 12. If they had time to sleep, they could start work in Yunhua in the morning. Lin thought about it. He is currently the only surgeon who has successfully used Tobias's plan. Tuni will always want the best as long as he is doing surgery at all. which means he can leave the sports medicine and orthopedic center without fear of being replaced. Besides, all the beds here were full beyond measure. Lin was embarrassed to admit it, but he even occupied the spare beds for patients. The trip to Shanghai was worth it. The hero gained experience and his skills improved beyond measure thanks to Farley. If there is another such athlete, he will be able to increase the patient's recovery progress by another 1%. Soon the hero returned home to Yunhua. In the chat dedicated to Lin, they reported that the doctor had returned. All the nurses dreamed of how they would like to meet him. Soon Lin entered the hospital. The girls told him that his work had already been published in a magazine. The hero took the magazine in his hands to look at his dissertation in person. The nurse said that the doctor is simply amazing. He already has 2 publications. The other doctors were perplexed. This girl was clearly sucking up to Lin. Suddenly, the receptionist received a call. The doctor said that there was a level 3 emergency and it was necessary to prepare the intensive care ward. Lin immediately threw down the magazine and ran to the ward. He knew that emergency situations are divided into levels. The first level is extremely dangerous cases, the second level is dangerous cases, and the third level is relatively serious cases in which serious injury or death occurred. At least 3 people. When the hero entered the corridor, he saw Dr. Chandler on the floor. The man was very scared at first, not expecting to see the guy here. He then asked how much money Lin ended up receiving for his work in Shanghai. The hero replied that he received just under 200 yuan, and then asked what the emergency was there. Chandler said that some robber was fleeing in oncoming traffic and crashed into a sedan. 3 people died on the spot, and the robber himself was wounded and would arrive here soon. Lin asked if there was anything they could do to help, but the man said that he was definitely passing. At that moment, Josh ran up to the hero and called Lin to his side to see the patient. As the men walked toward the exit, Josh said that he had recently seen Lin on the Shanghai news. The hero said that they interviewed him for 15 minutes but only showed him 3 seconds. It was very boring. Then the director said that the patient who was now being transported was a robber. But Lin already knew about this. Josh explained that he robbed an adult toy store and then killed a small car driver along with his mother-in-law and father-in-law. The police are also coming here. He's serious, his leg was injured, but his vital sign was normal. He asked if Lin really wanted to participate in this. The hero replied that he would definitely operate on the man. Josh was afraid that a young man like Lin would have a different opinion on this matter. Josh himself used to be a military doctor, and when they received an order to treat someone, even from the enemy side, they had to obey. Then one doctor said that treating enemies at least creates a good image in public, and it is better to shoot criminals on the spot and not waste medical resources on them. Josh grinned. They wasted half their lives in universities to treat people, and if they want to judge someone, they could go to law. Soon the ambulance brought the man. Josh said that they should all work together. The trauma surgeons haven't arrived yet, but when they do, they will go straight to the operating room. This also applies to the doctors from the traumatic brain injury department. Soon everyone arrived in the operating room. Josh said that the brain was fine. They could begin general anesthesia. The abdominal organs were not damaged. It was necessary to do external fixation of the left arm and use a plaster cast, but the left leg would have to be amputated. The damage was too extensive. There was no point in trying to save it. Josh suggested that Lin perform an amputation of his left leg together with a doctor from traumatology. The hero said that he had never performed an above-the-knee amputation. The director said that in this case, this is a great opportunity to learn. Amputation is quite a broad area, especially when it comes to the formation of the stump. It needs to be made cylindrical based on aesthetics, and also make sure that it is not subject to wear. One of the doctors said that there is no need to worry so much, because they are just carpenters who have unsheathed their saws and are thinking about which side to sand. He asked Lin to move closer, since he needed to see this stage of the operation. First, they dissected the subcutaneous wards and the cutaneous fascia. Once the muscle is exposed, they will cut away a group of thigh muscles and then remove the femoral artery and vein. Soon, the men had almost finished sawing the tibia and fibula, and the amputated end was ready. All that remained was to form the muscle flap. Lin asked the doctors to give him stitches. Josh asked if the guy remembered the course of the operation. The hero replied that he remembered almost everything. The man watched Lin's work. He was glad that here in Yunhua, the guy was able to gain new knowledge. Soon, when the operation was completed, Larry asked Lin why half of the beds were empty. The hero said that they had not been there for more than 15 days, and all the patients who were operated on using the MTANG technique had already been discharged. The guy thought about it. Before he didn't understand how valuable the time spent at the patient's bedside is, he should have put more care into them. He won't allow this to happen again. The hero headed to the ward of one of the patients. Apparently, he was about to leave the hospital. As soon as the man saw Lin, he said that his finger, which the doctor operated on back then, had healed well, and he was discharged yesterday. The man heard from the nurses that the doctor was returning soon and decided to wait for him. He also said that a lot of patients leaving the hospital asked to thank the doctor. At this moment, Lin received an alert from the system. He received as many as 11 praises from patients. He received 2 skill books at once, both skills related to reducing scars on the skin. This is a cosmetic suture technique. Lin decided that the next time he did an amputation, he could use a continuous intradermal suture. Then the stump would look better than yesterday. Larry soon approached Lin and asked how many operations the man planned to have today. Then the hero said that he planned to do only 2 operations today. Larry was amazed. Had operations really lost their charm for Lin? Lin said that they need to use the wards more practically. They only have 40 beds. They will add more and get a maximum of 80. They can no longer operate on all patients at once, otherwise there will be downtime. At that moment, Josh entered the office. He said that times are difficult now, but he managed to knock out additional places for their department. This will soon become known. Other doctors were shocked, since they had only recently increased the number of beds. Then Lin said that Professor Tobias's department had 180 beds. They added 50 to 60 additional ones. But for their production capacity, this is still not enough. Their department has something to strive for. The doctors were unhappy. If this Lin John wants more beds, then let him work as a farm laborer if he likes it so much. Josh advised Lin to focus not on the number of transactions, but on their quality. He shouldn't worry about the rest. Moreover, the guy's reports came out quite good. He should finish them, and then go to the accounting department for his reward. And there are no interesting transactions left for today, so he could safely go home to rest. Lin obediently rose from his chair and headed towards the exit from the office. One of the doctors wondered why Josh was giving him an unlimited number of beds. No one in their department had had such a privilege before. Then Josh smiled and said that Lin called this department his own. This meant that he considered it his home and was proud to be one of them. The doctor chuckled, but he understood that if Lin went into an operating frenzy again, there would not be enough beds throughout the hospital. But Josh said that they should solve problems as they arise, because the hospital should be interested in hiring experienced doctors so that they perform more surgeries. They will eventually be able to carve out a niche in the medical world and increase their influence. They shouldn't be afraid to take on more patients if they have such a talented surgeon. When Lin came home, the first thing he noticed was the smell from the kitchen. As it turned out, my parents were cooking meat today. Lin was surprised because his family only eats meat if something significant happens. And then Robert said that their clinic is opening its own acupuncture business in the beauty industry, all thanks to Dr. Marvin. The doctor said that all this is thanks to Lena's good friend, who provides them with patients. As it turned out, even now they still have patients. Robert said that Lin could go and serve them right now, but Tanya silenced him. Her son needed to eat first. The man urged Lin to hurry up because people need him and he needs money. Tanya screamed at her husband, saying that her son would eat slowly. Then Robert finally calmed down. Lin soon finished eating and then put on his white coat and went to greet the patients. Camilla, Ashton's acquaintance, came to the clinic. The girl was not very happy that she was brought to such a small clinic because she was not sure that her wound could be cured here. But the guy hastened to assure her otherwise, saying that the local doctor is just miracle. He said the girl could call him Dr. Lin. Ashton left Camille with Lin and decided to leave the premises. Then the hero took the girl by the head, intending to conduct an examination. Marvin watched all this, as expected. As soon as Lin touched the wound, it immediately healed. Lin said that for a full examination, the girl needs to remove all makeup. Marvin noted that the choice of ligature thread was ideal, and although the cosmetic stitching technique is not particularly difficult, it still takes about 3 years to learn how to sew correctly. Suddenly, he noticed that Lin had already begun to stitch the wound, without discussing everything with the client, and without asking Marvin if this thread would suit her. Then Marvin was even more surprised. As it turned out, Lin finished the subcutaneous sutures in just 3 seconds. The hero decided to choose a different thread, since the intradermal suture requires a thinner thread. Marvin noted that now it works very smoothly, and at first it acted with lightning speed. Everything was stitched without a hint of a scar. Robert walked into the room. He was proud of how well his son was doing. Marvin agreed. The work was truly excellent. Dr. Lin truly came from a family of doctors. Robert said that Dr. Marvin had been working so hard lately, so it was decided to call Lin to stitch up some of the male patients when he was at home, and Marvin could go home earlier and rest properly. The man thought, Lin's skills had long gone beyond the rank and file, if only he could learn his technique. Then he said that he would stay here in case his help was needed, since he was not eager to return home early. He was not that tired, and additional shifts were not a problem for him. Robert was very happy with this answer, realizing that Marwan agrees to work overtime. Lin told the patient that she might feel tightness on her face. He had to create it to firmly align the edges of the wound. In this case, the scar would be smaller, but the girl still needed to be careful when caring for the skin. Marvin added that Dr. Lin had just used a special, super complicated technique. There was not a single doctor in Yunhua who was capable of something like that. Lin wondered if he did everything right. The skin surface would heal better under the mechanical scar. The range of healing progress could be about 31%. Marvin continued, saying that the method Lin used to hide the loss of a patch of skin seemed to be superior to transplantation. Lin asked Camilla not to wet or touch the wound, and also to remove the threads in time. He then asked Edith to put a bandage on the girl. When everything was ready, Camilla asked the doctor to add her to his list of friends on one social network, so that it would be easier for them to contact if something happened to the wound. However, Lin said he does not add regular patients as friends. The girl was offended, considering this discrimination, but Lin explained that there was no reason why ordinary patients should contact him. If he had transplanted 3 fingers to the girl, it would have been a different conversation. The next day, Lin returned to the hospital. Larry and Unity prepared his duty reports and assignments for the last couple of days. Sitting down at the computer, Lin noted that Unity had very detailed reports. The girl said that while she was busy with reports, Larry was busy cooking. At that moment, Josh entered the office. He said that an important patient was flying towards them by helicopter. It was time for them to go to him. The hero then got up from the table and headed towards the landing site. Soon, Clyde also arrived there. He asked which insurance company sent the helicopter to them this time, but Josh doubted that it was the insurance company. Clyde said that such a pleasure costs from $30,000 to $40,000 per trip. Moreover, rich people always take insurance with full coverage of all expenses. But he was wondering what happened to the patient. Then Josh said that she had pain in the abdominal cavity, as well as external damage. Clyde thought it would be funny if it turned out that it was just food poisoning or menstruation, but it was better than volvulus or appendicitis, because the more advanced the case, the more dangerous. For those who can afford to fly in by helicopter, a misdiagnosis can be a great opportunity to create a national scandal. But if it's just a fly blown up to the size of an elephant, the doctor can become a laughingstock in the eyes of management and senior colleagues. Soon a helicopter appeared above the heads of the men. It landed on the platform, and soon the patient came out. It was Valerie, a young girl and the 7th daughter of a wealthy second-generation family. Her assistant, Ollie, immediately helped the girl onto the gurney. Clyde noted that the girl was dressed very richly. Her entire image consisted of things from well-known expensive brands. The girl herself looks quite sophisticated thanks to her facial features. Josh heard the man's words and ordered him to watch his language. He was extremely infuriated by such a dismissive attitude towards the patient. He spoke of her as if she were a commodity. Then Clyde hurried to approach Valerie, since he was her attending physician. He asked where exactly the girl had pain. Valerie said her stomach hurt a lot and she also hurt her arm. Clyde chuckled, suggesting that the girl was simply cutting fruit with a knife and injured herself. Valerie replied that it was not a knife, but a screwdriver. Then the man said that he would scan the wound a little later, and now he asked the girl to describe her abdominal pain. She said that she felt bloated. She said that I ate oysters in Paris. Then there were meat dumplings, red wine, dessert, also Italian cheese and fish. In Turkey, she ate meatballs with vegetable broth. In the evening, 5 or 6 servings of Bavarian sausages during the flight. They were very delicious. Clyde chuckled. So the girl visited 3 countries in 2 days and then returned to China. While the man was carrying her on a gurney, the girl noticed Lin standing nearby. Her cheeks immediately turned red. Valerie pointed her finger at the guy and said that she wanted this doctor to take care of her. The smile on Clyde's face immediately disappeared. He looked at Lin gloomily and said that he would debride the wound a little later. The girl looked at Lin lovingly and introduced herself. explaining the meaning of her name. Lin smiled and also introduced himself to the girl. Valerie approached him and began to tell him romantic poems that she had recently read in one of the books. Clyde was shocked. Even when he tried to woo his wife, he did not use as many techniques as this girl is using now. He said that the patient could not wait any longer. She needed to go for procedures, and they would discuss poetry later. Soon, Valerie was taken to the hospital. Clyde still didn't understand how Lin could get a girl in a Chanel dress to talk to him about Chinese poetry, and now she wanted him to treat her. The man said that the doctors from the surgical department needed to be consulted. Assistant Valerie did not understand why this was necessary. Then Clyde said that the ultrasound machine was already turned on, but they were not allowed to conduct a diagnosis. Then Ollie asked to bring a female doctor so that she could conduct the examination, because the girl would have to undress for the ultrasound. Clyde grunted with displeasure, but still went to look for a female doctor, and at that time Lin decided to treat the girl's wound. Valerie smiled and extended her hand to the young man. Ollie ordered Lin to be careful so that the girl did not have any scars, but Valerie immediately besieged her, and the assistant had to go out the door. Soon the procedure was completed. The girl's finger was treated. Lin then said that she should now wait for the female doctor the girl had asked for. Then Josh said that it would be better to stitch the girl's wound, and Valerie was incredibly glad that she would spend some more time with the doctor. He was courageous, natural, and beautiful, knew how to behave, and was naturally talented. Maybe in ancient times they would have met under different circumstances. Soon, Lin said he had stitched up the stitches and the nurse would take care of the rest. Valerie tried to stop the doctor, but he silently left the room. The girl chuckled to herself. He simply had to visit her later, and then they would see each other again. However, time passed, and Lin never came to visit the girl. Ollie said that it had indeed been a long time. The girl could have asked the pilot to fly in early to pick them up from here. Valerie said her parents went to Australia to see greener pastures, and now she wanted to learn all the languages in the world. Her desire to fly home had already disappeared. Ollie was surprised. Did Valerie really want to show off her intelligence in front of Dr. Lin so badly? If it had been necessary for her studies, she would have immediately obtained everything she needed and reported to the girl's parents. But instead, she sent people to find out everything about Lena. As it turned out, he was single, and all his qualities were excellent. If you think about it, Dr. Lin is handsome, and he's also a doctor. He's not that bad, but he's still not up to par with the lady. So Ollie decided not to talk about him yet report. Otherwise, she will only ruin her relationship with Valerie. Suddenly, he will become a rich heir and will remind his assistant of all her dirty deeds. Then Ollie said that Valerie didn't have to talk poetry to the doctor, but the girl seemed to like the poems she mentioned. Then the assistant said that the doctor apparently just liked talking to the girl. At first, Valerie was happy, but then she suddenly thought that there was no such thing as love at first sight. Lin clearly had a lot of fans, and he didn't even look at the girl after finishing work. Ollie said that at that moment his bosses were nearby. He had no choice. This gave Valerie some hope, and she asked what the girl learned from her investigation. Ollie said that Lin is quite a talented surgeon and has already appeared in several news releases. His family owns a small clinic. Valerie was afraid that this meant she would have to live with her future mother-in-law, and what if she had a bad temper? Ollie felt uneasy. It was the first time she had seen her mistress so excited. She said that she had not found this out yet. Besides, Valerie did not have to live with her. She could buy a house and live separately because the girl's family owned several houses in Yunhua, and in general it was too early for her to think about marriage. She suggested that she discuss everything well first. Lin's family's bank account has about a couple 100,000 yuan. Lin's account has about 100,000 yuan. Recently, his monthly income was 50,000 yuan. In addition, he owns a used Volkswagen Jetta. Valerie was glad that 50,000 yuan is a lot for an intern. Lin is a great fellow. It turns out that if Dr. Lin's car suddenly breaks down, he will only be able to afford a taxi or public transport, which is essentially the same thing. The girl grinned, planning something evil. After 4 hours, Lin headed to his car to run errands. However, it didn't start. Lin knew that there were no taxis in this area at all, so he would have to wait. A few seconds later, a car drove up to the hero. Valerie was driving. She grinned, saying that, by a happy coincidence, she was also planning to go home. She invited the doctor to get into the car, and he had no choice but to agree. It is very difficult to catch a taxi at such a late hour, and there is also a patient waiting for him at the hospital with an injury to 3 fingers. Valerie learned that Lin was heading to the hospital in Yunhua. She started the car and immediately drove to where the man needed to go. Lin asked the girl to drive slowly as she was almost exceeding the speed limit, but due to the noise of fast driving, the girl could not hear anything. Then Lin leaned down to her ear and repeated his words that the girl was driving too fast. Valerie noted that his voice sounded even nicer up close. The girl was so deep in her thoughts that she almost drove into a pole, after which she immediately apologized. She said that she had already earned about 10 yuan from searching on the internet, trying to find out about Lena, and since she had recovered, they could go out to lunch with this money. She then asked if Lin really took a taxi to the hospital every day. The guy said that he usually drives his own car, but today he couldn't start it. Valerie asked if he found out the reason why the car wouldn't start. The hero said that he didn't understand anything about this. He was used to the idea that fixing cars is not as interesting as fixing people. Soon they arrived at the hospital. Valerie was wondering when Lin would be free. He said that they only had one operation in the morning, so he would be free in 3 to 4 hours. Then Valerie said that she didn't need her car for now, so Lin could take it and return it to its place by 6 o'clock. The hero said that the girl's kindness knows no bounds. Valerie grinned, realizing that she had completely different motives, and then asked Lin to add her to WeChat, just in case. As soon as he puts the car in place, he will send her a message, and if she will be free, then you can even go somewhere. She explained that during this time she would need to drive another car in order for the company to pay her a lot of money. The hero couldn't believe that it was really possible to make money doing this. But Valerie replied that it didn't matter. In any case, she would gain experience in driving. Lin decided that in this case he would make an exception and add the girl to WeChat. When everything was ready, Valerie looked after Lena lovingly, rejoicing that she had become at least a little closer to him. Lin soon arrived for the operation, his assistants being Larry and Unity. 3 hours later, the operation was completed. The girl could not even imagine that one day she would participate in a finger transplant operation. However, in replantation of fingers, suturing of blood vessels, and suturing of intestines, there was one and the same principle. Larry wanted to argue that these were completely different things, and then a small argument ensued between them. One of the doctors tried to calm them down, since it was already possible to take the patient out of the operating room and notify his relatives. He then asked Lin if he was going to stay at the hospital late today, but the hero replied that there were no more free beds. If they continued to operate, they would have nowhere to put patients. Then everyone involved in the operation decided to go somewhere to eat barbecue after work. Larry suggested going to Xiao's restaurant. You could even invite other doctors with you. Lin asked how many people and cars they would have. The doctor said that if there were less than 10 people, he and Lin would drive. But the hero said that his car had stalled, so he would call a taxi. Lin wrote to Valerie a message that he was not going home yet, but he and his colleagues would go to lunch, so he did not need a car. In response to this, the girl asked him to wait for the driver. When everyone went out to the parking lot, an expensive car was already driving there. The doctors were perplexed. Did taxi drivers really drive such beautiful cars now? When the car drove up to the doctors, everyone saw that a girl was driving. It was Valerie. She asked everyone to get into the car. Lin was surprised. Could it be her again? Valerie said that she happened to be driving past the hospital, so she decided to stop by and take the guys to dinner. Suddenly, one of the doctors remembered that this girl was taken to the hospital by helicopter yesterday. After some deliberation, it was decided that Dr. Lin would sit in the front and everyone else would sit in the back. The hero was wondering where the Rolls-Royce, which the girl drove in the morning, had gone to. Suddenly, Unity asked what the story with the Rolls-Royce was. Valerie grinned and said it didn't matter at all. Then she asked Lin if they were going to the barbecue restaurant because it was so popular. At this moment, Lin received a call from Dr. Chandler asking everyone to return to the hospital immediately. As it turned out, a public incident occurred and a big resonance was possible. Valerie hurried to turn the car around and headed toward the hospital. She asked if she could join and watch the operation, but Lin could not promise that. Then Valerie said that it didn't matter. She just wanted to be close to Lin. She didn't need special treatment. She suggested just imagining that she went to the hospital for a bandage. Soon, everyone returned to the hospital. The doctors hurried to put on their white coats. Lin immediately asked Chandler what happened this time. The man chuckled when he saw that the sweet lady Lena, who arrived by helicopter, could not bear the separation and came with him. He then said that there was an attempted theft, there were injuries, the city's attention is now focused on the incident, and they can only wait for the ambulance and guess about the details. According to the latest news updates, at least one person was killed and 4 were injured. An ambulance from the district hospital has already arrived at the scene. They will provide first aid, and by the time the helicopter arrives, a lot of time will pass. There are patients with serious bleeding. The head of the department hopes that Lin will take care of this. The hero asked if they had enough blood for transfusions. It will be able to limit blood loss, but patients with serious bleeding will still need a transfusion. If at least 2 victims have the same blood type, the supplies in Yunhua may not be enough for everyone. Chandler said that they do not know the details of the theft, but the world around us is very dangerous. Anything can happen. Valerie understood this very well. Her family conducts anti-kidnapping training for her every 6 months. If she does not pass, she is deprived of the right to walk alone. At that moment, Josh entered the office. He said that they learned that among the victims there was a seriously wounded policeman and 3 hijackers. Another hijacker was killed. In addition, 2 teachers and at least 7 students were injured, all with minor injuries. The rest escaped with abrasive damage. The criminals were sent to the People's Liberation Army Hospital, but the wounded policeman occupies a central position in the anti-drug service, so management asks them to do everything possible to save him. They have already transfused about 20 bags of blood, mostly red blood cells, and their reserves are running out. Blood pressure control has not yet been achieved. Suddenly, Lin noticed that the patient was losing blood uncontrollably. So many bags had been wasted. Seeing this, Josh immediately called Lin to the gurney. The hero immediately jumped onto the patient's chest to perform emergency resuscitation. He asked to prepare a diagnostic laparotomy. Soon, everyone arrived at the operating room, which was in complete chaos. It was necessary to do a blood gas analysis, monitor blood pressure and pulse, and also get a conclusion from a computed tomography scan. All the doctors worked hard to save the patient. Josh said that the clear window was long gone, and hemostasis was still far from ideal. Lin needed to try to stop the bleeding manually. He had to examine the lungs with his fingers to see if there was a rupture. If there was none, then they would inflate the lungs with a ventilator and sew up the diaphragm. Lin soon reported that no ruptures were found. Josh instructed the intensivists to intubate and inflate the lungs. The 9th and 10th ribs needed to be aligned, a drain placed in the closed chest cavity, and Lin had to examine the abdominal cavity. Lin reported that there is a 1-centimeter incision. Josh said I needed to do a backstitch. He then asked how the bleeding was going. The anesthesiologist shook his head sadly. Josh said there was another source of bleeding and we needed to keep looking. Lin reported that there is a hole in the right iliac fossa, but it is unlikely that this is the source. It is not that kind of wound. The director said that they will sew up what Lin has just found. Then they need to give it to the radiologist so that he can quickly work with the images. They need to find this source. Lin asked to give him a little more time. 2 hours later, the source of the bleeding had still not been found, but it was impossible to delay any longer. Now it was a matter of life and death. Lin needed to use the blue serum. He drank it, and all his skills were increased by 1 for 2 hours. Lin also obtained 3 legendary skills: stopping bleeding with bare hands, finger replantation, and Achilles tendon repair. If the legendary level of stopping bleeding can help him pinpoint the source of blood loss in the abdominal cavity without using tools, then this technique is much more useful than he thought. The system then told him that he was ranked 2nd in bleeding control technique, behind only Adam Lewis Davis. Then Lin began to determine the source of the bleeding. Josh ordered the rest of the doctors to clean the abdominal cavity while Lin Jan worked. Soon, the hero announced that he had found the source of the bleeding. The wound was very small, so he would need a 7-0 thread. Doctors said the bleeding was still heavy. Lin thought that if he could not eliminate the source in the discovered area, then he needed to start working on those places that he had not yet felt, such as the areas under the organs. He said he would check the area under the liver. Clyde was surprised. There are so many hidden spaces. Lin needs to be extremely careful while he is digging around there. The hero said that the right lobe is fine. The left one needs to be examined. Clyde was indignant. The left side had just been stitched up. It could have been left alone. The man ran up and took Lin by the hand. He turned to Josh to help him leave the guy. However, the director gave Lin the go-ahead, asking him to be more careful. Then the hero began to check the left side, and soon the doctor saw that the blood loss had decreased and the source of the bleeding had been found. Clyde was shocked. Was he really under the left lobe? Lin said that he would stitch the wound and asked for a needle and thread. He applied a matching suture. Josh believed that they would succeed. Soon the bleeding was stopped, the integrity of the liver was restored, and the patient's life was saved. Josh asked Lynn to check again and remove any blood from the abdomen and then perform a closure if there were no more problems. Suddenly, Lynn noticed that the portal vein was now larger than it was before. Could it be that blood clots from the abdominal cavity were compressing it, increasing the pressure? Josh realized that blood clots were multiplying here. He asked Lynn to stitch him up. The man thought that it was dangerous. If they had closed the abdominal cavity with such a defect, the patient would not have survived. Lynn said that he would check again to see if the portal vein was okay. As it turned out, everything was fine, and now he could put stitches. The main problem was solved. Only simple wounds remained. The hero asked to leave it all to him. Lynn used the matching stitch technique as well as a simple interrupted stitch. When he finished, Josh ordered the patient to be taken to the intensive care room. All the doctors immediately rushed to hug Lynn, praising him for a job well done. Now he could go to the staff room and sleep. After all, they would have work again in the evening. Lynn walked past the reception desk where Valerie was waiting for him. The girl waved at him and asked if he was finished. The hero asked how she ended up here. Valerie said that she came for a checkup and was freed early, and was now ready to buy Lena a snack because he was tired. She also asked Marisa if she wanted something to eat too. At this moment, the system sent Lynn an alert. This meant that he still had 28 minutes left for the 3 skills to be at legendary level. Lynn had just tested the legendary bleeding control technique, and it worked perfectly, even if not on the finger injury. But losing the legendary technique for the Achilles tendon was sad. Then the hero decided to turn to Larry. Valerie was offended. The doctor ignored her again. Lynn said that the guy should go to the elective surgery and see if there are any patients who need Achilles tendon surgery. If there are none there, then he should go to the hand surgery department and ask there. While Lynn goes to prepare, they will start after 10 minutes. Valerie decided to ask when the doctor would be free. The hero said that there was only half an hour left. Valerie and the nurses blushed with emotion. Lynn was so touchingly tragic. Soon, Larry said he found a patient with a torn Achilles in the trauma department. When Lynn arrived in the operating room, the doctor asked him if he had really operated on Farley. The hero answered in the affirmative. Then he was given the MRI results. He studied them, using the skill of perfect analysis. The patient asked if his tendon was really worse than Farley's. Lynn said his tendon was twice the normal length, but the patient's tendon was only 2/3 the average length. The patient was upset. Although the doctor answered his question, he was still not happy about it. Lynn said the patient seemed confused and asked Larry to check on him. The man began asking him basic questions about his name and age. The patient answered normally. Then he asked if he remembered how he got a tendon injury. The man said that he was being pursued by debt collectors. They cut him. The bride demanded a ransom of 300,000 yen, and he went to quick money. After he paid the ransom, there was no money left for the wedding or for living in general, so he had no choice but to continue living in debt. In the end, he could not pay off the debts. They came for him, they chased him, and he ran away. In the end, he fell down the stairs straight onto his foot. Lynn then asked whether his tendon was actually injured by a fall rather than a knife injury. He then said that the patient had deliberately given them false information. Now he was wondering if it was possible to give him general anesthesia at all. Perhaps he should ask the neurologist to come and see if he had any contraindications. But the doctor said that there was no need for this. Instead, it's worth doing regional anesthesia so they can talk to him. However, Lynn said that general anesthesia was needed. His information was too wrong. He could easily lead them in the wrong direction. Then he used the legendary Achilles tendon repair technique, and after 18 minutes, the suture was completed. All the doctors and nurses present were shocked. Could he really do it in less than 20 minutes? Meanwhile, Valerie and the other nurses were discussing Lynn at the reception. The girl was glad to see how wonderful the team at this hospital is. Marisa said that not only is the staff here great, but even the medical representatives come to see Dr. Lynn often, regardless of whether they have business with him or not. Then Valerie realized that this was the short way to the guy's heart. She took the phone and called someone. The girl asked to buy a pharmaceutical company with medical representatives. It would be better if she does business in Yunhua City. Valerie grinned. This way she wouldn't have to pretend to be a patient or a driver. Soon, at a meeting of medical workers, it was announced that from that day on, Ms. Valerie would be the new chairman of Yunli Medical Company. The girl asked who was responsible for running the business in the company. Everyone immediately looked at the girl with freckles. Elaine. She thought she was the general manager, but apparently she wasn't trying hard enough. Judging by the tone of the new boss, she was going to fire her. Elaine walked up to Valerie, bowed politely, and introduced herself. Then Valerie said that she had an important task for the girl. Then she said something in her ear. 2 days later, Elaine came to Valerie with a report. She reported that everything went well. She handed Valerie the phone, where the correspondence was open in the chat of Lynn's fans. The girl was glad. Having first-hand information is an impressive step towards world domination. She thanked the girl for her excellent work and then sent her to the finance department to get money. She was going to buy her phone back and give her 13,000 yuan on top of its value. Valerie was very happy. Now the real fun will begin. For the next 2 weeks, Lynn tried to perform an average of 2 operations a day. The nurse reported that they were overloaded and had nowhere to put patients. Nurses also cannot take care of so many patients, and medical rounds last for hours, and the emergency department requires that beds be kept as reserves. Lynn said that filling 101 beds was already a great result. Then Larry suggested that he take a break. The hero said if they don't discharge anyone today, then they will only operate on emergency patients, for example, within 1 day. Josh thought, they don't have a single bed yet. If their structure cannot meet the needs of doctors, this is his failure as a leader. Then he turned to Larry, because he is not only Dr. Lynn's assistant in operations, but also helps him in other aspects of life, such as mental state or healthy lifestyle. Except him, there is no one to help him. Lynn gives his all to surgery. He can easily neglect other things, and his support should help him cover these things. Larry said that Dr. Lynn doesn't really need them. There are a lot of girls who are ready to shoulder this knife. Josh decided that in this case it would be even better. At that moment, the man received a call. It was academician Tobias. He said that he was calling to convey an invitation. The Sports Medicine Center is very grateful for Dr. Lynn's help, for which he had to rearrange his schedule. This time, they are organizing an international knowledge-sharing conference, and Dr. Lynn was selected as a guest speaker, and Tobias hoped that Josh would allow him to come. In addition to Farley's operation, 15 days ago, a video was released of Lynn operating at Yunhua Hospital. Tobias watched it and was shocked. Lynn is more than worthy of the position of speaker. Even questions from foreigners will not be a problem. Josh thought, even though trauma surgery takes a lot of time, it would be nice if Lynn took part in the conference. Then he gave his go-ahead for the guy to go to Shanghai. Meanwhile, Lynn was walking along the corridors of the hospital. Even after all this time, the operating room was full of people. Suddenly, the system informed him about several awards at once. Lynn was perplexed as to what such a gift was in honor of, because no one had checked out today. Lynn's patients said that during these 15 days they completely recovered, and everyone thanked the doctor for his excellent work. Lynn decided to open all the chests at once. Suddenly, he noticed that their light was different from the usual one. But how could an ordinary treasure chest open a rare skill? As it turned out, this was the skill of a perfect tracheotomy. This skill is one of the most useful in emergency surgery and resuscitation. However, the young doctor in China does not have many chances to practice it. Now Lin decided to test his progress as a surgeon. The system reported that his scalpel skill is now ranked 765th in Yunhua City, and his bow grip is ranked 558th. Lin knew he needed more practice, but since there were no patients, maybe he should practice on a piece of meat? Suddenly, a policewoman was brought to the hospital on a gurney. Her name was Chelsea. She was injured, but she begged to save her dog first. The nurse asked her not to move or she would lose more blood. The veterinarian from the station was on the way. Chelsea claimed that she was fine despite her leg wound. The girl screamed that her dog, Kashtan, was also wounded. He was only 2 years old, but he had already saved 3 people. This time he smelled drugs and was attacked. Then Lin said that he would take care of the dog. The system told him that for saving the police dog, he would receive 6 standard treasure chests. Suddenly, Chelsea passed out and her dog was almost in a coma. Lin asked to take the patient away, and he would take over the dog. He needed a tracheotomy. Soon, the dog was brought into the operating room. Lin asked if they were using the correct anesthetic. The doctor said that propofol can be used on animals, thanks to industrial chemistry and Roger James. But this requires a combination with another medicine. The anesthesiologist who has a dog said that it was midazolam, a mixture of sodium chloride, disodium edetate, benzyl alcohol, and sodium hydroxide. But first we need to examine the dog and give him oxygen. Lin performed auscultation and percussion on the dog. He soon reported that the dog was taking 14 breaths per minute, but he did not know what the dog's rate was. The nurse looked on the internet. It said that the norm is from 10 to 30 breaths per minute. At this moment, Chandler standing in the doorway grinned. Lynn finally remembered that he was an intern and asked a question. Soon the doctors were ready to give an intramuscular injection. They needed to prepare the skin. You need to shave off all the hair, and quickly it's already difficult for the dog to breathe. Other doctors were surprised whether the man was a veterinarian, but he said that he was just friends with one of them. Soon the nurse prepared the dog's skin for the injection. Lynn announced the start of the operation. Chandler watched him closely. Respiratory failure and pre-coma are indications for emergency surgery. But emergency is when the ability to breathe independently is completely impaired. But was a tracheotomy really necessary? Such operations are fraught with complications, and even more so in case of emergency surgery. He was afraid that Lynn had rushed, but it seems he was wrong. Soon the dog's breathing began to improve. Lynn was good at everything. No matter how others made fun of him, his skills were his main support. Then the hero said that the dog's life was out of danger. The stitches were applied. Chandler asked if Lynn had done this before, and the hero said that he had just learned how to do it. The breathing problem is behind him, but there are still lacerations on his paws, plus the anatomically dangerous area behind the ears is damaged. Lynn soon took care of all the problematic aspects. Chandler patted him on the shoulder and said that he would go away to rest for now. The nurses were in despair. All asepsis was down the drain. The head nurse would definitely scold them. Lynn then decided to ask the system what the progress of his cutting skills was now. As it turned out, since the last request, the rank of scalpel proficiency in the city of Yunhua has not changed. Bow grip has been shifted one position down. Lynn was dissatisfied. Could it be that after a successful operation, his rank, on the contrary, fell? When both Chelsea and Chestnut were cured, the girl and her police partner came to the doctors to express their deep gratitude to them. The man represented their patrol unit and wanted to express his deepest gratitude to Yunhua Hospital and its emergency surgery department. The doctors worked selflessly for the common good. Without complaining about difficulties and proving their concern for people in trouble, they not only helped Officer Chelsea, but also saved the life of the officer's police dog, Kashtan. At this moment, journalists were photographing their meeting. Josh thought that this was a chance for Lynn to show off, but the guy was so gloomy. If he doesn't like this kind of work, he'll have to let him go to Shanghai and end it. When the meeting was over, Josh called Lynn and Unity to his office. He wanted the girl to accompany the doctor to Tobus's conference. The hero didn't mind, but he was worried about the number of invitations. Josh said their department would cover the cost of the flight. It wasn't safe for Lynn to go alone. Unity sat silently. She looked depressed. Josh said her job was to follow Lynn to the International Conference on Sports Orthopedics and bring him back safe and sound. Unity should not let anyone fool him. She needs to make sure that Lynn returns. Then her task will be completed. But if he does not return, then the girl may not return either. Soon, Lynn and Unity arrived at the bus stop, where a car soon arrived. Farley came out from there. He was glad to finally meet Dr. Lynn. The man offered to take the doctor to the hotel. Unity immediately stood in front of Lynn, covering him with her body. She asked what organization Farley worked for. The man took a few seconds to comprehend the girl's question. He said that he was a track and field athlete. Lynn decided to interrupt the awkward situation and said that he could take them to the hotel. When the men arrived at the room, Lynn asked Farley what business he had with him. The athlete said he had recently completed a rehabilitation program and was even able to run on the track again. He wanted to take part in the next competition, but did not know what the consequences would be if he ran at full strength. He was also interested in Tobias's opinion, but what was more important to him was what Dr. Lynn would answer. The hero said that he has not done much research in the field of sports medicine. All his assumptions can only be based on MRI images. Farley said that he had brought them with him and suggested that the doctor take a look. Lynn thought about it. Even though this happened at the moment of using the perfect skills, he still remembered the details. He said that if Farley wants to give his best in the future, it is better to postpone the next competition. His tendon is generally healthy, but the recovery process is not yet complete. The possibility of injury still remains, so the risk of rupture is still significant. All Farley has to do is not put too much stress on his Achilles tendon with intense training. If it ruptures again, the damage will be much more serious, and it will mean the end of his athletic career. Farley thanked the doctor for the explanation and shook his hand. He said that he didn't need the car yet. Lynn could keep it and the driver if he wanted, but first he should take a break from the road. After the man left, Lin thought that it was still early enough that it was worth visiting the sports medicine center. Soon, he and Unity arrived at the right place. The hero said that the girl did not have to go with him. However, the girl did not want to leave him alone, even though she was already tired. At this point, the nurses informed Lin that Dr. Terrence had invited him into the operating room. The hero headed to the right office despite the fact that Unity tried to stop him. When Lin came into the operating room, Terrence said that the chief was out today, but he knew the guy would come. Today, they will be dealing with a hip replacement. He invited Lin to take part in the operation. Lin was very happy. Hip replacement in traumatology is the pinnacle of art. The surgical access must be very large, the prosthesis is huge, and the operating period is long, so the surgeon is required to have all his skill. Such operations are rare in Yunhua. Terrence knew that Lin had never performed such operations before, so he invited him to be an assistant. The hero was incredibly glad that he could take part in such an operation, even as an assistant. Terrence was pleasantly surprised. It was so unlike the almighty Dr. Lin. But then he calmed down and said that he needed to use a suction for the fluid first. Soon the operation began, Terrence thought. Although Lin is acting as an assistant, he's not relaxed at all. He was very dedicated to the task. Soon the doctor said they were done. Lin wanted to say that only half of the operation was completed, but the doctor replied that he did not want all the doctors to become exhausted, because they still had to speak at the conference. When Lin left the operating room, he decided to look at the surgery schedule. There were very few of them. At this moment, a nurse walked past him. She couldn't believe that it was really Dr. Lin. Then the girl wrote about the doctor's arrival in the general chat, and soon all the nurses came running to greet him. The man said he only arrived today. The nurses tried to find out from him why he had arrived. At that moment, Unity was watching everything that was happening. She saw a threat in all this and decided to intervene. She stood between the nurses and Lin and said that this was confidential information. The nurses were clearly unhappy to see this strange girl here. Then Unity took Lin by the arm and led him away, saying that he had worked today and they still had to write reports, so they needed to go. The nurses were clearly sad that the doctor left so soon. When Lin was alone with Unity, he asked if Principal Josh asked him to write a report. The girl didn't know what to answer, and then said that she was just going to write it herself, and Lin could just scribble a couple of lines. The hero asked to wait for him because he wanted to buy a can of cola. At that moment, a dog approached him. It was Kashtan, the same police dog he had recently operated on. Soon, Chelsea came up to him. She didn't know that the doctor was also in Shanghai now. She was very glad to see Lin. Now that all the problems were behind her, he seemed very handsome to her. The hero asked if her wound had never healed. The girl said that it was almost over, but running was a little painful. But if you slow down, everything is fine. They were lucky that they ended up in their hospital. Kashtan recovered even better than the girl. Chelsea thanked the man from the bottom of her heart for saving her and the dog. At this moment, Unity sensed danger again and rushed to protect Lin. She stood between him and Chelsea, frowning at the girl. Chelsea decided not to stir up a conflict, so she said it was time for her to go to her shift and said goodbye to the doctor. Unity suggested that Lin return to the hotel. When Lin got to his room, he decided to order delivery since he was hungry. However, before he even had time to call there, a man came to his room and said that Lin's order had arrived. He said that his choice fell into the gift system from their store. Lin only had to sign. As it turned out, the order included a whole box of the most delicious food. Unity was surprised. Did Dr. Lin really order that much? Lin invited the girl to eat with him. Unity really liked all the dishes. Then the hero said that he apparently won some kind of prize. Apparently today, fortune smiled on him. The girl noted that she seemed to experience a feeling of déjà vu. At that moment, she heard someone approaching their room. Unity immediately remembered Josh's words that she might not return without Lin. And now that she saw the silhouette of a girl in a blue suit, she was really scared. She couldn't let a stranger take Lin away. As it turned out, it was Valerie. By another coincidence, she ended up in the same hotel as Lin. Unity immediately covered Lin with herself to protect him from the girl. Valerie said that they had already met at the hospital, so the girl could relax. Lin was wondering what brought the girl here. She said that she was helping the family with one of the businesses. When she learned that an order had arrived from Mr. Lin, she decided to check if the stars aligned. The hero said that he never had time to place the order, but the girl somehow found out his number. Then Valerie replied that they had been engaged in the delivery service for a long time. She just called Lin's phone number. She then decided to ask what the doctor's schedule was today. He said the sports medicine center didn't have anything planned today, so he planned to just play mobile games. Valerie decided to ask what he was playing. Lin said that he often plays Kings of Glory now, and then asked what her rank was. The girl immediately jumped up from her chair, saying that she had not played very much, and now she remembered about urgent matters and decided to leave. Standing near the elevator, she thought that games were her Achilles' heel. She didn't have time to play, but Lin should be interested in something else. Valerie then decided to call the mysterious Dr. X because she needed advice on a medical issue. The next day, the girl came to the hotel to meet Dr. Lin. She said that she wanted to give him something very necessary. She followed the advice of her friends and asked the man not to be scared. Valerie reported that the Educational Foundation had allocated funds to several universities. She submitted an application for Lin for a qualification that would give him the right to engage in educational research activities. But everything must take place under the auspices of institutes and healthcare facilities that meet the requirements. Lin didn't understand what was going on here, and then the girl opened the doors of the room and invited him to look for himself. Inside, there was a table covered with a thick white cloth. Lin and Unity couldn't believe their eyes. Was it really a corpse? Valerie said that she had arranged with the person at the sports medicine center to reserve the preparation room, and now Lin could use it. Unity was incredibly happy with such a gift. Only every 10th clinic in China can afford to dissect corpses. But human bodies as a teaching tool are much more useful for understanding. Even the first 100 operations cannot compare with this. Soon, the doctors began the operation. They were very happy because they would finally be able to learn how to work with a corpse. Lin thought about it. He had little understanding of the anatomy of the lower limb. His work on the Achilles tendon, according to Tobias's plan, could have been even better if he had at least a few preparations under his belt beforehand. There is no need to talk about knowledge of anatomy in general. The structure of the circulatory system of the nervous system of the whole body is something that he has yet to study. Unity said she would focus on a specific area, so the doctor spent the whole night dissecting. The next morning, Tobias returned from Beijing. He was met by Roland. The international conference was already open, and the academician asked if Lin Zhan was ready. Roland said the guy went to the dissection room last night and never came out. Tobias wondered if he really had a corpse with him. He needed to urgently call him so that he would quickly come here to prepare for the conference. Roland went to the dissection room to report the return of the academician and that he was already waiting for Lin. The hero opened the door. His entire robe was covered in blood. He said that the man came here just in time. Lin grabbed Roland by the arm and pulled him inside, asking if he could lend him his body for a while. The man agreed, but was at a loss as to why Lin asked him to stay. The hero put his hands on the man's neck, and after a while declared that his cervical vertebrae were fine. Then Unity suggested giving another example for comparison. Lin continued his work, examining key areas of the neck, trachea, and thyroid gland of the corpse. Roland understood that the conference had already begun, so he had to hurry Lin. He said that the academician had arrived, and with him the patients with a ruptured Achilles tendon. They were waiting for Lin to operate on them on camera. They were part of the conference, so he should be prepared. However, the hero said that patients should wait until he finishes with the corpse. He thought to himself that the man clearly did not understand the value of corpses. When everything was ready, Lin headed to the operating room. Terrence said the patient was a 27-year-old fencing athlete who was injured while walking his dog after being attacked by a neighbor's husky, was suffering from limited lower limb mobility and right Achilles tendon pain, and an MRI confirmed a right Achilles tendon rupture. There was no information in the records about the presence of old injuries. Lin then decided to proceed with the operation. Everyone present at the conference was amazed at the extraordinary speed and accuracy of the doctor's work. Terrence understood that Dr. Lin was beyond competition. In such a short time, he became much more confident and faster. Dr. Brandon from the UK decided to record the operation on video. He was interested in the fact that it was not the academician himself who was operating. Apparently, not many Chinese doctors are capable of this. Lin soon announced the completion of the operation. Terrence was shocked. The operation took much less time than last time. It seemed to him that Lin had completely starred, but his progress was terrifying. When the hero left the operating room, he saw Brandon, the same blonde man, taking pictures of him. Suddenly, Chelsea appeared in the corridor. She said that filming in this area was prohibited. Brandon immediately put down his phone, and Lin asked what the girl was doing here. Chelsea said she was sent to patrol the area. The next moment, Tobias came out of the conference room along with the rest of the people. He needed to introduce Lynn to them. He introduced Dr. Gayford, Dr. Cadilla, and Dr. Brandon to the hero. He then introduced Lynn to them, saying that he was one of the most outstanding young doctors in China. He was very talented in finger transplants and Achilles tendon surgery. Tobias deliberately didn't mention his experience at Yunhua because he doesn't have a formal contract with them yet, which means he's still an intern so he can work at any hospital in the future. At that moment, Brandon rushed forward, pushing everyone in his path. However, Dr. Cadilla from the Mayo Clinic Trauma Department was quicker, and she took Lynn's hands in greeting. She handed him her business card. The girl hoped that the doctor would one day be able to visit their clinic, where he could learn a lot. Everyone else looked at Lynn, stunned. Did he really just get an invitation to the very Mayo Clinic, which is a leader in modern traumatology? Lynn looked at the card blankly, but thanked the woman. Chelsea was watching everything that was happening. She thought that this foreigner was trying to seduce Lynn, and the police intended to stop it. She called Chestnut in a whisper, ordering him to distract the doctor. The dog barked loudly, attracting Lynn's attention, who immediately began petting the animal. Looking at the feisty Cadilla, Chelsea grinned. Her plan had worked. Brandon then approached Lynn. He noted that the guy was truly a master of his craft, and then asked if he would grace them with another demonstration of the technique while the conference was in progress. But Lynn said that there was no need for this, since they already had record. Brandon said that it would be a shame if they never got to see Lynn operating here and now. Then Tobias intervened in the conversation. He said that the operation is not a show. He thought that live broadcast from large screens would let everyone know what Lin Zhan is capable of. But at the same time, nothing would stop experts from studying and using his technique for their own purposes. Maybe Brandon wants Lin to train a group of foreign specialists. Then Tobias invited everyone to go into the hall. Chelsea asked Lin to be careful with Cadilla. Her motives are clearly not so simple. Chelsea, being a policewoman, was sure that foreign women at that age were very dangerous. At that moment, Brandon ran up to them. He said that his supervisor, Brent Wallace, was very interested in Lin's operation. He asked if he had the medical records of the patients, including pre-operative ones, so that they could study them. Lin said that academician Tobias is doing this, so they better ask him. Brandon insisted, because Lin was the performer, and Tobias allowed the man to find out everything from the doctor. Then the hero said that he had operated on several athletes using the academician's plan. Brandon asked if he had anyone who had recovered enough from injury to compete again. Lin answered in the affirmative. The man then asked for their names, saying that one of the reasons they attended the conference was to understand the needs of patients depending on their condition. Lin said that if the man wanted, he could contact one of them. Then he decided to call one of the patients, Susan, and ask her to come to the sports medicine center. The woman said she had just won bronze at the National Track and Field Championships and was just thinking about calling the doctor to tell her the big news. Soon, Susan arrived at the center, but she was unhappy that some foreigner was meeting her. She said that her training was in full swing, so the man should hurry up with the questions that interest him. Brandon said he needed to check the extent of the woman's tendon recovery, which she could consider a post-op checkup. Susan was scared if there was something wrong with the tendon. Brandon said that anything was possible, but he just wanted to fix the problem. If there was one, detailed results would be available after a series of tests. But now they need to do an MRI. The woman asked where Dr. Lin was now, to which Brandon chuckled, saying that he would join them later. They then headed to the hospital, where the woman underwent an MRI. Brandon thought that the recheck was the curator's idea. In the field of sports medicine, Achilles injuries are the most problematic and ambiguous. You can't be sure of anything. You need to learn more about Tobias's plan. Soon the survey results were ready. Looking at them, Brandon was shocked. This was no longer just a good recovery. The degree of healing was surprisingly high. He then asked Terrence if it was true that Susan was no longer competing. The doctor said that as far as he knew, the National Track and Field Championship that Susan mentioned was considered the largest competition in China. Brandon thought in this case the result is simply brilliant, but maybe it was the patient's physiology. Then he decided to find out about Lin's other patients. Terrence gave him MRI scans of the 3 other athletes Lin had operated on, with the exception of Farley. Brandon noted that these results corresponded to the same degree of recovery, and it was paradoxically good. At this moment, Lin received a system alert. He received recognition from a colleague. He decided to immediately open the treasure chest. Inside, there were skills: branch arthroscopic surgery, specialist level, and branch arthroscopic meniscoplasty, perfect level. Lin thought about it. The last operation was related to hip replacement. The skills from the system surprisingly have nothing to do with it. If he had the relevant skill, it would make sense to go to Mayo to train him. At that moment, Brandon approached Lin. The hero said that he was thinking about where he could get a chance to have arthroscopic surgery. Brandon said that in the UK he had such an opportunity more than once. Lin could work with him if he wanted. It would be joint development. The man performed arthroscopy on all types of joints, but he performed best on hip and knee surgeries, including meniscoplasty and meniscectomy. In sports, meniscus injuries are far from uncommon, and if Lin is in his country, then he should pay attention to this. And now Brandon understood that a fruitful collaboration was emerging between them. Terrence, who was watching all this, noted that it did not look good. This man was sent here by his teacher to lure Lin to him. Then he decided to intervene in the conversation, reminding Lin that he wanted to do hip replacements. The hero said that it was too complicated and he had not yet mastered it completely. Terrence said that it is complex, but once the doctor understands its basics, he will be in demand everywhere. At the moment, hip diseases are very common. If Lin learns to perform endoprosthetics, then this will play into his hands in the future. It is worth it spend a couple of years studying. The man thought that the trauma department was also known as the rich man's department due to the huge funding for hip replacement surgery. But he couldn't say it directly while this foreigner was hanging around. Lin replied that he would first like to learn arthroscopy, or at least tracheotomy. He really needed the opportunity to try them out. He thought to himself that Yunhua Hospital would be the best place for arthroscopy. He also said that the conference lasts only 3 days, and no more operations are planned during it. Terrence said they don't have any patients for a tracheotomy right now, but they can still find Lena someone for an arthroscopy. Brandon asked if he could join in the surgery. Lin said he could also do a meniscoplasty. Terrence said he would find suitable patients for him from other hospitals and transfer them here. And Brandon had a couple of patients in mind with Achilles tendon injuries. Terrence asked the man if he really wanted to send Lin to the UK so that he could operate on someone there too. To which Brandon replied that if the doctor is not comfortable changing locations, this does not mean that patients cannot come themselves. Mr. Wallace performs operations on Achilles tendon of extra high quality, but he was also amazed to see the progress of athletes' recovery. If Lin proves a high percentage of success of the technique, this will give him good opportunities. Terrence knew the man knew how to impress, but he couldn't give up. Then he asked Lin not to worry. He would be able to find 2 patients with Achilles tendon injury within the country for him. Brandon offered to help with the live broadcast. Soon, everyone arrived in the operating room. The broadcast had already begun. The patient needed an Achilles tendon repair, and in such a short time, Terrence was able to find just that. Brandon, meanwhile, spoke into the camera that he was broadcasting live from Shanghai. He received permission from the local hospital, as well as the consent of the patient and his family. The man showed all the documents directly to the camera. Then he said that now they will perform the operation on a Chinese weightlifter. He was previously the national champion. Probably now he is the champion of his province. The lead surgeon will be Dr. Lin, a member of the new generation of Chinese doctors, recently graduated from medical school, and today he will perform the Achilles tendon repair. The man said Lin preferred to make such large incisions to access the wound. He then stated that the patient was primarily interested in the health of the tendon, so he would not worry about the length of the scar. Although this was not so important, small incisions were preferable. Many of my patients had not previously been bothered by this. Suddenly the man received a text message. It was Mr. Wallace. He asked to move the camera to the operating field. Apparently Brandon was talking too much. The man obediently turned the camera to the patient. Wallace then asked him to look at the surgeon's face. He couldn't believe that China really had such high standards. Brandon pointed the camera at Lin, saying that the doctor has now begun work on the lateral head of the tendon. He's paying a lot of attention to the nearby vessels, handling them extremely carefully. Then Wallace asked the man to hold the camera steady and stop making comments about every little thing. At the request of the curator, the man decided to ask Lin if there was research confirming the effectiveness of the technique that the doctor had just used, making an end-to-end suture and throwing a tendon flap over the lower part. The hero said that someone did the same, experimenting on rabbits. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of doctors had gathered in the conference room wanting to see the operation. The center worker said it was an Achilles tendon operation recommended by Dr. Wallace from the UK. All the doctors monitoring her noted her difficulty. Someone suggested that the operation was performed by Tobias Tugni himself. However, Cadilla said that Dr. Lin, a member of the new generation, is now operating. The doctors were surprised. They did not understand where such a talented doctor came from and wanted to get to know him. The end of the operation was soon announced. Some of the doctors said that they should go and find this Dr. Lin now. Soon, everyone went out into the corridor and met the same doctor. The men were quick to note that the operation was amazing. Suddenly, Morris, a South African doctor, came out from the back rows. He said that he had a patient who had ruptured his Achilles tendon. He was also an athlete and was very worried about the operation. The man suggested that Lin take a look at his medical record. However, Lin wanted to look at his MRI results first. He said the best option for the patient would be surgery. They could use Plan A, and it would take him about 3 to 4 months to recover. The risks would be higher compared to a normal Achilles tendon repair. Morris was wondering if Lin could arrange everything so that his recovery period would only last 3 months, and immediately after that he could go on the field. The hero said that the likelihood of recovery after 4 months is higher. 3 months is too short a period. He just started working on Plan A, so he doesn't have enough data to answer such questions. He then said that he had done about 100 surgeries, and based on their standard criteria, they were all considered excellent. Morris asked if Lin's patients had any serious complications, but the hero said that at the moment he had no such cases. Then the man asked him if he was ready to do this operation. It can be carried out in China. He will discuss the details with the patient. At that moment, 2 young girls ran out from the crowd of doctors. They hugged the hero and asked him to let him bring a patient with Achilles tendon injuries for Lin, because there is no difference in the Achilles tendons of foreigners and Chinese, and Lin's skills are so good that he has even been recognized by foreign doctors. This is truly rare. At that moment, Terrence and Unity came out of the operating room. As soon as the girl saw the women standing near Lin and hugging him, she immediately rushed to him. Unity pushed the girls away from the hero and covered him with her body. The girls were upset. All their plans were disrupted by some incomprehensible girl. Terrence advised Lin to agree. The operation could be performed at their center or at Yunhua Hospital. Then Lin said that if the patient arrived in China before the end of the conference, he would have the operation here. Otherwise, he would go to Yunhua. Morris promised to arrange everything right away. Terrence also asked Lin to talk to Tobias and let him release the news to him. This way, everyone will know that foreigners traveled many miles to seek medical help from Lin, after which the doctor will become truly famous. Lin understood that after this, he would be able to use the hospital beds left by academician Tobias. Soon, the patient was brought from South Africa to China. Lin was surprised at how quickly he was brought here, but it was good news that they would be able to carry out the consultation faster. Roland said it was a classic Achilles tendon rupture and there was some muscle atrophy. Judging by the data presented, the patient is healthy and has no other diseases. Then Lin asked if they would really publish the news after they had cured this patient. Terrence said that the hero may not even doubt it. Roland whispered to him something about an operation plan for Damon. Then Lin stood up from his chair, saying that they would work according to the usual scenario. Soon the man was brought in for surgery, but he was constantly crying. The doctors looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Terrence tried to reassure Damon, saying that it was a simple operation, and they were the best tendon repair team in the world. But the man himself did not understand why he was crying. Lin assured the patient that his body would be fine, the stitch would be strong, there would be a risk, but it was all temporary, and he could use other methods to treat his Achilles tendon. Damon said that either method would work for him if his tendon healed, and then thanked the doctor. Suddenly, the system sent him an alert. Lin hadn't even started the operation yet, but received a treasure chest for the patient's sincere gratitude. Inside was the 100-foot dissection experience and the regional anatomical dissection experience. It was the simplest, sincere thank you Lin had ever received. He asked Damon to lie down. They would use general anesthesia. The man would fall asleep, and when he regained consciousness, the operation would be over. The man was nervous. He wanted to play professionally, earn money, and take care of his family. Suddenly, Lin received another chest, but he did not understand in honor of what. Inside was a 100-foot dissection experience. Now he had experience as much as 200 feet, and he found that his horizons had expanded. Lin then told everyone that he had an idea. They needed to change the plan. The hero said that he should wash himself first and went to the shower. As he washed his hands, he began to think that he might be able to bypass even more veins than usual. Soon, the hero returned to the operating room. He said that he wanted to move an inch to the right. Terrence was surprised because this way Lin wouldn't see the Achilles tendon. The hero said that they would enlarge the cut and then he would see everything. Terrence thought that Lin Zhan was the only one who could carry out Plan A to repair the Achilles tendon. Even academician Tobias only proposed the idea, but did not implement it. He was calm and confident. But even so, today's consultation was completely unacceptable for an experimental operation. Terrence suggested that Lin modify it for the next operation, but the hero said that based on Damon's MRI, the location of the vessels required a change in the approach to the operation. Then the man agreed, and soon everyone got to work. Doctors began to expose the Achilles tendon. Blood loss was 45 milliliters, which was less than that of the previous patient. Everyone watching the operation was surprised. The blood loss from the traditional incision was 5 to 6.7 ounces. But now the blood loss from the limited incision was 2.4 ounces. Cadilla said that compared to the traditional method, the blood loss allowed is minimal. So this was the theoretical basis of Plan A, to reduce blood loss and increase the strength of the suture on the Achilles tendon. Lin suggested placing a reinforced suture on the patient. Unity noted that the speed and feeling of smoothness of the operation could not be described in words. Terrence couldn't believe that Lin had actually preserved many blood vessels, a level achieved by doctors with 50 years of surgical practice. Lin soon announced the end of the operation. Everyone present was amazed at how well the operation turned out. After some time, Damon came to his senses in his room. Morris informed him that the operation was successful. The man was incredibly happy that he would be able to play and earn money again. At that moment, the system sent Lin a notification. He immediately received 3 chests for one person. Hero said they will determine the exact condition of the tendon during rehabilitation sessions. Suddenly, he received another chest. Lin did not understand what was happening. Although Plan A is an academic study, since Lin changed the operational approach, it can be considered an improvement. But can he write his own paper, or should he continue further study with academician Tobias before publishing the paper together? Unity entered Lin's office and said that another doctor had handed over a patient to the hero. It was a Chinese man. His Achilles tendon was completely torn. He was an athlete, a long-distance jumper. Lin wanted to go and prepare for the operation immediately, but Unity stopped him. She timidly said that she wants to learn how to repair a man's Achilles tendon. She also wants to become a surgeon, and although her operating skills are not so good, she will try to improve and study hard. The hero smiled and gave the girl the go-ahead. But first they had to go and do the surgery. After the operation was completed, Morris gave interviews to several media outlets. Journalists wondered why travel so many miles just to get medical care in China. They wanted to know how men would appreciate the skill of Chinese doctors. Morris and Damon unanimously said that Dr. Lin could always be trusted. This statement caused crowds of people to flock to the sports medicine center. They all wanted Dr. Lin to operate on them. Among the crowd was medical representative Huang. Fortunately, he did not need Lin as much as these people. When he visited academician Tobias and told him that he knew Dr. Lin, he asked Huan to stay with him, and now he had to go to the hero's hotel. Lin was in the room. He opened the door for the guy, but was surprised why Huan was even here. The hero said that he could actually go straight to Principal Josh since he couldn't help him in Shanghai. However, Huan said he was there to deliver a minimally invasive surgical stapler for the Achilles tendon. Lin at first thought he was joking, but the man said that academician Tobias asked to give him an important document. When the hero opened the letter, he could not believe his eyes. Did Tobias really write this? Huang said using the minimally invasive surgical stapler will improve the results of his surgery. But the hero didn't listen to him. He thought about the letter. 3/4 of its contents were devoted to Tobias's plan, and the remaining quarter to Lin's improved version. The contents were very detailed and well written, and the most valuable thing was that he managed to write important points of the improvised version Achilles tendon repair techniques without Lin's help. Huang then said that he had heard that the academician was going to publish an article in a Chinese journal on orthopedics, and Lin would be an author with him. He congratulated the young doctor on having such a great opportunity to make his name known. At this moment, Terrence entered the room. He knew that Lin had not left yet and brought him good news. The hero asked if this was another scheduled patient. Juan realized that he was unnecessary here, so he apologized to the doctors and hurried to leave the room. Then Terrence handed Lin a paper, saying that this time they would not rush into the operation. This was Lin's payroll, which Terrence specially took for him from the finance department. This is his income for the last month, The month there should be 5 things: salary, including donations, health insurance, unemployment insurance, and so on. But his current status has not yet been confirmed, so the finance department cannot report on it. Lin then said that he could not be transferred here. He was going to work at Yunhua Hospital. Terrence wanted to say that there was no need to rush into a decision, but the hero stood his ground. The orthopedic and sports training center was not suitable for him. The diagnoses of the patients coming here were too monotonous, and he didn't like it. Terrence continued to say that he made the decision too quickly. They should not rush. Moreover, from today, the number of patients has increased sharply, and a significant number of patients are asking for a beautiful appearance. It is better to give preference to plastic surgery now. Lin wondered what they were doing, and then Terrence said, since Lin had successfully performed operations on Farley and Damon, who are both athletes, the rest of the patients are also mostly athletes. Hiro said the key is to reduce the impact of surgery on the appearance of the legs. Pay attention to blood loss, further reduce the impact on muscle tissue. The main thing is to see an MRI before making a plan. Terrence was shocked when Lin heard about a particular case. It was like he was entering another world. So the doctor decided that it was better for him to leave so as not to worry him. He said goodbye to Lin and said that he would return to the Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Center and they would see Dr. Lin when he was ready. Soon after this, Lin got ready and went outside. As soon as he walked just a couple of steps, a joyful chestnut immediately rushed at him. Soon after, Chelsea ran up to them. She apologized that the dog was pestering Lin. The dog immediately runs away as soon as it is let off its leash. Suddenly, she received an alert on her phone. Someone was approaching them very quickly, and she would have to block their actions. The girl called her dog so that he would not delay the doctor. But suddenly, Chelsea stumbled upon a rock and fell, flying straight towards Lin. Suddenly, a male silhouette appeared in front of the hero. The man intercepted the girl, preventing her from falling. As it turned out, it was Josh. Lin didn't expect to see him here at all. The man said that he had arrived for a conference and casually decided to look at his intern. Lin was glad to see him. Josh could come to the conference as an independent surgeon. This is quite consistent with his level. He then asked what type of meeting it was. Josh looked at his notebook and said it was the annual conference on gynecology and pelvic problems. Lin said that he planned to return to Yunhua the day after tomorrow. But due to the newly arrived patients, it would be possible to do so only next week. Josh was glad to hear this. He knew that this kid could be relied on. Then he decided to continue on his way, saying that the conference would just have time to end by that time, after which he was going to meet with Lin to go with him to Yunhua. Soon, the hero returned to the clinic to examine the test results of new patients. 2 patients have a broken bone in the upper part of the pelvis, and the injury is too serious, so he will not operate on them. But the other patient had arthritis, which is why they will not be able to perform endoprosthetics on him. There will be no problems with the rest of the patients being operated on. They also had a shortage of patients who needed Achilles tendon surgery. Lin planned to stay late today, but it would be inconvenient if at some point they simply ran out of patients to operate on. Josh said he would look for more patients who needed Achilles tendon surgery, and then asked if it was true that Josh was here. Lin said that he was in a hurry to go to the conference. Terrence said that he missed the opportunity to meet him again, but doesn't he have other things to do here than attend the conference? Then Lin said that he only asked to accompany him to Yunhua next week. Terrence frowned with displeasure. He knew that this old man would not be so kind. He then said that Lin does not have to obey Josh because Yunhua will never compare to their medical center. Lin said that this is true. Even if you combine the medicine from Yunhua, from Changsha Province and the People's Liberation Army Central Hospital, it will still be incomparable to a first-class hospital in Shanghai. Terrence decided to stand his ground. He said that staying in Shanghai would be the best decision. 8 or 10 years, and Lin would become the country's first surgeon. And if he returned to Yunhua, he would need a lot of time to just stand out from others. If Terrence were in his place, he would say that you need to think not only about yourself, but also the reputation of the country's medicine in the world. You need to weigh all the pros and cons. Then Lin said that he had his own plans. Next week, there would be no empty beds in the hospital, just in time for his departure. Terrence and Roland looked at the guy in silence. Did he really just want to do all the work at once and leave? The man asked if Lin would stay longer if they had room available. So the hero said that if they couldn't find patients, it would be pointless, even if some of the rooms were empty. Terrence exclaimed that they would definitely be able to find patients. They had enough patients to fulfill the quota. They would not agree to less. He believed that they still had enough offices that could be converted into wards. And if Lin made it so that hospital beds run out, they will simply put in a new one as much as possible. Lin felt embarrassed. Since they still had free seats, he could stay a little longer. Suddenly, the system sent him a new task. Lin needs to become famous and fill all the hospital beds in the Orthopedic Sports Medicine Center. As a reward, he will receive a medium treasure chest. Then the hero said that he would carry out operations as long as they had space. Day and night after this, arthroscopic surgeries, Achilles tendon surgeries, and various other surgical procedures were carried out. A lot of time had passed. Lin was very tired. He needed to have breakfast and rest. Suddenly, Josh appeared in the corridor out of nowhere. Lin was surprised to see him here because the man had a conference today. Josh said it was still going on, but he would be fine if he missed one of the meetings, so he suggested that Lin go out to eat. When the men arrived at the cafe, the director decided to show him something cool. The directors gave Josh this thing at the conference, but it would be more useful to Lin. This is a complete tracheotomy kit, from instruments to disinfectants, all from Germany. These instruments are incredible quality, but Josh has not performed throat severing for a long time, so he wanted to give them to Lin. The hero was surprised. Was it really possible that a tracheotomy kit was given out at a conference on gynecology and pelvic problems? Josh decided not to answer. He just needed Lin to take the kit and he would return to the conference. The hero noticed that the man didn't even finish his breakfast. Back at the hospital, Lin decided not to let Josh down. No matter how many surgeries he had, he would finish this week. Thus, Lin performed 44 operations per day. He then said he was going on a break right now. At this moment, the doctor entered the office. He was surprised to see Lin and Terrence here so early. The hero said that the man arrived on time. He had a good rest and was ready to return to the operating table. Operations soon continued, with Lin's team hard at work. Thus, in 2 days, they performed 80 operations. When Lin left, the center's workers came to complain to the head doctor. Lin John performed 80 operations in 2 days and did not plan to stop. Such a pace frightened them. The man himself thought that his limit was 40 operations. He never suspected that it was still working. All the wards that were designed for 2 or 3 people now accommodate from 4 to 6 beds. At this rate, they will not have enough space, even with new hospital beds. The nurse told the man that all their nurses have been working a lot lately. This will need to be taken into account in bonuses. Otherwise, they will stop taking care of newly arrived patients if management starts increasing the number of places again. The head doctor said he won't forget. They will definitely pay for everything. And he also asked if they could add some more beds. The girl said that their storerooms were starting to be empty, but they could do like other hospitals, that is, put beds in the corridors, increasing the number of seats by 200. This would give them 400 beds. And if the man remembered correctly, the doctors only needed 50 beds to sleep on daily, so they could let Lin fill the remaining 350. The nurse said that 400 beds is too much. They don't even have enough patients for 300 of them. Once the new offices are ready, they will be able to increase the number of beds to 500, which will be enough for their hospital to rise in the overall ranking of hospitals. Then the man asked the girl to take care of it. They needed to hire someone to equip their empty storage rooms. Soon a girl came to Terrence. It was Elaine. She is a representative of the Yunli Medical Company selling pharmaceuticals. She asked what their expansion requirements were. Terrence said they needed new premises of high quality, the sooner the better, and he hoped the price would be reasonable. Elaine said that they will provide them with fast and quality services at a reasonable price. 3 days later, everything was ready. Terrence was shocked. The quality was amazing, and despite the tight deadline, it was clear that a decent amount had been invested in the equipment. The nurse said that they checked the materials for waterproofness. Taking some of them for comparison, everything matches. But such materials cannot be bought for the money that they paid. But this is no longer their problem. Terrence was confident that now that they had 500 seats, Lin had to stay. The hero was pleasantly surprised by the abilities of the head physician. He was able to add so many new places. But then he will have to be serious and work tirelessly. All of Lin's assistants noted that it became even harder for them to work than it was before the renovation. One of them decided to give up. He fell asleep while standing outside the operating room. Everyone was shocked. Did Lin really care what happened to his assistants? He simply did not notice them, completely immersed in the process. On the 6th day of operations, Lin only has 15% of the mission left to complete the task. He only has 1 day left to do this. and then the week will come to an end. After all, it was not only about the mission, but also about his promise to Director Josh. As it turned out, Lin managed to complete all the operations in a day. The beds were filled to the brim, and he received his medium chest. The center's nurse said that they used all the beds they had to serve 500 patients around the clock. 400 nurses are needed, otherwise they will have to forget about secondary care. Even replacing saline solution will become almost impossible. Terrence asked Lin if he could reduce the number of new arrivals for the next 2 days. Lin was a little upset by this proposal. Then the man said not to be upset. They have very complex surgical cases. In 2 days more patients will appear. Another storage room will be quickly arranged for Lin, and they will have additional places. The nurse listened in horror to what the head doctor was saying. At that moment, Josh appeared in the corridor. He pushed Terrence away and said that if they had patients for whom there was no room, they could always send them to the Manhwa clinic for help. Lin was very happy to see the director. The man said that their emergency department is counting on the guy. They definitely have enough beds for his patients. Josh said that he had a meeting with the organizers of a conference nearby, so he decided to drop by Lin. The hero himself had just finished all the planned operations, so they would have no problems returning to Yunhua. So she and Josh will meet at the hospital tomorrow. The hero decided to open the treasure chest. Inside was an X-ray analysis skill at an ideal level. And since it is an ideal skill, it is not limited to 4 limbs like MRI scanning. This is an evolved form of a weak skill. Already lying in his bed, Lin was thinking that it would be great to gain some interesting but professional skill. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of his room. It was Terrence and Unity. The man said that he came to look at Lin's living conditions, and this girl helped him find his way. As soon as the hero opened the door, Terrence again began to convince him to stay with them. He then asked if Lin was really leaving tomorrow. The hero said that he would definitely leave. He just talked about it with Director Josh. Terrence said they had just finished setting up the new wards and Professor Tobias was still contacting patients. Then Lin said that after some time their rooms would be empty and new patients would appear. Someone would have to take care of them and Lin would return, so don't waste the new room. He promised that he would come here again, and Terrence was very happy with this answer. Soon the hero came back to Yunhua. Josh said that the guy spent a whole week in the operating room. He should have rested at home first and then returned to work. But the hero said that he had already rested on the way, so everything is in order. He can go to the hospital right now. The director chuckled and said that there was no need to rush so much, and they had not yet prepared the rooms for his patients. Lin said that he did not need many places. He was going to replant the fingers of patients. His parents had left, and there were people at the clinic who would look after his things. Then Josh said he would call Vanessa and ask her to prepare the operating room. Soon, all the nurses knew that Lin had finally returned. He went straight to the operating room, so the girls didn't even get to see him. The operation was already in full swing. Lin said that the patient has several fractures at the base of the palm, which is connected to the middle finger and little finger. The main fracture is a particularly severe case. They need to focus on treating the bones. Lin said he learned knee arthroscopy during his time in Shanghai. The doctor smiled happily. Since their last meeting, this boy had grown a lot and learned a lot of new things. Meanwhile, the emergency department was inundated with calls. A lot of people wanted to get to Lin for surgery. Josh realized that he did the right thing in helping Tobias. Now even foreigners are lining up for Lin. Suddenly, he thought that before opening the emergency medical center, he needed to deal with Lin's special purpose team. He soon announced that this team would include Unity, Larry, and Marty. Nothing will be required of them except to help Lin. Other doctors discussed, some said, that getting on this team would be suicide. And although Lin's assistant, Larry, had recently been able to buy himself a car and a house, the hair on his head was starting to turn gray. At that moment, Josh entered the office. He said that the assignment team is a specialized group of workers who are entitled to the same special treatment. They will discuss all the details next time. He then said that they had a few spots left, and all the doctors immediately raised their hands. Josh carefully examined everyone and chose 4 more people. Clyde was also among them. The next day, the first patients, athletes from Kenya, arrived in Yunhua. Reporter Kevin also arrived at the hospital. He asked Josh to tell him when the main thing would begin. The man chuckled. This is confirmation that Lin, the surgeon of their emergency center, has already reached the world level. This needs to be immortalized. Soon, Lin and his team were ready to operate. Kevin filmed everything, and Lin was truly wonderful at his work. The newbies on the heroes team wondered why the doctor liked such huge incisions. Vanessa and Larry explained that this is Tobias and Lynn's method of operating on the Achilles tendon. Thanks to such incisions, blood loss can be avoided. One of the doctors said that the ends of the patient's tendon were completely flat and they needed to use a reinforced suture. Marty said we could try it. Larry added that the reinforced suture will affect the stretchability of both ends of the tendon. Lynn then said that they use a regular suture, but with fewer threads so that the tissue may not react as strongly to the foreign body. Then everyone understood what the doctor's plan was. Josh said that the most important thing was about to begin. Kevin should have filmed it. The reporter took several photographs and recorded the important moment on video. Lynn soon reported that the operation was completed. When Josh left the operating room, he went to the orthopedic ward. Everyone else should be there. At that moment, Larry ran up to him. He said that the orthopedic department said that from now on they would not perform operations on the Achilles tendon. Josh thought, it's good that the photographer left. Otherwise, they would have been laughed at. Are they really afraid that they won't be able to match Lynn's level? Then it was decided that they would simply do these operations instead of them. There were still a few foreign patients ahead of them. They could attract a lot of attention with this. Soon, Lynn became the cause of an ongoing fire, successfully completing operations on foreign patients. Jacqueline reported that Lin John cured foreign athletes one after another, which attracted the attention of not only Yunhua, but also the entire Jiangxi province. Josh was about to show everyone their spirit and speak freely, and then he saw his enemy from the orthopedic department. Jacqueline said that Josh needs to learn to forgive, but the man was outraged. He didn't think that they would see each other today right after he refused them. There are a lot of people here today, so he will listen to him, but he won't say anything. Hearing this, Josh's colleagues laughed. The director asked them not to laugh at him. They started performing surgeries on foreigners. Now they have the right to hang the sign of the medical emergency center outside. Jacqueline said that everything is correct. The board of directors agrees with their ways of going international. Josh and his clinic are very lucky that they have a person like Lynn. He has not signed a contract yet. They must take care of him. Then Josh said that he is negotiating with him to sign a contract after the new year, but he needs a few more months. The man also wanted to talk to Jacqueline about Lena's Special Forces team. Marty is a hand surgery worker, and Josh wondered if anything could be done about his transfer to them. Then the director of hand surgery screamed. Josh was crossing all limits. He couldn't give him someone who was already at his limit. Josh said he also wondered if he was good enough for them. He then turned to Jacqueline again, saying that then they would need someone else on the team. Everyone who works with him is professionals in their field. Once they assemble this team, it will be quite difficult for him to leave. Jacqueline replied that now everyone just talks about how they don't have enough workers. It's easy to find new doctors, but their professionalism remains a mystery. Then the woman decided to help old man Josh. He could transfer someone from his department to Lynn's team. Josh said that Marty accidentally ended up with Lynn and began to assist. But this is not his main job. When they work, they should give him as few instructions as possible. Otherwise, they will again have to talk to their superiors. And even though Marty is the most important person in the operating room, Josh promised Lynn that he would resolve this issue. He called someone inside. It was Sid. He was 42 years old. This was the new assistant that Josh had found for Lynn. The director said that Sid was transferred to them from the hospital, and most of the cases he had to work with were quite suitable for Lynn's team. Sid said that he picks up quickly and takes his job seriously. Lynn can rely on him. No matter the difficulty, he will do everything in his power. He can also take overtime. He had to go through a divorce this year, so money is needed. He could work even all night to make the work of his colleagues easier. Lynn said that in this case, now he can go and look at their equipment. They will meet in the operating room at 3 o'clock at night. Sid said that the doctor can count on him. Lynn said that Marty can work a normal schedule until 7 or 8 p.m. Larry said that a normal schedule usually lasts until 6 p.m. Then Sid thought that this petty boss did not look reliable. Lynn smiled and said that in that case, Marty could work until 6. Sid chuckled. What kind of young leader who doesn't even know what time the workday ends? Is it really all because he's rich? However, the more unreliable, the better. Since Sid was very close to promotion, he was very lucky to get here. Soon the next work shift began. Sid thought that starting it at 3 o'clock was very early. Suddenly, he noticed a Rolls-Royce in the parking lot. Such expensive cars can only be owned by the richest people in the city. And when he saw Lynn coming out of it, he realized that his guess was true. This Lynn was from a wealthy family. The hero said that the man arrived on time, and that's good. Then Sid handed him the bag. He said that he was busy preparing steamed gyoza. He didn't know which ones the doctor would like, so he made a little of everything. Lin said that he ate in the car, so Sid could eat it himself and then come to the operating room. But he shouldn't linger too long. Sid exhaled tiredly. That's right, a rich man won't eat ordinary people's food. Soon, everyone arrived in the operating room. The newcomer was also here. Lin said that Sid would be in charge of the retractor and Larry would hold the thread. Sid began to get ready for work. The retractor is not difficult. He tried to convince himself of this. However, time passed and nothing worked for him. It was more difficult than he thought. He lacked experience. His old body could not compare with the young one. Sid could not cope. The man underestimated Lin, but he must cope. This is his last chance, because he is already 40 years old. Previously, he had to stand outside his office for hours just to treat his boss to lunch. But in the end, his wife cheated on him with his own boss. Sid vowed that he would be a different person after the divorce, so now he had a choice. All or nothing. Soon the man succeeded. The operation was almost completed. Lin asked Larry to do the suturing and invited Sid along. The man said that he could give the doctor a massage. He is certainly not a professional, but at the city hospital he learned about several traditional Chinese medicine methods. But Lin said that they did not have time for that. They're already behind schedule. They need to wash their hands. They have another nose job. He said that in just one morning they would carry out 4 operations, so there was no point in wasting their energy in vain. Meanwhile, Lin's team completed 3 more operations. Sid was very tired. He could not hold out until the end, and again missed the opportunity. At that moment, Chandler approached him and asked if he was interested in assisting Lin. Sid said that it was good. They had 4 operations in one morning, Sid assisting in 3 of them. Chandler said that Lin is full of energy. Sometimes he can work 20 or 30 hours straight. Sid wondered how these guys even manage to eat. Chandler said they're ordering delivery and don't have time for the rest. Then Sid thought that God had not abandoned him. Maybe he could not show himself this morning, but he still had a chance. After a while, he ran up to Lin again with a package because the doctor was obviously very tired, so the man ordered delivery to him. However, Lin said that he had already ordered his food, and soon a courier dressed in yellow appeared at the door. Sid was perplexed. Is this really what a rich man's order looks like? Following the courier, Valerie entered the office. She was also wearing yellow courier clothes. She said that she decided to work as a courier as an intern. Lin smiled. She brought so much food, so he invited the girl and Sid to eat with him. Soon, Larry and Unity entered the office. The hero invited them to join in for dinner too. Sid thought about it. These guys are easy to get along with. Lin even invited the delivery girl to the table. And when the man thought about it, his anxiety receded. Dr. Lin is completely different from other rich men, and Sid is blessed to have him as his boss. Meanwhile, 2 weeks have passed since Sid was transferred to Manhwa Clinic. Vincent was telling someone on the phone that Dr. Lin was in high demand right now. He couldn't go to other hospitals just for one patient. He needed at least 5 or 6. Then Dr. Lin would come and do them all at once. Sid overheard his conversation. Vincent said that 3 patients would be suitable, not necessarily with chronic diseases. Dr. Lin does not want to deal with chronic cases now if it involves surgery on the Achilles tendon. His main method is the Tobias and Lin method, which only applies to recent damage, but they can discuss this later. When the man hung up, he said that he now understands why people are afraid of fame, just like pigs who are afraid of getting fat. He didn't think before that there were so many Achilles tendon injuries in China. Soon, Lin and Unity entered the office. Vincent said that they have 3 or 4 patients in Yi'an County who want Lin to operate on them tomorrow. The hero said that in that case, they will be done for today. They need to rest, and Unity can go with him tomorrow. Then Sid asked the doctor if he could also join, not as an assistant, but just an observer. Vincent looked at Lin and said that there would be no problem with that. Then the hero said that now they would make a round of patients together and go to rest. All the patients were very happy to see their doctor, and therefore the hero again and again received chests for sincere gratitude. Sid thought that it was truly a blessing to follow a leader like Dr. Lin. It should help him be in good condition tomorrow. The next morning, the man came straight to Dr. Lin's home. He introduced himself to Tanya as her son's colleague and said that he would like to cook breakfast for Lin. Tanya wondered when her son managed to have such a colleague, but this will help her save her energy. He looks like a good person. After some time, the food was almost ready. The woman was pleasantly surprised at how well Sid cooked. Soon, Lin came into the kitchen. He didn't expect to see his assistant here and asked what he was doing here. The man said that they had a work trip coming up, so he decided that he would get down to business while they were still here. Sid showed everyone a whole pot of hot food. It was time for breakfast. Robert was very happy when he saw the steamed lamb buns. Sid said that Dr. Lin likes fattier meat, so he made these buns for him. He was used to cooking. Steamed buns really helped people from the city hospital for hangovers. Lin said that Sid need not fuss so much. He should eat with the others. Moreover, he had been cooking all night. He needed to regain his strength for the trip. Sid said that there is no need to worry so much. He had breakfast before leaving the house, and now he is full of strength and energy. Apparently, he is just very excited about the upcoming business trip. Lin said that when they finished breakfast, they would go to the airport, where they would meet Doctors Unity and Vincent. Soon, all the doctors met in one place. Unity noted that Dr. Sid seemed very kind, so she asked him to help with Dr. Lin's tracheotomy kit, which the director gave him. Sid thought about it. He didn't even think they had such a close-knit group. When everything was ready, the doctors went to Shuchen. After some time, they arrived at their destination. They were met at the airport by Wilbur, director of the orthopedic department of the Shuchen People's Clinic. Vincent said that his presence was not as important as Dr. Lin's. Then Wilbur hurried to apologize and walked over to shake Lin's hand. However, he didn't understand how he could even communicate with someone who was 30 years younger than him. Sid thought about it. Dr. Wilbur is so polite to the elders, but he can't find what to talk about with Dr. Lin. Then he decided that they should head to the operating room, because the patients were already waiting for Lin. The operation soon began, and the staff at Shucheng Hospital were surprised at how large the incisions were made by Dr. Lin. They didn't understand how he would sew it up. Meanwhile, 5 hours had passed, the operations were completed. Wilbur said that he didn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. Lin's skill was truly impressive. Everyone watching was shocked. Lin carefully monitored his every action. If he performs an operation of this level on the Achilles tendon, then it is not difficult to believe that he is one of the best surgeons in the world. After everyone left the operating room, Wilbur invited Lin to have dinner together. Then the hero asked if they were doing knee arthroscopy here. The director said that it would really start soon. Lin asked if he could watch her, a question that stunned Wilbur. Sid said that this was not in accordance with the regulations. Even if he wanted to practice, he could do so after returning to Yunhua. Lin said in a whisper that there were no places in Yunhua, but in Sid's opinion, this was still no reason to interrupt the progress of other people's operations. Then Wilbur said if Dr. Lin wanted to look at it, they could do it after dinner. Soon it was time for the operation. Everyone was assembled. The surgeon asked Lin to secure the tourniquet on the patient's leg. While the hero was working, the man asked him how he was feeling. Lin said that it will work if you work through the anterior medial area of the thigh. The surgeon said that the patient had problems with the anterior horn of the lateral meniscus. Lin thought, it doesn't matter what area the doctor works through, he will still be able to come up with a plan that will work. Meanwhile, the operation continued. The surgeon was shocked. Dr. Lin predicted his every move. Working with him was simply amazing. Then he said that thanks to Dr. Lin, the operation ended much earlier. Wilbur added that Lin's arthroscopy skills were amazing. If he had known he was capable, he could have booked 2 or 3 more surgeries for him. Lin then said that he could still do this. They could finish what they had left together. Soon, a new patient was brought into the operating room, and Lin's entire team also arrived for the operation. Lin asked Wilbur to tighten the tourniquet and check the patient's condition. The doctors thought, even if it is just a piercer, it requires a lot of experience and a complete understanding of the anatomy of the knee. During the operation, it is necessary to precisely control the pressure force and understand how deep the piercer goes. If the force is more or less than necessary, then you will have to try again, which usually leads to a bad outcome. But Dr. Lin's methods are better than they suspected. The surgeon soon reported that the patient was unstable. Hiro said they could save about 0.7 centimeters of his native meniscus. 15 minutes later, the forecast was still not looking good. However, Lin announced that the operation was completed, which shocked everyone. When everyone left the operating room, Wilbur began to reason. Dr. Lin works very quickly. They will focus on such operations and contact him to perform them. And the man was also wondering how much a doctor makes for arthroscopy. Sid thought that this is a control question for him. Maybe Dr. Lin doesn't care about the price for his work. But as his subordinate, he couldn't so easily decide how much his work costs. The price for an operation speaks about the status and professionalism of the surgeon. He doesn't, I can name the price too low. A higher price tag would be more suitable for him, but what if he made it so that Dr. Lin would then be unable to earn anything at all? Who would then face the consequences? Then Sid decided that he would let Lin answer this question himself. He asked Wilbur if he wanted the doctor to continue performing arthroscopic surgeries with them. The man said that they would like to cooperate. Sid decided to tell them that Dr. Lin would be free for a couple more days because there were no vacancies in Yunhua. He said that someone else recently invited Dr. Lin to do some surgeries, but the doctor refused, all because they can offer more patients. Perhaps Wilbur thought that Dr. Lin was still so young, and it was true, he wanted to gain experience. The number of patients worries him most. Then the director understood everything. Apparently the quantity matters. He promised to contact the patients and then they would personally discuss the price with Dr. Lin. Sid exhaled. He managed to get out of this situation, but he hoped that next time the man would not put him in such a predicament. After Sid followed Dr. Lin, he not only received money for his work, but also gifts, along with good treatment from other clinics. He felt like he had been promoted. It was a blessing to be alive, to be a doctor. It cannot be compared with working at the city hospital. Sid's life became more and more interesting. After Lin finished with the patients at the Shuchen clinic, he returned to Yunhua. Sid managed to show up for his shift on time. Dr. Lin is a paid employee, so he is constantly on the move. His workday starts in the middle of the night. He is so hard-working. He definitely had no appetite when he returned. He was also forced to work in the clinic, so he is definitely hungry. It seems he will need nutritional breakfast. When Larry arrived at the hospital, Sid was already in full swing preparing Lena for tomorrow. The man chuckled. He knew Larry went to stores in the middle of the night. He must have become a regular customer by now. But why wouldn't he send a messenger for those pig hooves? Why do everything himself? Larry said that the hooves had to be carefully selected. If he left it to someone else, even in a very good batch, there might be a couple of bad ones. In any case, he didn't feel much stress doing it. At this moment, Lin entered the office. The men hurried to greet the doctor. Sid said that he had prepared an omelet for him. Since Lin didn't have breakfast, he happily tasted the man's dish. The omelet turned out great, and he immediately wanted more. Larry asked the doctor not to overeat. He needed to leave room in his stomach for the pig's trotters. Several days have passed since then. Something strange was happening at Shuchen Hospital. One of the patients who had recently undergone surgery decided to walk along the corridor himself. The doctor immediately ran up to him to stop him. He asked who allowed him to get out of bed. The patient was surprised that he needed permission. He didn't just get out of bed, but he had already been to the restroom. The doctor was shocked because the man had undergone arthroscopy a few days ago. But it seemed to the patient that this was an operation with minimal intervention. Could he really not be cured in a couple of days? The doctor asked the man to sit down. He needed to check his condition. There seemed to be no problem, but it would be better to do an X-ray to make sure. An hour later, the doctor came into Director Wilbur's office to look at the X-ray results. The patient was expected to return to normal in 3 or 4 days. It was the meniscus that Dr. Lin treated, and it turned out that there was almost no pressure and the border was smoothed out. The doctor also brought along the patient's previous X-rays. Wilbur said it looked like the meniscus was completely deformed. Then the director became interested in what happened to Lin's other patients. The doctor said that he had already collected the information in one folder. Wilbur looked at the information. It was amazing. Lin is truly a professional. It was such a great job. His operations are like art. Then the director wondered, is it possible to cure the meniscus of the previous head physician with the skills of Dr. Lin? After some time, the man was sent to the pond where the previous head doctor was fishing. He said that he did not want to be treated by foreigners, so Wilbur looked for a suitable doctor in China. And now he is here to say that he has found someone. The old man said that he only fell once. There was nothing serious about it. Wilbur insisted. The head doctor, William, needs to take his health seriously. Maybe now his knees are not so badly damaged, but this cannot be neglected. Otherwise, the consequences will be irreversible. The man found an excellent doctor for him, but he is very young, so Wilbur was not sure that the head physician will like this. William said there was nothing wrong with being young. He himself started working when he was 15. Wilbur said that this man had operated on Farley not long ago, and he had reports on foreigners who had been treated in the country recently. Looking at the pictures, William noted that this young man has great potential. Then the doctor said that there was another problem. He was 23 years old and still an intern, but William said that it didn't matter as long as he had the skills. There was no need to follow the rules or regulations. But isn't he doing finger replantation and operations on the Achilles tendon? Wilbur said he can also perform arthroscopy on the meniscus. Then William finally agreed. He said, "We need to ask Lynn to come and examine it." Wilbur said he would immediately send an invitation to the doctor. However, William replied that there was no need for this. He would personally go to the Manhwa clinic. Soon, an ambulance arrived at the hospital. Josh wondered what kind of patient it was that required the attention of all management immediately after declaring an emergency. William was wheeled out of the car in a wheelchair, and he smiled at the doctors greeting him. Jacqueline hurried to greet the man. When Josh recognized the man as the CEO, he immediately smiled. William said that he heard that Dr. Lin was very good at knee arthroscopy, so he came. Josh shook the man's hand, telling him that Lin had performed over 100 knee arthroscopy surgeries and had a very high success rate. Jacqueline suggested doing an examination first. As far as she knew Lin, he was very good at reading MRI scans. William smiled and agreed to follow this plan. Josh decided to tell Lin about everything while the CEO was conducting an examination. At this time, the hero was busy with the operation. He asked the man what was the matter. Josh said that there is a patient in the VIP clinic. He asks the guy to do an arthroscopy of his knee joint. The hero immediately got ready to go to the right place. However, Josh stopped him. First, he must pay special attention to this patient. For example, he can make the process longer so that the patient feels valued. He cannot simply say that he will perform the operation immediately after meeting the patient. When everything was ready, Lin went to the patient. Many doctors had already gathered in his room. William noted that Dr. Lin was very young and then said that he could stand up, but his knees hurt when he stood up. He felt even more uncomfortable after the flight, so he would have to use Lin's skills. The hero smiled and said that he first needed to examine the man. William said that he suddenly remembered a storyteller he listened to in his youth. The characters always liked to say, "Please forgive me for not greeting you properly because of the armor I was wearing." And now William understood why they were like that talked. The hero touched the man, and information about his condition immediately appeared before his eyes. The result of some indicators was quite high. Then Lin said that he wanted to see the patient's result. When the pictures were brought to the hero, he examined them silently for 10 minutes. All the doctors who were in the room looked at the guy in bewilderment. William asked the doctor why he didn't say anything. Lin replied that he was paying attention to the patient. All the doctors were at a loss, and then Josh intervened in the conversation. He chuckled in confusion and asked Lin to show his professional side. William laughed. He asked Lin not to worry about everyone present and to do his best. The hero said that the man's meniscus had worn out from old age. There were several displaced fragments and cracks along the edge. He suspected that there were cracks in the meniscus. If the man underwent arthroscopy, he would get better results in terms of treatment. The doctors looked at each other in bewilderment. The hero asked if it was worth carrying out the operation right now. There would be just enough time to pay attention to complete the operation. Everyone present was surprised. Could they really do this right now? Lin was surprised because the man came here for the operation. Then Josh said that Dr. Lin's previous patients had used the Lysholm knee composition score to evaluate recovery. Most of them scored 90 points or above, and only 2 cases scored below 80 points. The effect was really good. William thought, this boy is very similar to himself in his youth. The man said that he came for the operation and thought that they would need a few days to prepare, stabilize, do a blood transfusion or something else. But now he agrees to do the operation today. So the surgery only took 15 minutes. Josh asked how it went. Lin said that the VIP patient will have some special diseases or something, but in fact, he is an ordinary knee arthroscopy patient. It seemed to Josh that the guy was not happy that he did not have any special disease. Then the hero said that no unforeseen problems arose during the operation, so that tomorrow the man would even be able to walk. Josh looked at the doctor happily and then decided to go with him and report this to the leaders. When the men arrived at the waiting room, Jacqueline reported that a family member of the patient had arrived. It was Worth, William's son, who immediately ran up to the doctor to ask how the operation went. Lin said everything went smoothly, but the man was interested in details. Then the hero said that as long as he preserved the meniscus, he restored it. The anterior and posterior processes, as well as the shape of the body of the meniscus, are now in good condition. And he also restored the meniscus to its original thickness. The edges are also very stable. Worth had absolutely no idea what the doctor was talking about, but his flow of words was unstoppable. Then he asked him to be a little slower. Jacqueline intervened in the conversation. She said that all his father's indicators were normal, so he shouldn't worry too much. It's better to wait until tomorrow and see all the details. She then addressed Lynn, telling him that he had nothing to worry about for the next few days. Josh said he was solely responsible for Chief Williams' recovery. After some time, the doctor came to the man, who had already regained consciousness. He said it was time for them to start rehabilitation. Lynn asked to do 10 simple knee flexion exercises. He then said that William should rest the first day after surgery, not go out and avoid fatty, spicy foods, and eat a diet high in calcium and protein. At that moment, Worth entered the room and brought breakfast for his father. The man said that the doctor can be calm. He eats only light food. On the 4th day after the operation, Lynn came to see the man again. He said that the recovery effect over the past few days was very good, which indicated that he was meeting the standards. William smiled. It seems his recovery is in full swing. Then Lynn said that the man could start using crutches. There was no problem. It was already the 4th day after the operation, so he didn't need to worry. The man was surprised. He felt good. But did he really recover so quickly? Worth then said that over the past few days, he had learned from other people that the recovery of Dr. Lin's patients was completely different from the recovery of other doctors' patients. For those doctors, it took several weeks to recover, but for Dr. Lin, only a few days. The man had already brought crutches for his father. The doctors wanted to help him get up, but William decided to try to do it himself. Everyone looked at the man's movements with a little fear, expecting that something would go wrong. But William stood on crutches and said that it didn't hurt at all. Worth even cried. He was very glad to see that his father was not in pain. William was truly grateful to Dr. Lin for the excellent surgery. Hiro said he was just doing his job and the man's knee recovery is going well at the moment, but he may get another MRI if he's not happy with it. Then Worth asked if there were any side effects from having another MRI. Was there any radiation? Lin replied that MRI does not contain radiation. The only side effect is the cost. Then Worth said that they could come to terms with this side effect. It would be better to do another MRI to be completely calm. Soon after, news of Chief Williams' successful treatment spread throughout Jiangxi province and reached the leaders. The director arrived at Yunhua Hospital. He saw that everyone was going to see Dr. Lin, and then Josh decided to say that they really needed an emergency medical center. The other doctors were not very happy that so many resources were being devoted to this department. However, the director said that this issue could indeed be included on the agenda. The directors of other departments were shocked. They now have limited funds, and their departments even have occupied rehabilitation wards. Josh said that he doesn't want to take over their recovery room, but Lin Zhan spends days looking for an operating room. If he doesn't give him that room, he will make a fuss. The man asked not to use Lin as an excuse, and Josh said he doesn't. Let's look at it this way. Lin has been in the VIP building for a week and hasn't had any surgery. Isn't there recovery room now? Free? Another doctor said he couldn't use Chief William as a shield. It was nothing more than a knee arthroscopy. They could just find someone in the department who could do the surgery. They were just lucky. Josh chuckled. William walked to the door and specifically looked for Lin. How about the orthopedic department get a patient like the boss and work with him? The man was seriously angry. Then the director decided to end this quarrel. He said that if they take this opportunity and create an emergency medical center, it will benefit them. He asked Josh to bring Lin's documents in 2 days. Even if there is no place for it, they will create it. The director said that a doctor's qualification certificate must be obtained in advance. Especially gifted ones will always receive special treatment. If they allocate a place for him on the list, it will not be a guarantee. Josh must keep an eye on him. The man was incredibly happy about such a wise decision on the part of the hospital director. Josh then went to William's room and was very surprised when the patient himself opened the door for him. Apparently, his recovery was in full swing. He said his knee didn't hurt anymore and his whole body was fine. Lin was sitting at a table nearby. He was busy writing a scientific paper. And then Josh said that he had something to do with him. As they left the room, the director asked Lin if he had any thoughts about the emergency medical center once they finished building it. The hero was very happy that permission to build the center had been received, but Josh said that it was impossible to say for sure yet. But the chances were great, so he asked his opinion. There will definitely be 200 hospital beds. If they want more, they can make 220 or 230 beds. But Josh was wondering if Lin was actually asked to run a treatment group. What would he do? Hiro said he would give everyone 2 alcohol-based hand sanitizers, one of which they could use at any time, and the other as a spare so they could strive for complete sterility during the treatment process. Josh noted that this was a very good idea. There have been many changes in the emergency medical center over the past month, and only Lin Zhan is in charge of the left department. The nurses did a great job and didn't let anyone in who didn't sanitize their hands. Dr. Lin said that every doctor should wash their hands when entering or leaving the room. Even chief doctors are not exempt from this duty. You need to wash your hands very thoroughly from fingers to wrists. All nurses were very careful about this. Everyone entering must wash their hands with an alcohol-based sanitizer. Some people were concerned about whether the product would harm their skin if they applied too much. The nurses immediately stood up for Lin, saying that he definitely would not have advised anything good. Larry tried to calm the girls down, saying that their boss is never wrong and they were just getting some air. Soon, a man tried to enter the department. Vanessa stopped him, asking him to wash his hands. The man grinned and asked if she knew who he was. The girl replied that she knew that he was Hong, a department director from the respiratory hospital department. But even his position does not give him the right to enter the department with germs on his hands. Hong noted that this young woman was quite an interesting person. Then he asked whether Chief William had been discharged and how his recovery was going. Vanessa said he scored 92, and by the time he was discharged, he could walk using a wall. Hong then said that he had not met Lin at all recently, and Old Man Josh said that he was on duty here today. Then the nurse asked why he was looking for him. The man said that he has an aunt who has problems with her knees. She went to the hospital for consultations and is thinking about having a knee arthroscopy. When Vanessa realized that he was not trying to find someone to blame, she immediately smiled and decided to help the man, saying that during the renovation, most people really couldn't find Lin. She would invite him on behalf of Hong. Meanwhile, Lin was explaining to his team the new rules of the department. When the doctor comes to the operating room, the first thing he should do is change his slippers. After a while, dirt accumulates on the slippers, so he believed that the slippers should be changed regularly. Sid, Larry, and Unity listened carefully to the doctor and even took notes. At this moment, Hong entered the office. Lin asked what brought the director here. The man said that he wanted to introduce him to a patient with a meniscus, but could not find him anywhere. And thanks to Vanessa, now he is here. The hero replied that the office was temporarily moved here during construction. But this did not affect the progress of the operation. He asked when the patient would arrive. But Hong asked him not to rush. As long as Lin was able to do it, they could line up. The hero said that there are not many surgeries these days, so it can be scheduled in 2 days. Hong agreed and left the office because he did not want to disturb these busy guys. Lin then returned to his team and asked if they had any ideas about secession policy. Unity and Larry said their goals are bacteria-free and constant inspection of medical equipment. Sid also said that they need an infectious diseases department. In other words, they need to tighten the policy. Lin then said that they should implement these rules and see how they perform. A few days later, Dr. Tien Ren visited the department. He noted that the policy of Lin's treatment group had been implemented quite strongly. The man also noted that the nurse washed her hands with alcohol disinfectant before entering the room. At this moment, Lin came out into the corridor. He said that everyone was cooperative, even the family members of the patients. They also followed all the rules. Tien noted that it is rare to hear about cooperation in their department these days. At that moment, Olivia approached Lin and said that she had bought a package of alcohol-based hand sanitizer with wolfberry flavor. The hero noted that wolfberry smelled very nice. Tien noted that the doctor was really good at managing interpersonal relationships. Unity chuckled. This was the first time she had ever heard someone praise Lin for his interpersonal relationships. Tien was surprised. He wondered since when was this girl standing here. Unity replied that she had been here all this time, with such observation skills as a man. It is not surprising that infections break out in their hospital every now and then. The last time I had an infection was in March in the gynecology department. Tien then said that nosocomial infections occurred from time to time. It is almost impossible to completely get rid of them. Most often they are airborne diseases, such as those caused by lung bacteria in large high-end hospitals. It was a constant problem, and regardless of the hospital's rating, they could not completely prevent the spread of bacteria. He then asked Dr. Lin if he knew that a pneumonia infection rate of less than 10% was considered normal, and the hero answered in the affirmative. Then Tian invited him to work together. He said his team could participate in fighting the infection in Lin's group. The hero remembered Sid's words that they needed an infectious diseases department. Tian continued, He said that Dr. Lin's criteria for infection control are clearly higher than those of ordinary departments, and they can help the emergency department improve the standards of infection control, let it be an experiment, and both parties can benefit from it. Since the criteria in the field of infection control differ, the medical consumables used by them also differ. Then Sid ran up to the men. He asked Dr. Lin to give him a minute and asked Tien if they really wanted to work in Lin's treatment group. In that case, they should listen to what Dr. Lin says. Sid approached the boss, said that their infection control measures are being implemented very well, and they do not need the infection control department. Letting them take responsibility is not possible. The most appropriate method of cooperation would be to ask the infection control department to listen to what they tell them. Tien then shouted, he said that nosocomial infections fall under the purview of the infection control department. How is it possible for them to listen to the treatment team? Sid said that the infection control department had been listening to the treatment teams this whole time. What they were doing was procedural work at most, and when the policy was put in place, none of the doctors and nurses listened. He told Tien not to try to control them. Dr. Lin is just an intern who doesn't understand such things. Tien asked who the man himself was. Sid gave his name and said that he was a member of Lin's treatment group. At this moment, Tien's colleague whispered to him to talk about cooperation, and everyone said in unison that they would listen to Dr. Lin. Sid chuckled and asked what Lin himself thought about it. The hero thought, there are only a few people in their treatment group, which means they cannot spend money on fighting nosocomial infections in the long term, in addition to hand washing and disinfection. Infection control also includes closed-loop management of the use of medicines, problems associated with storage, logistics, transportation, and others. There are people who can help the hospital, but they cannot ask for it. Then Lin said that everything was decided. Sid said he thought they should write a document similar to a joint statement and it would be evidence in the future. After the implementation of the policies of Dr. Lin and others, the construction of the emergency medical center was completed. Soon, there was a real crowd of interns standing outside the hospital. Josh asked everyone to come up one by one. There were 5 treatment groups in their emergency center, but after the expansion of the center, their number increased to 7. The students of the 7th row will follow Josh, and the students of the 6th row will follow the junior rector of the department Do. One of the interns asked the other in a whisper if it was possible to change the group. He was feeling unwell and would not want to be in the tiredest group. Then Josh shouted that changing the group is not allowed. No matter if their group is good or bad, no one is allowed to change it on their own after the distribution is over. Changing the group is only allowed if the group leader wants it. The man then continued. He said that the 2nd row would follow Chief Physician Leo, and the rest would follow Dr. Lin. One of the interns, Gwen, couldn't believe she was assigned to Lin's group. Josh said that the group leaders will lead their group and now everyone needs to go and get ready for the ceremony. Soon, the man announced that the Manhwa Emergency Medical Center had officially started operating. All the doctors and directors present congratulated Josh and Lin on such a significant day. They all wanted to see Dr. Lin in person. After all, the news that Josh was opening his own urgent care center with his best student was surprising to everyone. Josh turned to Lin and asked him not to tire himself out by standing for a long time and to go do his job. At that moment, the hero received a call. It was Mariabella. She said that she would like to make an appointment with a man for a massage. Lin didn't understand who he was talking to at first, but he still said he had no plans to take massage orders. Mariabella insisted. It took her 3 hours to get here. The girl was already standing outside the hospital, so a few moments later, Lin came face to face with her. However, she asked him not to talk too loudly. Her visit here was a secret. The doctors and directors could not understand what this girl was doing here, but she seemed familiar to them. Mariabella grabbed Lin's hand and pulled him inside the hospital, and once they were alone, she pushed him onto the sofa and closed the door behind her. The guy asked blankly what she was going to do with him. The girl said that she did not intend to do anything bad to the doctor. When Lin stood up and brushed himself off, he grinned, saying that the girl was pushing him to get a massage, and then he said, he no longer does massages in the hospital. Next time a girl wants to make an appointment, he can go to the Lower Kanavka clinic, and if Lena is not there, then others will do the massage. Mariabella said that the other massage was far from the most pleasant. When she recorded the show, her neck felt like it had burst. Lin sighed tiredly and still agreed to help. He sat the girl on a chair and gave her a massage. Mariabella was very pleased. Lin saved her again, just like a real knight. At that moment, Vanessa entered the office and saw Lin giving the girl a massage. She said that someone took a photo of Mariabella and the crowd got out of control. They pushed each other, resulting in many injuries. At that moment, Josh came up to the office and told the girl to leave it to him. He then popped into the office and greeted Mariabella, saying that he was also a fan of hers and was honored to have her at his urgent care center. The girl smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to react to this. Then Josh said that everything was fine. Although the incident was unpleasant, the injuries were still manageable. Moreover, they are located in the Emergency Medical Care Center and specialize in such cases. Mariabella thought, so the accident that happened because of her became his plan. And since Lynn had already finished with the girl, he needed to hurry up and deal with this incident. Vanessa said they will definitely get through this. Lynn soon went to his group, and as a result, more than 70 victims of the accident received medical assistance. Josh smiled. This is what an urgent care center should be like. The next day, Lynn led the treatment group touring the wards. His team members were amazed at how hard the doctor worked. As a result, the hero received 129 treasure chests and decided to open them all at once. There were as many as 8 skill books inside. 50 lower limb anatomical dissection experience and 300 leg anatomical dissection experience were undoubtedly useful for Lynn, but unfortunately, he could not use them at the moment. Yesterday, the accident took up most of the beds, and he couldn't perform the operation today. Suddenly, Sid asked Lynn if he had Chief William's phone number. The hero said that he did, but his knee joint did not need surgery. Sid said that this was not the reason. He suggested that he conduct a consultation for Chief William. Then he could briefly mention his desire to get the patient and see how he reacts. At his age, William probably knows a lot of people who need knee surgery. If you contact him and give him the opportunity to contact others, he will be able to bring many patients to them, and people who manage to establish contact with the boss by any indirect methods will definitely receive hospital bed when they arrive at Yunhua Hospital. Then Lin understood everything. They would be able to use the VIP wards. There are not enough beds here, but those wards have them, so he decided to contact him right now. He suggested monitoring all of his patients who had undergone meniscal knee arthroscopy. Soon, William arrived at the hospital, but Lin was not there. The director was a little dissatisfied. The doctor himself asked the boss to come for a checkup. But why didn't he come? Josh said that Lin didn't understand this whole situation a little. The director asked the man to call him immediately. William didn't understand what was going on because he just came for a checkup. Lin soon arrived. The man said that he came for a second examination and did not expect that the doctor would actually take care of him. The hero said that this time is a little special, with a little research. William smiled. He often carried out examinations and knew that there were many things that needed attention. These days, very few doctors are willing to carry out repeated examinations. The hero said that the meniscus repair is going well. There are no problems with it. Then William said that this time he brought a friend. He also wants to examine his knee. After a while, a man came out of the crowd. It was a retired human resources manager, Chen. He looked exhausted. The hero said that he only knows how to do meniscoplasty. Then Chen said that his meniscus was damaged. He had already consulted a doctor about this. Lin said that in this case, they would do several scans first, and Chen was indignant. Does the doctor really want to look at his previous scans? They would have been taken only 3 months ago. Lin said the man was undergoing surgery and could not make a decision based solely on the pictures taken 3 months ago. Chen was unhappy. He said that they could do a scan as soon as he decided to have surgery. After all, radiation is harmful to health. The doctor tried to reassure the man. He said that Dr. Lin was just worried about his health, but Chen stood his ground. He said that the MRI took too much time and he did not like it. The doctor said that it really wasn't that long. They could give Chen priority and he wouldn't have to wait. Then he handed over his business card and said that if the man had any requests, he could immediately dial the number indicated on it. His phone is always on. After the scan, Lin Zhan returned to the man. He said that he had knee effusion and inflammation. This is an indicator for meniscoplasty, but meniscectomy can also be chosen. Chen said that they had cured William and that was all they needed to do for the man, and now they had to go and help him check into the hospital. Lin looked at the patient in confusion. Then Sid intervened in the conversation. He asked the doctor to leave it to him. He turned to the chief, saying that he would first take him to the examination room and try to organize the best ward. Chen said he retired as an active division leader and deserves to be treated like a district leader. Lin chuckled. This patient is interesting, and he hoped that the operation would be the same. Soon, the head of the section, Chen, was placed in the ward. From his first minute there, he was dissatisfied. He said that all the nurses here were clearly inexperienced. The fixing needle was in the wrong position, and he was very uncomfortable. He demanded that someone experienced be sent so that he gave him another injection and quickly changed the medicine. He also said that the food in their buffet is completely rubbish. Such a kitchen should not be in this branch, otherwise he will deduct the money. The nurse decided to remain silent and then headed to the reception desk to join her colleagues. She was told that this patient was transferred through Chief William, so all nurses should be more vigilant. The girl was indignant because it was not up to them. If the food in the dining room is not tasty, what can they do? Suddenly, the girl remembered something. Tomorrow he was going to have an operation, and he asked to be operated on first. The nurses were surprised. Did he really ask for his first operation on Lin John's day? The girls immediately laughed. This patient is a real joker. The next day, Chen was woken up at 2 a.m. The man was unhappy. He didn't want to get up and get ready. He can choose when to sleep, and he doesn't like that the nurse accompanies him all night, and he just fell asleep. Then the girl clarified whether he really asked to operate on him first. Chen replied that it was so. As it turned out, his operation was scheduled for 3:30 in the morning. The man had to get up and get ready. Chen jumped out of bed. He could not believe that the operation was scheduled so early. Then the nurse asked, "Wasn't he notified yesterday?" Chen remembered how Sid told him that the hospitalization procedure was completed. The operation that the man wanted to perform tomorrow would also begin at 2:30 in the morning. It would be the very first, apparently. Chen either did not listen to him or did not take it as something serious. The nurse said that since there were no other problems, she would go and prepare the operating room. Soon, the man was brought into the operating room. Sid began to think, no matter how arrogant the man was, when the time comes for the operation, he will no longer be so. Lin said that it was time for them to get started. Chen would be in a little pain, so he would have to be patient. The director thought, this doctor performs the first operation of the day in the most energetic and best condition, and since Chen was sent to retire, then it was worth it. Lin soon began arthroscopy of the knee joint. 15 minutes later, the operation was completed. Chen couldn't believe it. Is this really all? Lin thought about it. He thought it would be an interesting operation, but it turned out that this was the most ordinary meniscus operation, which he was looking forward to yesterday. Then the hero asked Dr. Sid to quickly go to operating room number 2. Sid said it was one of the easiest surgeries he had done today. A bit nice and relaxing, even though he didn't do much. But he wanted the doctor to be confident that he would watch his work and learn from him. When Chen was left alone, he thought, Dr. Lin is really one of those called geniuses. When his leg gets better, he will show it to Chief William and everyone else. Thus, Lin's team was busy until 10 p.m. The task was completed for today. He asked Sid to schedule tomorrow's surgeries and make a special note to patients who brought their own hospital beds. Sid said that if these people can bring their own bed, then it is like choosing one after another in a machine nest. But the nurse was sad. She thought that she would not last even a few days. The problem is whether it can be solved. A few days after the surgery, a nurse told Dr. Lin that they were running out of space. The emergency care center is only half completed, and most patients are hospitalized for long periods, so the turnover rate of available hospital beds is slow. Unity sighed. Everything was as she expected. Larry suggested taking temporary leave and waiting for hospital beds. However, Lin said that there will be no rest. The current solution is to shorten the patient's recovery time. Sid was surprised. Isn't shortening the hospital stay against policy? Lin responded that they would stick with the long-term hospitalization system, but they might consider reducing the time patients need to recover while they operate on them. Everyone was shocked by this decision. Is this really possible? The hero continued. He said that they could reduce blood loss, shorten operating time, perform simpler and more accurate operations. With these 3 factors, they could reduce the average hospitalization time by 1 day and save many beds for every 100 patients. Lin's team was surprised to hear this decision. They were glad that Dr. Lin always found a solution in his own way, so they were filled with determination. Then Lin said that it was time for them to stop chatting. They needed to check on the patient. Unity came to bed 42 and told the man that his operation was scheduled for tomorrow evening. But the patient said that yesterday the nurse said that they needed to draw blood, and today the operation would take place. How could everything have changed so much? At this point, Sid intervened in the conversation. He said that the blood was taken at noon, and they had received the report only recently, so the operation could only be postponed until tomorrow. The man was dissatisfied. He shouted that he was Dr. Lin's patient. He enjoys the best conditions of the hospital, which means the operation can be scheduled for any day he wants, and he wants the operation today. Lin looked at the patient in bewilderment. He was talking nonsense. But the man did not let up. They say that he works this way with all patients. Old man Chen from the neighboring building wanted to be the first, and he was provided with the operation upon request. The hero was surprised at how this information spread, but Sid tried to calm him down, telling him not to pay attention to people who like to let wind out of their mouths. Then Lin said that Senior Chief Chen was waiting his turn so the man could look in. The patients here are all the same. There is no one special. The patient began to calm down. He said that it was very difficult for him to get sick leave. He did not want to put it off any longer. The pain in his knee was killing him. Lin sighed wearily and said that in this case he would take action as soon as possible. Unity and Sid realized that the doctors had been deceived. Lin asked his team to go to the medical laboratory department and ask them to expedite the results. Soon the man was brought in for surgery and asked to prepare. At that moment, Sid ran into the operating room. He said that everyone needs to stop immediately. The fact is that he received the results of Mr. Selby's morning blood draw. They show that the man is HIV positive. The entire team was shocked. Lin paused for a moment to study the results. He then asked Selby if he understood that the risk of surgery would be significantly increased due to his HIV infection. The man understood everything. Hero explained that HIV-positive patients have a much weaker ability to recover than ordinary patients. So after arthroscopic knee surgery, the recovery of a man's nervous system may also occur very slowly, and it may not even be able to recover. The heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and other internal organs may be in a state of perioperative organ failure. The likelihood of spontaneous diseases of the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular systems is much higher than in ordinary people. The possibility of developing cardiac and respiratory failure cannot be ruled out. Then Lin asked again if the man really wanted to continue the operation. Selby burst into tears and said other doctors at other hospitals had refused to operate on him, but Dr. Lin was still willing to do it for him. The hero said that the man has his own difficulties, but the doctor must maintain professional morals. They will wear a full set of protective clothing for the operation. He will also schedule a consultation with surgical infectious disease specialists. This will lead to the patient's medical expenses being higher than that of an ordinary person. However, Selby understood this and agreed. Lin's team doubted. Shouldn't they refuse such operations? The hero said that if they wear protective clothing properly, the chances of contracting AIDS will be very low. He asked Dr. Sid to contact Pharmaceutical Department Representative Huang Maoshi and ask him to send protective clothing immediately. Immediately after this, the protective clothing arrived. Unity said that Dr. Lin will be back soon, and the others need to practice putting on and taking off the protective clothing. The trainees may not observe the operation. Gwen reached for her protective clothing, however, she forgot to wash herself before doing so. Unity noticed this and grabbed the girl's hand, asked her to put the clothes back. Gwen grunted displeasedly and disdainfully through the suit. Unity asked her not to throw a tantrum in the operating room. If she doesn't want to do this, then let her go and throw a tantrum to her boyfriend. But here, she needs to behave adequately. Gwen turned away silently, tears forming in her eyes. Unity said that there is no point in crying. The girl dared to pollute the operating room, and for this, it was worth sending her back to school immediately. Today, they have to treat an AIDS patient. Maybe tomorrow it will be a bird flu patient. The emergency room is full of patients who, you can't even do the 4 classic TBs before you operate on them. Now they at least have a choice of protective clothing. A lot of the blood, sweat, and tears of medical personnel went into developing protective clothing, and the lessons they learned during the SARS epidemic, a large number of local and foreign medical workers were infected at work. However, they didn't have time to speculate about something like that right now, so Unity called everyone over to teach them how to wear protective clothing. Lin soon returned to the operating room and put on his suit, ready to begin. He said that Larry would be his first assistant, Unity should be ready, and Sid could go first. Then he asked for a frame to fix the hip. The operation began. The old man happily thanked Dr. Lin, but the doctor said that there was no need to thank him. The old man remembered the process of visiting other hospitals. He was sent away and told that he would not be treated here. And now the old man was moved to tears. He really wanted to thank Lin. Lin said that it was his responsibility, given the patient's condition. He agreed to use local anesthesia. Lynn ordered Larry to use a frame to fix the hip and avoid slipping. Josh stood outside the operating room and thought anxiously. He hoped that when meeting such patients, Lynn would be a little more careful, and then the man walked inside. The man was shocked. This child is still as fast as usual, but this time he did not dare to speak. If he scared him, he might cause an accident. 4 or 5 minutes later, Dr. Lena asked Josh why he was there. Dr. Josh was angry. This is the first time they have done an infectious surgery like this. How could I not come and see? He also pointed to Larry and asked why Lynn couldn't find a second mate. Unity raised her hand, saying that she was here too, and the trainees stood behind the girl. Josh said she was in charge of the interns, so she wasn't being counted. Josh looked at Lynn, who was continuing the operation. He asked him to slow down a little. Lynn said he thought it was better to use a regular rhythm because it was easier to work with and less likely to cause accidents. Josh thought that would be a good option too, to reduce the exposure time. One of the doctors raised his hand and asked if he should bring a set of protective clothing for the director. But the director didn't care. He's been in this business for decades. There's no battle he hasn't fought in before. HIV isn't Ebola. He doesn't need to be completely isolated. Josh said that the guys were very lucky that Dr. Lin was willing to give them a chance. But did they know what was most important when being monitored in the operating room? He said that since Dr. Lin allowed them to observe the operation, they all had better keep their mouths shut and take the chance. Trainees do not have to remind others what they need to do, especially doctors and directors. Lin then said that Josh's voice was too loud. The director was embarrassed and apologized. It was rude of him. Meanwhile, the operation continued. Director Josh was amazed. The side was well restored. Unity also said that all the edges are still fresh and not sore. The grasping tweezers, hook scissors, reverse knife probe, and hook probe work well. The arthroscope, which was not flexible in the hands of others, became flexible in the hands of Dr. Lin. 25 minutes later, Lin said everything was ready. Larry stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat, but Unity hurriedly stopped him. He couldn't wipe the sweat now. Lin said that all surgical staff should remember the sequence of putting on and taking off protective clothing. After removing the surgical clothing, they need to wet their hands with a disinfectant solution and then change into another pair of clean slippers. Soon, everyone left the operating room. Lin said that he had spent too much time today. The usual rhythm is not fast, but you can still improve it a little. Dr. Josh asked how Lin felt after the surgery was completed. Lin expressed helplessness, saying that the efficiency of the operating room was too low. Dr. Josh chuckled and remarked that he had not even thought about buying a new operating room for people with infectious diseases, but the fact that he dared to operate on a person with an infectious disease exceeded all his expectations. He said that Unity is also great. He saw how hard she tried before the operation, and after a comprehensive review at the hospital, from today she is now a senior resident in the department. The girl was incredibly surprised by this decision, but at the same time very happy. The man put his hand on Lin's shoulder and said that the patient's room had already been set up separately, so they would work as usual at night, but now they needed to go home and rest. He said that there would be no need for surgery tomorrow morning. Lin wanted to argue. However, Josh insisted they needed to rest after a major operation. Soon Lin went to the parking lot. Suddenly a man flew into him. Lin looked displeasedly at the stranger and asked who he was. It was Juan. He said he heard that a doctor had just performed surgery on an AIDS patient and wanted to know if it was true. He said that he would like to recommend their cleaning product because disinfectants are a necessary consumable in the operating room, and their company is also currently acting as an agent for some brands. The guy understood that getting an order from Dr. Lin was the biggest victory. The hero then said that the protective clothing they provided was of very poor quality. Juan was shocked. At that moment, he was thinking about liquidating the inventory. They are kept in the warehouse because they are of good quality, but he promised to immediately report this to the factory and ask Lin for an explanation. The doctor stated that he did not need their explanations or cleaning products. Before Juan could respond, the hero started his car and drove away. The next day, Lin came to the hospital. Larry noted that the boss rarely came at this time. The hero said that the director did not allow him to come. The guy noted that he always felt uneasy when Lin performed surgery here. He said that with the doctor, he feels like he can speed up. The hero thought that Larry had grown a lot, and their patients were becoming more and more complex. Larry wondered if the boss had lost his head during the operation, but that wasn't like him. When the operation was completed, Lin thought, even though modern medical technology has advanced to the point that AIDS patients can live a long time, Their immunodeficiency caused by HIV is always a ticking time bomb. There is nothing a surgeon can do to defuse this bomb. At that moment, Valerie entered the office. She asked if the operation went well. The hero answered in the affirmative. The girl said that she had just returned to Yunhua and invited Lin to have dinner together. The hero agreed, but sounded completely emotionless. Valerie noted that the doctor did not look well today. Then she took his hand and decided to take him to eat. She said they could eat in her car. They would go somewhere with beautiful scenery. Lin noted that the girl had a very advanced vehicle. Soon the car set off. Valerie noted that the scenery of Goosefeather Mountain was beautiful. Then she asked Lin what he wanted to eat, but the hero did not have any special preferences. The girl smiled and headed towards the refrigerator. However, when she opened it, she found that there was only pizza. Valerie was in a hurry to meet with the doctor after getting off the plane and completely forgot to buy elite ingredients. However, to her surprise, Lin smiled and said that they could eat that too. When the food was ready, Valerie decided to ask what happened to Lin, why he was in such a bad mood. The guy said that he worked hard to treat and save lives. But just 2 days ago, he discovered that some patients could not be cured. The girl said that he shouldn't think like that. She invited him to listen to a story from her childhood. When Valerie was little, she always wanted to have a deer like Bambi, but her father said deer were too dangerous and gave her a horse, which she named Bambi. When the girl was 16 years old, Bambi had an accident. Her father helped bury her in a mountain stream on their family ranch. It was very difficult and sad. And then one day, Valerie ran out into the street and began to play. Then she went up to a mountain stream and saw a deer in front of the horse's grave. She made friends with him. Valerie didn't know if it was the reincarnation of Bambi, but at that moment she felt very calm. Now the girl wanted to say that life goes on in different ways. Lin should not take too much responsibility on her shoulders. Even the best veterinarians and zoologists could not save Bambi. Her father said that there is always a limit to human capabilities. At this moment, Lin thought about her words. Because it's true that a person has opportunities, but they are limited. Then he patted the girl on the head and thanked her for her support. Valerie looked at Lin lovingly. Had he finally touched her? The next day, Lin came to the hospital and Chandler was looking for him. He said Lin was looking for patients with appendicitis, and today they received a patient with the disease. Lin thought, the advent of full-fledged appendectomies meant the creation of modern scientific surgery. The development of appendectomy was the result of research achievements in the field of modern scientific surgery. In fact, for surgeons, appendectomy was practically a sign and a good omen. When the men arrived in the room, Chandler said that the young couple had appendicitis and both needed surgery. The young people lay in the same bed and looked at each other in love. They could not decide who would go first for the operation. After all, the pain of someone's body is pain for another's heart. The doctors and nurses looked at the couple in confusion. They were acting too dramatic. Lin asked which of them was more seriously ill. Chandler said that the girl was sicker. She could bear the pain and her appendix would need to be removed, and the boy could theoretically receive a conservative solution. The hero asked if he wanted to take on another operation, since each of them had to operate himself. Chandler said the couple believed that the incision and stitches performed by the same doctor would be the same, so they wanted the same doctor to perform the appendectomy so they could have a paired incision. Then Lin said that he would perform the operations and promised to make the same incision for both of them. Soon, the hero arrived at the operating room. He decided to start with the girl. He needed to give her anesthesia. The hero took a scalpel and made a cut. Chandler noted that this guy had always been famous for his fast hands. But why was he so slow today? Lin thought that abdominal surgery cannot be performed with a sharp scalpel. It is more convenient to close it later, because the abdominal cavity will have to be sewn together in parts. Lin's movements were very coordinated and polished, but the speed was relatively slow, so overall the operation did not have any advantage. Now came the difficult moment. An appendectomy. The search for the appendix was like a game of hide and seek. If the incision was small, there could be a possibility that the doctor would not be able to find it. It was completely normal for an unlucky and inexperienced doctor to spend half an hour searching for the appendix. Many small doctors spent 2 to 3 hours to find him on their first operation. However, Lin found him in a split second. Chandler just thought that he had no advantages for this kind of operation, but the guy proved him wrong. Soon Lin said that the wound was stitched up with a bursa stitch. The rest was closed. He and Dr. Chandler should have done it again. When both the girl and the boy underwent surgery, They noted that their stitches were absolutely identical. Lin removed both of their appendixes. The couple noted that this is proof of their love. Lin confirmed the examination of the surgical scars and delegated the rest to Dr. Chandler. And the hero had a plan to perform the operation using a transverse suture technique and arthroscopic joint repair in the operating room. The nurse immediately informed Director Josh about Dr. Lin's overnight visit and the lack of beds, prompting Director Josh to speed up the completion of the hospital's renovations. The nurse was surprised to note that this time the hospital had a new ward and a new bed. Lin happily added that the entire floor belonged to their team. He discussed the possibility of getting another floor if the number of patients increased. At this point, Sid informed Lin that someone had brought a silk banner to express gratitude. Selby was being discharged, and he decided to give the doctor a farewell gift. The old man expressed his deep gratitude. He praised Lin for his excellent medical skills and noble medical ethics. The photographer filmed this moment. Lin's treatment of AIDS patients received recognition in major hospitals in Changsha, and his admirers declared that Dr. Lin could do what others could not, and emphasized the need to learn from him. As a result, these doctors visited the emergency department of Yunhua Hospital, familiarized themselves with the procedures, and praised Dr. Lin's skills and reputation. Larry warned them not to talk loudly in the operating room. Tien soon joined them. He expressed his intention to discuss treatment of infectious diseases with Dr. Lin. Larry questioned the need for change, suggesting using a sodium hypochlorite generator for disinfection. Tien, emphasizing that this requires a lot of expense, mentioned a change in priorities after the SARS epidemic. He also spoke about the delicate position of the Department of Infectious Disease Management. Larry insisted on maintaining the same standards, emphasizing the boss's concern for infectious disease management. Tien said that Dr. Lin is the only doctor who carries 2 bottles of antiseptic with him at all times. During their discussion, they noticed a patient in a hospital bed. Tien expressed surprise that there was an American in Yunhua Hospital. Larry explained that Americans come to Yunhua Hospital for treatment, especially if they want to be treated by Dr. Lin. In the operating room, Lin handed over the remaining tasks to the team, announcing his transfer to Operating Room 2. After the operation, observers praised Lin for bypassing all the blood vessels and wondered if he used that famous tendon suturing technique. Tien asked how many surgeries Dr. Lin regularly performed, and Larry proudly stated the number of people waiting for the boss to perform the operation. Tien expressed concern and suggested that they wait until Dr. Lin finished his work. Larry repeated the idea of waiting until Dr. Lin finished his work, but he also asked how late it was and whether they were confident that they would wait. He mentioned that Dr. Lin was assisting in operations at Hospital Number 3. Tien noticed that Dr. Lin was the busiest doctor he had ever seen. The next morning, Principal Josh handed Lin the medicine. It was called Lamivudin. Josh said that Hospital Number 3 was an infectious disease hospital, so he advised Lin to take his medicine if he felt unwell and downplayed any possible side effects. After this, a group photo was taken. The purpose was to show Yunhua Emergency Center's support for the Number 3 hospital. Then everyone got into the car to go to the Number 3 People's Hospital. Lin got out of the car first, and an elderly man, Donald, expressed joy at his arrival, mentioning patients suffering from osteoarthritis of the knee for many years. Lin directly stated that he was capable of performing surgery to repair the meniscus. The man said that his mere presence here is already a blessing. Soon, all the doctors were inside the hospital. An elderly woman approached them, arousing suspicion among strangers. The old man hurriedly asked for protection for Dr. Lin, but the hero remained calm and reassured them. The old woman quietly left, and Donald, doubting her motives, shouted to call the chief doctor. Lin thought that some infectious diseases could cause mental disorders. Donald apologized and asked if he had scared Dr. Lin. Hero suggested prioritizing patient visits over operating room tours. He instructed the rest to check the equipment. Unity assigned Juan to check the instruments and equipment in the operating room. The old man considered it unnecessary for a stranger to check the hospital equipment. He expressed concerns about cross-contamination. Lin didn't know what to answer. Donald looked strange, as if he was mocking the guy for not answering. Sid was watching all this. He noticed that this old man was driving Lin crazy, and this was bad, since Lin was leading the team for the first time, and if he was guided by Donald's impulse, he would easily make a mistake. He approached the two and stated that they had their own standards, and Yunhua had his own. He questioned the invitation, wondering why they would be invited to a hospital that boasted of its perfection. In response, Donald mentioned the glory of his standards in Yunhua. Sid disputed this by comparing the surgical standards of their freelance surgeon and Dr. Lin, and found no basis for the old man's claim. He pointed out that other hospitals invited Dr. Lin, and each operation cost between 5,000 and 10,000 yuan, with additional airfare costs. Lin, expressing his disinterest in the dispute, asked Dr. Sid about the purpose of such discussions. The man emphasized the importance of following the rules before starting work. Donald echoed his sentiments, noting the rarity of Dr. Lin. Sid said that even Director Josh was hesitant to seek treatment at their hospital, emphasizing the exclusivity of Dr. Lin's presence. Uninterested in the verbal exchange, Lin prepared to head to the clinic. The hero, having seriously reviewed the images together with Dr. Sid, activated the master-level magnetic resonance imaging technique. He suggested sending these two people for an MRI first. He stated that their symptoms were not suitable for arthroscopic meniscus repair surgery. Donald agreed that the specialist quickly determined a treatment plan and expressed hope for the upcoming surgery. Meanwhile, at the Yunhua Emergency Center, Director Josh reported that Lin could not return due to the support of the No. 3 hospital, so he suggested that Larry perform surgery for a patient with a flexor tendon injury. At first, Larry was extremely surprised. Could he really perform the M-Tang technique on his own? Director Josh then encouraged him, citing his experience overseeing 300 cases of flexor tendon repair. At that moment, Larry's determination was ignited. Meanwhile, in another operating room, Dr. Lin was aiming to keep each case to 30 minutes, focusing on clearing out the old patients that had accumulated in hospital number. Sid acknowledged that the pace of work was challenging, but stressed the need to overcome challenges, especially since this was Dr. Lin's first time leading a team at another hospital. Larry was nervous, worried that he would have to do a good job without his boss present, but a colleague assured him that the processing was ready. This boosted Larry's confidence, and he said he had to do even better in the boss's absence. Lin soon began the operation. Sid observed him and noted Dr. Lin's excellent condition during the procedure. The first surgery took less than 30 minutes, but Unity felt some difficulty in collaborating with Dr. Lin that day. The hero thought about the numerous patients of Hospital No. 3 and calculated that about 11 operations needed to be performed daily. He believed that the speed of work should be increased in the coming days. During surgery, Larry mentioned using a skin retractor, a surgical loop, and forceps. The assistant next to him noticed that all of Larry's instructions were similar to Dr. Lin's. Larry thought about it. At the very beginning, his boss only taught him to do the hook snatch, and in the end, Lin turned from a teacher and boss into a support and the backbone of the treatment team. Larry recalled Lin's explanation of the cross-stitching method, also known as the multi-tendon stitching method. He emphasized the use of 3 sets of nylon threads to stitch the tendons, saying that this method was superior to the Kessler method and the double stitching method in terms of strength. In addition, it did not break blood circulation in the back of the tendon. Larry, reflecting on the key points conveyed by the boss, described the latest suturing method as both a technique and a suturing method. It was used specifically for the Zone 2 flexor tendons of the hand, had a narrow area of application, affecting only 15% of the hand area, but showed remarkable results. Hence, the complexity was considerable. All these thoughts arose in Larry's head even before he picked up the needle. He then asked to be given a new set of tools. Larry went on to mention that the boss always advised to avoid blood vessels during nerve sheath anastomosis, emphasizing that it was important to avoid touching blood vessels during surgery. Finally, the operation was completed. Larry himself was amazed that he was able to independently perform the operation with M-Tang technicians. The intern chuckled, expressing surprise at Larry performing the operation on his own. Suddenly, a new achievement table appeared in front of Lin. The hero noted that these were Larry's achievements. He successfully completed the last stitching method. Then Lin asked the system to open the treasure chest. CPR, considered a critical technique in modern emergency medicine, was now among Lin's skills. In the past, if a doctor saved patients in respiratory or cardiac arrest using artificial respiration, he was considered divine, demonstrating true life-saving skill. Lin expressed his desire to return to the emergency center as soon as possible. Suddenly, the speed of the operation suddenly increased. Sid was surprised and tried to keep up with the doctor. After 4 days, Dr. Lin had treated 45 patients. Donald expressed gratitude on behalf of patients and their families, recognizing the challenges of emergency medicine. The director noted that no problems had arisen in 40 operations, and added that if he had not known that Dr. Lin was an emergency physician in Yunhua, he would have assumed that he was a professional infectious disease specialist. The three of them laughed loudly, after which Lin got into the car and drove away. Following the doctor, men ran out with gifts for Lin, but the hero had already left. The man offered to find a courier company to send the gift to Dr. Lin. Soon the courier arrived at the place. The man expressed his dissatisfaction, asking why the courier came alone, despite the fact that he was informed about the many things that needed to be sent. The courier confidently replied that he could handle any number of items. He did not agree, emphasizing that he would not be able to carry all the gifts with a total weight of 2 tons. The courier got scared and quickly offered to call a car. Soon the courier van was filled with luggage. The employee expressed disbelief at the 2 tons of gifts, suggesting that the doctor only wanted money. Soon all the gifts were delivered to Yunhua Hospital. Larry and Vanessa praised the boss, saying that he becomes famous wherever he goes. Principal Josh, impressed by Lin, remarked that he could no longer be an intern. He advised him to take the qualifying exam to become a doctor during the current period when there would be fewer operations. Soon, everyone started talking about how Lin was also preparing to take the medical qualification exam, and everyone was wondering if he would fail that day. The hero had been conducting operations since early morning, and his tired mind raised concerns about possible failure in the exam. Another doctor said that a person like Lin did not need their concern. He continued by saying that Lin had already completed 4 scheduled surgeries, and Director John, worried about his punctuality, had sent a private car to pick him up. As it turned out, the hero was actually sitting in a separate car. The doctors sighed. A person who can do almost anything deserves such treatment. Soon, Lin arrived at the provincial hospital. At the reception desk, a nurse called out to him. She directed him to the examination room. Soon, Lin found himself at the right office. 3 examiners were sitting inside. Department Director Kong expressed disbelief at Dr. Lin's presence. The hero, not at all embarrassed, greeted Director Kong and suggested starting the exam. Kong noted that the doctor seemed to be just playing games with them, but did not say anything. The man explained that the practical exam consists of 3 parts: a medical history, a physical examination, and a multimedia test that includes reading scans. Taking a medical history is a written exam that Lin either fills out or Kong could fill it out for him. The other 2 examiners were surprised. Lin suggested that Director Kong take the exams as normal. Director Kong grinned. Apparently Lin wants to play seriously. Then he began to describe the medical history. She was a 54-year-old woman, severe pain in her right knee. She had been working for 3 years. Lin wrote down the answer without hesitation. Having finished, the 3 examiners examined the written answer and came to the conclusion that it was flawless and did not raise any questions. Director Kong then moved on to the second point, technical operations, explaining how to choose a tracheotomy technique. Lin got started very quickly. Director Kong and the rest of the examiners were incredibly surprised by the speed of his work. It seemed like it was a science fiction movie. Soon, the hero announced that he was finished. The final subject involved reading the scans, during which Lin gave a transcript of the scan while 3 examiners listened and took notes. One examiner awkwardly commented on Lin's exceptional reading ability, suggesting that taking notes was a waste of time. Director Kong completed the practical exam, assuring Dr. Lin that he did not need to strain himself. He said he would visit him in 2 days. The female examiner expressed surprise as to why an expert like Lin would take this test. Director Kong replied that he had no answers to that question. Lin successfully passed the exam, receiving everyone's congratulations. Principal Josh congratulated him on passing the qualifying exam. As a gift, he provided a list of patients in need of arthroscopic surgery in the districts of the city. The list was transferred to the emergency center, and the hero happily studied it. A nurse commented on the efficiency of Dr. Lin's appointment system, and people lined up, vying for attention and presenting their medical records. A group of people asked where Dr. Lin's office was, and the nurse cautiously advised them to take the stairs on the other side and turn left. The girls sighed with relief that in the end there were no troubles. They were glad that Lin chose them to work with. They saw some hints in this. Meanwhile, Lin began performing 2 to 3 surgeries and then returned to his office to check on patients who had made appointments. This made the job quite stressful. However, people felt better about it. Time passed quickly, and Valerie realized that she had not seen Dr. Lin for a long time. She was excitedly making plans for the day. Soon, the door opened and the hero greeted the girl. She said with a smile that she wasn't sick, didn't deliver food or drive a car. She just came to wait for the guy from work. Valerie pointed out a popular restaurant nearby, but Lynn's attention was drawn to a sudden scream in the hallway. He looked over and noticed an elderly man and woman. They were asking for help. Lynn noted that the patient was breathing too quickly. The woman was seated on a gurney. The hero closely watched her. Valerie continued to speak to the restaurant, but Lynn, busy thinking about the patient showing weakness and lack of strength, did not pay attention to her question. Instead, he ran to the woman. He had to examine her. The nurse, concerned about the patient's condition, told Lynn that the patient complained of pain and discomfort in the abdomen after lunch, experienced constant dull pain and once vomited, raising gastric juice, and had a history of chronic gastritis. The hero asked when the patient last experienced abdominal pain and placed a stethoscope on the patient's chest. The elderly woman answered awkwardly, mentioning that she had not taken any stomach medicine for several years, suspecting that the disease had returned. Lynn urgently ordered an ECG to be done on her and a call to the cardiology department for consultation. Soon, the woman was brought into the office and ECG electrodes were applied along with a blood pressure cuff. The nurse, in a panic, told the hero that the patient had atrial fibrillation and shock and asked for recommendations. Lynn prescribed asynchronous defibrillation at 150 joules and applied conductive gel. He ordered everyone to stand back before beginning chest compressions and intubation. He soon began the process of CPR. The hero thought about the importance of high-quality cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Chest compression is to keep the heart pumping and artificial respiration is to maintain oxygen supply. Theoretically, artificial respiration can provide 30% of the required normal supply, but this is a very low limit. Since the patient was still unresponsive, Lynn called for preparation for defibrillation. The man used his perfect resuscitation skills. Valerie observed Lynn's focused and calm demeanor. She felt his dedication was worth it. The extra-long cardiopulmonary resuscitation still did not end. The nurse noted that a lot of time had passed. The doctor suggested that it was an acute myocardial infarction or acute posterior myocardial infarction. Valerie understood that the situation was not good. The physician advised that they should consider transferring the patient for interventional cardiology. Lynn ran, without losing his persistence, asked for more time and continued external cardiac compressions. The doctor doubted the effectiveness of such persistence. But suddenly there was movement on the electrocardiogram, and the nurse cried out excitedly that the heartbeat and breathing had resumed. Valerie rushed towards the hero, recognizing his amazing abilities, but Lynn, looking exhausted, began to fall to the floor. The girl barely managed to catch him. She was concerned about his condition, but the hero said that he was simply exhausted. However, he stressed that the feeling of saving a life can overcome any fatigue. Lynn found himself lying on the bed in the emergency room in the middle of the night and asked where he was. The doctor told him that after completing extra-long CPR, he fell asleep. The doctor, after talking with Valerie, carried him to the bed. The girl watched him for a while and left dinner. The hero expressed surprise at the fatigue caused by the excessively long cardiopulmonary resuscitation and suggested that he might miss moments due to physical exhaustion. He decided to take energy medicines earlier in case of unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, an emergency was announced over the loudspeaker. All staff on duty were ordered to immediately go to the emergency room lobby, at which point Chandler approached Link and informed him of the collapse of a building with over 50 people inside. The hero immediately jumped out of bed and ran out of the office. Chandler told everyone he doesn't know exactly how many people will arrive, but they say the collapsed building affected mobile homes on the construction site, and the total number of casualties varies greatly. In the first group of wounded sent to the hospital, there are 12 people. 4 of them are seriously injured, and 8 are seriously injured. Everyone urgently needs to put on surgical gowns, gloves, and protective clothing. They do not have time to wait for the results of the 4 classic tests for transfusion-transmitted infections. They couldn't wait for the others to arrive. Time depended on them. The hero understood that this was the largest public appearance since the founding of the emergency center. Then he decided to open all his treasure chests at once. As a result, he received 5 new skills. In the emergency room, a nurse hurried to report a patient with a head injury caused by a falling brick. Chandler said he would give him first aid. There was also a patient who fell from a crane with multiple injuries and shock. Lynn thought about it. The wounded one brought here first is very serious, and in the main area, it will probably only get worse. Another nurse referred a patient with a broken arm, a crushed finger, and multiple injuries to Dr. Lynn for treatment. The hero grabbed the handles of the gurney and quickly moved to the treatment room and assessed the patient's condition. Finding the injury not very serious, he ordered to carefully monitor the patient and, if there were no problems, transfer him to the plaster ward. Soon, Dr. Chandler announced a patient with a ruptured spleen. Lin volunteered to take care of it. Dr. Chandler agreed, asking him to stop the bleeding manually and assuring him that someone would be available to perform the splenectomy. The hero expressed the seriousness of his intentions and stated that he could perform a splenectomy. After this, the patient was transferred to the emergency department. Lin, while observing the patient's condition, felt panicked due to continued bleeding. Chandler sharply demanded to slow down. He explained that the situation was different from the usual. He suggested that Lin manually stop the bleeding first and act as an assistant in the operating room if the operation was performed later. The hero quickly followed the doctor's instructions, stopping the bleeding manually and demonstrating effective techniques. Chandler noted Lin's skill and ordered him to prepare in the operating room, and he himself soon joined him. The hero, preparing to assist, asked if Dr. Chandler would be the chief surgeon, to which the doctor explained that there was no one else. Turns out it was a level 3 injury. They have to do a splenectomy. Upon examining the wound, Lin noted a partial rupture, rendering the splenic blood vessels unusable. Chandler praised the guy's anatomical skills and encouraged him to proceed with the operation. Lin, even as an assistant, decided to go all out by activating the total splenectomy technique. Chandler instructed him on the procedure, noting that the assistant's role was to completely expose the tissue and ligate the blood vessels. During the operation, the man noticed that his technique became very smooth. Then he wondered whether this was a result of the accumulated years or the pressure caused by an important incident that day. After the operation, Lin inquired about the doctor's condition. Chandler said that everything was fine and that they could work faster. The hero appreciated the doctor's experience and recognized his talent. They could speed up the process, and that was exactly what Lin wanted. 30 minutes later, Dr. Chandler confirmed the success of the operation. He went to the emergency room and asked Lin to come see him when he was done here. He soon completed the last procedure and ordered the nurse to take the patient to the recovery room, while he returned to seeing patients in the clinic. The emergency department continued to fill with patients with complex injuries. Ambulances arrived at the hospital every now and then, and the cases became more and more complex. Soon, a patient was brought in with an intestinal rupture. Unity and Gwen immediately ran to help. The girl instructed the intern about the anatomical positions. She emphasized the need to clear feces from the patient's abdomen in the operating room. Unity told Gwen to hurry up. She had to rush the patient to the operating room. The girl immediately ran forward along the corridor. Meanwhile, one patient reported pain, describing chest discomfort and tightness. Larry asked about chest pain. He then reassured the old man, saying that the pulse was stable, and decided to conduct an electrocardiogram. Lin noted that the guy does his job well. Soon, the nurse reported that one of the patients had a 5-minute cardiac arrest. Cyanosis, dilated pupils, absence of aortic pulsation, and autonomic breathing. Lin focused on the patient's critical condition, considering brain death as a possible cause. Realizing that the patient was in critical condition, Lin immediately ran to him. The nurse quickly brought the defibrillator, connected the finger electrodes, and charged the battery. Lin delivered a direct shock of 150 joules, but there was no reaction. The hero emphasized that the defibrillator is not a panacea. Then he began perfect CPR. However, Lin soon noticed that there was still no reaction. There was not enough adrenaline. He instructed the nurse to administer 16 trough doses of atropine and 811 trough doses of lidocaine to the patient. At that moment, Chandler approached them. He wanted to help. He intended to have a tracheotomy to ease breathing, realizing that the recovery period would be prolonged. Lin understood that the key factor here is only high-quality resuscitation. Only it can save the patient's life. At this time, the patient's wife arrived at the hospital. She became hysterical, realizing that her husband, the father of her 9-year-old son, was not regaining consciousness. The nurse advised the woman not to come close. The doctors resuscitated her husband, and she could only make the situation worse. Lin concentrated on administering epinephrine, atropine, and lidocaine every 5 minutes. But despite constant efforts, the patient was unresponsive. Olivia suggested changing the doctor after 25 minutes. But the hero, given the tense situation and the lack of available doctors, continued emergency cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Lin explained that CPR lasting more than 20 minutes can determine whether to continue or abandon it. He said that 10 years ago, many hospitals considered prolonged cardiopulmonary resuscitation unnecessary, but it remained the only way to revive a patient on the brink of death. Lin decided not to stop there. Director Josh, having learned of the prolonged resuscitation, approached Lin, noting that he had selflessly performed CPR for almost an hour. Hiro stated that the patient was only 32 years old and had no medical conditions. He believed that continuing CPR would benefit the patient the most. Director Josh replied that the guy could decide for himself. Larry, looking at Lin Ran, noticed that his expression was the same as before he passed out last time. Therefore, the guy decided to offer his help. Lin asked him to prepare a 200-joule electrode. Defibrillation was then performed and Lin began CPR. Suddenly, an electrocardiogram beep was heard in the room. Family members watching what was happening could not believe their ears. The nurse noted with amazement that independent regulation of the heart rate had begun. Larry noted that this was a QRS with a slight range. Lin, feeling tired, asked to touch the aorta as his hands were shaking. Olivia reported that she was very weak. Lin insisted it was necessary to administer lidocaine and adrenaline again, and also add 15 milligrams of dexamethasone. After the injection, the nurse hurriedly reported that the pulse was 130, the heartbeat was spontaneous, and the blood pressure was 127/74, at which point Lin let go of his hands, and Director Josh anxiously asked how the guy was feeling. Lin was out of breath, but still said that the patient had an obvious heartbeat. The patient's wife began to cry with happiness. She could not believe that her husband was saved. Lin said it's not certain yet. They should continue blood transfusions, apply ice packs, and administer sodium bicarbonate. The hero, feeling tired, sat down on a chair. He asked the nurse to quickly find blood plasma, ice packs, and sodium bicarbonate. Josh noticed that the patient had a slight reflex and ordered glucose to be brought. The nurse handed the bottle of glucose to Dr. Lin. The hero remembered that he forgot to take an energy potion. However, he realized that it was not too late to use it now. Feeling a sharp revival, he immediately felt good. Olivia, who was watching the guy, noted his rapid recovery after taking glucose. The director told Lin to go and rest, adding that the neurology department had sent the patient to the intensive care unit. Director Josh was surprised. He noted that a critical condition was declared, and Lin again performed a miracle. At 3 o'clock in the morning, after a midnight break, the hero noted that he felt much better after rest. He suggested that Dr. Chandler go and rest, and he would take care of everything. At that moment, the phone rang again, and the nurse announced that 3 more ambulances were on the way. 4 victims, seriously injured, 1 patient unconscious. The men decided to take 2 people each. Josh ordered the patients to be sent here, assigning each of the doctors to be responsible for 1 case. Lin, who had been performing CPR for a long time, was told that now he was no longer up for operations. He would do resuscitation. The hero said that his group could take on the patients, but Josh knew that they needed to rest first. Lin's group was sent to a separate room. Larry complained that he couldn't sleep. Unity also noted that usually their team is the busiest, but today they are treated somehow specially, and it doesn't even seem right. In this case, Lin decided to suggest that they practice CPR. He said they could practice in a group rather than doing chest compressions alone. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation can be performed by 1 person, but is more effective when performed by 2 people, which increases the patient's chances of survival and requires a well-trained and highly skilled team. Lin held the model, and Larry tried it first. He suggested that the others also not stand still, and in the end, the 3 of them trained. Half an hour later, Larry asked about their results, and Lin reflected on the need to maintain compression depth and minimize operating time. Dr. Sid asked Lin if they should take responsibility if another patient needed CPR. Lin replied that the director had not given such an order, but advised them to be prepared for the task, expressing confidence that the director would not object. Unity suggested that Manhwa Hospital take responsibility for establishing a specialized cardiopulmonary resuscitation team. She mentioned that the International Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation Guidelines support the idea of establishing such a team to reduce resuscitation time. The hero noted that the work of a small team of cardiopulmonary resuscitation is much more difficult than that of a large team. They could use their free time to practice, with a crew of 4 being sufficient. Sid suggested that information about the CPR team not be disclosed to the public for now due to possible problems with low-quality supplies and medications. Lin agreed, saying that while they couldn't reveal anything at this time, The critical care team must adhere to strict standards. All three agreed with this opinion. Suddenly, a new task appeared in Lin's system. It implied that the hero must perform a hepatectomy. Sid noticed that Dr. Lin had only taught them for a long time, and now he had a new passion for surgery. Larry and Unity exchanged sinister smiles, assuring the boss that they would immediately look into the matter. The three of them giggled and made an excuse to sneak out of the break room, citing that they needed to go to the bathroom. Larry and Unity asked the doctors about the patients with liver damage, and Dr. Sid went to see the nurses. The nurse replied that one of them had pain in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen and intra-abdominal bleeding, but was not sure if it was liver damage. Sid asked the girl to refer this patient to their team. The nurse felt a little awkward when she mentioned Director Josh's order that all emergencies could only be assigned to junior superintendents and above. Sid asked if it was possible to include Lin in this group. Given the danger of a critically ill level 1 patient, only the director decides the matter, but the woman can inform Lin about the patient's arrival. Sid thought about it. Soon an ambulance arrived, and Lin, having received a message from the nurse, hurried to her. Director Josh told him that he had arrived just in time and asked the doctor to tell him about the patient's condition. The man presented the patient as being dug out of the ground, experiencing prolonged hypoxia, acute hemorrhage with multiple fractures and bruises. Lin inquired about the condition of the head. As it turned out, there were no obvious wounds. Director Josh explained that they would deal with hemorrhagic shock first, followed by contusions and fractures. When the patient was brought into the operating room, Lin was asked to help manage the abdominal cavity, where the bleeding had already stopped. Principal Josh inquired about the location of the bleeding. One doctor identified a rupture of the spleen, and the second, a rupture of the liver. Lin expressed his opinion that it was a liver, earning Josh's praise. The director emphasized that the spleen should be checked for bleeding and the abdomen should be examined for a detailed assessment. He asked Lin to suggest a surgical method for liver injury. Lin elaborated on the surgical technique, emphasizing the rectus abdominis incision or midline incision. Director Josh praised Dr. Lin for his skill in both surgery and theoretical knowledge. The dissatisfied doctor asked why he had not been consulted, so the director asked him a hypothetical question about the estimated location, length and depth of liver damage, which left her confused. But the director demanded an answer from him. The man suggested that it might be the middle lobe. Director Josh shouted, saying that this was nonsense and they couldn't say anything based on the information they had. Soon, one of their doctors confirmed a liver injury with an uneven rupture and damage to the inferior vena cava. Director Josh was still unhappy with the doctor's behavior and responses. He noted ruptures of the duodenum and gallbladder, suggesting their removal and emphasizing the severe damage to the right lobe. One of the doctors suggested clamping the hepatic notch, using a clamp to separate the liver, and cutting the blood vessels and bile ducts. Josh asked what Lin thought about this. Hiro said laparoscopic surgery to remove the hepatic duct would be more appropriate. Another doctor criticized Lin, saying that his plan was contrary to the director's intentions. Director Josh challenged him to explain the advantages and disadvantages of conventional liver resection and debridement liver resection. The man looked at Lin defiantly. He was confident that he would defeat him. He said that in standard hepatectomy, parts of the liver are removed depending on the region. In general, the area to be removed is larger. If the patient does not endure, post-operative complications and even death will occur. Laparoscopic debridement of the hepatic region is performed unevenly. Debridement is not carried out in accordance with the liver segments or distribution of the lobes. The operation requires continuous ligation of the blood vessels and bile ducts. This can provide significant preservation of liver tissue, but is difficult because different areas of the liver will be affected differently. Josh said that there is another point. A standard hepatectomy requires more skill. If the skill of the surgeon is not very high, then mistakes are easy to make, and they need to compete against time, so they will use laparoscopic debridement of the hepatic area. As a result, Lin was declared the winner. He will be the second assistant director. Josh said to pay close attention to the acidity level and remember to add sodium bicarbonate. They needed to hurry up and do an emergency hepatectomy. He said he would remove the liver tissue where there was no more blood flow. Lin said he would need to tie off the blood vessels and the torn liver ligament. The director reminded him of the urgency of emergency liver resection and noted that Lin completed everything quickly enough. Lin soon reported to the director that the resection and suturing were complete. Asking about ligating all the small blood vessels, Josh received confirmation from the hero. He explained that this was done to prevent relapses. The director expressed surprise at the successful washing of the liver wound. The man left the rest to Lin's discretion, instructing another doctor to take Lin's former place. With the director's approval, Lin began the operation. He quickly placed sutures on the last hepatic portal vein. The director nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the phone rang in the operating room and Josh asked the nurse to answer the phone. The caller, an elderly man, reported a 26-year-old patient with a ruptured liver who had already lost 10,000 milliliters of blood. Josh said that was too much. The blood bank definitely didn't have enough supplies, but Lin showed interest in the conversation. Director Josh decided to accept the patient and they would coordinate. One of the doctors was dissatisfied. These low-level hospitals are simply reckless and disregard human lives. They sent the patient when they can no longer handle him on their own. Josh asked Lin to come pick up the patient later and they would try to finish everything within 30 minutes. The hero began to hurry due to the critical condition of the patient. Josh praised him for his efficiency. He asked the others to go after the patient, and he would contact them later. Lin noted that with a director-level assistant, the operation became even easier. 20 minutes later, Lin completed the operation, saving the patient's liver thanks to his stitching technique. Then Josh asked Lin to pick up a patient sent from another hospital. After the patient arrived in the emergency room, Director Josh checked with the nurse about the amount of blood loss, which was 371 ounces. To avoid delaying the patient, Lin took him to the operating room while Director Josh stayed behind to wait for the patient's relatives to obtain the necessary signatures. On the way to the operating room, Lin called everyone in his team for help. After receiving the call, everyone came to the operating room, but instead of immediately preparing for the operation, Lin continued to wash his hands, which confused Larry. Unity said they couldn't do anything until the patient's family signed a consent form. Soon, Lin came over and inquired about the patient's condition. The patient's condition was critical, but the bleeding in the abdominal cavity continued. The hero asked if the patient's family signed, but there was no answer. Sid stated that he intended to call and clarify, and soon he reported that the patient's family had agreed to sign the form. Lin decisively ordered the abdominal cavity to be opened, but as soon as the stomach was opened, blood immediately gushed out. Larry, who had never seen such a severe condition with an abundance of blood, doubted whether to suction the blood, then ordered Unity to take gauze and then blood. As soon as the hero took the gauze, Larry was amazed again. He saw that the patient's abdominal cavity was filled with blood and his liver was ruptured. Although gauze was applied, it seemed ineffective. So Lin told Larry to increase the pressure and temperature of the drainage machine. The timely delivery of blood bags allayed Lin's fears, and he quickly inserted his hand into the abdominal cavity to find the site of bleeding. While Lin was tending to the bleeding, the OR door swung open again and Director Josh came in and asked about the situation in the OR. Hero said that he had already used the Pringle maneuver to cut off the blood flow. The blood loss was decreasing, but the condition of the liver is now very bad. They will not have time for a conventional right hemihepatectomy. Josh wondered if he should not have considered the option of a right hemihepatectomy. The patient could not wait even 15 minutes. The director decided to evaluate possible damage to the hepatic vein. But before he could finish his statement, Lin said that he would begin to separate the right half of the liver. He soon reported that the round and falciform ligaments of the liver were divided. Josh began to discuss the further course of action, but Lin again did not wait for him to finish, forestalling his words. Lin soon reported that he had removed necrotic tissue from the patient's liver. Lin demonstrated a deep understanding of proper surgical procedures, causing Director Josh to marvel at the level of knowledge gained at the university. Upon reaching the patient, Director Josh realized that the liver resection was completed in less than 5 minutes. Lin called Unity to help stitch up the wound. He emphasized the need to bandage all exposed internal structures to stop bleeding. Josh, standing nearby, offered to help, and Lin asked him to prepare hemostatic gauze spikes. The director agreed with a smile. He wondered if this was the urgent care center he had dreamed of. Together, the remaining procedures were quickly completed, with Larry monitoring the patient's condition, confirming stabilization. Lin instructed the director to stitch up the wound. The man noted that although the wound was significant, they had already controlled the bleeding as much as possible. Director Josh expressed confidence that the patient would undoubtedly survive. Holding the clamp in his hands, he announced his intention to stitch the wound, emphasizing that this was at least what he could do. Larry leaned close to Lin's ear and quietly noticed that Principal Josh had been acting strange for some time now. While they were whispering, Director Josh finished stitching the patient's wound and then called Lin to join him in explaining the situation of the operation to the patient's family. When the operating room door opened, the patient's family, unable to hold back their tears, burst into uncontrollable sobs. The patient's father staggered towards Lin and Director Josh, who supported him and signaled for Lin to remain calm. Lin explained that in the next 2 to 3 days, if no unexpected events occurred, the patient had every chance of survival. Before Lin could finish his speech, the patient's father's emotions overwhelmed him again, bringing him to tears. Lin, having regained his composure, became a little embarrassed and asked what else they wanted to know. He mentioned that if the patient gets better after 3 to 4 days, the gauze will be removed. After Lin's words, the man knelt down, but the hero quickly reacted and supported him, which meant the completion of the liver resection operation. After the operation was completed, the system generously opened the intermediate treasure chest. Lin didn't waste any time and immediately opened it. A skill book appeared in front of him, and the system displayed all the basic skills he had mastered, including the technique of stopping the bleeding. Lin chose the hot bleeding control skill because if he learned to stop bleeding using thermal hemostasis, his control on the operating table would greatly improve. Although it had not reached the level of the so-called bloodless surgical field, it still meant that with these skills, Lin could already enter the bloodless surgical field. After he interacted with the system, Principal Josh patted him on the shoulder. Lin, realizing that the patient's father had left, took off his surgical cap, smiled at the director, and asked if their team could continue with emergency operations. Director Josh, angry, reminded him that it was almost dawn and ordered him to rest. At this moment, a girl with a pleasant voice asked if Dr. Lin was busy. As it turned out, it was Valerie. Director Josh couldn't help but suggest that the girl could tell how busy Lin was. Valerie knew that Lin had been busy all night, so she brought food and drinks for him. Director Josh, feeling a pang of jealousy, decided that he should leave. But then suddenly Valerie decided to invite the man too. His face turned red and he immediately agreed. When he reached the food area, he smiled widely, noting the abundance of drinks and the neatly arranged sumptuous dishes, complemented by 2 personal chefs. Valerie said it wasn't just for Dr. Lin, she prepared a little more. Director Josh, looking at the hero, could not help but praise him. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to come up and replenish their energy reserves. The 3 members of Lin's support team ate happily, recognizing the benefits of working with the boss. The hero said that they should thank Valerie for the delicious food. Meanwhile, work at the provincial hospital was in full swing. Vic, the most famous young doctor in Shanghai who has participated in many types of endoscopic surgeries this year, was resuscitating a patient. His assistant noted that 35 minutes had already passed. Their work was closely monitored by Dave, Vic's teacher, one of China's leading cardiovascular surgeons. Vic noted that the teacher didn't say anything, so he told the man to prepare to open his airway. They would use a ventilator. Soon the men began tracheotomy, however, there was no result. Vic said the patient had died and the operation was over. Dave told the man not to worry. The success rate for CPR had never been high. Their country was just beginning to pay attention to the field of resuscitation, and now Vic should rest. They still had plenty of time to try again, at a construction site in Luxia. There must be such patients, so the guy should go there. Meanwhile, the doctors at Yunhua Hospital were so full that they did not want to eat anymore. Principal Josh walked up to them with a big smile and said that he would share some more good news. Hearing this, Valerie and Lin turned their heads to listen. The news was that Luxia City would no longer send patients, and all the patients from Yunhua were out of danger. The tense atmosphere finally eased. However, the director said that caution still had to be exercised as renowned heart surgeon Dave and his apprentice Vic were expected to arrive in the afternoon, ostensibly as reinforcements following an accident in the city of Luxia. Josh ordered everyone to rest. Since these people were always giving him a ride to work, he shouldn't get in their sight. He said that Dave was elected to the academy later than academician Tobias and serves on a lot of committees, his role being more important than that of the academician. Half a day later, Dave and Vic arrived and were received by the director of Yunhua Hospital and Director Josh. Dave immediately asserted his authority by noting that the cardiac surgery department in Yunhua did not seem to be built yet. Director Josh, shocked, explained that they had been converted into an urgent care center. Dave asked Principal Josh to discuss the situation and find cardiovascular patients for his students. Josh reluctantly agreed. The hospital director awkwardly asked the academician to wait while he prepared the patients and medical records. Vic, reviewing the medical records, expressed surprise at the lack of cases of aortic dissection. Dave said that the quality of patients in Yunhua City was very poor. He couldn't believe that they didn't meet a single patient with aortic dissection. Apparently, the people operating the ambulances weren't doing their jobs. Josh responded by saying hospitals don't decide what diseases patients suffer from. Dave remained unmoved, suggesting that the patients could have died at the county hospital and they didn't know about it. Principal Josh felt himself seething with anger. Just as the tension was at its peak, Principal Josh's phone rang. Vic finished looking through all the medical records and noted that there was almost nothing of value in them. The director loudly said that a myocardial infarction was suspected. The patient complained of chest pain, increased sweating, and uncontrolled urination. An agitated Vic stood up upon hearing this and insisted on seeing the patient. After Director Josh finished the call, the EMS center transported the patient to the EMS center. Vic informed the family that the patient needed surgery and they would need to pay sick leave and sign a consent form once the patient's son arrived. Since the patient was accompanied only by a relative, the signature will have to wait until the son arrives. Vic said the current diagnosis is acute myocardial infarction and the patient must first be taken to the operating room. The hospital agreed that Director Josh would accompany the family to complete paperwork and they would go to the cardiac emergency department. The patient's heart stopped beating as soon as he was placed on the operating table. Vic, shocked, completely focused on the situation, urgently he requested a defibrillator. Ripping off the patient's shirt, Vic began performing artificial respiration. Unity offered to replace him, but despite his fatigue, Vic refused. In an unfamiliar hospital, he could only trust his teacher. Soon the nurse brought a charged defibrillator. Vic used it on the patient. After defibrillation, he resumed resuscitation and the heart rhythm returned, bringing relief. However, the electrocardiogram machine again signaled a heart attack. Suddenly the man stopped, apparently about to give up. Dave, watching Vic in a daze, urged continued resuscitation. Vic immediately performed another round of CPR. After one round, he defibrillated again. Vic repeated this process for 3 rounds, but the electrocardiogram showed no improvement. Realizing the need for extensive airway management, he decided to perform endotracheal intubation, which marked the transition from rapid cardiopulmonary resuscitation to a long-term struggle. Dave was relieved to see the prolonged CPR they were aiming for. Vic performed another defibrillation, but after 15 minutes of continuous CPR and defibrillation, fatigue overtook him. Unity offered to take over, put on gloves, and began resuscitation. Prolonged artificial respiration required considerable strength, and Unity quickly felt tired. Vic took over again. After 40 minutes had passed, he was about to announce the time of death, when suddenly someone raised his voice. Lin suggested continuing CPR. He emphasized that repeated external compressions of the heart create interference. He believed that the patient, who is over 50, still has a chance of salvation. Vic, skeptical, suggested that Lin take over as a show of skill. He said that this is now his patient. The hero activated the perfect artificial respiration skill. Vic was surprised that he did this without assessing the patient's condition, but the hero immediately repeated the artificial respiration procedure. This turned out to be similar to Vic's efforts. Lin told the nurse to administer epinephrine, atropine, and lidocaine. Vic disdained the frequent use of epinephrine, doubting its magical properties. Larry decided to offer his help to the boss. However, Lin told him to check the ECG. The guy noted that, judging by the current readings, the patient would have been considered dead by the criteria 20 years ago. Realizing that the boss was not giving up, Larry accepted the challenge. Lin ordered the nurse to administer 1 dose of epinephrine per minute. After an hour of CPR, he asked the support team to get ready. Doctors doubted that this made any sense. Even though Vic considered this approach pointless, Lin remained resolute. As he tried to leave, Dave intervened, urging patience and suggesting that a miracle might happen. Vic felt helpless in the face of his teacher's optimism. Dave said that believing in the ability to perform a miracle was more important than actually performing it. The doctor said that last time Lin performed CPR for more than an hour, he is quite experienced at this. The nurse added that the people in the ward were amazed, because it is rare to see a patient with a good prognosis after resuscitation. Family members outside the operating room expressed concern about the patient's prolonged instability. Finally, the patient's son sank to his knees, unable to contain his emotions. Lin continued to organize defibrillation and administer epinephrine. During this process, a sound was heard indicating successful defibrillation. The team, including the nurse, smiled with delight when they saw sinus rhythm on the ECG. Lynn breathed a sigh of relief, and Dave and Vic looked at each other in disbelief, trying to believe that a miracle had really happened. The next step involves continuous monitoring of carbon dioxide levels, which highlights the importance of effectively protecting the brain at low temperatures. From a practical point of view, the critical moment of waiting for the patient to awaken does not involve the use of strong drugs to immediately solve the problem, but rather careful, long-term drug treatment. In addition, luck plays an important role. The operating room door opened slowly, which made the patient's son, upon seeing it, anxiously inquire about his father's condition. Other relatives, including the patient's wife, rushed to her side, but Larry stopped them, warning them not to touch the patient because of the potential danger. Sid warned them of the consequences if anyone touched the patient with even a finger. Despite the family's wishes to see the patient, the man reiterated that the patient had suffered a myocardial infarction and they needed to wait until he regained consciousness before proceeding with rehabilitation treatment. The patient's worried son asked what would happen if his father did not wake up. Sid said that they all finally saved the patient, but it remains unclear what the consequences will be. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, Dave assured them that the endoscopy was no longer needed and that everything was going well. The patient's son finally understood the situation and thanked Lynn and his team. Vic just looked at the doctor with displeasure. Dave also praised Lynn, noting that every generation has its own talents. Early the next morning, Dave and Vic checked on a patient who had undergone prolonged CPR. The patient was breathing smoothly and the urine was clear. His chance of survival was 80%. After the examination, they inquired about Lynn's whereabouts and learned that he had most likely completed the operation and returned to his office. And although the man was surprised by such strange working hours, he was assured that there were no problems with the standards of patient care in the ward. Dave decided to return to his office, and the male doctor realized that his examination was complete. Returning to his office, Vic, thinking that his teacher should be attending a remote meeting, decided to look at Yunhua's internal journal. Opening his computer, he came across Lynn's thesis, noting that as a graduate of the university, Lynn had far exceeded the expected standard. Remembering how Lynn stopped the bleeding, Vic felt something was wrong. According to the information received from the nurse the day before, Lynn was experienced in performing long-term cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The patient was in the intensive care unit, and his recovery was in full swing. From this, Vic concluded that Lynn would undoubtedly write a dissertation. If this was a dissertation on prolonged cardiopulmonary resuscitation, then Vic would have had a hard time if he had not published his first work. Determined, he decided to visit Lynn's patient in the emergency room. Hastily, Vic asked the medical worker to provide the patient's complete medical record. After a moment's hesitation, the man handed him the records. Vic carefully studied the records and discovered that he needed bed number 7. After reaching the bed and making sure that the man's vital signs were relatively stable, he quietly asked the patient an easy arithmetic question. The man, looking at the doctor, asked if he was checking to see if my brain was working normally. He expressed his disinterest in calculations and complex mathematical problems. The provider warned the patient not to talk in this manner, but Vic stated that he did not mind talking as long as the patient could communicate. Next, Vic again turned to the patient whom he had examined the day before. Having examined him now, he noticed that the patient's pupils had narrowed and the electrocardiogram was normal. After asking what medications the patient was taking, the nurse told all the details, but suddenly he was interrupted by someone's voice. It was Unity. She instructed the nurse to urgently check on a nearby patient. Unity, noticing Vic, asked if he was still busy with their patient. Vic responded calmly, stating that he was very interested in the patient's recovery, having participated in the rescue efforts the day before. He left, asking Unity to let him know if anything happened. After Vic left, Unity reminded the nurse to report all patient events immediately and gave clear instructions not to discuss medication details with Dr. Vic in their absence. Having dealt with this issue, Unity hurried to Lynn's office. She expressed suspicion that Vic was writing a dissertation on prolonged cardiopulmonary resuscitation and might refer to their case. Lynn remained calm, acknowledging that cases of prolonged artificial respiration were rare and the likelihood that Vic would refer to their case was small. Unity, becoming agitated, doubted Lynn's calmness and his ability to accept this situation. Lynn suggested that Unity contact the administrative department and ask that Vic's hospital internet account be blocked so that he would not be able to go to the intensive care unit in the future. The hero also mentioned that his dissertation is almost ready. This delighted Unity, who at first thought it was arthroscopic surgery. Lin had already prepared a dissertation on prolonged mechanical ventilation, but recognized the need for further development and preliminary publication. Unity said that although the dissertation was rich in content, it lacked detail and the writing style was somewhat rough. After listening to Unity's analysis, Lin agreed to include more references in the work. Unity offered her help, expressing her intention to review and improve the thesis in order to foil Dr. Vic's plans. To perfect the dissertation, Unity and Lin spent the entire night finalizing the initially disorganized dissertation on artificial respiration. Returning to the office, Vic discovered that his attempt to log into Yuna's internet account had been stopped. He received an error message and it made him very angry. He accused Lin of blocking his account and password, which Lin freely admitted to. Vic spoke about his plan to write a thesis on Lin's resuscitation, emphasizing its positive impact. He said that he planned to give the hero the opportunity to read and correct the scientific paper after completion. Vic said that Lin was only wary because he had not seen the research paper yet, and after reading it, he would not be worried. Despite receiving a draft full of praise, Lin showed no interest. Vic insisted, believing that this was an opportunity for Lin to become famous, but Lin remained indifferent. Vic eventually withdrew the project, claiming that his own dissertation would not be affected. Lin wondered if the work was only for fame and applause, then why would he need it? Vic was furious that the doctor was not showing any interest. He said that even if Lin wanted to write his own scientific paper, his paper would not affect it. He expressed confidence that the dissertation could open up new perspectives. However, at that moment, Unity entered the office and rejected the idea. Vic, still reluctant, stressed the importance of considering different points of view. But Unity said they had already finished their thesis the night before. Vic left, suggesting that Lin read the dissertation before making a decision. The girl took the dissertation, asking if it was Vic's work. Lin confirmed this, and when asked if it was well written, replied that it was quite good. Unity, hesitant, carefully read the dissertation and, having finished, gave an objective assessment, recognizing the quality of the data. However, the hero said that his research is still considered someone else's opinion. Soon, the doctors decided to head to the treatment room. On the way there, Unity reminded Lin to publish the abstract he had written as soon as possible. Lin expressed concern that Vic would discover their thesis if it were posted immediately. Suddenly, they heard a child crying, and Lin hurried to find out what was the matter. As it turned out, a 3-year-old child accidentally scratched the skin on his leg while playing. Lin noticed that the child's blood was running down his legs, although such a small wound should not have bled so much. He took off the child's shoe and asked the father how long ago he had cut himself. The father, worried, replied that 2 or 3 hours had passed. Sensing something was wrong, Lin immediately began applying alcohol to disinfect. While checking the physical condition of the child, he noticed that during the examination the child was crying louder. The child's father, noticing this, reminded the doctor that he needed to be more careful. The hero said that the child may have intussusception, a telescopic distension of the intestine. Lin instructed Unity to report this to the pediatric department and install an air enema machine. The doctor bandaging the child hesitated for a moment. Then Lin turned, urging him to quickly take action. The bespectacled doctor, dismissing the need for an ultrasound, decided that Lin was talking nonsense when he said that modern medicine is not metaphysics. The nurse brought in the ultrasound film, expressing disdain for such comments towards Lin. As it turned out, the ultrasound confirmed the intussusception. After seeing the picture, the doctor wearing glasses felt awkward. Lin examined the ultrasound image, noting that the severity was not too serious. He told Unity to begin the enema. After the enema, Unity informed the child's father that the child should not eat anything for 8 hours. The father, grateful, continued to praise and thank Lin, who replied that he was glad the child was okay. Suddenly, Chandler informed the hero that a patient had arrived with liver damage resulting from a traffic accident. Lin then decided to prepare for liver resection surgery. An assistant helped him put on a surgical gown and provided information about the patient. Dr. Chandler appointed Lin as the chief surgeon in case of liver rupture. Lin examined the patient's condition and instructed the doctor to temporarily stop the bleeding. The doctor opened the vein and heated the blood, emphasizing that it was urgent to stop the bleeding. Lin then asked him if he could give blood to the patient, and the doctor agreed. Choosing a hands-free blood transfusion method, Lin cut the patient's wound with a scalpel, causing the accumulated water to splash out. He ordered a tourniquet to be tied, which initially caused Chandler concern. However, Lin assured him that it was possible to operate without a surgical field. During the operation, Professor Harvey from the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine arrived to observe the patient, as he was an acquaintance of his. After greeting each other, Dave and Professor Harvey headed towards the operating room where Lin was performing the operation. The professor was amazed by Lin's operation, watching as he separated the liver with his hands and directly cut it off. Expressing his surprise, Professor Harvey questioned the doctor's reckless approach, noting that even liver resection has a high mortality rate. He hurriedly asked Dave if they could change the chief surgeon, but Dave explained that Dr. Lin's liver resection operations were famous in Yunhua and no one could do it better. Hearing this, Professor Harvey refrained from further words and decided to observe. During the operation, Lin discovered that the patient's liver was fragile, making suturing difficult. Chandler noted that it was a large variant of fatty liver. Lin said that the main operation was completed and all that remained was stitches. Dave and Professor Harvey found it hard to believe how quickly the operation was completed. Lin continued by stating that the liver was resected, the abdominal wounds were stopped, and the suture on the liver was also completed. He instructed Chandler to close the abdominal cavity if there were no problems with the spots. The man smiled and got to work. Professor Harvey recognized Chandler and thought that if he checked everything, then everything was in order. Then the man decided to find out more about Dr. Lin. After finishing work in the operating room, a man called Lin over. He handed him a business card and introduced himself, and also expressed a desire to observe other operations, ensuring that it would not affect anything. Lin accepted the card and emphasized that he was following hospital rules. Professor Harvey assured him that this would not be a problem since he, Dr. Chandler, and Principal Josh knew each other. Lin then took him to the operating room for the appendectomy. He quickly gave instructions to the man and went to the operating room. Soon, the hero performed perfect hemostasis and appendectomy at the same time. Harvey was amazed that the laparoscopic operation was carried out in a hurry. He would have scolded the doctor if he had been his student. The man saw that Lin had reached the bloodless operating field. The probability of this happening was less than 1%. Professor Harvey observed several operations and decided to explore the possibility of a new collaboration with Yunhua. A few days later, while in the operating room, Professor Harvey asked the nurse about Lin's arrival time. A patient transferred from a university hospital with intrahepatic bile duct stones was in stable condition suitable for surgery. Olivia informed the professor that Lin would arrive after the operation was completed. Soon, the hero entered the operating room. He reviewed the prepared MRI results and determined that the patient had a typical case of biliary stricture with degeneration in both the left and right lobes. A decision was made to perform external resection of the left lobe. Professor Harvey expressed regret, saying that the patient periodically used traditional Chinese medicine and resorted to painkillers only during work. Lin, hearing this, calmed the man. The professor took a scalpel, began an incision, and effectively drained a significant amount of accumulated fluid from the abdominal cavity. Although the operation was not bloodless, Lin's speed was worthy of praise. However, it suddenly slowed down, which made Professor Huang inquire about the situation. Lin paused and announced the successful resection of the left outer lobe, emphasizing the need to remove the lesion and attempt to clear all stones. Professor Harvey, initially cautious, was shocked by Lin's statement. Removing gallstones completely can significantly reduce infection and recurrent symptoms. Lin explained his plan to check for remaining stones and remove them if there are any. Although the hero had not mastered cholangioscopy, he expressed confidence. Noting the similarities with conventional arthroscopy, he accelerated his hand movements, adapting to the process of removing stones. The professor, unaware of Lin's sudden competence, was amazed when he quickly completed the operation. This guy had only tried this procedure a few times and was already acting like it was his. Expressing his surprise, Professor Huang concluded that the decision to cooperate with Lin was correct. He called him a star in the field of liver surgery. The hero asked to send the patient to the intensive care ward and report on his condition from time to time. Harvey watched the guy leave and once again thought that he had made the right choice by following him. It will be a great idea to collaborate with Lin in the future. As Lin prepared to leave, Professor Huang chased after him, suggesting that they have dinner together that evening. He wanted to express his gratitude for the previous operation to his friend, but admitted that the chaotic circumstances of the time prevented him from doing so. Lin instinctively asked if this was a banquet, to which Professor Harvey nodded meaningfully. Hearing this, Lin sighed and expressed his distaste for such banquets. Professor Harvey, in a state of slight panic, waved his hands and said that Lin could invite 2 other doctors. Lin proposed the idea of holding a consultation instead of a banquet, which surprised Professor Harvey. Professor Harvey was a little surprised when he heard this. The nurse explained that Lin's idea was to skip the banquet and have a consultation. Then the professor understood the meaning and agreed to organize a consultation on a difficult case. When Lin was about to leave, his parents called him. They spoke with delight about meeting an interesting girl on the way home. Lin felt uneasy, suspecting that it might be a religious organization. To clarify the situation, he decided to go home immediately. At the door of the Nizhnyaya Kanavka clinic, Lena met his mother. She took him by the arm and led him inside. Then the hero felt something was wrong. Tanya said that the girl wanted to give her and Robert a business class ride. The hero thought this was a strange dating scheme. Suddenly, he received a message from Valerie on his phone, and Lin finally understood what was happening. He wondered if his mother really liked to choose girls like this. Valerie, meanwhile, was very happy that she was able to communicate with Lin. In her head, she had already practically married him. However, she understood that it was better not to indulge in dreams, but to work more. A few days later, Professor Harvey called Lin to review the patient's medical record. Lin, thinking that this was a common occurrence, became impatient. Professor Harvey, without giving much explanation, insisted that the patient was unusual. Soon they arrived at the right place. The patient's family asked that no photographs be taken in the room. As it turned out, the patient was a former provincial leader. He had suffered from liver problems for a long time and had always controlled it with medication. He was now considering surgery. Lin wondered if this was the same counseling session he talked about last time. The hero said that it would be better to conduct a consultation, since based on the man's words, the patient should consult several doctors at the same time. They soon arrived at the patient's room, the guard leading them, reminding them of their arrival. Entering the room, Lin observed the patient, the former leader of Changsha Province, Marcus, mentally preparing himself for possible abdominal surgery. The gentleman's daughter, Mona, suggested treating her father like any other patient. However, Marcus's son, Nate, states 3 conditions for Lin. Although Lin didn't pay much attention to it, he nodded in agreement. The first requirement is confidentiality. The second is advance notice of medication use and the exclusion of private tests. And the third is to be open about any requests without taking advantage of Marcus's family. In response, Lin assured Nate that he could meet these conditions. Nate said if the man healed Marcus and kept his promise, he would benefit. The hero said that he needed the patient's medical record. Nate, finding Lin interesting, quickly instructed the guard to fetch it. Taking the medical card in his hands, Lin activated 3 skills simultaneously. He diagnosed Mr. Marcus with a serious illness, gallstones in the liver. The man's son was not surprised by the diagnosis, but he was more concerned about the issue of treatment. Lin confidently assured that he could cure him and suggested what he considered the best solution at the moment. Nate decided to turn to his father. He gave immediate consent to the proposed treatment. Turning to Professor Harvey for confirmation, he was reassured by the praise of Dr. Lin's skill in liver resection and reiterated that he would comply with all the doctor's wishes if he cured his father. In response, Lin asked for a special intensive care ward or, if this was not possible, 100 corpses. The unexpected request stunned all 4 present. Nate said no one gives corpses to other people. It would be impossible. Lin then added a request for more beds at the Yunhua Emergency Center. Professor Harvey explained the logistical challenges associated with such requests, highlighting the need to increase staffing levels. The master's daughter, Mona, taken aback, suggested that Lin make a personal request. He explained that the requests mentioned were indeed of a personal nature. The woman was speechless, not knowing what to answer. Marcus then said that this was truly an exceptional case, and we will rely on Dr. Lin in the future. However, Marcus preferred that the operation take place at the #1 People's Hospital of Wuxin City. He was very familiar with this establishment, and if any problems arose, it would be more convenient to discuss them with Lin. Lin had no particular preference regarding the location of the surgery, but she insisted on seeing the operating room and equipment at another hospital before the procedure. Marcus immediately decided to ask Professor Harvey to accompany Lin for the initial examination. Wuxin City was a large city, smaller in size than Yunhua City in Changsha Province. The director of the hospital asked Lin to give his opinion on the necessary additions or changes. Since this was the newest and most equipped operating room, Lin had no problem confirming its suitability. The director of the First People's Hospital, Ralph, said that the doctor could ask for their help at any time. Lynn paused for a moment before saying that Marcus's condition was quite complex and the equipment available was a bit lacking. Despite the hospital director's willingness to purchase the equipment, Lynn advised against purchasing new equipment due to possible optimization and calibration problems. While recognizing the limitations of the new equipment, the hospital director understood the urgency of Marcus's condition. Lynn then suggested using the same equipment as Yunhua, and although Ralph did not understand this decision, he still agreed to purchase identical equipment. Lynn also asked Yunhua's staff for help, emphasizing that having a support group helps him work more successfully. However, logistics and Marcus's physical condition made the trip to Yunhua difficult. Professor Harvey intervened, stating that Marcus would not survive the 400-kilometer journey. The hospital director was reluctant to compromise, but expressed hope that Dr. Lin would perform more surgeries at their hospital when he brought the team here. Lin agreed to perform several more operations. He also expressed concern about Marcus's weight and hoped that losing weight would make the procedure go more smoothly. Professor Harvey, recognizing that it is difficult for an older man to lose weight, promised to give Marcus serious advice. After arriving at the hospital, Lin's team carried out continuous segregation and compiled liver function reports. A week later, the nurse came to the director with urgent news. She said that there are no more places in the hospital. Fortunately, the director stated that Dr. Lin will no longer perform any surgeries. After calibrating the equipment and preparing, Marcus's surgery was scheduled for the next day. Early the next morning, Dr. Lin looked at Marcus and asked if his message about losing weight had gotten through. Professor Harvey confirmed that weight loss efforts had been made, although Lin did not feel a significant difference. Marcus happily announced that he had lost 2 kilograms. Lin informed Marcus and his family that the operation would take place at 7 o'clock the next morning. The next morning, Lin and the team donned surgical scrubs and went to the operating room. As they were leaving, a figure rushed from behind. Larry headed towards the place where the figure had disappeared, and when he reached the corner, he discovered that the man hiding behind the door was Marcus. Lin soon came over and told Marcus that he couldn't eat until the surgery. Marcus admitted that he was feeling hungry due to his weight loss efforts, so he only ate a small portion of the cookies. Lin sighed humbly, resulting in the operation being delayed by 2 hours. 2 hours later, the operation officially began. In the observation room, Professor Harvey informed Lin that the procedure would be closely monitored, with numerous audio and video recordings. When Lin picked up a scalpel and made an incision in the abdominal cavity, spectators were amazed. The internal structure was predominantly fatty, making the operation difficult. Larry noticed the blood and asked if an electric knife was needed, but Lin refused, saying that gauze was enough. Activating the hemostasis technique, Lin took the gauze. Marcus's son foresaw the difficulties associated with recovery from surgery. Mona, looking at her father with tears in her eyes, sought reassurance. Nate advised her to trust Dr. Lin. Dr. James, Marcus's former physician, mentioned the risks associated with opening the abdomen but said there were no concerns at this time. Mona turned to Dr. James for confirmation that her father's surgery was going smoothly, and the man assured her that everything was going smoothly. The abdomen was opened to expose as much of the surgical field as possible, and Lin instructed the assistant to focus the light on the 4 hepatic veins. James predicted that the abdomen had been opened and the next step would be to block the blood flow. Lin performed the operation flawlessly. When the blood flow was cut off, he started the timer. After several checks, he confirmed that the stones had indeed been removed from Marcus's body. This operation amazed the doctors observing her in the observation room. All the stones were successfully removed within a few minutes. Marcus's children thought something was wrong at first, but Lin's experience had already ensured that he would win the surgical game. Having completed the operation to remove the stone, Lin ordered the assistant to stop the bleeding. Larry reminded himself to take a few more minutes, and his expression showed that he was having a hard time. Lin admitted that the retractor was the most difficult aspect of this operation. After a series of procedures, Dr. James stated that the operation was successful. Marcus's children were stunned and asked for confirmation. The doctor unconditionally confirmed success. However, Nate and Mona found it hard to believe. Lin then instructed Larry to irrigate the area with saline and perform aspiration. After hearing Lin's instructions, Professor Harvey decided that Larry would do the stitches. He urgently broadcast over the loudspeaker that Lin should stitch himself. The hero wondered if there had been a misunderstanding. He remembered how Professor Harvey had previously emphasized the need for careful suture placement, especially the last suture, which had to be done beautifully. Then he thought that Larry had used up all his energy, and closing the abdominal cavity of a chubby man was a difficult task. Realizing the complexity and limitations of the assistant's capabilities, Lin realized that he had to cope with this himself. As he inserted his hand into Marcus's abdomen, he felt a sticky texture and noticed grease on his gloves. Lin called Professor Harvey again and stressed that Marcus needed to continue to lose weight. Tight sutures can lead to fatty tissue overfilling and potential complications such as abscess formation and infection. Lin activated his master-level suture-breaking skill and completed the suturing. He didn't expect that suturing an obese person's stomach would bring him so much pleasure. Soon, the hero announced the completion of the operation. He took off his gloves and went to wash his hands. Marcus's daughter happily told the family that the operation was over. Nate turned to Lin. The hero also confirmed the success of the operation. The man asked about possible post-operative problems. Hero said that the main problem of the patient is his old age and obesity. The health of his liver is also a concern, but they have successfully dealt with this problem. Nate asked what they should do now. Lin then assured him that if no new problems arose, the patient would be discharged soon. Then Nate asked what reward the doctor wanted. However, the hero said that he still needs to return to Yunhua. Today, he will have to perform another operation. After that, he left without looking back. Professor Harvey and Dr. James found Lin to be a pure physician, which was rare in their practice. The nurse told Lin that there would be no more surgeries and the hospital wards were overcrowded. Hearing this, Lin decided to prepare to return to Yunhua. The nurse offered to stay a few more days, mentioning the guest houses available in the hospital and providing the opportunity to book a table through WeChat. But Lin was not interested in hospitals in cities that did not have wards or operating rooms. The girl told the doctor not to rush back, because they had prepared a meeting for him early in the morning. Professor Harvey hurriedly approached him, saying that they had something to discuss. He said news of Marcus's successful surgery spread widely, attracting the attention of friends who sought his medical help. The system immediately informed the hero about the new task. He asked Professor Harvey in what condition these potential patients were. He said the patients in this social circle were similar to Marcus, some in lower positions. Lin wanted to get detailed information about their health status, and then the professor said that most had gallstones in the liver. Lin wondered if in mild cases the possibilities for improvement were limited. More severe conditions were considered easier to treat. After careful consideration, Lin agreed to serve them. But all the beds in the hospital were occupied, and then Professor Harvey suggested going to hospital number 2. The next day, Lin, looking at the patient's X-ray, said that attention should be paid to the possible thinness of the patient's vein walls, and care should be taken during surgery to avoid excessive stretching, emphasizing the level of meticulousness required to achieve an extremely high standard in surgery. The imminence of a blood vessel rupture was recognized, and Larry was tasked with assessing the size of the rupture. The man said that if it was small, he should press on it with his fingertips to stop the bleeding and report this to the chief surgeon. Lin then asked Unity what they should do. The girl said that it was worth aspirating the leaking blood, putting a suture and continuing the operation. For large ruptures, a Satinsky clamp can be used to fix the rupture. Larry was surprised. This girl really was the emperor of theories. Lin nodded in agreement. He said the goal was not to change the 67-year-old patient's age to 37, but to minimize the damage. They must allow him to lead a life comparable to that of other healthy people. When everything was ready, Lin considered that the operation was carried out at an ultra-high level. The system sent him a notification that one stage of the task had been completed, confirming Lin's prediction. He informed Professor Harvey that his friends should make appointments promptly. The faster his team can get it done, the better. Contrary to Lin's expectations, the number of seriously ill friends in Vaughn turned out to be insignificant. In the subsequent period, Professor Harvey helped establish contact with a further 24 seriously ill patients. Despite effective cooperation, the system still did not mark the task as completed. 17 operations did not reach the ultra-high level. Puzzled, Lin decided to visit the department, collect feedback from patients, and analyze the situation. He meticulously recorded the post-operative condition of each patient. Lin spent the night comparing and studying the materials collected in the ward during the day. After visiting hospital number 2, 24 patients were found to have various conditions, which were classified into 2 types of prognosis. The first type included patients with a stable condition who were soon to be discharged from the intensive care unit. The results of their operation could be considered a master-level liver resection, close to ideal. The second type requires further observation, extended over several more days. There was a possibility that the liver resection operation had reached a stable level. If Lin's guess turns out to be correct, he will be able to use medicine to improve the level of skill and bring the technique of liver resection to perfection. Lin intended to call Larry and check on his ward. However, he realized that he was not in the office and immediately asked Dr. Sid to check on the patients. Watching Lin deep in thought, the doctor hesitated whether to bother him, but finally decided to ask if he could leave today. Lin, with some suspicion, asked why the man decided to leave now. Then Sid explained that his ex-wife had come to Yunhua and he needed to return. Lin advised him to take payment for the operation from Professor Harvey before leaving, if it came to finances. Sid knocked on the door of Professor Harvey's temporary office. Assuming that Lin wanted to discuss something new, Professor Harvey welcomed him. But then Sid explained his personal situation, stating that he wanted to receive a fee for the operation. Acknowledging that payment was late, Professor Harvey agreed to the man's request and offered him cash. Since it was a special situation, Sid said cash would be fine. Harvey said that for such a large amount of money, the man would need security. Meanwhile, Dr. Sid's ex-wife, Cheryl, waited anxiously for him. Soon, the man arrived at the meeting place. Cheryl was surprised to see her ex-husband. The doctor ordered the guards not to follow him. He then placed the suitcase containing the money on the ground and intended to give all the money to Cheryl for their son's education. Sid opened the suitcase and took out several wads of money and then handed them to Cheryl. The woman looked at the stacks of money in shock, not knowing what to say. Sid said that despite their past romance and divorce, the issue of their son remained a topic of discussion. Reflecting on Sid's transformation, Cheryl wondered if she had made the wrong choice. In the following days, the hospital's operating room remained constantly active. Unity reminded everyone to be careful and expressed her intention to remove the obstruction. Larry remained vigilant, observing changes in the wound and making sure there was no bleeding. He checked it again, making sure that the stitches were very strong, and Lin soon reported to everyone that the blood vessels were fine and there were no other problems. After several days of analysis, Lin discovered that the ultra-high level of operations was due to the complexity of the system and was rewarded with a mid-level treasure chest. Without waiting for the system to respond, Lin quickly opened it, revealing a set of techniques for scanning lymph nodes. These skills meant that he had the basic requirements to perform surgery to remove liver cancer. Lin bid farewell to Professor Harvey, noting that all the patients in the hospital had been cured and they should return to Yunhua to continue operations. Larry and Unity also thought it was time to go back, since the intensive care level at Hospital Number 2 was not very good. When the hero returned to Yunhua, the hospital director, Josh, asked if he had returned prematurely. Lin said that all the patients were treated there and eagerly asked Director Josh if they could perform surgery to remove liver cancer. The emergency center sometimes received patients with liver rupture, but after treatment they were transferred to the hepatobiliary department, which disappointed Lin, and then Josh suggested that he go to study in the hepatobiliary department. Lin was surprised and could not believe it, but the director told him that let him arrange everything. Hepatobiliary Unit Director Hugo, seeing that Director Josh had come to visit their hepatobiliary unit, immediately went into flattery mode. Josh waved his hand, making it clear that this was not a visit. They had a patient who needed the use of some equipment and instruments. Therefore, they might also need an operating room and a hepatobiliary ward. Hugo quickly replied that this was not a problem. Josh turned around and happily said that if that was the case, he would call Lin. Soon, Lin sat in a wheelchair and Larry wheeled him to the hepatobiliary ward. Josh's eyes widened when he saw the guy in this state, not understanding what happened. He mentioned that he accidentally fell, assuring him that he had already taken care of it and that it would not affect the operation. Director Josh crossed his arms and said that the minor injuries shouldn't deter him and praised him. Then he checked his watch and said that the patient should be arriving soon. Lin instructed Larry to drive him to the examination room and Director Josh followed. Patient Ian, who had been referred by Mr. Marcus, lay on the hospital bed. Director Josh motioned to Lin and introduced him, saying that he was the man's attending doctor. Ian's wife turned her head and asked if this was the same Dr. Lin who performed the operation on Marcus. Lin quickly assured her that it would not affect the operation and asked if Yang knew about his condition. The woman confirmed that her husband knew, noting that he was in a good mood and confident. Lin thought about the situation with a serious expression on his face. Despite the early stage of cancer, he was fluent in the technique of scanning lymph nodes and the technique of liver resection at the master level. But operations to eliminate cancer were never simple. At best, they could only prolong the life of the patient for a few more years. Observing Lin's serious behavior, Yang decided to test him a little. He asked the doctor if he was afraid to perform an operation on him, as a result of which he injured his leg. Lin explained that it was just an accident and that the splint and bandage were either applied to speed up healing. The patient's wife was touched to hear this and thought that this was indeed the real doctor that Mr. Marcus had recognized. Lin requested all the MRI scans, assuring him that the number did not matter, but that he wanted them all. Yang's wife was stunned. There were more than 1,000 documents here. Did Dr. Lin really have to read them all? The hero explained that he would take them to his office to study. Returning to the office, Larry asked what the percentage of reliability of the results of the operation was. Lin calmly noted that this is difficult to determine, emphasizing that everything possible should be done to reduce the likelihood of relapse. Director Josh agreed, saying this was Lin's first surgery to remove liver cancer. They should find a reporter to record the level of doctors at the urgent care center. On the day of the operation, the reporter called by Josh arrived on time. The director immediately brought the reporter to Lin's surgery. Many doctors had already gathered in the examination room. Lin effectively managed the operation in the operating room. The chief surgeon couldn't help but admire Dr. Lin's skill in liver resection. Watching the tense reporter, Director Josh began to get annoyed. He urged him not to just watch, but rather to take pictures. The reporter took a photo of Lin's injured leg, causing Josh to sigh tiredly. Meanwhile, Lin entered the patient's abdomen and personally squeezed the liver. Notably, the patient's liver cirrhosis in this area was severe and required division. Director Josh, overcome with excitement, gestured towards Lin, urging the reporter to capture the moment. He declared it a show of professionalism, and the reporter hurriedly began photographing the surgical team. Lin carefully placed the severed liver segment on the tray provided by the nurse. Hugo, while acknowledging Lin's skillful resection technique, noted some clumsiness in controlling the extent of resection and suggested using smaller forceps, but he refrained from suggesting it given Josh's apparent approval. The man then delicately broached the subject, asking Lin if he was going to reduce the incision area a little more. Lin explained that with the current extent of resection, the liver would be difficult to recover. Although part of the resected liver may regenerate, excessive removal may result in slow regeneration, making it difficult for the patient to adapt to the intensive care unit and possibly leading to death. Hugo, emphasizing the need to clear out cancer cells, advocated cutting off a little more, although he admitted that this was his personal habit. Larry, stunned by the situation, watched the director's sudden transformation. The reporter was constantly photographing people in the operating room. Director Hugo criticized Lin, saying that he was completely unqualified as a chief surgeon. In response, Lin angrily stated that the director's experience was outdated and did not correspond to the new era. Nobody wanted to give in. This caused the nurse to intervene and emphasize the need to continue with the operation. Director Hugo and Lin Zhan turned away from each other, acknowledging that the operation could not continue in the current stalemate, both emphasizing the dangers of reckless surgery, equating it to murder. In the midst of this confrontation, the nurse suddenly screamed, announcing that the patient was not showing signs of life. The patient's son anxiously demanded help to bring his father back to life. Director Josh, looking at the reporter, doubted the need for photography. The reporter hinted with a smile that the news of the fall of the brilliant doctor would be explosive. Director Hugo repeated his advice to Lin, emphasizing that without further cuts, it would be difficult to achieve the desired effect. Lin quickly decided to cut back a little more. The reporter grinned. He definitely couldn't miss this material. After hearing about the change in work scenario, Lin gave up his recklessness and proceeded to separate the liver. Lin said he accepted Hugo's offer. The reporter looked at what was happening with disappointment. Hugo couldn't believe his ears. Did star Dr. Lin Zhan just accept his offer? When Director Josh entered the operating room, the atmosphere was surprisingly calm, which made him hold back the swear words he was about to say. Director Hugo asked why Josh came into the OR. Director Josh had no choice but to say that he had come to advise Lin to be more scrupulous in his work. Recognizing Principal Josh's strictness, Principal Shaw assumed that he had come to instruct Lin to heed his advice. Although Director Josh's strict demeanor could not be faulted in this aspect, Dr. Lin's meticulousness surpassed that of other doctors, reaching the pinnacle of surgical precision. At least in this operation, he significantly surpassed Director Hugo, demonstrating true skill. Lin ordered 2 more bags of blood to be taken. Hugo wondered if this would be enough, and Lin explained that in extreme liver ruptures, blood flow was very difficult to control, emphasizing the need for timely replenishment. Having finished removing the liver, Lin prepared to change his gloves for the next step. Larry handed Lin an electric knife, and he began to clean out the lymph nodes. The hero's movements were reminiscent of the work of an experienced farmer in the fields, but Lin maintained a serious expression on his face. As the reporter watched, he wondered whether the operation was going smoothly. Director Josh, leaving the operating room, assured the reporter that everything had gone very well, but he asked why Dr. Lin did not look happy. Josh expressed uncertainty, wondering if Lin's thoughts went beyond the operation. Lin hoped for a successful operation with suturing of the abdominal cavity, but the patient's future remained unclear. Despite his smooth progress, Lin's face remained serious as he prepared for his final operation, removing lymph nodes and suturing his abdomen. Director Josh, urging the reporter to take quick pictures, emphasized that you should never doubt the doctor. The reporter nodded in agreement and began filming. The director suggested that if the reporter wanted to know about Lin's thoughts, he should interview him in person, and the reporter, showing genuine interest in this, approached Lin after the operation and introduced himself. However, Lin, without looking back, announced that he would not accept any interviews that day. Despite the reporter's persistent questioning, Lin did not react and simply walked away. The reporter didn't understand why Dr. Lin was in such a bad mood. Was the operation a failure? The hero, with a serious expression on his face, replied that the operation went well, but the relapse rate for liver cancer is very high. Having hastily written down the information, the reporter asked if the doctor was really so worried about the patient. The hero, with his head down, thought that surgical resection was not a solution to the problem of liver cancer. The reporter asked what the solution was, but Lin admitted that he did not know, and when asked about his next steps, Lin said that he would take a break and then perform another operation, after which he left. The reporter, left speechless, later shared his impressions with Director Josh, describing Dr. Lin as a very individual and interesting person. When asked about future plans, the reporter expressed his willingness to continue overseeing Dr. Lin's operations. Josh laughed and invited him to watch as much as he wanted. When the tired reporter sat down, he took solace in the fact that the interview had been invited and he could now publish a simple article on Weibo. Checking his phone, he noticed important news related to Mariabella and her boyfriend, who seemed familiar to him in the photo. As it turned out, someone took a photo of Mariabella and Lin together, and everyone decided that they were a couple. Encouraged by the news, Lin's colleagues suddenly became alarmed. Clyde reacted angrily to Lin's name as it was everywhere. Chandler showed the news to everyone on Weibo, causing a commotion in the hospital. The nurses tried to convince themselves that it was just a fake. The patients who considered Lin their personal doctor and felt sympathy for him also refused to believe it. In Shanghai, Mariabella's assistant heard about the news and told her about it. The girl, engrossed in her phone, waved him away. The man asked her who this guy was. Then Mariabella said that this was her personal doctor. When asked for more details, she said it wasn't her job. Confused, the assistant expressed his willingness to explain if authorized. Mariabella, however, made it clear that even he could not know everything. The man sighed tiredly and asked to at least tell the name of this doctor. Having received the consent of Lin himself, Mariabella said that he was Lin Zhan, a doctor from Yunhua Hospital. As soon as the girl thought about him, she thought that it would be nice if they really dated. The next day, a crowd gathered outside Yunhua Hospital demanding to see Dr. Lin. Chandler, looking at the crowd, suggested taking a photo and posting it on Weibo. One of the doctors said that all these people could not intercept him at home, so they came here. Chandler laughed. They would never be able to find Lin at his house since he spends all his time in the hospital. While the men were talking among themselves, a girl approached them, hearing the name Lena. The girl was not alone. Several more people in black clothes stood behind her. These were Mariabella's fans. They asked to tell them where the doctor was now. Chandler understood that if he told where Lin was now, it would be considered a betrayal. So he said that he did not understand which Lin he was talking about. However, the girl did not believe him. She pointed her finger at the doctor and stated that if she couldn't find Lin, they wouldn't leave. Suddenly, one of the team members interrupted her, announcing that Team 5 had found Lin and it looked like he was in surgery. Fans enthusiastically suggested going to the operating room to find Lin. Dr. Chandler smiled wryly and let out a strange chuckle, saying that they couldn't even get into the operating room, so how were they going to take him? The crowd was left bewildered. If they couldn't enter the operating room, then what could they do? They decided to wait outside the operating room, shouting to each other as they went, intending to hold out until Lin came out. Meanwhile, Lin was working in the hepatobiliary surgery operating room. The doctor wondered what he was doing here, since the department had not scheduled any operations for him today. Lin, watching the display screen, noticed that the doctors were performing a cholecystectomy. The doctor felt a little awkward, fearing that Dr. Lin might come to criticize him. Lin, putting on a surgical gown, asked when they started. The doctor nervously said that they had just started. The chief surgeon, puzzled, inquired about Dr. Lin's intentions. Suddenly, the hero approached them and offered to hold the retractor for them. The doctor couldn't believe that Lin, who was admired by everyone in the hospital, would offer to hold the retractor for him. Lin smiled and said that she would help him. The doctor, sweating nervously, pondered the unexpected proposal, and since Lin insisted so much, the man invited him to lead the operation. Although the hero did not have the necessary skills, so he left some procedures to the man. The man then focused on the screen, giving Lin an introduction to the patient's condition. Lin observed the operation and was able to gain insight into the process of performing a cholecystectomy. It turned out that the incident with Mariabella had inadvertently taught him a valuable lesson. The hero carefully watched as Dr. Zhang performed the operation and reminded him not to rush. The doctor, muttering something to himself, acknowledged Dr. Lin's strategy of allowing him to be the chief surgeon while at the same time subtly controlling his work. The operation, steeped in their awkward collaboration, was eventually completed successfully. The hero realized that if the surgeon clearly understands the operation process, then cholecystectomy is not particularly difficult. The man then asked why Lin had not left yet since he had surgeries scheduled at the urgent care center. Lin replied that he did not intend to go to the emergency center since fans were blocking the exits outside. He intended to hide here for a few days and not go outside during this time. Dr. Lin admitted that he had recently observed operations and was willing to assist or even perform operations if allowed. Leaving the operating room, the doctor was intercepted by a girl. She mistook him for Dr. Lin. Realizing the mistake, she apologized, but was upset in her heart. Larry saw all this. He questioned her understanding of the hospital as a place to play. He used a metaphor, comparing locking a boss in an operating room to locking a mouse in a granary, and found the comparison funny. Unaware of Principal Josh's appearance, the doctor continued to laugh until Unity warned him that the principal was standing behind him. The man was furious and scolded the doctors for their jokes. The guys apologized and admitted their mistake. The director said that now they have urgent work, so if the doctors want to eat in the coming days, they will need to order food delivery. At the end of the shift, everyone will receive what they deserve. Larry had no objections. He assured the director that the task would be completed and he would take care of Lin's well-being. Soon, Larry and Unity came into the operating room. Larry said they came to see Lin and brought food and drinks that had been left in the duty room. The doctor wondered if Lin was receiving better treatment than the director. Lin refused to eat, saying that he was not hungry, but he invited the assistants to stay and observe the operation. The doctor expressed confusion about the need for observation. Then the hero said that his assistants must be familiar with this technique if he wants to perform this operation in the future. Larry and Unity showed enthusiasm at the prospect of mastering the new technique. The doctor felt like something like an elementary school student being watched by the head teacher and classmates. Lin gave instructions for the operation. He emphasized the advantages of laparoscopy over the traditional approach. After several days of continuous practice, Lin took on the role of mentor, allowing other doctors to become master surgeons. The issue of adhesion was discussed, and the decision of whether to suture it or use sutures for fixation was discussed. Dr. Lin agreed with the suggestion of 6 stitches. The doctor was unhappy. This Lin acted like a boss, although he learned this operation from him. The hero insisted that the dissector be raised a little higher than before. The doctor wondered why the doctor couldn't be somewhere else, but eventually dismissed the thought. He then told Lin that changing his clothes would help him blend in with the crowd and get away unnoticed. However, Lin did not want to leave secretly. The doctor grinned, obviously not understanding what he meant. The hero said that there is no point in such secrets. Then Larry explained that the operating room was Lin's work area, so he didn't have to go anywhere. Unity said the boss would face challenges outside the operating room and the benefits of having Lin perform the surgeries himself. She pointed out the lack of space on the team and the nurses' fatigue, suggesting they take a break. Larry concluded by talking about the current situation where doctors from each department would serve their patients without needing beds. He argued that it was their decision. The doctor understood that Lin would leave here only after the news died down. After a long wait, fans, still holding out hope for Dr. Lin, eventually went their separate ways. Speculation arose among the crowd, and in the end, everyone came to the conclusion that Lin might have died in the operating room. One fan commented that if Lin had actually ascended to heaven, they would have been even more happy for Mariabella, and on that note, all the fans left. At this moment, Dr. Zhang abruptly exclaimed that the fans had retreated. Everyone had gone home, and the operating room was now empty. He mentioned that in the future, people will be able to come and go freely, and Dr. Lin will be much more relaxed, no longer having to be locked in the operating room. He thought that this time he no longer had any excuse to stay there. No longer would he feel like he was doing homework under the watchful gaze of his teacher. Lin then inquired about the patient's appointment time the next morning. Dr. Zhang, hearing this, immediately became wary and, stammering, asked about the doctor's intentions. The hero said that he just wanted to learn how to examine patients. Zhang couldn't believe he was really going to carry out these operations himself. Lin said he still needs more practice. Zhang then directly stated that he and Dr. Lin did not work in the same department and could not allow him to make rounds here. The hero noted that in the future there could be an exchange of knowledge. When performing a cholecystectomy, he invited the doctor to take him with him, and when performing a hepatectomy, the hero would allow him to accompany him. The man couldn't believe his ears. Did he really want to teach him hepatectomy? Lin noted to himself that Sid, Larry, and Unity only knew the basics, and despite their limited knowledge, Dr. Zhang, who had 10 years of experience in hepatobiliary surgery, could assist him in major operations. The doctor gladly accepted this offer. He expressed hope for further cooperation. The hero then invited the man to observe an upcoming hepatectomy to remove gallstones from the bile ducts, and Dr. Zhang immediately agreed, expressing his intention to participate. Lin inquired about Dr. Zhang's ability to read CT and MRI scans, to which the doctor admitted that he did not know much. The hero advised him to review the images, inform Larry and Unity, talk to the patient's family, and double-check the medications used during the operation. The operation was scheduled to begin in 45 minutes. Yang was not sure about this. It seemed to him that it would take at least 4 hours. Lin said that this time is enough for 3 operations. The man needs to speed up in the future to increase his efficiency. Despite Dr. Zhang's continued grumbling, Lin held the elevator doors open for him. The man apologized for his slowness and went inside. He couldn't believe it. Would he really study with Dr. Lin? Dr. Zhang believed that teaching hepatectomies could enhance his reputation, but it took a lot of effort for the doctor to complete Lin's tasks in the allotted 45 minutes, and he now looked exhausted. Even though he was given a break, he insisted on continuing the operation, wanting to learn Dr. Lin's technique. When the operation began, Dr. Zhang was determined to master Dr. Lin's surgical skills. The hero asked for a scalpel and forceps, and the assistant remained grateful for the opportunity to work with Dr. Lin. The operation was completed in less than 45 minutes. The hero ordered everyone to re-examine the stomach. He assigned the last sewing work to Dr. Zhang. Sid took the opportunity to remind Dr. Zhang to quickly stitch up the abdomen and then move to operating room 3, hinting that by arriving early he could get a position as an assistant. Yang was forced to explain that he did not want to take the position of assistant. Sid reassured him by explaining that assistant roles rotated, and if Dr. Zhang wanted to be an assistant, the others would not object. But he warned that since Zhang performed fewer surgeries than others, when it was not his turn, he should not come for help. Sid soon asked how much longer it would take, expressing his desire to go home and sleep. Zhang remembered the complaint about the slow suturing and explained that he wanted to try again to learn how to work faster. He calmly examined the operation site and was surprised to find that the patient's stones had completely disappeared. Yang asked for a cholangioscopy to ensure there were no stones in the bile duct, but found none. He wondered if Lin had succeeded because he had chosen a great location for the operation. After stitching his stomach, Zhang happily headed to operating room 3. Colleagues said that the operation had already begun, so they could not give him the position of first assistant. The man said that there was nothing wrong with it, but inside he felt despair. Dr. Lin, not paying attention to the comments of others, immediately instructed Dr. Zhang to prepare for cholangioscopy, relieving him of his role as an assistant. The doctor, wanting to get confirmation, asked if he was really performing a cholangioscopy, and the hero said that it was better for him not to waste time on the same questions, since this was not at all productive. The man said that he would most likely not perform the procedure very well, because with his skills he could only count on average results. Then the hero said that he should not try to predict what the result would be. He explained that there are many factors that influence the residual degree, and cholangioscopy is not critical in this case, and Jiang would be better off reading more studies on this topic if he still has any questions. Hiro said that manual techniques also affect the residual degree. Jiang was seriously surprised, and then Larry said that this was not surprising, because their boss always finds a solution when it comes to getting rid of stones. Jiang realized that the worst thing about Lin is that you never know what he will do next. And then he thought that studying under the wing of this genius would be a great idea. Soon the operation was completed. The man noted that Dr. Lin really managed his time well. Then he asked how many operations he performed per day. However, Larry himself did not know the answer to this question, but Jiang understood that there were a large number of them. Therefore, he decided that it would be nice to switch places with Larry sometimes and assist Lena, because in this way he could earn a lot of money. Larry agreed, considering it a good decision to help his colleague. In the following days, Jiang assisted Lin. When he had a free moment, he decided to walk along the corridor. However, the man suddenly felt that someone was watching him. It was Dr. Lin. He stared at the man, horrifying him. The hero remembered the day when they agreed to exchange knowledge, but during all this time, only Lin fulfilled his part of the deal. Jiang exhaled. Now he understood what was going on. He said that he would now look at the schedule of operations in their department. He soon announced that he would soon have gallbladder surgery. Jiang invited him to be the chief surgeon, but the hero said that this was not necessary. He could serve as an observer for the first few operations. The man did not answer and decided not to interfere with the doctor's wishes. Suddenly, the system sent Lin a notification. For learning a new skill, he was entitled to a small chest. The hero was slightly disappointed, because learning something on your own is very difficult, and as a reward, he was given only a small chest. Yang saw that the doctor was in the clouds and decided to approach him. He said that Lin may undergo another operation, which will take place very soon. Lin finally came to his senses and decided to go to the operating room. The nurse helped him disinfect his hands and put on a surgical gown. Yang asked if Lin would like to be the primary surgeon, but Lin immediately declined, insisting that Jiang take the lead role while he observed and assisted. The man compared this situation to the abdication of an ancient emperor from the throne. When Lin took the place of assistant surgeon, Jiang wondered if he had upset Lin. Sensing the man's excitement, Lin calmed him down, advising him not to think too much and proceed with the procedure. Then Yang, using a scalpel, made an incision on the patient's abdomen and began injecting carbon dioxide for pneumoperitoneum. Noticing a slight discrepancy between the incision and the gallbladder, he informed the resident next to the doctor and chose a new position, emphasizing the need for precision. Lin, standing nearby, watched with approval as Yang corrected the situation. Yang instructed the hero to assess the condition of the gallbladder before deciding on further action, and Lin diligently studied the procedure, following the doctor's every move and adjusting the lenses accordingly. Yang used a clamp to secure the bile duct and blood vessels, specifying that 7 clamps were needed and leaving 1 for safety. Abruptly stopping the procedure, Jiang realized that Lin wanted to take charge and begin work as chief surgeon. Then he asked the hero if he wanted to complete the remaining procedures. The hero grinned, but still agreed since the man insisted so much.